721. Lucy's strength. That's all I have to say, go back to your room first. Jude said lightly. From beginning to end, he never looked directly at Naruto next to Lucy. Perhaps, in his eyes, Naruto was just a new servant, or someone Lucy hired to carry things. Father, is that all you want to say? Lucy suddenly raised her head and looked at her father. Jude was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the indifferent and disdainful expression on his daughter's face, he was shocked. Do you have anything else to say? Or do you feel dissatisfied with such a marriage? Jude asked. Lucy suddenly waved her hand and smiled softly, with a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. Father, I came back here today, not to hear you talk about these marriage issues. I just want to come back and express my decision and wishes. Please don't ignore my friend. When Jude heard the words, he turned his attention to Naruto, and then said as if suddenly realized, he is your friend. Is he someone you met in the guild? Yes. Jude sighed when he heard the words, and suddenly said to her earnestly, Lucy, you must know that you are the daughter of the Hatfilia family, and belong to a different world from the others. You must clearly recognize where you are. This will be of inseparable use for your future. When Naruto heard this, he was amused and amused. In his mouth, he actually became an inferior, other. Is this what the rich think? It's not that he doesn't know the world of the rich, but he is very disgusted by this kind of big boss who has been dazzled by the past and looks down on the commoners. What is the use of more money? In Naruto's view, power is everything. With power and money, it's just easy to get, but he himself has always been disdainful of getting these extraneous things. At this moment, Lucy suddenly let out a low laugh, and then shouted at her father, Enough. Father, please don't use your trick on my friend. He is the best of fairy tale. Strong magician. Don't care about money. I just want to introduce my friend. But your attitude makes me feel that there is no need to say anything to you. Now I will tell you the last word, make it clear. Lucy's voice carried an incomparable momentum, and each sentence fell into Jude's heart. His face could not help but be full of shock. Is this still the little girl who is submissive? Is this still the weak daughter who prays for love every time? Seeing such a strong Lucy, Jude couldn't help being stunned. Lucy glanced at Naruto, came to her father, and said to him coldly, Today, I will make it clear. I am the wizard of fairy tale. Everyone in the guild is my friend. Mine. Family. If you dare to attack fairy tale again, you will be the enemy of me and the entire guild. Tear. Lucy shredded the gorgeous long skirt from the middle with both hands and fell to the ground. She was wearing white underwear and said loudly, If you didn't do that kind of thing, maybe I could still be peaceful with you. Talk, but it's too late. You've hurt my comrade. What I need is neither money nor beautiful clothes. What I need is a place to recognize my personality. Meet someone who can recognize my personality. Fairy tale, it's warmer than in this house. Although it's a short time, I am very sad to leave the place where I used to live with my mother, but if my mother is still alive, I think she must encourage me. Ask me to do what I love. After Lucy finished speaking, she suddenly took Naruto's hand, turned around, and finally replied coldly, Goodbye, father. I will do what I love with my friends. Jude's eyes widened in anger, his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't help but think back to Lucy's mother, Layla. He was speechless for a long time, so that Lucy and Naruto left without reacting. And Lucy pulled Naruto with his mouth wide open and quickly walked out of the hall and out of the manor. Looking at Lucy who left without looking back, Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lucy, I never knew you could be so domineering. It's really impressive. When Lucy heard the words, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him seriously. Naruto, I will try my best to tolerate what my father wants me to do, but I can't despise my hard-earned friend. Especially you, accompany me. I was treated like this when I came to my house, I'm sorry. She bent deeply towards Naruto, offering him the deepest apology. Naruto was startled, and quickly helped her up. A warm current flowed through her heart, and sometimes Lucy was simply touching. I'm fine, You don't have to do this, Lucy. I'm just here to accompany you this time. I thought I wanted to help you, but I didn't expect you to solve everything by yourself. I didn't expect you to do it. So capable, Naruto said with a smile. Being praised so much by him, Lucy immediately became embarrassed, her face slightly yuhi, and she said in a coquettish manner, I just told the truth. Oh, yes, I'm going to see my mother. Lucy suddenly said to Naruto. She returned to the manor, got servants and asked them to get a bunch of flowers, and put on her previous clothes again. Only then did Naruto come to a tombstone in front of the manor. Here, is her mother Layla's cemetery. Lucy held the flower beside the tombstone, closed her beautiful eyes and prayed softly. She folded her hands together, with a glittering tear in the corner of her eyes, the sun slanted on her body, and her blonde hair shone dazzlingly. Naruto couldn't help but stare at this beautiful picture. On the roof of the villa, at the window, Judah was looking at Lucy from a distance. He let out a sigh and was silent. 722. Lucy's questioning. After leaving Lucy's house, the two got on the train again, preparing to go back to the guild. Accompanied by Naruto along the way, Lucy also felt very at ease. This conversation with her father should be regarded as a break, and she expressed her inner desire. Since she was a child, she and her father had almost no feelings. Father is just a noun. For her, after her mother died, she was no longer happy. Now, after she said that to her father, she felt that her body and mind were liberated, and she felt that she could really do what she wanted to do without having to worry about her father's affairs. It's kind of selfish, but she really longs for that feeling of freedom and warmth. At this time, in the carriage, sitting next to Naruto, her mood became very relaxed. Finally, I can let go of the burden and oppression my father gave me and do what I like. Thank you, Naruto. Lucy suddenly thanked Naruto. Naruto was slightly puzzled. Why are you so polite all of a sudden? Lucy stuck out her tongue. If you hadn't come with me, maybe I wouldn't be able to make such a determination to tell my father everything clearly. Really, but I'm curious about that duke named Longwayu. What kind of guy is he? Why don't you like Lucy? Naruto asked. After all, he is also the young master of the big family. Even if he is not the type of Yushu Linfang, he must be a lot more shy than the commoners outside, right? When Lucy heard a trace of disgust on her face, she said helplessly, that guy is a wretched dwarf melon. Even if I marry a pig and a dog, I don't want to marry that kind of guy. Ah, Naruto mourned for the Duke of Longwayu in his heart. I didn't expect Lucy to have such a bad impression of that guy. Okay, let's not mention him, let's talk about what happened after the guild. You haven't done the quest for a long time, haven't you? If you don't do the quest again, you won't have any money to spend, Hatfield. If Leah's daughter, the eldest daughter, is reduced to the point where she has no money, it will really be a joke. Lucy heard this, she couldn't help but sighed. My current strength is too bad. Naruto, you know, if I do the task alone, I will definitely die miserably. You often ignore me, really yes. There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone, and Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, it's my fault, I brought you into the guild but didn't take good care of your daughter. Humph, are you laughing at me? When Lucy heard this, she could not help but pretend to be angry and reached out to squeeze the flesh on his body. Naruto hurriedly grabbed her small hand, pinched it in his hand, thought about it, looked at her and said, why don't you do this, you and me team up. Add one more Elsa, and we will be in the future. There is a new group in the guild. With our 2S rank mages leading you, I believe you will become powerful soon. Quote. Lucy's palm was held by him, and she felt the temperature in his palm. Her jade face was slightly dizzy with Yuhi's dizziness, and when her heart was beating, she pretended to be calm and said, yes, but I just don't know about Ailu. Will Sha agree, and if she doesn't agree, just the two of us can do it. In fact, how much she wanted to have only herself and him to do the task together. For her, that was the perfect life. Unfortunately, Naruto said with a smile. That's not good. Originally I wanted to form a team with Urza first. You are a newcomer we want to bring. When you grow up, you can form a team by yourself. Oh. Lucy's face darkened, and she immediately withdrew her hand from his palm. What's wrong? Naruto couldn't help asking when she saw her unhappy look. Lucy muttered sullenly. So I'm just an accessory to you guys. When Naruto heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. It turns out that Lucy is jealous. He hurriedly put his arms around her shoulders and said with a smile, Okay, I'm joking with you. I don't mean to look down on you. Lucy pouted and continued to ignore him. Seeing her angry look, Naruto felt that she was innocent and cute, so he suddenly put her whole body in his arms, and said gently beside her ear, Lucy, no matter what happens in the future, I will be here. You're there to help. You don't have to be unhappy by yourself again. Lucy's body trembled slightly, leaning against Naruto's arms. She heard Naruto's gentle words in her ear, and a burst of emotion rose in her heart. Naruto, you won't leave me, will you? Lucy whispered in his arms. Of course not. Naruto nodded. The next moment, she suddenly got out of Naruto's arms, looked at Naruto seriously and said, You lied. Huh. Naruto couldn't help stunned. I know very well about you and Urza. You will definitely be with her in the future, right? Lucy hummed. Naruto realized then, it turned out that Lucy was concerned about Urza's affairs. It's no wonder that she and Urza were recognized childhood sweethearts in the guild, and Lucy said so. Not unreasonable. However, in his heart, Elsa, Lucy, and Mirage are all very cute girls. It's impossible for him to give up any of them, right? However, Lucy doesn't seem to have reached that stage yet. She was always at odds with Naruto, not expressing anything clearly. However, now that she asked, Naruto already understood her intentions. He smiled slightly, could not help grabbing Lucy's little hand, and said softly, Lucy, who stipulated that I can only be with Urza what? Even with her, I can't possibly let you go, right? Huh. Lucy couldn't help being surprised when she heard this. What does this mean? Does he want to get both himself and Urza? What kind of thought is this? This is too nasty, isn't it? Hey, Naruto, I take back what I just said now. You really are a big bastard. I should have known that I couldn't expect anything from you. Damn it. 723. Don't be angry. Along the way, Lucy has always maintained this state of anger towards Naruto, puffed up. In this regard, Naruto really has nothing to do. After all, Lucy is sometimes stubborn and unapproachable, especially after she has a problem with her own feelings. It seems that she deliberately ignores herself. Sure enough, it's hard for a young lady like Lucy, who came from a big family, to accept that kind of harem's point of view, right? In this way, one or two took the train all the way to the city where Fairy Tail was. When I got out of the car, I realized that it was very late. The two of them hadn't even eaten anything yet. At Naruto's suggestion, they went to a nearby store to buy something to eat. They were going to sit down and eat, but due to the exposure she was very unhappy, so he decided to eat while walking, since he was almost home anyway. After Naruto sent her to her rented home, he also left in a hurry to go home. But not long after Naruto left, a figure suddenly appeared near Lucy's house. The tall figure came to the roof of the room where Lucy was, smiled coldly, and suddenly jumped in through the window. At this time, Lucy had just entered the house and was about to take off her clothes and take a shower. When she suddenly saw a figure jumping in from the window, she was startled and screamed. You, who are you? Lucy looked at the figure wrapped in a windbreaker in front of her with a look of horror, and stepped back to the table next to her. There, her Protoss key is lying there. Judging from the figure of this guy, it should be a man. In the middle of the night, Lucy felt very insecure. At this time, she couldn't help calling Naruto in her heart. Although this guy is a big pervert and said such annoying things before, it is still very safe in the end. When he is around, she doesn't have to worry about anything. Afraid. Now when she was alone facing this mysterious shadow, she felt terror in her heart. At this moment, the shadow suddenly lifted the windbreaker covering his body, revealing his evil-looking face. President Joseph. The moment she saw this person, Lucy's mood fell to the bottom, and she was actually a president-level figure of the Ghost's ruler. He is a 10th-level powerhouse. Although he was deprived of the title of Holy 10, his strength is still there. His own celestial magic was really nothing in front of him at this time. But why is this guy here? Could it be that his father had regretted it and wanted to arrest him and go back? This should not be possible. Cold sweat broke out on Lucy's pretty face. But as a magician, she still calmly said to Joseph, "President Joseph, what do you mean by suddenly breaking into my house now? I'm going to take a shower now, please don't disturb. What's going on tomorrow? Say it again." Joseph seems to be getting older. These days, the guild was defeated by Naruto alone, and even he himself was defeated in an instant. He couldn't understand why that guy had such a strong strength, which is simply intolerable. Moreover, his guild was dissolved because of this, and the title of Holy 10 became a joke. All this is thanks to that little devil. Damn. About it, the more angry he became. Joseph's face could not help contorting. He suddenly approached Lucy's body and called to her with a terrifying tone, "I'm no longer the president. Do you know why all this is?" Lucy was startled, but she took a step back and scolded loudly, "If you hadn't started the guild war first, none of this would have happened." "Wrong," Joseph shouted, "it's all because of you and that kid. This is simply your own fault," Lucy argued loudly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel scared. Joseph looked a little hysterical. He was a Saint 10-level powerhouse. Your current situation is very dangerous. Really unlucky. Why did this guy find him? You are the target of our mission. If you didn't cooperate, we would never have done this. As for that kid, I must kill him. Joseph suddenly roared. Now I'll take you back. All right. Torture you. No matter what daughter of Hatphilia you are. You have to pay the price for the dissolution of our guild. Hey, you lunatic. This is your own business. The mission failed and the guild was disbanded. How can you blame me? Hurry up and get out of me. Lucy scolded, but the drums are beating in his heart. This guy seems really crazy. Does he actually want to torture himself? Naruto, where are you? Come and save me. At this moment, Lucy finally realized the importance of Naruto. She really shouldn't be in trouble with him, or else she would still be eating with Naruto at this time. Although Joseph has always been a cautious guy, but now even the guild has been disbanded, and the title of Holy 10 has been deprived. Under such a double blow, his cautiousness has completely disappeared, replaced by that kind of thinking. To be crazy for revenge. Right, he wants revenge. Revenge on Fairy Tail, revenge on Naruto. And just now, he saw Naruto and Lucy walking together. He guessed that Lucy must be a very important person to Naruto. The fact that the blood was dripping told Naruto, that guy's expression must be very exciting, right? Thinking like this, he took advantage of Naruto's departure and suddenly came to Lucy's house, ready to implement his plan. But, in the end, all this could not be carried out in time, because just as Joseph was about to pounce and grab Lucy, a cold voice sounded from outside the window. "Mr. Robber who broke into the house in the middle of the night, are you looking for death?" The voice fell, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on Lucy's face. It's Naruto. That's right, Naruto. He didn't leave. He's still here. He's here to save himself. At this moment, Lucy felt like she had fallen into heaven. Naruto's figure flashed, and he flashed into the house directly from the window. Seeing that Lucy had just taken off her coat and was about to take a bath, he saw her, a weak girl, facing a strong man of the 10th level. He blamed himself slightly. His face there was a flash of happiness. If it wasn't for the fact that I had set up a perception barrier when Lucy was attacked by the wind element messenger Alia, I am afraid that Joseph would not have come to sneak attack now. Fortunately, he caught up in time. Uzumaki Naruto. And the moment Joseph saw Naruto, a trace of anger and fear flashed on his face, mixed with unwilling and complicated expressions. He turned around and stared at Naruto, as if he was going to swallow him alive. Naruto stood there indifferently, the salute on his body hadn't been put back home, and he returned here when he sensed the movement of the enchantment. At this time, Joseph's eyes made him sneer with disdain. Do you want to take revenge in this way when you lose the battle? You are really despicable, Joseph. Damn, I hate your victorious attitude the most. Let me die. At this time, Joseph seemed to have really lost his mind. He seemed to have forgotten the strength gap between himself and Naruto, and he rushed straight towards Naruto, and the magic power that belonged to the holy 10th level all over his body also dissipated frantically. 724. Self-destruct. The magic power of the 10th level will cause changes in the world after it is really unfolded. At this time, the situation is like this. The sky outside Lucis' house is surging, lightning is thundering, and the wizards in the whole city feel this. A mighty force. The magicians who were sleeping were almost all awakened. What's going on? This magic power belongs to that guy Joseph. Makarov murmured solemnly after waking up. Did someone fight him? This guy is still in the city. Quote. This ominous and evil magic is Joseph's. That direction, is it Lucis' house? Urza, who was in the dormitory, also woke up. She didn't even have time to put on clothes, she just wore pajamas and went straight to the house. He got up from the bed and rushed out of the dormitory door. At this time, in Lucis' room, Naruto caught Joseph's fist with one hand, squeezed him tightly in his hand, and let his magic power skyrocket, but he still looked calm. I will not spare you this kind of stupid behavior of courting death. There was a murderous aura in his tone, which made Lucy tremble. It's so scary. Naruto, is he really angry? This murderous aura doesn't look like a human. Lucy's legs were so frightened that she sat down on the sofa, muttering to himself. Naruto has experienced 2 worlds, and he has killed a lot of people. He has experienced countless battles, big and small. How can the murderousness of his body be comparable to people in this world? At this time, even Joseph was frightened by Naruto's murderous aura. Do you want to kill me? If you kill me, the council won't let you go. Joseph felt guilty. Originally, he wanted to seek revenge from Naruto, but he felt Naruto's power once again. It was only when he realized that he would never be able to defeat him, and even with the most despicable means, he would not be able to damage him. Naruto looked cold, squeezed Joseph's fist and pulled him in front of him. And the palm of his other hand suddenly spread out, and a white light suddenly flashed in the palm of his hand. The light is soft, but it has an unparalleled danger. This is Jinten particle style. A trick that can smash all matter into molecules. Naruto has never dared to use this trick, because once it is used, it is a killing trick. If it is not necessary, he will not use it easily, but this time, Joseph's sneak attack on Lucy has already touched him. Bottom line. Although Lucy is not his woman, Naruto has long regarded her as his own forbidden woman, but he will never let her go if someone wants to hurt her. What kind of magic is this? Aren't you the Ice Dragon Slayer magician? Joseph had already felt the unusualness of the white light ball in Naruto's hand, and he asked with a trembling voice. Naruto said coldly, don't you know that besides ice magic, I also have other magics? Don't say you have never investigated me. Now you should pay for your stupidity. Joseph was trembling all over, and now he could clearly feel the monstrous killing intent of Naruto, as if he was about to drown himself. What kind of feeling was this? How can a young man who is not even 20 years old have such a strong murderous aura? Damn. Anyway, I'm also one of the Holy 10. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll die with you. Joseph was a long time after all. He finally screamed wildly. Magic self-destruction. This is a stunt that ignites all his holy 10th level magic power and makes it explode in an instant. At the last moment, it is a move that kills both the enemy and the enemy. Lucy was shocked. The battle of the 10th level can already cause changes in the world. If it blew up, wouldn't the entire city be destroyed? Naruto, be sure to stop him. She couldn't help shouting anxiously. Naruto, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. Seeing Joseph's body suddenly swelled up, his eyes were full of bloodshot and crazy expressions. He instead loosened his fist, followed by Jinten particle style in the other hand. It suddenly turned into a square barrier, enclosing Joseph's entire body. Then, Naruto slammed his hands together, and the square barrier suddenly shrank. At the same time, Joseph inside the barrier also exploded with a bang, and an extremely dense evil magic burst out. At this critical moment, Naruto suddenly pressed his hands on the dense mass of magic. Absorb. At the moment of the thought, Naruto began to madly absorb this energy. With his physique capable of absorbing natural magic power, he directly absorbed this huge amount of energy into his body. However, as a 10th level magician, Joseph could not defeat Naruto, but the power generated by his huge magical power was enough to pose a threat to Naruto. If Naruto was the only one here, he could have escaped safely, but this is at Lucy's house. This is in the city. The crazy energy spread out, and a violent whirlwind of energy spread from Naruto's hands. The sofa, chair, table, and various furniture in Lucy's living room were blown away one after another, and crashed against the wall. There were even cracks on the floor and walls. This energy, although Naruto has been struggling to absorb and control it, a small part of it escapes is enough to destroy this fragile building. It's over. Seeing the energy in Naruto's hands getting stronger and stronger, Lucy couldn't help but have thoughts of despair in her heart. Really going to die here? I didn't expect that when I was free and liberated, I didn't have to take care of everything at home, and when I was about to make a big fight, did I encounter such a tragic thing? However, being able to die with Naruto is the only consolation, right? Lucy's body was blown out by this strong energy whirlwind, and hit the wall with a bang. Her body was shocked, and she lost consciousness instantly. 725. The seal is weakened. When Lucy woke up, she found herself in a warm embrace. Lucy, are you all right? Naruto's voice sounded. She was stunned for a moment, a little confused, and then asked in surprise, Naruto. Are we all dead? Didn't that guy Joseph blew himself up? We're not dead yet. That guy's self-exploding energy has been stopped, and everything is fine now. Naruto helped her up and looked at the mess around him. The house was almost on the verge of collapsing. He gave a wry smile. I really didn't expect that guy would be so crazy that he would blow himself up at all costs. As soon as he said this, Naruto suddenly groaned and couldn't help frowning. Aware of his strangeness, Lucy hurriedly grabbed his arm and asked, "What's the matter with you?" It turns out that although Naruto just used Jinten particle style to offset part of Joseph's energy, but because of the energy that emerged after Joseph's self-destruction, even Naruto's Jinten particle style couldn't completely complete it for a while. Offset, at this critical moment, he can only expand his absorption ability and inhale this pure energy into his body. However, this is not without its dangers, and it is not that the more you absorb, the better. Although the energy in Naruto's body has reached the point where it can be fused with each other, the total capacity in his body is still limited. So much energy entering the body will inevitably have an impact on the body. The most serious thing is that under this kind of impact, it is not Naruto's body that is damaged the most, but the seals in Naruto's body that have been suppressing Ten Tails. While forcibly absorbing this energy should break away part of the seal that Naruto finally set. Ten Tails, roaring in his body. At this moment, Naruto felt that he could no longer restrain the power of Ten Tails surging up from his body. This is... Naruto suddenly shuddered. The next moment, an evil intent suddenly surged up. Instantly rushed into Naruto's mind. Ten Tails that have been suppressed for a long time, and it is unexpected to burst out at this moment. Naruto, what's the matter with you? Lucy looked up, but saw an evil orangutan Yuji radiating from his originally blue pupils. Lucy, hurry up, Naruto suddenly growled hoarsely. Lucy was startled, She had never heard Naruto's voice so deep, so full of evil. It seemed that he came out of Hell King Kun. The breath on his body became no longer peaceful. On the contrary, there is a special atmosphere that makes people unable to see clearly. Let's go. Can you hear me? Naruto saw that she was still beside him, wearing only underwear, and a strong bath of fire shot out of his eyes. Hateful. What is the Ten-Tails guy doing? Why bother yourself in this direction? Naruto strongly resisted him in his heart. Maybe it was because the Ten-Tails had been sealed for too long before. At this time, the consciousness of Ten-Tails broke through the seal and directly interfered with Naruto's consciousness. It was so strong. Let Naruto be caught off guard. Naruto was struggling with Ten-Tails' consciousness, but due to Ten-Tails' influence, his hands and feet had begun to become disobedient. He suddenly pinched Lucy's bare, exposed white shoulders, and the temperature of her big hands was even a little hot. As soon as he touched the cold, smooth skin on Lucy's body, he finally couldn't control his original desire, and suddenly pressed towards her delicate body. What? Lucy exclaimed, watching Naruto push herself to the ground with an incredible look on her face, and then his whole body was pressed up. Naruto, Naruto, what are you doing? What are you doing? Lucy struggled vigorously, her jade arms trying to push him away. However, all this was in vain. Naruto's power was amazing. How could a girl like Lucy break free? Moreover, Naruto didn't say a word. His eyes were open to Yuhi, and his mouth was breathing heavily. In this strange situation, although Lucy was pressed down and panicked, she had already noticed his unusualness. Naruto, what happened? Why does it seem like he is possessed? However, she didn't have time to think about it, and the next moment she heard a stinging sound of shredding clothes, and the strip of cloth covering Lucy's chest was torn apart violently. Immediately, a large expanse of white snow poured into Naruto's sight, making his eyes even more chimpanzee Yuhi. What? A scream, Lucy bit her silver kiba tightly, and a painful tear flowed out of the corner of her eyes. In the space of consciousness, Naruto was confused. He saw the scene in front of him, and the entire space was filled with blood. At the end of the blood, there was Ten-Tails' grinning face. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally out. Uzumaki Naruto, today is your deadline. Ten-Tails laughed and waved his 10 huge tails behind him. In the consciousness space, the wind is surging. Naruto roared at him, what are you doing? Even if you want to interfere with my body, you don't have to do that to Lucy, right? He was not unconscious before, maintaining the only trace of sobriety. He saw everything, saw himself push Lucy to the ground, and forcibly entered her body. He is very angry. All of this is the fault of the bastard Ten-Tails. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. I'm just helping you according to what you want the most. It's all just your own desires. How dare you blame me? Ten-Tails haha laughed. I don't have that kind of desire. Even if I did, I would never do such a forceful thing to Lucy. Hearing Ten-Tails' words, Naruto couldn't help but argue. Hey, say what you want. I'm going to take over your body anyway. I'll do whatever I want next. This world will be mine. An incomparably powerful energy suddenly emerged from Ten-Tails' body. If Joseph's magic power can induce changes in the world, then Ten-Tails' spiritual power is enough to devour Naruto's power. After the seal's effectiveness has been greatly reduced, what are you using to fight against me? Ah ha ha. 726. Kina's help. At this moment, Naruto only felt the power that he had always felt powerful. In front of the monstrous situation of Ten-Tails, it was simply not worth mentioning. Especially the 10-year-old Kamui pressure of Ten-Tails. After the suppression effect of the sealing force has been greatly reduced, it has already firmly suppressed Naruto in turn. This is Naruto's biggest crisis. It is no less dangerous than the one that was at the time of the battle with the water dragon. His face was sinking like water, and the thoughts in his mind turned sharply, but this was in the space of consciousness, and it was entirely based on the strength of spiritual power. Even if this space of consciousness belonged to his home field, Ten-Tails had already fully adapted to this space. He does not have any advantages. On the contrary, at the moment when his spiritual power suppresses him, his situation has become extremely difficult. Do you really want to be taken over by this guy? Naruto is full of unwillingness. His ideal has not been realized. How can he be defeated by the monster in his body in such a place? Moreover, if this guy controls his body, what will happen to Lucy, Urza, Mirage and the others outside? I will never let you succeed. Naruto suddenly roared, and all the power he had built for this world to the present came out of him. Wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, the natural magic power of the 5 attributes gathered together to form an incomparably huge energy. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong your strength is, I can control more energy than you. Ten Tails laughed wildly, and the 10 tails behind him swayed wildly. A black sphere with a body several times larger appeared, suspended above his head out of thin air. This power is strong enough to cover up the aura emanating from Naruto. I will use this blow to destroy you in an instant. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Naruto's forehead. This black-tailed beast bomb is too big. This is probably the strongest force that 10 tails can condense so far, right? Unfortunately, if I could use space ninjutsu now, I would definitely be afraid even against 10 tails, but even though the magic power in my body has been transformed into each other many times, it still cannot become a power suitable for using space ninjutsu. Deal with 10 tails without space ninjutsu. Is it really going to be destroyed? Seeing the overwhelming aura that the tailed beast bomb exudes, Naruto couldn't help sighing in his heart. If he protected himself with the strength of his entire body, he might be able to resist it, but after that, you can only let 10 tails slaughter yourself. How exactly? How to do? At this moment, Naruto will usher in the biggest challenge. Suddenly, he felt a cold jade hand behind him on his shoulder, as if emitting a soft light. This is Uzumaki Kina. Naruto turned his head in surprise, and what he saw was Kinai's pretty face with a warm smile. Naruto, you didn't ask me to help you last time, but this time, I have to help you. Kinai smiled slightly. If you hadn't sealed 10 tails, maybe I'd already perished with him. Now let me do the last thing for you. Kinai put both hands on Naruto's shoulders, a pure chakra into Naruto's body. Naruto was shocked. And 10 tails couldn't help being shocked and furious after seeing Kinai's appearance. You stinky woman. Are you getting in my way again? Kinai smiled gently, watching 10 tails yelling. Her face was just calm, and she said lightly, 10 tails, during my quiet time, I didn't have nothing. Oh, I am also silently accumulating power to convert the magic of this world into chakra. Now, this chakra is quite huge. Hee, just to deal with you now. Naruto was also greatly surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect that Kina had been absorbing and transforming magic power into chakra. In this way, there were 3 kinds of spiritual powers in his body that were competing for the magic power resources he had absorbed from the outside world. However, Naruto is very happy now. Is this a desperate situation? Kinai is so smart. 10 tails only cares about suppressing his own spiritual power, not allowing himself to convert his magic power into chakra, but he never thought of the power of Kinai that has been ignored all the time. Damn, both of you guys disappear for me. 10 tails realized that something was wrong at this time, and hurriedly threw the huge tailed beast bomb at Naruto and the 2 of them. Naruto was overjoyed when he felt the gigantic chakra rushing over from Kinai's body, and he found that he could control this power very quickly. Thank you so much. Naruto laughed sincerely, raised his head, he looked at the tailed beast bomb launched by 10 tails, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's been a long time since I used the power of space. Naruto murmured. The next moment, his hands suddenly formed a familiar seal, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. An instant, the huge-tailed beast bomb was stopped in front of him. Naruto held the posture of hand seal with both hands, and the chakra, which was passed down from Kinai, poured out of his body. The space suddenly dented, and the huge-tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared in front of Naruto. Successful transfer. Kina smiled. The next moment, on the top of Ten Tails' head, the huge-tailed beast bomb suddenly descended on him. Boom! The power of the tailed beast bomb exploded on him, and a frenzy of energy was immediately set off, and the entire consciousness space trembled. Naruto and Kina looked at each other with knowing smiles on their faces. Space ninjutsu, the technique of defeating the strong with the weak. This time, Ten Tails will probably be very hurt. Chennai smiled. Naruto nodded, but said with a wry smile, but chakra is also consumed a lot. You can use it, I still have it. Today we must work together to completely destroy this guy. Chennai vowed, in the future, things like that girl outside will never happen again. 727. Self-denial for others. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Thank you for being there. The decision I made was the right one. Sealing herself and Ten Tails together has preserved Chennai's power. Now, her power has given herself a crucial counterattack. Suddenly, Ten Tails screamed in pain and madness in the space, which was deafening, and the entire space trembled in this sound. It hurts. It hurts. I must kill you guys. Ten Tails roared and struggled out of the whirlwind of energy. His body was already riddled with holes. Naruto found that Ten Tails' aura was much weaker at this time. The tailed beast bomb just now must have consumed most of his power. This is an absolutely rare opportunity. Naruto turned to look at Kunai, and the two nodded. The next moment, a golden chain suddenly appeared from Naruto's body. Instantly wraps the entire Ten Tails' body. Is it a seal again? Ten Tails looked down at the chain that fell on him, and found that he couldn't move any longer. But immediately he showed a sarcastic look. Naruto, only sealing can't beat me. Don't you understand this truth after all these years? Even if you seal me again, I will still break through. At that time, it's your real end. Snort. Naruto sneered disdainfully and suddenly said, Ten Tails, do you think I haven't done anything all these years? Then you are so wrong. What? Ten Tails was startled when he heard this. I'm tired of you playing ghosts in my body, and now I'm going to use my method to get you out of my body. Naruto swiped his hands in front of him, and a special rune shot out from his fingertips, landing on Ten Tails one after another. Ten Tails was firmly restrained by the chain, completely unable to move, and could only watch the rune drawn by Naruto fall on his body. Naruto stroked the runes and smiled. These runes can make your mental power firmly bound to my chakra. Of course, these are only valid for you. But, you can't control these chakras. Carrot. As there are more and more runes on Naruto's fingertips, Naruto's chakra is also flowing frantically, because Ten Tails' mental power is too powerful, it needs to be completely bound, and there must be enough chakra. Fortunately, Chennai has accumulated enough chakra during this period. But despite this, Naruto still felt that chakra was not enough. Seeing the increasingly weak expression on Chennai's face, Naruto was slightly anxious. Almost there. It's just the last bit. When the last rune on Naruto's fingertips landed on Ten Tails, the figure of Kunai behind him was getting thinner and lighter, but her face was full of a reassuring smile. Congeal. Naruto gently clapped his hands together, and in the next moment, Ten Tails was radiant. The art of Hiraishin. This is an attempt to cross consciousness and reality. Ten Tails, I will make you disappear from my consciousness. Naruto shouted, and the next moment, there was a flash of light, a bang, the whole Ten Tails disappeared in front of me. It worked. The consciousness of Ten Tails and the chakra given by Chennai are bound and transferred to the outside world. Then, the chakra will be dispersed by the power of this world and automatically converted into magic power, while Ten Tails' consciousness will be transferred to the outside world together. Will also be unable to gather any strength because there is no body. Become a lonely soul between heaven and earth. This is thanks to Chennai's power. Without this huge chakra that Chennai has painstakingly gathered, he would not be able to deal with Ten Tails at all. The strength of Ten Tails' spiritual power has always plagued Naruto. Naruto wanted to use his master, magic and ninjutsu to destroy his spiritual power when he was strong enough. But before this time, the 10 Tails had already broken through the seal and completely took the initiative and the upper hand. As a result, Naruto's original plan was disrupted, everything that was originally prepared was meaningless, and even fell into a desperate situation. And that rune is what Naruto intends to use to kill both 10 Tails and 10 Tails, locking his spiritual power and his own chakra firmly. In order to eliminate this chakra as a method, 10 Tails, chakra is destroyed. Power is also destroyed, but this method can only be used if the chakra is strong enough, or even more than 10 Tails. Now, the chakra that Chennai has gathered over the years, has just played this role. Moreover, she has no life, just a chakra, so there is no limit to the amount. She, who is silent in the depths of Naruto's body, can absorb and transform chakra endlessly. This chakra, combined with Naruto's magical power, was able to drive 10 Tails out of his body so easily, which was considered a great luck. This is the luck that Chennai gave her. At the moment when 10 Tails left the consciousness space, Naruto relaxed his whole body. He felt as if his spirit had entered another realm, and he became immortal. The masterless spiritual energy escaping from Tails is being absorbed by him little by little. But suddenly, he noticed the abnormality behind him, and he felt that the jade hand of Chennai on his shoulders became lighter and lighter, as if it had become weightless. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Chennai. "What's wrong with you?" "Your body." He reached out to grab Chennai, but found that her body was exuding a faint light, and his hands were directly go through her and grab an empty space. This is... Naruto suddenly realized that something was wrong. This was a sign that her chakra was being consumed too much and was about to disappear. At this moment, Naruto was anxious. "You can't just disappear like this," Naruto shouted as he looked at Kina, who was slowly rising into the air. Tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. He had never cried once in a long time, but at this time, he did. These are tears of remorse, tears of powerlessness. Kinai, the one who helped him eliminate 10 Tails, has always been silently helping himself in his own body, selfless devotion, which Naruto has silently admired her in his heart. She is like light. No matter how many worlds Naruto has experienced, she will leave Naruto a peaceful paradise in his heart. In Naruto's mind, he couldn't help but think of the feeling of lying on the green grass with her. The scene of tranquility and no noise was like paradise. Now watching Kina rising up into the air little by little, Naruto is out of reach. In his heart, he couldn't help hating his own powerlessness, no matter how strong he was. But there is still a stronger existence in this world. The battle with 10 Tails was not so much a lack of strength, but a lack of will. If his beliefs can be more tenacious, even if his mental strength is not as good as 10 Tails, he can still have the ability to fight in the final battle. Facing Naruto's tears, Kinai's face showed infinite tenderness. She looked at Naruto and said, "I have long since died. I have always been in your body, watching you grow, watching you go through so many things. I'm already very satisfied, and now I can do this last thing for you. I think I'm really worth it. Naruto, I believe you will always be the strongest. Live hard. Don't make those girls sad." Kina smiled. The smile on her face was like the sun, shining brightly. P.S. You said, will Chennai disappear? 728. Sorry, Lucy. Kinai's body finally turned into a little light and dissipated in front of Naruto, and Naruto stood blankly. Really? Disappeared? No, this is absolutely impossible. Naruto shouted up to the sky, with incomparable sadness and unwillingness in his voice. Chennai disappeared in order to help herself. Although she had already died, it was just a chakra, but since then during the years she was in her own body, Naruto had already regarded her as a living person with flesh and blood. Come back soon. Kina, even if your 1010 is peeping inside me, even if your 1010 is nagging in my ear, I won't mind anymore, as long as you come back and stay by my side. At least that way, when I don't stop wandering plain journey, we'll no longer be lonely. Naruto muttered to himself. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in front of him, and Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the person in front of him. It is Uzumaki Kina. Kinai, you're not dead. Naruto exclaimed suddenly, who didn't expect Kinai to appear in front of him again. Really, Naruto, didn't I say I was already dead? Seeing the tears on Naruto's face, Kinai gently stretched out her jade hand and wiped it for him, her face still the same tenderness. Seeing his stunned look, Kinai burst out laughing. Naruto, actually I don't know why it will appear again. Originally my mental energy and chakra have been used up, but I didn't expect, and then I became conscious again, and it seems that the feeling of the energy body is different from the original energy body. So, you won't disappear now, Naruto said in surprise. He didn't care why Kina appeared again, as long as she stood in front of him alive now. It was enough, the others things, he doesn't want to worry about it anymore. Chennai nodded, and then frowned again. However, I feel so weak now, I have to sleep for a while. I don't know how long I won't be able to come out. Hey, you bastard, why are you crying suddenly? When you get up, this is very bad for your image. Naruto's tears had dried up, and he realized that he had lost his way now. He couldn't help but look at Yuhi and said to Kinai, as long as you don't disappear, just go to sleep, I look forward to your next wake up. Well, when I wake up next time, I also expect you to become stronger. Now that the 10 tails have disappeared, your power will no longer be suppressed or disturbed. It's great. Nai smiled brightly, and in the laughter, she fell asleep peacefully. The light dissipated, and Naruto stood there and exhaled a long breath. The 10 tails have been separated, and there's nothing to do with Chennai. This is the perfect ending. Although he didn't know that Chennai, who had disappeared, would suddenly appear, but after this accident, he deeply realized how much he cared about the people around him. No matter who he was, he couldn't let it go. Kina, the girls in Hokage, or Mommy Yanba from the previous world, it's time to go back and meet them. When 10 tails left his body, all his previous insights and powers were no longer suppressed. It is estimated that the passage of time and space will be found soon to connect to the original world. Moreover, absorbing the spiritual energy escaping from those 10 tails made Naruto's spiritual power even more powerful, twice as strong as before. That is to say, the magic power he can control at this time is twice as much as before. No, now he should not care how much magic power, because his power is no longer suppressed and interfered by 10 tails, and the natural mode can be fully turned on. After sorting out the mood, Naruto withdrew from the consciousness space. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he stayed there all of a sudden. Oops. Actually forgot about this. What happened when you were fighting the 10 tails? Remember what 10 tails said, it's your own desires that dominate your body. So, everything in front of you is what you want and want. Lucy, I'm sorry. Naruto stretched out his hand to hold Lucy's tear-stained pretty face, his face pale, and the pain and numbness made him feel guilty. It turned out that after Naruto entered the space of consciousness, he was influenced by 10 tails, evil desires, and let his own desires dominate, and Lucy in front of him immediately aroused his desires, and he immediately entered her body, forcibly pressed her under her body and carried out round after round of scolding. At that time, Naruto's eyes were full of blood, and Yuhi completely ignored Lucy's resistance. In the end, Lucy could only watch helplessly as she was forcibly pushed by Naruto, forcibly entered, and forcibly pushed. Lucy was in pain. Although she had always had a good impression of Naruto, and even some girls admired her, Naruto's sudden atrocity shattered all her fantasies about the future. When the pain under her body hit, Lucy was scared and startled, plus her body was firmly pressed by Naruto. She couldn't break free at all. Helpless, she could only be pushed back and forth by Naruto over and over again. Pain, numbness. I don't know how much blood was shed. It was the first time that Lucy had no pleasant feeling at all. She only felt a burning pain in her lower part from the beginning to the end. Moreover, it all happened so suddenly that her heart still hadn't figured out the situation. What happened to Naruto? Why did he suddenly go mad? and why did he treat himself like this? At this moment, Naruto's gorilla Yuhi's eyes returned to tranquility and returned to the original blue color. Hearing his regretful apology, Lucy finally reacted. Naruto, have you finally recovered? Her voice was surprisingly calm. I'm sorry, Lucy, I just let my inner demon take over my body. Naruto apologized. He didn't dare to say it was his own desire. In that case, if he hadn't been pulled, if you enter the consciousness space, you will definitely be able to control your desires. A gleam of light flashed in Lucy's eyes, and then she understood what Naruto had done, but at the same time there was an unspeakable grievance in her heart. She groaned slightly in pain. Are you all right now? Okay, pain. Naruto looked down and saw that Lucy's upper body underwear was all torn to pieces by himself, and the place where the high-rise chest was, the originally white jade-like skin was covered with bruised Yuhi after being severely kneaded. And under her body, she didn't even take off her skirt, and she was forced to enter. At this time, the trousers that had only faded to half were all bloodstains from virgins, and even the ground was dripping all over the place. Naruto hurriedly withdrew from her body, and this move affected Lucy's injury below. She let out a wow, and Silver Kiba bit her lower lip tightly. At this moment, Naruto suddenly felt a few breaths moving towards this side. He was slightly startled, and hurriedly picked up Lucy's body, rushed into her bedroom, put on a piece of underwear for her, and put on another piece of underwear for her. Arrange her clothes and put her on her back on the bed. Lucy was in pain to death at this time, and seeing Naruto's series of actions, she didn't have time to think about what he meant, until there was a sudden bang outside the door, and a clear and anxious female voice sounded, and she finally realized it. There was a look of panic on his face. 729. Healing Wounds. Lucy, what's the matter with you? This anxious and worried voice was none other than Urza. As soon as she opened the door of Lucy's house, she saw that Lucy's living room was in a mess, and there was blood on the ground. Damn, Lucy, don't let anything happen. Urza anxiously searched around the room, and finally rushed to the bedroom door. And just when Elsa was about to blow open Lucy's bedroom door, Naruto suddenly opened the door and appeared. Boom. With a muffled sound, Urza immediately slammed her head into Naruto's chest. It hurts. Her body was directly knocked out by Naruto. Naruto was tall and tough. Urza flew back a few steps before she stood firm. When she saw it was Naruto, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Naruto, you are indeed here too. When I came, I already felt your share in that mighty aura. Urza stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's arm and asked, now how's it going? Where's Lucy? And what about Joseph? Just when Elsa was questioning, Lucy in the room was lying on the bed with the quilt tightly covering her body. Even though her body was in pain, she didn't dare to utter a single groan. Although she was forced into her body by Naruto, she now knows that it was not Naruto's fault, but his inner demon, so of course, she didn't want to cause more trouble for others to know about this matter. After hearing Urza's concerned inquiry, Lucy was slightly moved. In this way, she couldn't let Urza know about herself and Naruto. Lucy, she's fine for the time being. Even Naruto felt that it was difficult to deal with it now. After all, he had done Lucy unconsciously just now, and now Urza suddenly rushed over. There was no time for anyone to react. At this moment, Lucy's voice suddenly came from the room. Is it Urza? Me, I'm fine. Her voice sounded weak. As soon as Urza heard this, she quickly pushed Naruto away and rushed into the bedroom, only to see Lucy lying on the bed, her face slightly pale. Lucy, what's the matter with you? Did the battle just hurt you? Urza asked worriedly, and at the same time she wanted to lift the quilt to check her body. At this moment, Lucy hurriedly stretched out her hand to stop her, smiled slightly and said, Urza, I'm fine. Naruto watched it for me just now, and I didn't get any injuries, it was just hurt by Joseph's magic power. You'll be fine after a rest, you're worried about Urza. While speaking, Lucy winked at Naruto, and Naruto quickly nodded. Yes, Urza, it's all my fault, and Joseph hurt Lucy, but I've already killed him. What? Urza immediately exclaimed when she heard Naruto's words. Her heart was full of shock. Joseph was killed by Naruto. This heavy news made it hard for her to reflect. Joseph was one of the 10 magic wizards of the Holy Spirit, and Naruto killed him in such a short period of time. There's something big going on in Get Out of Class. If he really killed Joseph, no matter what would happen to Joseph's relatives and friends, the Magic Council alone would not be able to spare Naruto. You know, although Joseph committed a crime and provoked a guild war, in the eyes of those guys, he is also a rare talent. He is a strong supporter of the magic world, Jinchuriki column. Now that Naruto has just killed him, how can the Magic Council easily bypass Naruto? Urza's shock was no trivial matter, and then she frowned and thought for Naruto, and walked around the room for a long time before finally saying to Naruto, Naruto, don't care about other things for now. In these 2 days, someone will report that you killed Joseph, and the Magic Council will definitely come to trouble you, so you must go to the Magic Council with me in these 2 days. Naruto is still concerned about Lucy's affairs. He doesn't know much about Urza's words. After listening to her, he nodded quickly. After responding, he hoped that she would leave soon, otherwise Lucy would be exposed sooner or later. Fortunately, Urza was anxious when Naruto killed Joseph, so she didn't realize that something was wrong with Lucy, and after learning about the situation from the two of them, she left. After hurriedly sending Urza away, Naruto hurried back to Lucy's bedroom. Lucy finally couldn't help groaning in pain. Okay, it hurts there, Lucy said, biting Kiba. Naruto looked at her pale and painful look, and felt really uncomfortable. The next moment, he didn't care anymore. He lifted her quilt, lifted her dress, and stretched out his hand towards her legs. Go. No, no, Lucy exclaimed, startled instinctively by Naruto's actions. Naruto took her hand and said softly, Lucy, let me see how the injury is there, I can do some medical skills. Listening to his apologetic voice and looking at his gentle eyes, Lucy hesitated a little, but finally stopped resisting and quietly opened a pair of slender legs. Yuhi halo appeared on her pale face. At this time, Naruto's eyes had come into contact with the mysterious area between her legs, where there was a clump of golden hair, but the original pink and tender place was now a Yuhi swollen, and blood was still flowing. The injury is so serious. Seeing a wound there that was still bleeding until now, Naruto felt even more regret and pity in his heart. At this time, he didn't feel any kindness in his heart at all. I'm sorry, Lucy, it must be painful. Naruto looked at her softly. Lucy Yuhi, although she was frightened and hurt by Naruto's violent movements before, but at this time, Naruto looked at her with such a fruity look, and she felt very strange in her heart, as if there was something wrong with her. As if her hands were stroking, she couldn't help twitching slightly. What? However, with just this, she touched the wound there and let out a pained cry. It's just that Naruto felt pity in his heart. Seeing this wound, he didn't have to think about how violent he was before. 730. Compliant. He stretched out his hand gently, and a green energy quietly appeared in his hand, covering the mysterious place between Lucy's legs. Under the nourishment of energy, and Naruto is now able to control all his energy with ease, the medical technique is used, and the effect is also very significant. Gradually, a trace of coolness floated under Lucy, as if a light stream was flowing through. Lucy couldn't help but let out a slight moan. It wasn't a painful moan, but a relief replaced by the pain and numbness that gradually disappeared. At the same time, her place was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bleeding place no longer bleeds out, and the swollen place where Yuhi was swollen gradually subsided and became as pink as ever. It lasted for more than half an hour, because Naruto was not very good at medical ninjutsu, and at this time he was operating this technique very carefully and delicately. A drop of sweat could not help coming out of his forehead. Lucy was originally lamenting loudly in her heart, but at this time, seeing how he was working hard to treat herself, she couldn't help feeling a little sweetness in her heart. Although he was tricked by Naruto in that way, his attitude afterwards was really good. "Naruto, it's alright, I'm there. No more pain." Lucy told him to stop when he saw the sweaty appearance of his treatment. "No, there's still something wrong." Naruto continued to put his hand under her crotch, and the green light appeared. He wanted to use his own strength to warm her up after repairing her wound. Seeing that he was staring at him with seriousness, as if he was doing academic research, Lucy felt very strange in her heart, and couldn't help guessing there, he really wanted to continue to give her what about treatment, or do you want to take the opportunity to take advantage of it? But forget it, anyway, I have already been so rudely entered by him, let's see now. Miss this. With the mentality that such a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Lucy just lay on the bed and watched Naruto treat herself. After another half an hour, Naruto kept that position for an hour for Lucy's medical treatment before and after, and finally let out a breath, and couldn't help muttering, "Very good, the treatment was very successful, what does it look like? There are no sequelae left, it's perfect." As soon as Lucy heard his muttering, the swish on her tender face became Yuhi. Pervert. She couldn't help but scolded. She realized that her place was actually watched by Naruto for an hour. During this period of time, he wouldn't even count how many hairs he had there, would he? What a shame. How will I meet anyone in the future? This guy has completely defiled himself. Naruto smiled, rubbed his nose and said, "Okay, it's basically alright. You should take a rest. It's very late now, I'll see you tomorrow." Naruto felt extremely guilty for doing such an outrageous thing to Lucy. How dare he continue to stay here? He just wanted to go back and reflect on it. However, after all, what has been done has already been done, and it cannot be changed. Even regretting it is of no use. Just when Naruto got up and was about to leave, Lucy suddenly grabbed his hand and said indifferently, "Do you want to run away after you're done? This is not a good man in charge. I will come to see you tomorrow." Naruto laughed. Lucy stared into his eyes and said word by word, "Stay with me." Naruto was stunned for a moment. "I have done such an excessive thing to you, are you still willing to forgive me?" he asked immediately. Lucy glared at him and shook her head. "Of course I can't forgive you so easily. Otherwise, you won't be cheap. So from now on you want Tenten to accompany me. Until I feel better." Naruto was stunned again, then responded with a wry smile, sat beside her bed and said, "Then I won't leave." Lucy had a satisfied look on her face. Lucy can make Naruto look so sullen, and Lucy is also very beautiful now. Although she has lost a lot this time, and even gave him the most precious body, she finally got back a little interest. "I'm thirsty," said Lucy. No need to say it again. Naruto had already put the water glass in front of her bed and fed it to her himself. "I'm hungry," said Lucy again. Naruto dodged and went to the living room to find something to eat, but there was nothing left in the messy scene, and immediately ran to the convenience store overnight to pry the door open and brought her some delicious food for her. Lucy leaned on Naruto's shoulder, eating the food and water he fed her, and finally a happy smile appeared on her face. "I'm sleepy." Lucy yawned and fell asleep on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto let out a long breath, looked at the slightly frowning eyebrows on her white jade-like face, and sighed silently in his heart. This time, this incident must have caused a lot of shadows on Lucy. Everything is due to the influence of 10 tails, evil thoughts, but in the final analysis it is his own desire. Right, I haven't touched a woman for so many days, and when I was stimulated by 10 tails, evil thoughts, it suddenly became like this. You can only blame yourself. Lucy's golden hair fell on Naruto's chest. She was really exhausted. But Naruto looked at her who was in a deep sleep, but she felt extremely beautiful. Lucy, who was usually lively and cheerful, now frowned slightly, which was very pitiful. Naruto couldn't help hugging her body tightly, holding her tightly in his arms. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto woke up and found himself lying on the bed with a white quilt covering him, and the quilt exuded a faint girly fragrance. He hurriedly sat up, got out of the bed, and found that his clothes had not been taken off. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered that he was holding Lucy last night, and then fell asleep unconsciously. Just as he was stunned, the door was suddenly opened, and Lucy stood in front of him. "Hi, morning Naruto." Lucy greeted him with a smile, her original lively smile on her face. "Lucy, are you all right?" Naruto was stunned when he saw how energetic she was. 731. Be my boyfriend. "Well, I slept well last night. Naruto, you promised me to stay with me until I'm happy." Lucy suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the room. "You first go wash up, then we'll have breakfast. I'm not going to the guild today, you have to accompany me to buy things, many things in this room are broken." After she finished chatting, she pushed Naruto into the bathroom. Naruto couldn't help but feel very surprised. How did Lucy recover after a day? She was fucked by her own girl yesterday. After a good night's sleep now, it's as if nothing mysterious has happened. How strange. With this puzzled feeling, after Naruto finished washing up, he went out with Lucy. After going out, Naruto looked at Lucy next to him, and saw that she was wearing a short sleeve with Yuhi's heart embroidered on her chest, and a white short skirt below, revealing 2 slender legs, and she walked without the slightest bit awkward look. It seems that the treatment last night was really very effective. Naruto was slightly relieved. Along the way, Lucy also asked Naruto what happened yesterday and why he was suddenly invaded by demons and did such a thing. Naruto told her that it was because she was injured by Joseph that she was occupied by the inner demon, which was why she did such a thing, and he apologized repeatedly. "Will that inner demon appear in the future?" Lucy asked in a trembling voice. "No, I have completely eliminated him yesterday," Naruto patted his chest and assured. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, she forgave Naruto. She is not the kind of girl who is confused. After knowing that Naruto was also like this because of fighting Joseph, she also understood in her heart that if it wasn't to protect himself, he wouldn't be hurt by Joseph, so in the final analysis, it was his own fault. After thinking about it, although Lucy felt that both parties had inescapable responsibilities for this matter, she still accepted all this leniently. "Naruto, I have forgiven you for this matter, but you must not say it, and since we have already had such a relationship, I will simply accept you as my boyfriend. We will start dating now." Lucy turned her head and said to him, and a layer of Yuhi dizziness appeared on her face. These words, she also said after thinking. For Naruto, she liked and admired a little, but because he had an ambiguous relationship with Mirage and Urza, and everyone in the guild admitted that he and Urza were the best match, she usually doesn't dare to think about Naruto at all. But after this incident, she simply thought about it. Anyway, she already had a relationship with Naruto, so why should she wrong herself again? Urza and Mirage certainly didn't get to this point with Naruto, right? In this way, I now definitely have the biggest advantage. It's just that although she said that she wanted to make Naruto her boyfriend, she still needed to work hard to get everyone to admit it. The most important thing was Naruto's approval, otherwise Urza and Mirage would definitely not be happy. And Naruto didn't feel anything wrong when he heard it. Instead, he felt that Lucy's idea was very mature. At least in this way, what he did to her can be weakened to a minimum. However, if he were to date with Lucy, Urza, Mirage and the others would definitely know about it. Then, I'm afraid there will be trouble again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help frowning. What's the matter? Naruto, don't you want it? Lucy saw Naruto frown, her heart trembled, and she burst into tears. You don't have any feelings for me, do you? Naruto waved his hand quickly. Lucy, where do you want to go? How can I not like a beautiful and lovely girl like you? We will be boyfriend and girlfriend from now on. He finally made that promise. Of course, I'll talk about it later. If I talk about a harem or something with her now, she will definitely be more exaggerated than her reaction on the train that day. After all, the relationship between the two is different at this time. Lucy is beautiful, cute, lively and cheerful. Although Naruto doesn't show how much he likes on the surface, he actually cares about Lucy very much in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't forcefully absorb the energy of Joseph's self-destruction due to internal injuries. Then she won't humbly bring tea and water to her after doing something wrong. Unconsciously, Naruto's arms gently wrapped around Lucy's slender waist, his palms pressed against her thin silk clothes, feeling the delicate elasticity of her waist. Lucy was suddenly hugged by Naruto, but she was a little uncomfortable. Although she had agreed to be his boyfriend and girlfriend, she still felt a little awkward from being a good friend before to being a close friend now. It's just that the feeling of Naruto's big hand falling on her waist made her feel a little trembling in body and mind. She suddenly remembered the way she was lying under him yesterday afternoon and was beaten so badly. Unable to tremble, Naruto was pushed away immediately. "What's wrong?" Naruto stopped and asked when he saw her sudden strangeness. "No, it's nothing." Lucy's voice trembled. Seeing her somewhat frightened look, Naruto guessed that she must have had a shadow on herself. With a long sigh, Naruto looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, Lucy, I left you with such a terrible memory that day. These days, I will definitely help you heal your wounds in your heart." Lucy looked at his ashamed and concerned expression with a smile on her face. "Well, let's go eat." Next, the two went to the breakfast shop together. After eating together, they walked around the town, looking for furniture stores and decorators. The house was destroyed like this, and it must cost money to make it restored. Lucy, are you alright?" Just as Naruto and the two had prepared everything and were about to go back, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "It's Urza. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book, Wolky Aura of Death, absolutely awesome." 732. Change clothes. Lucy's body froze slightly, and she involuntarily moved to the side who was originally held by Naruto. At this time, Urza had come to the two of them. Seeing the two of them walking together so early in the morning, she asked strangely, "Naruto, why didn't you go to the guild today?" Seeing him and Lucy standing very close, I couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. It is said that Naruto and Lucy have been getting closer and closer recently, and unconsciously, the time he spent with himself turned to Lucy. She couldn't help but wake up. At this time, although Urza's face was calm, she was very concerned and felt a little sour. "Lucy was injured yesterday, so I came to see her very early." Naruto panicked a little. If he said that he slept with Lucy and still hugged her to sleep, then I really don't know how Elsa will react. "Well, so that's the case, why didn't you ask me to come with you, really? Where are you going now?" Urza pondered for a while, and was slightly relieved. She thought Naruto was overnight at Lucy's house. Yesterday, she could see clearly that Lucy's house only had one bedroom and one room. If Naruto didn't go back, she would definitely be in the same room with Lucy. In any case, she couldn't imagine such a scene. Although Lucy said before that she and Naruto became boyfriend and girlfriend, but after seeing Urza at this time, she was a little scared, and she didn't know why she didn't want Urza to know clearly about her and Naruto's relationship. Because of this relationship, a large part is due to the unexpected event yesterday. In fact, Lucy also knew very well in her heart that if she competed with Urza in an open and honest way, she really had no confidence in winning her. Lucy smiled. "My house was damaged like this yesterday. Naruto and I are going to buy something and have breakfast by the way. Have you eaten, Urza?" "Oh, that's right, I didn't eat it either. Let's go together," Urza said after listening. Lucy was stunned for a moment, and looked a little unhappy. With Urza here, the two-person world between herself and Naruto is equivalent to ruining it. But seeing Elsa's long hair fluttering and her heroic appearance, Lucy felt a little ashamed and felt that she really couldn't compete with her. "Why?" she sighed inwardly. The three had to go to breakfast together. In fact, Elsa had already eaten breakfast, but she was very suspicious and worried about the relationship between Naruto and Lucy, so she also told a small lie and followed the two to have breakfast. Urza, who lied, had a strange expression on her face, and felt very uneasy in her heart. Was it too harsh for her to do this? Even if Naruto really dated Lucy, he couldn't do it himself, could he? As an S-rank mage, this kind of bearing is too small, right? With a feeling of guilt and anxiety, Urza was silent. For a time, the atmosphere between the three became very strange. Lucy was afraid that Urza would know about her and Naruto. Urza felt that she was a little nosy, and Naruto was also very uncomfortable and embarrassed to be sandwiched between the two women. Naruto sighed silently. This depressed atmosphere really made it hard to breathe. Naruto also has a special feeling for Urza and Lucy. Urza, who he has known since childhood, of course he understands her feelings, but Naruto also knows that he is a prodigal son, and Arusa is more than Lucy. To be simple, he really can't bear to hurt such a girl. And Lucy, at the first sight of her, liked her lively and cheerful nature and vigorous vigor, and later learned that she was a daughter of a big family, and ran out of the house for adventure and freedom. Looking for a world that truly belongs to him, but what he did yesterday caused a lot of damage to her, and he felt very guilty. These two girls are very good and lovely, making it difficult to choose, but unfortunately the more beautiful the girls are, the more Naruto feels that they should be given a kind of pure love, that he is just a prodigal son, wandering in time and space among them. Even the previous women could not be reunited, and he was really afraid in his heart. If he lost it again, how much damage would it cause them? Looking at the beautiful girls with blonde hair and Yuhi hair on the left and right, Naruto suddenly felt a little prickly. Naruto didn't notice all the envious glances from the passers-by around him. He was just thinking, what should he do? What do you expect from Lucy and Urza? Perhaps, this kind of thing can only be left to nature, forcing it will only become more difficult. After breakfast, the three of them found a repair craftsman, and after finishing the house repair, Elsa suggested to take a stroll. The three came to a clothing store specially opened for mages. The Fairy Tale Guild is quite famous in this city. As soon as the shop owner saw the coat of arms of Fairy Tale on the back of Lucy's hand, he warmly invited the three of them to enter. Because Naruto didn't want to buy clothes, they went directly to the women's clothing area, where the clothes were dazzling, and the shelves were full of clothes, dresses, and tights. Lucy and Urza quickly left Naruto and went to choose clothes. Naruto sat aside, and the two finally left, which made him let out a sigh of relief. It's finally a little easier. He watched the two choose clothes. It was a common nature for girls to like to choose clothes, even Urza, who always wore armor all the time. Moreover, it's not that she doesn't like those gorgeous clothes, it's just that she rarely wears them. At this time, she and Lucy were choosing each other, looking at this one and the other, and after a while, they both chose their own clothes and went to the fitting room. After a while, Lucy came out first. I saw that she put on a pair of navy blue cropped short sleeves with white lace on the cuffs. Her towering breasts were completely protruded, in sharp contrast with her smooth belly, and the lower body was a white short skirt, worthy of Khan only covered the plump buttocks, revealing two slender legs. Naruto, does this suit look good? After she came out, she blinked at Naruto and said with a grin. 733. Lucy's sexy dress. It's beautiful. Naruto nodded and smiled. When Lucy heard Naruto's praise, she immediately smiled. At this moment, Elsa also came out. She stopped in front of Lucy and smiled at Naruto with her hands on her hips. Although Lucy is good, but not very fashionable, how about my outfit? Naruto's eyes popped out at this time. It turns out that the trend in Urza's heart is like this. Because Urza was wearing a black swimsuit. The twin peaks on the chest are no less than Lucy's. The black hood can't cover it at all, as if it will be squeezed out at any time, and there is a deep ravine that makes people bathe on fire. Moreover, what is even worse is that Elsa's lower body is only wearing a pair of shorts. Although it is swimming trunks, the plump buttocks wrapped by the swimming trunks are mouthwatering and irresistible. Bulging forward and backward, the temptation is extraordinary. Naruto stared blankly. But Lucy shouted in dissatisfaction. Elsa, this is obviously a swimsuit. You are so cunning. Didn't you bring a coat before? Hee hee, I actually took 2 sets at the time. The one I tried didn't feel good, so I changed to this swimsuit. Urza smiled lightly. Lucy glared at her angrily. Seeing that Naruto's eyes were almost all attracted by Urza, she was very dissatisfied. How can you do this? Miss Ben's overall quality is not as good as Urza, but her body is not worse than her. Phew, I'm going to change another one. Lucy hurriedly went to choose clothes again, and she chose the kind of super revealing clothes. When Naruto saw it, he couldn't help but be speechless. It seems that this girl Lucy is in a fight with Urza, and Urza is really, what swimsuit is she wearing? After a while, Lucy hurried into the fitting room after choosing a set of clothes, and Elsa also found a dress to go in. However, this time it was Elsa who came out first. Since she was told by Lucy just now, she didn't wear any swimwear this time, but put on a professional OL outfit with a white long-sleeved shirt on her upper body. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, and the huge chest seemed to burst through the buttons, and the lower body was a short black skirt that covered her thighs. The skirt was slightly split, which tightly outlined her graceful body. Moreover, because she wears a pair of black wide-brimmed glasses on her face, it shows that she has an intellectual and mature temperament. Naruto, do you like this set? Elsa smiled lightly, looking at the light in Naruto's eyes. She was very happy. Urza, you look beautiful no matter what you wear, Naruto said with a smile. At this moment, Lucy's voice suddenly came from the fitting room. Naruto, I've changed, come in and see. Huh, hearing her voice, both Naruto and Urza were taken aback. Lucy, come out when you're done, why did you call Naruto in? Urza said. I don't dare to come out, it's a bit embarrassing to change clothes. Lucy's shy voice came out. Naruto was immediately aroused by her words. What kind of clothes did Lucy change? Why didn't she dare to come out? At this moment, the door of the fitting room opened a crack, and Lucy's slender hand stretched out and hooked Naruto outside. Naruto glanced at Elsa, shook his head helplessly, and walked into the fitting room. As soon as the door opened, Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. I saw Lucy lying on the small bed in the fitting room, wearing a sexy lingerie with lace on her upper body and a pair of thongs underneath. Her slender and fair thighs radiated lightness under the light of the fitting room. Kiba-like light. Lucy, you are. Naruto almost got a nosebleed. This is no longer a fitting, it has completely turned into a temptation to eat guago. Naruto, how are you? Lucy asked Yuhi, looking at him shyly. It's beautiful. Naruto saw the ashes rise, and a small tent was already set up below. Is it better than Urza's? Lucy changed her posture, curled her calf slightly, lay on her side and looked at Naruto. The big wave on her chest was suddenly pressed into an astonishing arc, the deep ravine it's like sucking people in. Naruto can't help himself. Is this girl trying to lead people to commit crimes? At this moment, Elsa also entered the fitting room. When she saw Lucy lying on her side in such a seductive pose, she couldn't help but slap Yuhi's face, spat softly, and taught Lucy, Lucy, you are so outrageous. How can you put on such a shameful pose for others to see? When Lucy heard this, she had the courage to reply with a smile, Urza, you can do the same. Let Naruto evaluate as well. I don't want it. Urza snorted. Her jade face communicated with Yuhi, but she couldn't help thinking of this scene in her mind. When she was posing in front of Naruto in such revealing clothes, it was just that just thinking about it makes you feel hot. What a shame. Okay, it's almost time, we should go. Lucy, hurry up, get up, when are you going to put on such a shameful pose? After a while, Urza couldn't stand the shame. Atmosphere, hurriedly shouted. Lucy smiled, then got up and put on her clothes, and went back with the two of them. This time, Lucy is even better. When she went back, although Urza looked calm, her eyes couldn't help but look at Naruto and Lucy. Her eyes were full of suspicion. Judging from Lucy's performance just now, she clearly fell in love with Naruto. After all, as a girl, she knew very well that only in front of someone she liked to be undefended would she dress so revealingly, or even bring temptation. Confused colors. This made her heart very complicated. In addition to Mirage's rival in love, there is now another Lucy, which is really getting more and more difficult to handle. After sending Lucy home, Lucy originally wanted to stay with Naruto, but she had no choice but to let Naruto leave with Erza beside her. However, before leaving, Lucy quietly gave him a look. Naruto understood and nodded to her quietly. 734. Sneak out. After sending Ursha back to the dormitory, Ursha suddenly said, "Let's practice at night." Naruto remembered Lucy's look, which was obviously meant to find her again at night, but now Erza has sent an invitation to herself again. Is this a rejection or a promise? For a time, he couldn't help being a little embarrassed. Erza noticed his strangeness. She suddenly understood something, and smiled slightly. "Just kidding with you. I've been shopping for a day today, and I'm tired too, so let's have a good rest at night." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Erza, Naruto returned home. When he got home, Naruto lay on the bed all of a sudden, and when he recalled the events of the past 2 days, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he accidentally forced Lucy and made such a troublesome thing, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. Was originally disturbed by 10 tails now has no restrictions. Not to mention the progress of spiritual power, the magic power in the body can also have the opportunity to be transformed into pure energy. At that time, after you can use space ninjutsu, there will not be so many restrictions. Moreover, at this time, he can also connect with the whole nature, integrate his body with nature, and enter the natural mode. In this mode, he can use the magic power of the whole nature, without having to absorb these magic power into the body and use it again. Now, it can be said that he no longer has to be afraid of anyone. Thinking of this, Naruto sat cross-legged and entered into meditation. Other magicians meditate to enhance spiritual power, while Naruto's current meditation is not to refine spiritual power, but to communicate with nature. At this time, he closed his eyes, but he seemed to see countless magical elements flying around his body. Yuhi, blue, white, yellow. Light spots of various colors. This is the magic element of each line. Naruto is trying to control these magic elements, just like he controlled the entire nature in the previous 2 worlds. He wants to control all these magic powers. However, when he tried to control these magic powers, he found that he could only control the magic power elements within 50 meters around his body, and there was no way to control the magic power of the whole nature. How is this going? I used to be able to control the power of the entire world, but now my spiritual power is much stronger than before, but why can I only control such a little natural magic power? Does it mean that the laws of nature that each world can comprehend are different? Even if you have mastered the power of nature in the previous world, now in this world, do you have to start to comprehend it again? Well, then understand it. Naruto has his own experience, and this aspect is still very basic, so he is very confident that he will fully master the power of nature within a certain period of time. Then, the next step is the magic in the body. These magics are now unrestricted, and Naruto has been able to fuse them with each other. It is only one step away, and they can be combined into chaotic energy. Once he has the power of chaos, he can use space ninjutsu, open the gate of time and space, and find the way to the original world. Moreover, now he doesn't have to worry about being hurt by the turbulent flow of time and space. This body has been tempered by time and space. Now he doesn't need to worry about the factors of time and space turbulence. It is not impossible to find the original world. Therefore, during this period of time, he finally found something to do, so he no longer has to wait in a daze. Opened his eyes, got up, Naruto touched his stomach, only to realize that he hadn't had dinner yet, and looked at the sky outside. It was already dark at this time. He remembered his appointment with Lucy. After putting on some clothes, Naruto hurriedly left the house. At the door of Lucy's house, Naruto found Lucy standing on the balcony looking out. Seeing Naruto coming, she couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face. and said in a coquettish voice, "Naruto, you are so late." Naruto showed a gentlemanly smile. "Miss Lucy, have you eaten dinner? Are you interested in having a meal together?" Lucy rolled his eyes at him. "I'll go if you treat me." "Then come down." Naruto beckoned to her. Lucy cheered, and hurriedly ran into the house, changed clothes, and went downstairs to Naruto's side. "It's really beautiful." Naruto looked at her carefully, and found that she had put on a little makeup, and her playfulness and cuteness showed a mature and charming temperament. Lucy's embarrassed Yuhi slapped Yuhi's face, her jade arm hugged Naruto's big hand, and the soft flesh on her chest squeezed him, making him feel extra comfortable. During the day, Lucy was very aggrieved. She established a relationship with Naruto on the first day and became a boyfriend and girlfriend, but before she could enjoy the two-person world enough, she was disturbed by Urza. At this time, she finally cared about Naruto. She must pay Naruto well for the consequences of doing such an excessive thing to herself. At night, it was a very romantic time. There were also many couples flirting on the street. Lucy was also infected by this atmosphere. He and Naruto looked around at the things on the street vendors, and from time to time they made a noise. "Jiaohu," and then asked Naruto to help her buy it. Naruto felt that he owed her. Of course, he played with her well, and seeing the happy smile on her face made him feel very relaxed. At least, it would make Lucy forget the pain that day. After one night, Naruto and the two returned happily. When taking Lucy home to the door, Naruto looked at her slightly Yuhi pretty face, and suddenly had the urge to kiss her. Lucy also felt that Naruto was staring at her. She was a little embarrassed and her heart was bumping like a deer. "That, Naruto." She raised her head and wanted to say something in this atmosphere. But at the next moment, Naruto suddenly lowered his head and choked her cherry mouth. Ming. Lucy was stunned for a moment. Naruto kissed her soft lips and attacked slowly, looking at her dumbfounded. A smile appeared in his eyes, and then his tongue went in and stirred gently. 735. I'll help you take off. After a long time, Naruto let go of her. At this time, Lucy had already been kissed by Naruto. She was dizzy, her pretty face was Yuhi, and her body was leaning weakly against his chest. "Lucy, I'll take it back to the house," Naruto whispered to her. Lucy nodded lightly, already intoxicated by his gentle words. After sending her back to the room, Naruto entered her bedroom directly with her. Naruto, don't you want to go back?" Lucy said, sitting on the edge of the bed, her head lowered, and her voice was as thin as mosquitoes. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly, and when she saw Naruto come in directly with herself, she immediately had a premonition of what was going to happen in her heart. "I want to stay here today." Naruto looked at her and said. This won't work." Lucy was slightly startled, and hurriedly raised her head and said, but as soon as she met Naruto's eyes, she immediately lowered her head in a panic. "Why not? We are already boyfriend and girlfriend." Naruto's big hand quietly put on her round shoulder, caressed lightly, and whispered, "I did such an outrageous thing to you yesterday, I have to make up for it today." "Ah, am I, make up?" Hearing this sentence, Lucy was stunned again, and then her jade face turned into Yuhi, and she was at a loss. She couldn't help thinking of the unsightly humiliating scene in her mind, and she panicked for a while, but suddenly the picture in her mind changed. It became the scene of Naruto's brutal attack on her yesterday, and she immediately became numb. "Shake." "No," Lucy exclaimed, suddenly pushing Naruto away. Naruto was stunned for a moment, only to see the terrified expression on her face. He stepped forward to support her shoulder and said softly, "I'm sorry, Lucy, if you really don't want me to stay, then I'll leave first." With that, he stood up and was about to leave. "Don't go." Seeing that he was about to leave, Lucy hurriedly took his big hand. Naruto sat back on the bed and looked at her seriously. Lucy said softly, "Naruto, it's not your fault, I know you're trying to save me, please give me some time." Naruto nodded. "Then, can you sleep with me in your arms?" Lucy quietly crawled into his arms. Naruto nodded slightly, hugged her tightly, covered the quilt and turned off the light. Originally, he wanted to do something with Lucy, but just when he saw her screaming suddenly, he knew that the shadow he gave her yesterday couldn't be easily eliminated, so now he just hugs her and doesn't move. Do not move. After a long time, Lucy suddenly made a voice in the dark. Naruto, are you not hot? Why don't you take off your clothes? Didn't you take it off? Naruto responded. Ah, you didn't fall asleep. Lucy was startled and said, I'm not hot. Naruto was speechless. He had to take off his clothes when he went to bed. It didn't matter whether it was hot or not. After a while, Lucy twisted awkwardly. What's wrong? Of course Naruto hadn't fallen asleep at this time. Holding a beautiful woman in his arms, it was really difficult for him to fall asleep. I can't sleep. Why? Lucy hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I usually like to sleep naked. It's uncomfortable to wear so many clothes today. Naruto sweated, which reminded him of the sexy underwear that Lucy changed in the fitting room this morning, and his heart suddenly became hot. Then do you want to take one off first? Naruto put forward a pertinent opinion. Just take one off. Yes. Then don't move. Lucy gave a small warning. I'm not moving, Naruto said firmly. Lucy hesitated for a moment, her arms moved slightly, she unbuttoned her clothes, and took off her coat first. But because both of them were lying down, Lucy kept twisting in Naruto's arms when she took off her clothes, and her soft and elastic body leaned against him, making him boil with fire. A piece of clothing, she took off for a minute before taking it off. Then came the pants again. At this time, Naruto finally couldn't bear it any longer. He suddenly grabbed her jade hand and whispered in her ear, Lucy, I'll help you take it off. Lucy trembled. Naruto couldn't see her face in the darkness, only that she finally nodded slightly after being silent for a long time. With her permission, Naruto put his big hand on her waist and groped along her smooth back. On the delicate waist, Naruto finally found the button of her short skirt, stretching into her plump buttocks. Lucy's body trembled again, her chest rose and fell sharply, and her heart was beating wildly. At this time, Naruto had already endured the pain all over his body, and the iron bar below was as hard as it was pressing against Lucy's buttocks. Naruto, close, too close. Lucy whispered softly. She felt her short skirt was pulled off a little bit, leaving only a pair of trousers, but the hard thing in the buttocks groove was immediately noticed by her. At this moment, her body suddenly trembled and she tensed up tightly, recalling the moment when he was ruthlessly entered yesterday. No, don't continue, Naruto, I'll do it myself. After all, Lucy couldn't resist the shadow in her mind, and whispered softly. Naruto sighed slightly. Sure enough, the injury is too deep, the more difficult it is to heal. It can't go on like this. It seems that only a little extreme approach can be taken. The next moment, Naruto stopped taking off her short skirt, and Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Naruto, Lucy spoke softly. As soon as she spoke, she suddenly felt the bed shake, and then her body sank and was pressed down by a strong body. It's Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? Before she could say anything, her cherry lips were covered by Naruto's big hands. Naruto lowered his head, and in the darkness he could see her slightly frightened eyes. He came to her ear and whispered, Lucy, everything yesterday was my fault, but I don't want you to leave such a shadow, and now I will use my way to cure you. After speaking, Naruto let go of her, covered her lips with his lips, and kissed her recklessly. Lucy whimpered softly. She was suppressed by Naruto. She didn't even have a chance to speak, so she could only be kissed wildly by him. She was very scared in her heart, but she felt the strange feeling on her lips, which made her a little unable to extricate herself. She involuntarily stopped struggling, let him kiss her, and even opened her small mouth to greet her. His offense. Naruto. While kissing Naruto, she called out his name, and her body gradually became more relaxed. At this time, Naruto's big hand slowly slid down her pretty face, covering her high chest, so big and full that she couldn't hold it with one hand. Gently rubbed, Lucy's throat suddenly let out an unconscious moan. Seeing that she was immersed in the passionate kiss, and there was no resistance action, Naruto was relieved slightly. The movement in his hand quietly increased, and the range also went from her chest to her lower abdomen, thighs, and buttocks. At this time, Lucy was completely caught up in Naruto's gentle offensive, and while she was kissing without affection, she felt the feeling of being loved and caressed by Naruto, and her body kept twisting. 736. Happy. Feeling that Lucy's defenses gradually loosened, her body became softer and softer, and Naruto knew that she had finally succeeded. Little by little, Naruto's arms wrapped around her thighs, gently poking into the middle of her mysterious flowers. Quietly wiped, a piece that was already wet. Lucy's body trembled lightly. She felt Naruto's fiery big hand touching her private part. It was numb, causing a current to spread throughout her body, making almost every cell active. Naruto. No there, Lucy said with her legs together, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, and her body struggling slightly. By Naruto's love and caressing, and her mind was already confused. At this moment, the shadow in her heart became light and light. Finally, Naruto's hand pushed away her slender and tender thighs again. His waist was aimed at her, and his body sank gently. Lucy raised her head slightly. The feeling of the giant object entering made her whole body tremble. Due to her nervousness, her place was so tight that Naruto couldn't enter for a while. Lucy, relax, don't be afraid, I won't make you suffer again. Naruto leaned over to her ear and said softly, sticking out his tongue. His head lightly touched her crystal-like earlobe. Listening to his gentle voice and feeling his considerate movements, Lucy's heart almost melted. She only felt that Naruto's big hand, Naruto's tongue, and tongue all carried an unparalleled magic power. Makes one's whole body and mind intoxicated. How beautiful. This kind of feeling makes people not want to resist at all, just want to indulge in it and gain greater happiness. Naruto felt Lucy's body slowly relax, and the white and tender thighs that were holding his waist tightly also loosened, no longer resisting him. He smiled slightly, and his body finally sank again. Puff. Totally missing. Lucy suddenly let out a groan from the bottom of her heart, as if it was a voice from a distant heaven. It's so beautiful and melodious. Okay, so happy. Lucy's pair of jade arms suddenly hugged Naruto's neck and said tenderly. Her face was full of pleasure, feeling the feeling of Naruto's giant being bulging and beating in her body. Lucy found that she had no pain, but a kind of saying unbelievable feeling. It's so wonderful. Why is there such a big difference between how you feel today and yesterday? Yesterday I was in pain, but today I feel very comfortable. Regarding this issue, Lucy had no time to think about it, because at this time Naruto had already started to rub gently. Ah good, it's so comfortable. Lucy couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and then realized that her cry was too shameful. She hurriedly closed her small mouth, and Silver Kiba bit her tightly. Seeing her so cute appearance, Naruto couldn't help laughing. At the same time, he increased the range of motion of his body, propped up the bed with both hands, and his waist rose and sank faster and faster, bringing a burst of water. Voice. Lucy bit Kibayuhi's face and held on for a while, and finally couldn't stand the increasingly intense pleasure. Just after Naruto sank once, she finally opened her mouth and groaned, followed by her ass. Lift up, your whole body is tense and still. Twitch. Continuous twitching. She has finally reached the pinnacle of happiness. At this moment, she seemed to be above the clouds, and this wonderful feeling surrounded her whole body. After a while, she loosened her tense body and lay under Naruto, unable to breathe. Naruto also lay down and hugged her from behind, still deep inside her body. His hand slipped quietly on top of her proudly standing twin peaks. Naruto, it's really comfortable. Lucy let out a long breath and whispered. Of course, I said I won't let you hurt anymore, I will give you the greatest happiness. He whispered love words in her ear, which made Lucy fascinated again. After a while, Lucy leaned in his arms and suddenly felt that Naruto's big thing was still in her body. She couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and said softly, Naruto, are you still not satisfied? Okay, do it again. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Naruto said with a smile. It's alright, it's very comfortable, I feel like I can ask for more. Lucy said, her very upturned buttocks suddenly moved again, and suddenly aroused a wonderful pleasure. Naruto couldn't endure. Her arms grabbed her slender legs, and attacked fiercely from behind. The room was filled with Lucy's unforgettable moaning for a while, and the bed was full of extravagant sounds, and the water almost soaked all the sheets. The next morning, suddenly someone knocked on the door outside. Naruto and Lucy were still sleeping. After hearing the sound, Naruto woke up immediately, looking at Lucy lying on his chest and still falling asleep. A smile could not help showing on his face. Last night, I sent Lucy to the peak 3 times in a row, and finally stopped until she was so tired that her voice was hoarse. At this time, Lucy was leaning naked in her arms and fell asleep. The silky and satin skin gave Naruto a special touch, which made him unable to resist another burst of desire and secretly swallowed his saliva. Naruto suppressed the emotions he wanted and got up quietly. Lucy was too tired last night, and it wasn't long before she broke down for the first time, so she couldn't mess around anymore. He got up and put on his clothes, walked out of the bedroom and came to the door. To the people outside. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, he was shocked when he saw it. It's Urza. This is bad. Why did Urza come suddenly? If she found out about her overnight stay at Lucy's house, she would definitely be saddened to death. Moreover, Lucy is now lying naked on the bed, and the bed is full of traces of the two making love. If Urza sees it, he can't imagine that kind of scene. 737. Where gang? Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly became big and too big, and he hurried back to the bedroom to push Lucy up on the bed. Lucy, wake up. Lucy was so tired last night, and now she was pushed to wake up by Naruto in her deep sleep. She opened her beautiful eyes lazily, looked at Naruto, and pouted Yuhirin's small mouth. Naruto, don't make trouble, let it go. I slept well. I was so tired last night. No way. Someone knocked on the door. Don't worry about others. Come and sleep with me first. Lucy closed her eyes and sneered, and she stretched out her jade arm to hook Naruto's neck and pulled him to her bed. At this moment, Urza, who knocked on the door outside, felt that no one responded for a long time, and couldn't help but muttered strangely, what's going on? It's just starting in the morning. Lucy usually arrives at the guild at 8 o'clock, right? That's right. At home. Is she sleeping? Well, it seems necessary to wake her up. With a hint of mischief, Urza went around to another window of the house, forced the window open from the outside, and entered the house. In fact, she came to Lucy because she found a mission and was going to do a mission with her today, so that she could avoid staying with Naruto. After all, Naruto and Lucy have been so close in the past 2 days. Her heart has been sour for a long time, and Naruto's performance last night made her very suspicious, and she also wanted to witness it this morning. At this time, Naruto was being hooked tightly by Lucy's neck, lying on the bed unable to move. At the same time, Lucy turned over, and her naked body was exposed from the quilt, her slender and tender thighs directly wrapped around Naruto's waist. Naruto was thrown into flames, but unfortunately now is not the time to stay in bed. Elsa outside has waited for so long. If Lucy still doesn't open the door, she will definitely force her to come in because of her personality. No, never let Urza find out, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Naruto fights with the desire in his heart with great perseverance. However, it was too late. The bedroom door was opened with a click, and Urza's voice came, Lucy. The sun is drying up. I can't afford it. Before the word, bed, could be uttered, Urusa's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. she stared at the two people entangled on the bed, her small mouth opened into an O shape. Naruto, she cried out incredulously, seeing Lucy lying naked on top of Naruto, her dazzling thigh gently rubbing against him. At this moment, her mind seemed to stop thinking, stand still. Naruto was also stunned for a moment. This is really bad. Urza actually came in, and she was just watching herself and Lucy hugging each other. Elsa. Naruto hurriedly pushed away Lucy, who was hugging him tightly, and stood up at once. At the same time, Elsa suddenly exuded an extremely powerful murderous aura. At this moment, her body instantly completed the transformation. The armor of heaven. Urza snorted, looking at the ambiguous appearance of Naruto and Lucy in front of her, and a wave of angry thoughts instantly surged in her mind. Swish swish. In an instant, Elsa's body swelled with magic power, and dozens of sharp swords suddenly appeared in the space around her white armor. Chi-Chi aimed at Naruto and Lucy. Hey, Urza, don't mess around. Naruto hurriedly stopped in front of Lucy, who was still sleeping. Urza said viciously, word by word, Naruto, I didn't expect you to actually walk with Lucy. Elsa. Naruto wanted to say something, but at this moment, the long sword around Elsa's body suddenly flew over, covering the sky and covering the two of them. At this time, Lucy opened her beautiful eyes in a daze. Suddenly, all the long swords flashed in her sight. She finally screamed and hugged Naruto's body, but she didn't find the quilt on her body. He landed directly on the ground, and his body became naked. His hand and snorted softly, ice-shape magic ice shield. With a swoosh, a cold air burst out in an instant, and countless long swords fell on the ice shield, making a clanging sound, blocking them all. Naruto, you bastard, Urza yelled, and then the figure flashed and disappeared in front of Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Looking at Lucy who was still lying on his back like an octopus, he turned around and hugged her in his arms, took the quilt and put it on her tender body, and said softly, Lucy, wait for me here, I'll be right back. Lucy seemed to have understood what was going on at this time. Seeing Naruto's tightly wrinkled brows and worried look, she couldn't help but nodded slightly. Go after Urza, it doesn't matter to me. She pulled the quilt and sat back on the bed, a look of sadness flashed across her face. It seems that he still cares about Urza the most. Naruto looked at her quietly and suddenly smiled. Lucy, don't think too much, I'll be right back. Lucy nodded, looked at Naruto's figure hurriedly leaving, and let out a faint sigh. Regardless of whether he had made a promise with Naruto, became a boyfriend or girlfriend, or had a physical relationship, Urza still occupied a very important position in his heart, and he could never replace it. What a dreadful bastard. Just leave it alone. Damn it, damn it. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and she couldn't help sitting on the bed and muttering and scolding. At this time, Naruto had already rushed to the guild. At this time, the guild had just been built, and there were still some people working outside. Seeing Naruto's arrival, everyone greeted him friendly. Where's Urza? Naruto asked everyone bluntly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, and all shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. Really, where did this girl go? Naruto closed his eyes, released his body's perception, and carefully searched for Urza's breath. However, Urza's aura seemed to be hidden on purpose. She didn't want to find it at all. 738. Anger. Naruto searched the city twice, and finally sent Mokuden, wood style, to look around, but she couldn't find her in the huge city. In the evening, Naruto had not found Urza for a long time, and was sitting in the guild waiting for her with a worried look, hoping that she would come to the guild. At this moment, a familiar breath suddenly appeared near Naruto, and the next moment, a figure walked into the guild. Naruto looked up and saw that it was Urza. Elsa. Naruto called to her and hurried over. Everyone looked at them strangely. Miragi looked at the two of them and couldn't help frowning slightly. She always felt that something must have happened between Naruto and Urza, otherwise Naruto wouldn't have been in such a hurry to find Alou today. Sarah. Seeing Naruto, Urza just nodded lightly, her face expressionless. Where have you been? Naruto asked. Seeing the indifferent look on her face, Naruto groaned for a while, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this girl was really jealous, and she still ate a lot. I'm on a mission. Unexpectedly, Urza didn't ignore him, but replied calmly as usual. Do. A mission. Naruto was stunned, and suddenly felt that he was in a tragedy. It turned out that Urza, who had been looking for a day, was going outside to do a mission. Yeah, Urza nodded. Are you okay? If you're okay, don't get in my way. She went straight to Mirage and asked Mirage for a glass of juice. Mirage had long noticed the difference between the two, and when Urza came over, she couldn't help asking, Urza, what happened to you and Naruto? Elsa suddenly smiled slightly. It's nothing. But I think you're abnormal. Didn't you chat with Naruto long ago? Mirage asked her again. Urza ignored her, walked straight to a corner, and sat there alone. Seeing Urza like this, Mirage became even more puzzled. Naruto looked at Urza's obviously sulking appearance, and felt very helpless, but she was much better than the situation where she was going to slash herself and Lucy with a sword in the morning. He hesitated, came to Mira and asked her for a drink, intending to chat with her. But Mirage suddenly took Naruto's hand and said seriously, you and I come to the backyard. Naruto was pulled into the backyard by her. Before he could speak, Mirage approached him and asked, Naruto, did you bully Urza? Naruto smiled bitterly. I didn't. You're lying. Mirage saw through his words at once, and she was about to cry. Why did you bully Urza? Do you know how sad I am when you do this? Ooh, I like you very much. Why do you do such a forceful thing to others? The Naruto I know is not like this. Ooh. Naruto was speechless. Watching Millage cover his face and weeping, he felt even more disturbed. Really, why are girls in this world so independent and strong? Can't I have a girl who can accept haremism? What a tragedy. The more you get mixed up, the more you go back. Naruto roared in his heart. Stop guessing, Mira, it's not what you think. Naruto shook his head and left the backyard. When he looked at the corner again, Naruto found that Urza was gone. Just then, there was a sudden bang outside. Then came an insolent male voice. What a bastard. Urza, how dare you allow the guild to do such a thing? The guild was actually bullied to the door. What is the use of your fairy queen? Don't you even have this deterrent effect? This voice is Laxus. Naruto was slightly startled, and quickly ran out of the guild hall and came outside. I saw a group of people watching. Urza and Lexus stood opposite each other, and Laxus scolded her. It is because of a weak guy like you that this guild will condone such rubbish characters in the guild and be looked down upon by other guilds. Even if the guild is destroyed at night, no one cares, it is so useless. Laxus yelled at her, and Urza stood there, biting Kiba and clenching her fists. Enough, Laxus. She suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, what right do you have to shout here as someone who didn't come to fight? Urza was also very upset. Seeing Naruto and Lucy together today was enough to make her depressed. Now that Laxus was so provoked, it suddenly erupted. After hearing Urza's words, Laxus couldn't help laughing. What did you say? I didn't come to the war. Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous. I didn't come to the war. If I were in the guild, this would not have happened. And you didn't participate in the war, did you? Uzumaki Naruto solved everything, right? What qualifications do you have? Huh. Urza held back her anger. The unreasonable level of Laxus was beyond comprehension. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and said coldly, even if we didn't participate in the war, you can't say everyone is rubbish. Hey, trash is trash. Urza, no matter how much you say, you can't change the fate of those trash. When I become the president, I will sweep away those trash. Laxus looked around with an angry smile. The group of guild members who were watching, most of these people are very weak, and they are the rubbish he called. At this time, they also dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. You, Laxus, don't go too far. Seeing everyone's lonely expressions, Urza's pretty face was furious with frost, and a strong aura immediately radiated from her body. Ha ha, very good, Urza, it seems that you want to fight with me. It just so happens that I also want to experience your strength. Laxus laughed. Urza bit Kiba tightly, and the expression on her face was extremely struggling. Laxus is a companion of the guild. The guild's rule is that there can be no fights between companions. If you fight against him, wouldn't you be ignoring the rules of the guild? 739. Invitation to the Magic Council. For a time, Urza was struggling in her heart. But Laxus is so arrogant, it is unbearable to look down on the guild's companions so much. At this moment, a figure flashed by and suddenly appeared in front of Laxus. Urza was startled suddenly, seeing this familiar back. The momentum on her body instantly dissipated without a trace, replaced by another anger, coquettishly rebuked. Naruto. This is my battle, who will allow it? Did you intervene? Hearing her words, Naruto gave a helpless smile in his heart, but a slight smile appeared on his face, and said, I can't stand Laxus' behavior. Of course, as a member of the guild, I have to stand up. Urza snorted coldly. Naruto stopped in front of her and looked at Laxus and said, I don't agree with what you said. The mentality of the strong cannot discriminate against the weak. No one is born strong, so please take back those words just now. Quote. Haha, Naruto, stop talking nonsense to me. Don't think it's great for you to kill the ghost of the ghost alone. My Laxus is not the Laxus of the past. I am now countless stronger than then. Times. He yelled angrily. Naruto frowned. Laxus, even if you become very strong, you can't say such things today. Everyone used to be your partner, right? If you look at people purely by strength, am I too? Can I despise you? Laxus was taken aback. Everyone around was a little moved. Naruto's words for everyone aroused everyone's approval. This is the real powerhouse. Even if the strong are a mess, they will still think of the weak and will still look at everyone with an equal eye. And Lakas, it's too extreme. Urza heard Naruto's words and sighed in her heart. This bastard's speech is always so beautiful and touching, but what happened to him and Lucy this morning was so irritating that she really wanted to be cruel. Beat him. Uzumaki Naruto, since you said so, let's fight. This time, I will definitely defeat you. A powerful aura spread out, and the surrounding air was swept up by gusts of wind. This momentum is so strong. Laxus is actually so strong. Everyone around felt this powerful momentum, and their faces couldn't help showing a look of fear. Urza was also secretly surprised that this Laxus aura was stronger than her own. It seems that he must have done a lot of hard work in order to defeat Naruto over the past few years. Naruto's expression was light, and he felt the momentum on Laxus' body. Looking at it this way, it stands tall. Laxus saw that his own powerful magic power had been released, but Naruto was still calm, so he roared very unwillingly, and then punched Naruto fiercely. Stop! At this moment, an old and majestic voice sounded behind everyone. Laxus stopped, only to see that it was President Makarov. It's you, old man. Laxus snorted coldly and stopped helplessly. However, behind Makarov, there was a group of well-dressed and special guys. The one who took the lead was a member of the Magic Council, the Frog Messenger. Laxus, get down here. Makarov snorted coldly at him. Laxus pouted, turned and left as if nothing had happened. Makarov did not punish Laxus, but walked up to Naruto and said, Naruto, I have something to tell you. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, looked at the crowd, and saw the frog messenger beside Makarov, as if he had understood something. He nodded and went to another corner of the guild with Makarov and the frog messenger. Urza frowned slightly as she looked at Naruto who was leaving. At this time, Mirage, who had been driven out of the backyard, suddenly came to her side and whispered, Urza, I feel that the guys from the Magic Council are here to find Naruto. I know. Urza nodded in response. Mirage looked puzzled. Don't you care at all? Urza frowned and left. Looking at Urza's figure walking away, Mirage touched her chin and muttered, "It's really strange, Naruto, did he really do something very egregious to Urza? What can I do?" Quote. At this time, Naruto followed Makarov and the frog messenger and they stopped in an uninhabited corner. "President, what's the matter?" Naruto asked. Makarov glanced at the frog messenger slightly, and said to him, "It's not that I am looking for you, it is the people in the council who are looking for you. Let's talk." After saying that, he walked away from here, leaving Naruto to face the frog messenger and the many knights he brought with him. "Frog messenger, what's the matter with you?" Naruto didn't feel very good about the Magic Council. There was a conflict last time, and this time they came to him again, which must not be a good thing. However, the frog messenger looked at him indifferently and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, the Magic Council has invited you to visit the headquarters." "Why?" Naruto asked back, feeling a little strange in his heart. What did those guys invite him to do for no reason? I don't seem to be dealing with them very much. I don't know the specifics. I'm just here to pass a message. It's up to you whether you go or not, but if you don't go, I think President Makarov will be very troubled. After all, the Magic Council's those who have already seen Fairy Tail are very upset. The frog messenger laughed. Is this a threat? Naruto frowned, and an AWE-inspiring aura was released from his body. The frog messenger and others were forced to take a step back by this aura, and a cold sweat broke out on their heads. "Okay, I'll go with you." Naruto looked at them and nodded suddenly with a smile. "Call." The frog messenger sighed secretly. This guy finally agreed. The momentum just now was really frightening. The upper-level members of the Magic Council only knew how to hand over such a difficult task to themselves, but did not know the terrifying power of Uzumaki Naruto, how dangerous it will be, but you may die at any time. That's great. Then please go on the road with us now. The frog messenger suddenly laughed, and the frog's face was uglier than crying. Not long after Naruto left, the news that he was taken away by the members of the Magic Council immediately spread throughout the entire guild. At this time, Lucy, who had been waiting for Naruto at home for a long time without seeing him, finally came to the guild to find him. Seeing that everyone's atmosphere was a little weird, I couldn't help but ask Ribi. Lebi glanced at her with a look of doubt on her face. "Xiaolu, you seem to be even more beautiful." Lucy's face turned Yuhi, and she said angrily, "Oh, I'm asking you why Naruto was taken away by the Magic Council." "Hey, we are also very confused about this matter. Naruto has provoked those guys before, and our Fairy Tail Guild is often in trouble. They will definitely be upset with us." Lebi was very worried, but she still smiled optimistically. "But it doesn't matter, Naruto is the strongest mage in our guild. He will be fine." 740. Follow. Just when everyone in the guild was worried about Naruto, Urza took the salute and walked out. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Urza like this. "Urza, where are you going?" Lucy ran after her and asked. At this time, she had no time to care about the morning. After all, Naruto's comfort is the most important thing now. Elsa looked back and saw that it was Lucy coming over. She seemed to be concerned. Her eyes flashed unnaturally, but she immediately said firmly, "I'm going to the Magic Council." Lucy was taken aback for a moment, looking at the serious look on her face. She also responded, "I want to go with you." Urza watched her silently for a while, and finally nodded, "Okay then." "That's great, Urza." Lucy jumped up happily. The two hit the road together, chasing the team that Naruto and the others left in front of him. Along the way, Urza was very silent, and Lucy didn't know what to say for a while. Now both of them are thinking about the incident in the morning. "Elsa." In the end, it was Lucy who said softly, "Am I bothering you?" Elsa looked slightly startled, and she shook her head. "No, it's just that I'm troubled." I know you've always liked Naruto. I've seen this since I came to the guild, and everyone thinks so, but today, I let you see such a thing. I'm sorry. Lucy apologized to her. Urza looked at her silently, sighing inwardly. That scene in the morning, for her, broke her usual beautiful fantasy. She thought that she and Naruto were the best childhood sweethearts, and they would definitely live happily together in the future, but it was all in this one. Things turned into nothing. She is so angry, but she knew that she couldn't be angry, because there was nothing she could do about it. Emotional matters were consensual, and there was no right or wrong in love, and it was in no particular order. Naruto and Lucy walked together, which can only prove that Lucy is more attractive than himself, and Naruto chose Lucy. Although, Urza is very unwilling to come to such a conclusion. As a fairy queen, what is worse than Lucy? However, things have happened, and the relationship between Naruto and Lucy is better than that with herself. She has clearly seen this point. She can't change or resent. All she can do is to follow her own heart. Therefore, she chose to go to the Magic Council, and chose to undertake the interrogation of those guys with Naruto. As long as she can help Naruto, she has no regrets. She thought of this before Lucy. Elsa, I think, Naruto likes you very much. Lucy looked at her silent for a long time, and suddenly said. Urza heard the words, but frowned slightly. It's not important anymore, all I can do is follow his wishes. In fact, after Urza left in anger in the morning, she had already thought very clearly on the way to the task, and she deeply liked Naruto, which could not be changed whether he liked him or not. So, even if Naruto likes Lucy a little more now, Elsa feels that she shouldn't add too much trouble to him. If you like someone, you must make them happy and make them feel less pressure. Jealousy or something should not happen to you. Urza made a decision. If Naruto really wants to be with Lucy, then she will bless them. If you like him, you must make him happy. This is the self-consciousness of a woman. At this time, the sky was almost dusk, the sun was slowly going down, and Naruto and the others finally came to the headquarters of the Magic Council. It's a gorgeous and majestic building, and the whole building is full of stylish magic. This is the high-level location of the entire magic world. In a sense, the order of the magic world, if not maintained by the high-level people here, would have been in chaos by now. The frog messenger sent Naruto to the gate and left. Because at this time there was a figure standing at the gate, looking at him with a smile. When he saw this figure, Naruto couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then he exclaimed, Gerald. That's right, it's Gerald who is standing in front of Naruto. Short blue hair, a strange rune near the right eye frame, and a gentle smile on his face. Isn't this guy the Gerald who was killed by himself? He's actually in the Magic Council. What the hell is going on here? Naruto had never been to the Magic Council before, and he had never met these high-level officials. Although he had heard of it, he did not know any of it. Seeing such a strange scene at this time, his heart was filled with doubts. Uzumaki Naruto, you are mistaken, I'm not Gerard, I'm Chicrane. Gerard is my younger brother. He smiled faintly. I know that in that incident, you killed me brother, right? Naruto frowned slightly. Is this guy really Gerald's brother? If he said that, wouldn't he seek revenge on himself? It's no wonder that the Magic Council is looking for trouble for itself. It turns out that there is still a brother of Gerald hidden here. This time it's troublesome. This guy probably won't let him go so easily, right? Yes, Gerald fell into the devil's way, I killed it. Naruto nodded, admitted generously, and then pouted, you came to me to make a break with me. However, the scene where Naruto expected his elder brother to be furious for revenge for his younger brother did not appear. Instead, Chiclane came to him with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand in an inviting gesture, and said with a gentle smile, you don't have to worry, I have already figured out this matter, thank you for letting my brother free, and now we have other important things to ask you to come. Hearing these words, Naruto was stunned. This guy is not revenge, so open-minded. This guy is definitely not easy. Naruto couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. After all, even if his brother made a mistake, he would definitely show hatred towards the murderer, right? Is this Zekalane really as sensible as he seems? 741. Title of the Holy Ten. Naruto recalled the scene at the Tower of Paradise in his mind. Back then, when Gerald was controlled by evil thoughts, he actually wanted to hurt Urza. In his anger, he directly killed him. Because of this, Urza was still haunted by herself for a long time. However, he couldn't help but have some doubts, because when he turned around to check the scene again, not only did everyone except Urza and himself disappear, but even Gerald's body disappeared. Naruto was very puzzled about this incident at the time, and later he searched the whole island and found no obvious traces. But now, the elder brother who looks exactly like Gerald appears in front of him. Who is this person? For a time, Naruto fell into thought. Following Chikrin, he came to the hall of the building. In front of Naruto was the incomparably spacious central hall. The hall was filled with magical energy, and the surrounding area was full of colorful magical lights. Welcome to the headquarters of the Magic Council. Uzumaki Naruto. Chikrin introduced to him seriously. There are 10 people in our Magic Council, and some of them have been waiting for you inside for a long time. Naruto nodded and followed him around the hall to a spacious secret room. Just then, outside the Magic Council, Urza and Lucy were stopped by a group of soldiers at the gate. Who are you? The soldiers asked coldly, placing their spears and swords in front of Urza. I'm Urza from Fairy Tail. I'm also a member of Fairy Tail, Lucy. Fairy Tail. No matter who they are not allowed to enter the hall without permission. The roadblocker's tone was strong. Damn, Urza scolded secretly. If it was elsewhere at this time, she might have rushed in, but this is the Magic Council, where the highest order of the magic world is located. A small matter will also be said to be a major event, and when it is convicted and sent to prison, it will not only do you no good, but also discredit Fairy Tail. Therefore, even though she is the Fairy Queen, she is helpless at this time. When Lucy saw that Urza couldn't get in, she was even more helpless. At this moment, the frog messenger suddenly passed by. Urza hurried over to grab him and asked, Frog messenger, what's the matter with you bringing Naruto here? The frog messenger was stunned, seeing the anxious look on Urza's face, and suddenly grinned. I don't have the right to know what this is, but I heard that the adults of this council are very concerned about Uzumaki Naruto. Pay attention. I guess they may have to hand down some important verdict on him. Judgment. Lucy was startled when she heard it, and couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her face full of worry. When the frog messenger was far away, she couldn't help looking at Urza. What should I do? Those guys will definitely be bad for Naruto. He offended them last time. No, I must go in and help him. Quote. With that said, Lucy rushed to the gate again, and the soldiers stopped her again. After pushing for a long time, she still couldn't do anything. At this time, Urza finally couldn't help it. She quickly disguised herself as a set of battle armor and rushed in towards the door. How could these soldiers be Urza's opponents, and she was knocked out by her before they approached her? There was a loud crackling sound, and Urza and Lucy finally rushed into the hall, and the soldiers behind them fell to the ground. However, Urza also knew the seriousness of the matter, so she acted very carefully and didn't really hurt them. Entering the hall, Urza and Lucy began to look around for Naruto's figure. At this time, the alarm had sounded, and a large number of soldiers began to pour in. Soon Urza and Lucy were surrounded by everyone. Seeing the large number of soldiers in front of her, Urza sighed and looked at Lucy. It seemed she could only fight. Lucy took out the key on her body, intending to open the Protoss magic. At the same time, Naruto came out of the secret room with a hint of disbelief on his face. After going in just now, these guys from the Magic Council actually said that they would give themselves the title of Holy 10, and make themselves one of the top 10 Holy Magisters on the mainland. This surprised Naruto. He had offended the Magic Council before, and these guys actually gave him the title of Holy 10. He had to think about what purpose these guys must have for him. After walking out of the secret room, Chikelain followed. He came to Naruto, who was still puzzled, and said with a smile, "Naruto, the title of Saint Ten is for the strong and powerful. You defeated Joseph. It's no secret here with us." After a pause, Chikelain said again, "Also, let you become the Holy Ten Magician, so that it will be easier for you to become the president of Fairy Tail in the future. Isn't this a big good thing for you?" Hearing this, Naruto suddenly realized that these guys were trying to bribe him. Let yourself become a Holy Ten, and then become the president of the first guild after becoming famous, and since then become a big man admired by thousands of people. In this way, I, who have developed so much with their help, will definitely be very grateful for their help. In this way, the future actions of the Fairy Tail Guild will definitely be affected by the Magic Council. Is this the way to have a good relationship with yourself? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Seeing the smile on Naruto's face, Chikelain was slightly taken aback and laughed. However, Naruto suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Chikelain, I have to remind you that I have no interest in the title of Holy Ten, and accepting your award is only a temporary interest, and I have no intention of getting involved in the position of president, so, I can only appreciate your kindness." Chikelain's expression was startled, and there was something unexpected in his heart, but he immediately covered it up and said with a faint smile, "The Magic Council is fair, and the title of Holy Ten is what you deserve. As for the president, I believe you, it's what everyone expected." 742. Disturbed. Naruto shook his head helplessly. He originally thought that he would be severely criticized or even jailed after coming to the Magic Council this time, but what he never expected was their win. He was really caught off guard by this, but now that he calmed down, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter what, the Magic Council showed his favor, which proved that the master was now in his hands. In the secret room, the magic judges who have not left gathered around, discussing something with each other. An old woman's voice said, "I really don't understand why you are so tolerant of Uzumaki Naruto. Don't you know what his attitude was to our messenger that day?" The second officer Wei Jie shook his head and said solemnly, "You may not know, a secret information my master received, Uzumaki Naruto, in the S-rank wizard promotion competition that Fairy Tail participated in, and Gildas fought to a tie. After 6 years, the world has heard that he has completed a 100-year mission, and his strength can be imagined. Such a person, even our Magic Council cannot easily offend. Quote, damn it, do you want a guy like him to despise our majesty?" The old woman shouted incessantly, frightened by the strength of a hairy boy. "When did the Magic Council become so imposing? It's not fear, it's a strategy," Wu Jie said coldly. "That's it. If you have any other opinions, I'll talk about it next time. Also, although Naruto Uzumaki is powerful, we won't be afraid of him. Everyone should be clear, now the magic world is getting more and more unstable, and you must not touch him during this period." Damn, there are more and more people. Lucy called out Taurus to open the way, but more and more soldiers surrounded them. Elsa looked struggling. She stood beside Lucy to protect her, and she was thinking about countermeasures in her heart. As a last resort, she did not want to get into a real death battle with the Magic Council. "Naruto, where are you? What the hell did these guys do to you?" The more she thought about it, the worse it became. Urza gradually lost her composure, and she suddenly changed into the armor of the family. Swish swish. Countless sharp long swords suddenly appeared around him, and the cold light flickered. Get out of the way. With Naruto's safety in her heart, she finally couldn't help but burst into magic, and dozens of long swords flew towards the crowd. Chi chi chi. In an instant, a large number of people fell down and blood sprayed. Lucy was startled. "Elsa, you won't kill them all, will you?" "Don't worry, I didn't want their lives. But, since the blood has already been seen, things won't go on so easily," Urza said lightly. Urza, you are so messed up. Lucy cried with a sad face, But she knew that Urza was usually very calm, and she would deal with it calmly no matter how big it was. But only this time, when I encountered something related to Naruto, I couldn't help but do such an extreme thing, forcibly broke into the Magic Council, and hurt so many people. This is something I never dared to think about before. Yes. Urza, it's been a long time, what are you doing? This is the Magic Council. Chicrane walked over with a smile and said to Urza. Urza couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then she raised her head to see Chicrane and Naruto. A surprise flashed on her face, and then looked at Chicrane coldly. What do you want to do to Naruto? Lucy was relieved to see Naruto come out. Really, Urza, does Naruto look like something is wrong? Chicrane smiled lightly, and suddenly his expression turned cold and angrily said, even if you are the fairy queen of fairy tale, you can't be mad at our Magic Council. Somebody, arrest them for me. The surrounding soldiers were dispatched in unison to capture the two of Urza. Wait, Naruto, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't help shouting. Seeing Urza and Lucy chasing him to the Magic Council, he was a little moved. Although they were unnecessary worries, Naruto was very useful, seeing that the two were about to be caught. Of course he cannot stand idly by. Naruto, they have hurt so many of us, and so blatantly trampled on our Magic Council headquarters, this matter can't be so simple. Chiclane said with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, frowning. Naruto said lightly, let go of them. This can't be done, Naruto, how can they be easily forgiven when they committed a crime? This matter can't be covered up. He looked sincere. At this moment, Elsa suddenly snorted coldly, is there something wrong with me? I'm willing to take it. Haha, as expected of the Fairy Queen, but for Naruto's sake, we will treat you lightly. Chicrane smiled lightly. Lucy was so nervous, this was terrible, are she going to jail with Urza? Look at Naruto, he has nothing at all. The two of them are completely worrying about themselves. Now that they have made such a big disaster, they have to be punished. It is really unlucky enough. Chicrane glanced at Naruto, and signaled his subordinates to go forward and tie Lucy and Urza, and apologized to Naruto at the same time. I am so sorry, although they are all your friends, but they violated the law. The order here, they must be punished properly. Quote. Naruto was expressionless and didn't answer. Seeing Urza and Lucy tied up, he suddenly said, let them go, and I will take the punishment in their place. What? Everyone present was taken aback. Urza and Lucy were shocked. The corner of Chiclane's mouth lifted slightly, he pondered for a moment, then nodded, and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let go of Urza and Lucy, and let them leave. Naruto, Urza and Lucy called him together. I'm sorry. We've caused you trouble. Naruto smiled slightly. No, I'm still very happy to see you here. You go back first, I'll go back to the guild soon. 743. Relationship established. Urza and Lucy knew that even if they fought at this time, they couldn't compete with Naruto, so they bowed their heads in shame and walked out. However, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least from Chicrane's attitude. Naruto didn't seem to be here because of any bad things, but because of their own affairs. Naruto got into trouble, which also made them feel extremely guilty. After the two walked out of the hall of the Magic Council, after discussing for a while, they still could not feel at ease, so they planned to find a way to rescue Naruto. No matter what, even if this incident is a big deal today, Naruto must be rescued. However, just when Urza and Lucy made up their minds to fight to the death, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. When the two looked up, they were all stunned. Naruto, Lucy exclaimed. The person in front of him is Naruto, with a faint smile on his face, his body is intact. What's going on? Urza couldn't help but ask in surprise. Naruto laughed. Don't forget that I have the ability to clone. The person who goes to trial in my place now is my clone. Clone? Urza and Lucy were greatly surprised. After thinking about it carefully, they remembered that Naruto really has the ability to clone. The two couldn't help but be overjoyed, and they couldn't help but swooped into his arms. Inside. That's great. Naruto, you're so smart. Lucy exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, we've been worrying blindly for so long. Urza also took a deep breath. Suddenly, she was stunned, then looked at Lucy who was leaning next to her in Naruto's arms. Her face suddenly became Yuhi, and she hurriedly left. Lucy was also stunned for a moment, then left Naruto's arms and laughed awkwardly. Urza's heart was full of embarrassment. She didn't expect that she and Lucy would throw herself into Naruto's arms just now. This is really a gaffe. How could you do such a shameful thing? Be more calm in the future. Urza thought. Naruto barely noticed the awkward atmosphere. He smiled, looked at the sky, it was already night, saw a bustling town not far from the headquarters, and suggested, it's already so late, let's go to a hotel in town and rest. The two women nodded. Now Urza and Lucy are very happy because Naruto came out of the Magic Council without incident, and they didn't think about what happened this morning for a while. The triple room seemed to be very happy and the atmosphere was very harmonious. In the evening, after the three of them finished their dinner, they were shopping on the street, just in time to see the Wen Izumi Hotel in the city. Urza, why don't we go in and warm up Izumi? Lucy suddenly suggested. Okay. Urza nodded and smiled. Lucy turned to Naruto again. Naruto, what do you think? Whatever. Yeah, that's great. After getting Naruto's permission, Lucy jumped up excitedly. The three entered the hotel and found two separate rooms and bathrooms. Naruto shared a bathroom, Urza and Lucy shared a bathroom. Because the Wen Izumi here are separated from one room to another, and men and women are separated, there is a small piece of Wen Izumi outside each sleeping room, and then you can go back to the room to sleep after washing, so it is very convenient. Naruto leaned against Wen Izumi, feeling this long-lost feeling. He still remembered that the last time he soaked in Izumi was under the ground in an extremely cold place. That time, he happened to have a relationship with Ulu by accident. I really miss her a bit, it's time to see her, and Gray and Leon probably want to see her too. Thinking of this, Naruto became anxious again. Now that there is no 10 tails, suppression, all kinds of magic in the body must return to the original as soon as possible. At that time, you can use Hiraishin, S technique and other space ninjutsu, and want to see Ulu at any time. All will work. At this moment, in Wen Izumi on the other side, Urza and Lucy leaned against Wen Izumi. The long hair of the two of them were raised high, revealing a section of snow-white jade necks, and their charming bodies were soaked in the warm Izumi water, with a slightly Yuhi moist luster. Both of them were completely relaxed, and they closed their beautiful eyes slightly and didn't say anything. After going through a day's events, the two who have calmed down now have time to think about things between them and Naruto. Scenes appeared in Lucy's mind. Today, she saw the other side of Urza. She was calm and resolute, but after Naruto was taken away by the council, she made the decision to forcibly break into the council. Little thought was given to the consequences. This is not so much a kind of madness, it is better to say that she cares and is confused. The deeper she loves Naruto, the harder it is to calm her heart. Seeing her like this, Lucy was confused, what should she do? Although he and Naruto have done the most intimate thing, he also promised to be his boyfriend, but if all this needs to be built on Urza's pain, she really has no intention to enjoy it. Like Lucy, Urza is now thinking about Naruto. Originally, she thought she could be open-minded and don't care, but through today's incident, she understood that she couldn't let him go no matter what. No matter how close he is to Lucy, no matter how open his mind is, he still cares about him most subconsciously. Without Naruto, she really wouldn't be able to survive. But, what about Lucy on the other side? Elsa's beautiful eyes quietly opened a gap, and she looked at the girl who was even more beautiful than herself, and she sighed slightly in her heart. Soaked in Wen Izumi, although the street outside was still very lively, Lucy and Urza, who had calmed down, were not interested in playing. They seemed to have exhausted their energy. Drying her body in her pajamas and lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Lucy, Urza suddenly called out to her. Lucy regained her senses and asked softly, "What's the matter?" "I think we should have a good talk," Urza said, turning her head and looking at her. Lucy pondered for a while. She understood something from Urza's eyes, smiled and nodded. "That's what I mean too." "Well, I won't treat what happened this morning as if it never happened. In the future, I think we should have a good understanding of our relationship," Urza said. Lucy nodded. "I know, it looks like Urza, what decision you have made." There was also a glimmer of light in her eyes. "Yes, I know you like Naruto, but I like him no less than you, Lucy. I can't go against my heart," Urza said lightly. "I will compete with you." Hearing Urza say this, Lucy didn't show any unhappy expression on her face, but let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled slightly and said, "Elsa, what I've been waiting for is your words. If it's more competition, I won't let you." "Really? Since that's the case, then we are still good friends, but on Naruto's issue, I will never give in to you. Besides, no matter who loses in the end, we must afford to lose," Urza said. She held out her hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Lucy smiled and stretched out her arm and held it with hers. "Let's work hard for each other. I hope you can knock me down. Although my strength is not as good as yours, I won't admit defeat in this regard." 744. Loki. So, on the way back to the guild with the three of them the next day, Naruto found that the atmosphere between Urza and Lucy had returned to the original harmony, and they were talking and laughing with each other. This made him feel very puzzled, knowing that girls' jealousy is very strong, and generally speaking, they will be extremely hostile, right? However, the current state is really good. At least everyone has returned to the original atmosphere. In this way, the three of them returned to the guild, and when everyone saw Naruto returning safely, they all shouted and shouted with joy. "Naruto, didn't those guys do anything to you?" Mirage came over and asked with concern. Seeing the concerned look on her face, Naruto felt very warm in his heart. This is what it feels like to be cared for. Before he knew it, he had already had so many people in this guild who cared about him. He nodded slightly, showing a bright smile. "Thank you, Mila, they didn't embarrass me. On the contrary, they gave me the title of Holy 10. I believe this matter will spread out soon." At this moment, Mikao suddenly shouted with a newspaper, "Everyone, look. The Magic Council decided yesterday to seal Naruto as the new Holy 10 magician." Wow, Holy 10. Naruto actually became the Holy 10. Everyone gathered around to look, and immediately screamed loudly. Girls looked at Naruto with eyes full of yuhi, and burst into screams. "Just like a star." Naruto gave a wry smile. It doesn't matter to him whether the title of the Holy 10 is not important. The most important thing is his own strength. With strength, what if it is not the Holy 10? Still no one dares to bully him. His current strength has surpassed the level of the Holy 10, and now he really has no opponents, or in other words, he has not been able to find a passionate guy who can fight him one-on-one. Not even Makarov and Gildas. Now Naruto's goal is to return his energy to the original as soon as possible, so that he can use the technique of space, open the door of time and space, and leave this world. However, while everyone was cheering and celebrating Naruto's safe return and becoming the Holy 10 Magus, a figure walked out with a lonely face. Naruto saw that guy at a glance. It was Loki. This guy seems to be very popular with girls. In the past, he was looking for girls in the guild to start. Why is his expression so gloomy this time? "Naruto, Loki seems to have something to do." Grace suddenly came to Naruto and whispered. "Yeah, I saw it too." Lucy and Urza, who were on the side, also noticed him. "I think we should go and see," Urza suggested. "Well, I always think he's a bit special," Lucy murmured, frowning. "So, I had this feeling when I saw him for the first time. Now that I think about it, it seems that he is really not simple." Naruto nodded slightly. "So let's follow as soon as possible." Urza waved her hand, so she, Lucy, Naruto and Gray quietly followed out. followed him all the way to a cliff, only to see him stop, standing in front of a tombstone, bowing his head in silence. That's the tombstone. It seems to be the tomb of the celestial wizard Karen. Why is he here? Lucy whispered suspiciously. Shish, keep watching. Urza made a silent gesture, for fear of being discovered by Loki. At this moment, Loki, who was standing in front of the tombstone, suddenly showed a hint of pain, and fell to the ground with a bang. The four Naruto were slightly startled, and saw the cold sweat on Loki's face. This guy, the breath of life is gradually weakening, Naruto exclaimed. What? Urza and the others were also shocked, and hurriedly rushed out of the hiding place. Loki, what's the matter with you? Gray cried urgently. Loki, who was sitting alone in front of Karen's tombstone, suddenly saw Naruto and the others rushing out. His face was full of surprise, and he smiled bitterly. Why are you here? We saw that you seem to be in trouble. Naruto said that your breath of life is disappearing. What the hell is going on? Are you injured? Urza asked anxiously. Loki glanced at Naruto and sighed. As Naruto said, I haven't lived long. I'm going to die soon. The four of them were very shocked when they heard it, and this sudden thing really made people a little unable to react. Seeing everyone's anxious and worried expressions, Loki was deeply moved, and only then did he tell his past. Anyway, he was about to die, so it didn't matter if he told the secret. Just as Loki was telling everyone the whole story, Naruto sat cross-legged and was comprehending something with his eyes closed. After a few minutes, everyone finally understood that Loki was not a human being, but the patron saint of the stars, the Protoss. And the reason why he is about to die is because he violated the rules of the astral spirit world and killed his former host, the astral spirit wizard Karen, who was exiled by the astral spirit world and could never return to the astral spirit world. It is precisely because of this that he has been guilty of surviving in human society to this day. However, for a star who has not returned to the celestial spirit world for a long time, surviving in this human society requires a price. He consumes his own life. In the past few years, his life will finally be exhausted. At this moment, what he ushered in is about to disappear forever. Hearing this, Elsa, Lucy and Gray immediately became worried and anxious. After all, Loki is the wizard of fairy tale, no matter what mistakes he has made before, but now everyone must not let him go. What's more, everyone also knew from his mouth the hateful nature of Karen, a bad woman. It was not Loki who was at fault, but the rules of Karen and the astral world. Lucy couldn't see this kind of thing the most. She immediately put her hand on Loki's body and sent her own magic power to him, wanting to give him strength so that it wouldn't disappear. However, Loki's body emitted bursts of light and became somewhat transparent, which was a precursor to disappearing. At this moment, Naruto, who had been sitting cross-legged on the side, suddenly opened his eyes. 745. Be your Protoss. Naruto, Lucy and Urza both looked at Naruto for help. Let me come. Naruto stepped forward to Loki's side and put his hand on his chest. It's useless, Naruto, even if your magic power is very strong, I am losing my life. Unless I return to the astral world, I can't save me no matter what. Hey, I really thank you for always, what? Loki sighed halfway through. Suddenly his whole body shook, and then he looked at the green light on his chest in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Loki's face was full of shock. He stared blankly at Naruto's hand, and his body that was about to disappear suddenly became solid again. Urza, Lucy, and Gray were all surprised, seeing the shocked look on Loki's face, but his complexion was getting better and better, and they all looked at Naruto. Naruto sighed and smiled slightly, finally caught up. This is the power of life. Even if your vitality is seriously lost, this power can still pull you back. What? The power of life? All three of Urza were stunned when they heard it. Naruto actually mastered such power to save Loki, whose life was gradually lost. This power has gone against life. The law of definitely belongs to the power of the skydifying level. Their hearts were full of shock. In fact, Naruto has been researching how to return the power in the body to the original method for the past 2 days, but in the middle, he also forgot another insight of his own, which is to extract the life breath of nature for his own use. He had never dared to use this method, for fear that 10 tails would make trouble, and now that there are no 10 tails, his power is unstoppable. After a while, he quickly grasped and absorbed the secret of life force in the world. However, this ability is closely related to the perception of nature. When Naruto was sitting cross-legged just now, he discovered that he can only control the natural world within a radius of tens of meters. Too much, not enough to make up for Loki's lost vitality. In the end, Naruto decided to use his own life force to supply him first, so that he could survive, and he himself only lost a little life force, and he could recover in a short time. And Naruto, who mastered this method, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, Ulu no longer had to stay in the extremely cold place, and he could use this method to cure her. Little by little, Loki's complexion got better and better, and finally he stood up, exuding a powerful force. "Loki, are you finally okay?" Grace said in surprise. Loki looked down at his hands with a hint of disbelief on his face. He turned to look at Naruto, and suddenly fell to his knees. "Naruto, thank you for saving my life." His expression was moved. Although he had taken this as a relief when he was dying, who would want to lose his life in vain if he could not die? Naruto hurriedly supported him and shook his head to signal no need. In fact, if it wasn't for Loki's incident, Naruto would not have mastered the secret of absorbing the life force of this world so quickly. It is precisely because of this pressure that Naruto understood so quickly. While silently absorbing the life force of nature to supplement the power he lost to Loki just now, he smiled and said, "Now you have no worries about life, can you go back to the guild?" Loki nodded gratefully. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and everyone looked over their heads and found that the sky around them had become a night sky, and in the night sky, one after another magnificent starlight suddenly flickered. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind suddenly rose, accompanied by a powerful momentum that rushed towards the crowd abruptly. Naruto was slightly startled. This strong aura appeared too suddenly. When he saw it clearly, he found that a huge and burly warrior appeared in the air not far from the cliff. With a powerful magical aura, his face is full of majesty. "This is the King of Star Spirits," Lucy and Loki exclaimed. Hearing this name, Naruto, Urza, and Gray were all shocked. The King of Stars actually appeared. "This is unbelievable. Is it because of Loki?" Gray said in shock. The aura of the Star Spirit King was unbelievably powerful, and only Naruto was not deterred by those present. "Star Spirit King, why are you here?" Lucy asked loudly. The King of Star Spirit looked down at Lucy, and a majestic voice sounded, "The old man came here for Loki's business." He said that. He looked at Naruto and said in a deep voice, "This little friend, what kind of power did you use to forcefully reverse Loki's life just now?" Naruto raised his head and smiled. "The power of life." "The power of life," the Star Spirit King murmured. "Being able to save the fate of the gods, I didn't expect that a magician as powerful as you would appear in the world." Naruto smiled lightly. He knew that his life force was universal to anyone. As long as it was a living object, he could bring him back to life. At this time, the Astral King suddenly said to Loki again, "You violated the rules of the Astral Spirit Realm. You have been exiled by the Astral Spirit Realm, and now you meet a noble. This is also your destiny. Loki, I ask you, do you want to return to the astral world?" Loki lowered his head and sighed slightly. "King, how can there be a star that doesn't want to go back to the sky?" "Well," the King of Star Spirit was silent for a while, then suddenly said again, "It's true that you can't be blamed for everything about Karen. It's been so long, and you've suffered so much in the world, I'll make an exception to forgive you. You once, let you return to the celestial spirit world." "What?" When Loki heard this, he raised his head in surprise. "Yes, the old man agrees with you to return to the Protoss world, but before that, you must choose a host." Loki was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, then pointed to Naruto and said, "I am willing to be Naruto's Protoss. Always serve him." What? Everyone was shocked again. Naruto is not a celestial magician, so is this also possible? 746. Protoss equals asexual. Naruto was also stunned. Protoss magic is a kind of magic that signs a contract. Strictly speaking, it is a summoning technique that requires both the master and the servant to reach a contract to be summoned. However, this celestial magic actually has another implicit condition. Not everyone can become a celestial wizard. To become a celestial wizard, one must obtain the approval of the celestial spirit world. Today, because of the changes in the rules and regulations of the Protoss world, there are fewer and fewer Protoss wizards. However, now Naruto has gained his approval after saving Loki and recognized him as the master. In this way, he can also summon the Protoss through the key. Watching Loki's figure disappear into a ray of light, and then turned into a golden key that fell into Naruto's palm, Naruto had a feeling of crying and laughing. This is really troublesome. There are more handsome servants for no reason. This is really a very awkward feeling. More importantly, this handsome star spirit is a companion of the guild. Now that his identity has changed all of a sudden, he is really uncomfortable. Okay, this is the end of the matter, the old man is leaving. The king of star spirits said goodbye to everyone, and the figure disappeared. The entire sky suddenly returned to its original calm state. The sun was pouring down, and Naruto looked at the golden key in his palm, and couldn't help but be speechless. "Naruto, things are settled, why are you looking so sad?" Lucy patted his shoulder with a smile. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I don't really want to be a celestial wizard. This key should be given to you." "Well, Naruto, you can't say that." Lucy shook her head. "Loki became your proto-spirit because he trusted you. You'll break his heart by saying that." Elsa smiled secretly from the side. She didn't know what she was thinking in her mind, she smiled ambiguous. However, Loki was finally safe and sound, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the guild, Urza explained to everyone what happened to Loki just now, and everyone immediately exclaimed. In the evening, when leaving the guild, Lucy and Urza both sent an invitation to Naruto. Lucy said to go shopping with her, and Arusa said to accompany her to practice. Naruto had a hard time making a choice. In the end, in order not to offend both parties, he had to reject them all, and then return to his home. In fact, Naruto is really unhappy now, because there is no other reason, that is, Loki became his own star spirit. He wouldn't call Loki out when he was fighting, and he probably wouldn't need Loki's time, but in this way, wouldn't Loki be hidden by himself? But he didn't want to summon Loki to take him with him all day. Naruto was in his own home, sitting on the sofa thinking about something. He took out the golden key on his body, looked at it for a while, the magic power in his body turned slightly, and the key suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. He decided to tell him everything now. The golden light flashed, and Naruto waited for Loki to appear. However, at the next moment, a beauty suddenly appeared in front of me. A blonde beauty. And it's a blonde with glasses. White short-sleeved, high chest, long blonde hair draped over his shoulders, mature and sexy yet revealing and intellectual. "Ah, where's Loki? Sorry, I summoned the wrong one." Naruto immediately found out that he really didn't know Protoss magic, but he didn't expect to summon the wrong Protoss the first time he used it. It's not right. There is only one key of the zodiac, and each one corresponds to a Protoss. It is impossible to summon the wrong one, right? Naruto thought again. At this moment, the blonde woman with glasses spoke, her voice soft and neutral. "I am Loki." Naruto. Naruto looked at him speechlessly. No, it was her. Seeing Naruto's unbelievable face, Loki showed a beautiful smile, stretched out his hand and pushed his rimless glasses, and said with a faint smile, "Protoss is genderless, and the aliens of Protoss are changed according to the needs of the master. That is to say, what kind of Loki the master wants in his heart, I will manifest it, and this is the difference between humans and gods. Quote. But I didn't want you to look like this. Naruto cried. Although it is very eye-catching to say that Loki has become a beauty, it has changed too much. Also, what is sexless? Naruto glanced at her bulging breasts, and then turned to the mysterious triangular area where she was wearing a short skirt. What exactly was there? He couldn't help thinking to himself. Naruto, if you want to see it, I can let you see it as you like, and just let you confirm what I said. Loki saw his eyes wandering around himself, and immediately understood what he was thinking. Could not help but speak. Don't! Naruto yelled hurriedly, a cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It's terrible, it turns out that the Protoss is asexual. In this way, it is very likely that it is under Loki. Flat. Just when Naruto was making such a malicious guess, Loki suddenly reached out and took off his skirt. With a whimper, the short skirt fell to the ground along her slender legs, and then reached out and took off his small white panties. With a helpless expression on his face, he said, I think it's better for you to see clearly, Naruto, lest you misunderstand me in the future. At this moment, Naruto almost spat out a nosebleed, because Loki, the blonde spectacled girl standing in front of him, after making such a startling action, what appeared in Naruto's line of sight was not what he had guessed. The golden hair and the pink gap between the slender legs can be seen clearly. It is clearly the most beautiful thing about girls. Where are the asexuals? Quick, put the skirt on for me. Naruto said hurriedly. Loki did this kind of thing so casually, he was a little embarrassed for her. Loki smiled slightly, and then put on his skirt again. You're obviously a woman's body. Naruto yelled frantically. Is she seducing me? Tempt me. Loki pushed his glasses. I'm just letting you see the facts, and I should tell you about some things. Our celestial spirit is the patron saint of the stars, a god, and a completely different kind of human being. Life forms, and our bodies are only illusions that rely on the master or ourselves. Our Protoss cannot mate, and the reproduction of the offspring is completely different from that of humans. Although my body is illusionary and human-like, it is not. Have no ability to reproduce human beings. Quote. Then how did your life continue? The choice of the stars. Loki smiled and said, we are the patron saints of the stars, the power of the stars will give birth to the Protoss, and our Protoss also rely on the power of the stars. The two are complementary existences, but in future generations in the alternate process, what we need to do is another way, destruction and rebirth. Quote. What's going on here? Naruto suddenly became interested. Protoss is called the patron saint of the stars. It seems that it is really another life form. After listening to Loki's explanation, he suddenly had a strong interest. If there is a chance, I really have to go to the Protoss world to have a look and learn about the special life form of the Protoss. Well, you don't understand what you have said, and this has already involved the secrets of the Protoss world. I can't say more. In short, I will be your Protoss from now on, and I will follow all your orders. This is not only my gratitude to you, but also my obligation as a Protoss to my host. Quote. Well. 747. Tickets. Oh, by the way, here are a few tickets for the Paradise Hotel. In order to thank you for taking care of you all the time, I will give them to you to play, exactly for. Loki reached out and took out a few tickets from his pocket. To give it to Naruto. Naruto stretched out his hand to take it and nodded. Well, thanks, but I can't use it, I have something to do tomorrow. Then it's up to you, is there anything else? It's alright. Naruto waved his hand. Go back. Loki nodded, and when he was about to disappear, Naruto suddenly asked, by the way, Loki, do you like men or women? He had kept this question in his mind for a long time, and after asking it out, he looked at her nervously. Quote. Loki looked back at him speechlessly, then pushed his glasses and said with a smile, Naruto, can't you see it? My favorite was picking up girls. Quote. Well, you can go back. Naruto said quickly. Hee hee. With a smile, Loki, miss, turned into a light and disappeared. Naruto is full of chills, and it seems that he will not be able to summon Loki in the future. This is a total pervert inhuman. Although my mind is open and open enough, I still feel a sense of insanity in the face of this kind of female body and male heart. Holding a few tickets, Naruto lay on the sofa for a long time in a trance. The next morning, Naruto woke up. Last night, he had a nightmare, dreaming that the blonde spectacled girl Loki was sitting on his body and had sex with him, while he enjoyed her tight pink when the tender part was banging vigorously. The glasses girl, Loki, suddenly changed back to the original handsome blonde guy, and he was frightened and rolled off the bed at once, only to realize that it was a dream when he woke up. It seems that this incident has a considerable impact on Naruto's thinking. After coming to the guild, Naruto found Urza, Lucy, and Natsu, and gave them the 3 tickets in his hand. Just when there was 1 ticket left to send, a large group of girls were already screaming at Naruto. Naruto, give it to me, I want it. Give it to me, give it to me. Naruto, you can't be biased, it's better to give it to me. Kana came over with a wine barrel, as if she wanted to grab the ticket. Seeing that everyone was arguing fiercely, Naruto felt a little troublesome for a while. At this moment, Gray came over and said depressedly, "Why did you only give it to Natsu and not me? Are you looking down on me? After all, I'm also your senior brother, right?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then smiled mysteriously. "Anyone can give this ticket, but I can't give it to you, because I have something to bring you with me." Huh. Gray was stunned, and then he pouted. "Isn't that an excuse for you to think I'm upset?" Naruto smiled lightly and ignored him. At this moment, Naruto discovered that in a corner of the guild, a figure was sitting there lonely, his eyes looking here from time to time. Who is that guy? One of the 4 elements, the water element, Juvia. Moreover, Naruto suddenly noticed that she was wearing a short skirt and naked. The guild's coat of arms was printed on her exposed thigh. It is the coat of arms of Fairy Tail. She actually joined the guild. When did it happen? Did Makarov invite her in when he was gone? She is an enemy, so only an old man like Makarov would dare to let her in. Since the old man trusted her, he had no reason to reject her anymore. After all, the old man's ability to see people was good. However, Juvia used to be one of the 4 elements of the ghost's ruler. Now most people in the trade union are still very repulsive to her. Basically, no one wants to talk to her. Seeing her lonely face, Naruto couldn't help feeling pity in his heart. Thinking about how many days have passed since the ghost dominator attacked, Juvia has been very calm after listening to his warning, and has not done anything bad for the guild, and now Makarov is still including her in the guild must have tested her. In this way, why do you have any reason to exclude her? Besides, seeing her sitting in the corner alone is really easy to make people feel pity. After thinking about it, he took the last ticket in his hand and walked towards Juvia in the corner. Here, Naruto handed the ticket to her. Juvia stared at him blankly, his face full of incredulity. Is this for me? Juvia couldn't believe it. Naruto actually gave him the tickets that everyone was fighting for. What does he mean? Does he like himself? So many girls want him, why only give it to himself? Ah, it must be, he must like himself. He accepts himself. You must know that for the past few days, she has been watching Naruto silently, but because of his previous words, she has always followed the agreement and did not dare to disturb him, but just watched from a distance. Juvia thought about it, the more his heart beat faster, and Yuhi's dizziness appeared on his face. Bang bang bang. She seemed to feel that her heart was about to jump out of her throat at this moment, and the chance of this sudden feeling of happiness would make people dizzy. For a time, Juvia sat there dumbfounded, staring at Naruto in a daze, and fell into endless fantasy in his mind. Juvia. Naruto couldn't help calling her again when she saw her delay in taking the tickets. Ah, I want it. Juvia came back to her senses now, her jade face even more yuhi, and the jade hand that she stretched out was trembling slightly. After receiving the ticket, Juvia thanked Naruto with a trembling voice. Because of her excitement, she even stuttered when she spoke. Okay, let's accompany Lucy, Urza, and Natsu to the Paradise Hotel. Get along well with them. I have something to go out with Gray. Give Juvia the ticket after that. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. What? So, Naruto, aren't you going? However, after hearing this sentence, Juvia couldn't help being disappointed, and her originally excited mood suddenly fell into a low ebb. 748. Something went wrong. Juvia was full of joy and thought that she would go to the Paradise Hotel with Naruto to play, but to finally have such a rare opportunity is definitely a great happiness for her. However, this fact left her devastated, holding the tickets in her hands and wanting to cry without tears. Okay, the tickets have been distributed, you guys just have fun, I'll go first. Gray, come with me. Naruto grabbed Gray, and the two quickly disappeared at the gate of the guild. There was a burst of regretful screams from the girls behind. Really, it turns out that Naruto didn't go by himself, so what's the point of that? Yeah, luckily I didn't fight. Okay, since Naruto has something to do, let's go play by ourselves. Natsu, Lucy, and Juvia, let's go. Urza waved her arm and led the three out of the hall. In the afternoon, in the cold Iceland. Naruto and Gray stand in the ice and snow. Gray looked at the snow and ice around him and couldn't help but he sighed. This is really a good place to practice ice magic. Yeah, but there are more suitable places for cultivation than this. Naruto smiled lightly. It's a pity that Leon can't be found now, otherwise you two can stay there to cultivate. Are you talking about the place where Ulu stayed? The cave where the ice dragon once stayed? Gray asked. Along the way, Naruto had explained his destination to him this time. When Gray heard that Naruto was going to take him to see Ulu, he was very excited, and the little bit of dissatisfaction with him in the past disappeared. I just want to see the master. Yeah, but without a certain amount of strength, it is still very difficult to cross the seas of this cold Iceland and the extremely cold land. Naruto looked at him and said, with your strength, it seems that you can barely give it a try. That's one of the reasons why I haven't brought you here before. Cut, I won't be afraid of this kind of challenge. Gray said with a pouted lip. The two passed through the cold Iceland and came to the shore at the back. Looking at the long row of icebergs, and the scene of dark clouds shrouded in the sky above the icebergs, and the scene of the cold wind hanging, his brows furrowed solemnly. Naruto smiled slightly, jumped out first, and ran all the way on the iceberg. Gray bites and Kiba follows. After a while, the two finally came to the extremely cold place. At this time, Gray was already breathing heavily. Along the way, the sea between the icebergs had to be frozen with ice magic, and Naruto did not help him create an ice road, so Gray almost exhausted his magic power, and this is worthy of getting here. Naruto looked back at him and pointed to the place with the cold wind ahead. Ulu is in the ice dragon cave at the very front. There was a look of excitement and anticipation in Gray's eyes. For him, seeing Ulu again is definitely his greatest wish. Ice Dragon Cave. Naruto, have you really seen an ice dragon? Gray suddenly asked curiously, is your ice dragon magic really taught to you by the ice dragon? Naruto snorted, and there were memories in his eyes. When he was with Ice Dragon and Ulu, what a pure and happy day it was. Let's go, I can't wait to see her too. Naruto put away, recalled, and ran out towards the front. This is, what's going on? When he was halfway through, Naruto couldn't help but tremble slightly. He suddenly felt that the barrier he had set up here seemed to be broken by something. And, the time is just now. How is this going? With a slight urgency on his face, he hurriedly accelerated and rushed out. Gray struggled to keep up, only to find that Naruto's speed was getting faster and faster, and he could only stay behind. After a while, Naruto stopped in front of the Ice Dragon Cave. However, Naruto was taken aback by the scene in front of his eyes. The mouth of the originally hideous ice dragon had been completely destroyed at this time, and a burst of low-pitched roars and roars of unknown monsters could be heard from inside. Oops! Ulu must be in danger. Naruto originally set up these barriers, which can definitely resist a dragon's attack, but this time it was actually destroyed, although I don't know who did the good thing. But he must not let Ulu have an accident. Before he could think about it, Naruto flashed and rushed into the ice dragon cave. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from under the ice surface. Stop in front of Naruto. Who are you? It is forbidden to enter here, the other party said in a cold tone. Naruto took a closer look and saw the face of the other party. It was an old man with a white beard. The old man was wearing a white fur coat. Naruto believed that he had never seen such a number one person. Who are you? What are you doing here? Naruto took a step forward, but the other party stopped him. He asked with a frown. There are our people working there. If you don't want to die, leave here immediately. The white-bearded old man glanced at Naruto, but he couldn't detect the depth of Naruto's strength, but because there were still many of his own companions here, he didn't have to worry at all. His tone was very bad. When Naruto heard this, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he suddenly asked, is it because of Shuilian? Shuilian. The old man was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he was replaced by a fierce force. He suddenly smiled evilly. It seems that you are also the guy who came for Shuilian. If that's the case, then decide. I can't keep you. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved a staff in his hand, and in an instant a blizzard fell from the sky and fell towards Naruto. The strong wind, cold air, ice and snow all surrounded Naruto. When Naruto faced his sudden attack, his face suddenly turned cold, his hands were in front of him, and the whole body's magic power swelled out, and the power of the blizzard was completely impossible to get close to. Eat my trick. Go to hell. The old man raised his magic wand again and shook it a little at Naruto. Suddenly, an ice-blue magic light ball condensed at the tip of the wand and slammed into Naruto. Issued a powerful impact. 749. Ice God Mode. Under this force, Naruto was hit hard on the spot. Suddenly, a strong explosion erupted from his body. The white-bearded old man didn't see the result. He turned around and snorted coldly, and said to himself, "Come here to stir up this muddy water, and you must be ready to become cannon fodder." He turned around and entered the interior of the ice dragon cave. After entering, a group of people scrambled to surround a figure and attacked. That person was shaky and could hardly support it for long. "You haven't killed this woman yet. What a bunch of rubbish," the white-bearded old man shouted. "Leader, this woman is very powerful. It's not lower than the level of the Holy 10 Wizards," shouted one of the besieged people. "Get out of the way," the leader yelled. A group of people stopped attacking and let the leader step forward. The white-bearded old man walked in front of the woman and said lightly, "Give up the struggle, hand over this snow lotus, and we can let you live." The woman is Ulu. It turned out that the day before Naruto arrived, the white-bearded leader took a group of his subordinates to the cold Iceland. These people did not know where they came from, and all of them were very powerful, especially the leader. The strength of the 10 magic guides, under the joint attack of their group, the barrier set up by Naruto finally broke down just now, and then they rushed into the ice dragon cave. Ulu's peaceful life has been completely broken, and she is faced with a vicious battle. Ulu bit Kiba. This snow lotus is the source of her life, Izumi. If she is taken away by them, her life will also be explained here. Although her life is almost repaired now, but before it is completely repaired, still can't leave Shuilian, otherwise life will be lost little by little. Therefore, she will never hand over Snow Lotus. However, after years of practice, Ulu has cultivated in addition to eating and sleeping, and now his strength has easily reached the level of the Holy 10 Magician. Not her opponent at all. What a stubborn woman, the white-bearded leader sneered. In that case, we will accept your life. He stretched out the magic wand in his hand and shook it at Ulu. Boom. Immediately, an ice blue magic light shot out from the tip of the wand, hitting the spot where Ulu was. Triple ice shield. Wooloo waved her hand, and 3 sturdy ice shields appeared in front of her with a few swoops. After the blue magic beam broke through the 2 ice shields in an instant, it was finally blocked by the 3rd ice shield. Damn, this old man's magic is stronger than himself. After entanglement with these subordinates just now, the magic power is already greatly insufficient, and it is really difficult to deal with him first. Are you really going to die? Although he said that his life should have been lost 8 years ago, no matter what he said, Naruto came to this place to heal his wounds and found Shuelian. Take away. Besides, how could he die willingly without seeing Naruto's last face? Thinking of this, Ulu's body suddenly burst out with an extremely strong chill. This is the explosion of all the magic power accumulated in her body. This is her last struggle. Huh, do you still have such power hidden? She is really a powerful woman. If you put it on the mainland, you are probably the strongest female mage. But unfortunately, the strongest female mage fall in my hands. The white-bearded old man laughed wildly, waved his hand, and a group of subordinates stopped in front of him, and everyone sent out a defensive magic. At this moment, Ulu's power finally reached its peak. An ice blue magic energy lingered around her body. Countless ice crystals spun and danced in front of her, and her long hair had all become ice blue color. This is her latest researched magic, the Ice God mode. The magic power in the body is compressed and compressed again, and then exchanged for 5 minutes of burst time, and the Ice God mode comes from this. In this mode, all her attacks, defenses, and speed are more than doubled. The Spear of the Ice God. With a wave of Ulu's hand, an ice spear that was more than 2 meters long was held in her hand with an ice blue magic flame. The next moment, her figure flashed slightly, and she appeared in front of everyone in an instant. With a light stroke, the ice blue magic power instantly pierced through everyone's defenses and smashed them out. The figure of the white-bearded old man paused slightly, and when he raised his wand, a blue light shield suddenly covered him, and Ulu's spear finally hit the shield fiercely, making a harsh roar. Boom! A violent air wave emanated from the collision, shaking the entire ice dragon cave to tremble. Almost no one around him can get close. The white-bearded old man was shocked and took a few steps away, looking at Ulu in surprise. It's unbelievable that a woman like you still has such a powerful move. Ice Divine Sword, Flurry. At this time, the ice spear in Ulu's hand suddenly turned into an ice sword, and suddenly danced in front of him. Above the ice sword, white cold air blasted out. It turned into a whirlwind and blasted towards the white-bearded old man. Before the white-bearded old man could stand a few steps, he was immediately shrouded in this whirlwind. With a loud bang, a violent wave of air erupted from the spot, and his figure was drowned in the air wave. Chief. Seeing that the leader was beaten like this, the subordinates all shouted anxiously. Looking at the powerful model of Ulu, they suddenly wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, Ulu suddenly knelt on the ground with a groan, her high chest rose and fell sharply, and she coughed repeatedly. Hateful. Sure enough, this mode can't be used indiscriminately. The current body is not completely healthy, and using it in this way has really caused a huge burden on the body. However, these guys have not been killed yet, so they must not give up here. Ulu stood up again, the magical energy on his body did not diminish, and said coldly, "You all go up together." 750. Golden Earth Dragon. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the white-bearded old man rushed out of the airwave, his beard fluttering on his face, and he was furious. Don't do anything. This woman, this old man must be killed by himself. Ulu was startled. She felt that the magic power of the white-bearded old man had risen a lot from before, and it was no weaker than her current self. This is really bad. Even the Ice God mode can't be solved. Is it really going to end? At this moment, a footstep sound suddenly came from behind everyone, with a strange rhythm. The white-bearded old man and his men turned back to look in the direction of the hole. It's you. The white-bearded old man was slightly startled. Aren't you dead? The person here is Naruto. Naruto was not hurt after being hit by his magic beam just now. Originally, he wanted to kill the old man directly, but suddenly he noticed an extremely huge momentum approaching here quickly, and it was very well hidden. He felt it carefully for a long time before finally grasping the source of this breath. It's rising from below the ground. The target is the Ice Dragon Cave. Therefore, he ran in immediately after a little delay, only to find that Ulu and the white-bearded old man were fighting fiercely. He did not intervene immediately, but observed Ulu's strength on the side until she fell into show up after being weak. Ulu is more mature than last time. At this time, in the Ice God mode, the original black short hair has become ice blue long hair, and the skin on his body is as crystal clear as ice crystals, exuding light. The charm is still the same, and the style is better than before. This is how Naruto felt when he saw her again. Naruto. When Ulu saw Naruto appear, his face was filled with surprise, and he let out a soft cry. So you two know each other. The white-bearded old man frowned and smiled. Naruto passed through the crowd and came to Ulu casually, ignoring the white-bearded old man, and said to her, "Ulu, let's get out of here, there will be a big crisis here later." What? After hearing Naruto's words, Ulu couldn't help but be surprised, but Naruto smiled lightly, preventing her from continuing to speak, and regardless of whether she answered or not, he stretched out his hand to wrap his arms around her slender waist, and after a flash, he appeared at the other side of the hole in the next moment. "I know you are there, it doesn't matter what you are worried about, now you don't have to be lonely here, I have found another way to heal you." Hearing this, a burst of surprise appeared in Ulu's eyes. The white-bearded old man and others all felt inexplicable. Will there be a big crisis here? How is this possible? Simply inexplicable. However, everyone present suddenly had an ominous omen from the bottom of their hearts. Naruto also noticed that the powerful breath was getting closer and closer, and he rushed out of the Ice Dragon Cave with Ulu in his arms. Just when Naruto came to the ruined cave with Ulugang in his arms, a huge roar suddenly came from the Ice Dragon Cave. Ow! It was not an ordinary roar, but the roar of a dragon. I saw that in the Ice Dragon Cave, a huge crack suddenly opened on the ground where Shualian was located, and then a hill-like figure slammed out from under the ice surface. The ferocious Kiba, with a huge and heavy body, scales shining with golden yellow light, and the four huge claws Kiba, with a flat back and covered with those golden scales, looks like an unbreakable defense. It's a train. To be precise, this is a golden earth dragon that has been sleeping underground since ancient times. Unlike other dragons, he has no wings and does not look like a dragon, but more strictly like a giant pangolin. However, the feeling he gave at this time made only one word appear in the minds of those present who saw him: dragon. This, what did I see? Dragon. Oh my god, it's a dragon. A real dragon. Someone screamed in fright, and ran out quickly. However, after the golden earth dragon roared wildly, he didn't even look at Whitebeard and the others, but came to where the snow lotus was, opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. What? He actually ate snow lotus. Whitebeard's eyes widened immediately. Shualian, who had been chasing for so long, was about to get it, but was swallowed by this giant dragon. This is simply unacceptable. Damn it. Spit it out for the old man. The white-bearded old man roared. With a tap of his wand, a magic ball of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters was condensed. Breaking apart. The leader is angry. The people in his subordinates were so shocked by this momentum that they couldn't move, and looked at him excitedly. Boom. The next moment, the magic light ball instantly turned into a strong ice blue light beam, slamming into the golden earth dragon through the air. The golden earth dragon turned his back slightly, and aimed the scales on his back at the beam. Tremor in the Ice Dragon Cave. The hall could not be supported, and pieces of huge ice fell down. Here, this place is going to collapse. Everyone shouted in horror. Where can they manage other things now? And they all rushed out of the Ice Dragon Cave. Stop for me. No one is allowed to run. Whitebeard's heart was full of anger now. He felt that he would never give up until he could get Shuilian. Even if it is a dragon, let him spit it out. However, after the energy storm, the golden earth dragon turned around slowly, and a violent look suddenly appeared in the two lantern-like red Yuhi eyes, and he opened his mouth, and suddenly a strong khaki light erupted from it. The roar of the earth dragon. Boom! Almost in an instant, the energy spurted from the golden earth dragon's mouth drowned the white-bearded old man. Immediately afterwards, this magic beam was castrated unabated, directly piercing the entire ice dragon cave and blasting out from the ice surface. 751. Let's go. Boom boom boom. The huge roar echoed through the entire ice dragon cave, and among the many subordinates at the entrance of the ice dragon cave, a few guys who had no time to react were directly involved in this roaring energy wave. The energy wave went straight to the sky, and it took a long time to dissipate in the air. At this time, the entire ice dragon cave had collapsed into ruins. In the icy cold wind, there is only an endless field of icebergs and snow. Naruto and Ulu stood in the wind, and Ulu's form had returned to its original appearance. Looking at the moment when the ice dragon cave collapsed, a kind of anger rose in my heart for some unknown reason. This is the place where the two of them once lived, and it carries many memories of the two of them. Besides, this is the place where the ice dragon once stayed, the dragon with a cold appearance but a warm heart. But now, everything has been destroyed like this. The wizards who escaped finally understood what Naruto just said. Counting the number of people around, the leader is gone, they can no longer feel his powerful breath, and the number of companions is nearly half. Part of it was buried forever at the bottom of the ice dragon cave, and part of it was destroyed into air by the energy just now, and no trace could be found. Is that energy wave sent by the dragon? It was so terrifying. At this time, Gray finally came behind Naruto. He looked at the figure with excitement on his face. Ulu. Ulu turned his head, and when he saw Gray running over, he couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then his face showed an excited look. Gray, so you're here too. Gray rushed over and knelt down in front of Ulu, crying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was too impulsive at the beginning. Ulu shook his head. It's not your fault. Yes, it's my fault. I've been wanting to see you all these years and say these words to you. As your disciple, I'm really unfilial. Seeing the reunion between the master and the apprentice, Gray was both excited and guilty. Naruto shook his head helplessly. He had long forgotten what happened back then. However, now is not the time to reminisce. Naruto waved his hand. Now let's get out of here. What's wrong? Gray was slightly taken aback. There is a very strong guy coming out here. We can't stay here for long. Naruto said solemnly. What kind of guy is that? Is all this caused by that guy? Gray just came here. He only saw a huge energy wave flying into the sky before. He felt this powerful force from a distance, regardless of now that power seems to be gone again. Yes, I can feel that this guy is underground now, ready to attack us at any time. After Naruto finished speaking, he pulled up Ulu and Gray and ran out of the extremely cold place. The wizards who stayed before saw Naruto dodging and leave. They had seen the power of the Golden Earth Dragon, and they did not dare to stay any longer, and they evacuated here one after another. However, just as a group of people were preparing to leave, the entire ice field once again shuddered violently. Boom boom boom. I saw the ice surface within a few hundred meters in front of Naruto suddenly cracked, and then a huge figure broke out of the ice. Golden Dragon. Naruto was surprised when he saw the Golden Dragon form. Compared with Ice Dragon, he does not have such a gorgeous figure, but the heavy aura coming from this guy makes people feel like they can't breathe. More importantly, from this dragon, Naruto can feel an incomparable power, a powerful strength that only people who have reached the level of Naruto can feel. You guys, hurry up. Naruto waved his hand, holding Gray and Ulu behind him. His tone was extraordinarily heavy. This guy, is it a dragon? Gray secretly swallowed, but he didn't realize that his voice was shaking. Naruto, I can't go. I want to fight with you. Ulu frowned slightly and shook his head. Let's go. Go now. Naruto suddenly pushed her and Gray back out, shouting at the same time. Both Ulu were startled, but they had never seen Naruto so solemn and anxious. Even the Ghost Master incident didn't move him in the slightest. However, the next moment, the surprise in the hearts of the two of Ulu all turned into a panic. I saw the two hind legs of the Golden Earth Dragon stomping the ground fiercely. With a bang, a wave of air was sent out, and the entire ice surface was shattered in an instant, spreading for hundreds of meters. Both Ulu and Gray were shaken by the strong vibration and could not even stand up, and almost fell to the ground. Naruto folded his hands together, and instantly separated a Mokuden, wood-style clone, rushed towards Gray and Ulu, came to them, pulled them, and turned into a streamer and quickly moved away from the battlefield here. The other wizards had already left a distance of several hundred meters at this time. Fortunately, they were not involved in it. They stood far away on an iceberg and watched the Golden Earth Dragon like a small hill. At this time, Naruto jumped high and jumped directly to the top of the Golden Dragon. Seeing that his Mokuden, wood-style clone had brought Ulu and Gray to the top of the mountain, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the Golden Earth Dragon under his feet, Naruto couldn't help being secretly surprised. Just by stomping his feet, he could see that the strength of this Golden Earth Dragon was at least stronger than that of the Ice Dragon. Moreover, standing on top of his head at this time, he clearly felt the powerful power contained in this dragon's body. Even the water dragon he encountered in the mission of the past century is far from being comparable to it. Sure enough, my feelings can't go wrong. The strength of this dragon far exceeds that of ice dragons and water dragons. The strongest dragon Naruto has ever seen. Unexpectedly, such a powerful guy is still hidden under this ice field. Roar! The Golden Earth Dragon felt Naruto standing above his head, and suddenly screamed in anger. An invisible magic shockwave spread out from his body, and Naruto suddenly flew out into the air in an unstable shape. Even Naruto was blown away by his explosive momentum. He was in midair, just trying to stabilize his body when he found that the Golden Earth Dragon suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth wide, revealing the hideous Kiba. Out! The roar of the Earth Dragon. Before the energy impact reached Naruto, a gust of wind had already rushed towards him with a powerful momentum. Naruto was shocked, the magic power in his body turned, and in a panic, he opened the wings of the wind and moved to the side. A quick side shift. Boom! The next moment, Dragon Roar passed by, and Naruto was almost drawn into it. His figure circled a long arc in midair, and a dark blue chill emerged from his right fist. Ice Dragons Boxing. Boom! With a muffled sound, Naruto's figure turned into a stream of light, and his fist slammed into the Golden Dragon's face. However, no effect. The Golden Earth Dragon's face is also covered with the golden scales, and the powerful icy energy above Naruto's fist strength is actually unable to injure it. In the next instant, the Golden Earth Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it towards Naruto. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. He was only a few meters away from the giant mouth. His strength was condensed, and he suddenly used the Shunshu technique. The figure turned into a golden light and disappeared. 752. Fierce Battle. Far away from the attack range of the Golden Earth Dragon, Naruto was shocked. This guy's defense was simply unimaginable. Even his own dragon-slaying magic couldn't harm him. Ice Dragon's Wing Strike. A large amount of dark blue cold air emerged from Naruto's arms again, and with an indomitable momentum, the figure turned into a faint blue light and flew towards the Golden Earth Dragon. Boom! With another muffled sound, Naruto's attack smashed into the chin of the Golden Earth Dragon, but under this huge impact, the Golden Earth Longyi only slightly raised his chin, instead it angered him. Just listening to his roar, the khaki-yellow magic light on his body rose sharply, and at the same time, Naruto, who was in the air, suddenly felt a heavy weight, and even the wings of the wind could not keep him flying in the air, and his body slammed. Fall to the ground below. This is gravity. During the fall, Naruto already understood that he landed on the ice with a bang, making a deafening roar. His body was directly smashed into the depth of several meters under the ice by the attraction of this gravity. When he wanted to move again, he found that his body was firmly attached to the ground, and it was extremely difficult. How many times the gravity has been blessed by this gravity technique. Naruto was full of magic power, and finally stood up slowly, but when he found that he wanted to move, it became extremely difficult. At this time, the Golden Earth Dragon leaned over to look at Naruto, and there seemed to be a hint of ridicule in his red yuhi-colored eyes. The ferocious mouth opened slightly, and this time, a force so powerful that the entire ice field trembled was concentrated in his mouth. Cohesion. Naruto has never felt so powerful in this world. Even the tailed beast bomb of Kyuubi, 9 tails can't compare with it, and it is estimated that only the oversized tailed beast bomb of 10 tails can match it. Compare it. Golden Earth Dragon. It seems that you are the king of the dragons. Naruto suddenly lowered his head, with an excited smile on his face. The next moment, he opened his hands. The surrounding ice fields, the atmosphere, the cold wind, the sky, and the natural environment of everything seemed to be different. An invisible and huge force is slowly gathering towards his body. The strength of this force made Ulu, who was staring closely at this side from a distance, seem to have an illusion, as if everything within tens of meters of Naruto was shrouded in an invisible in the atmosphere. Even the Golden Earth Dragon's movement of condensing its strength paused slightly, and a dignified flash flashed in Kai Yuhi's eyes. At this moment, Naruto raised his head suddenly, a faint glow appeared from his body, his blonde hair fluttered slightly, and the expression on his face became extremely cold. The first stage of natural mode. Small field completed. He spit out a few words indifferently. That's right, this is the ultimate form of Naruto's power, the natural mode. In this mode, all the substances around him are used by him. In the previous world, he controlled the power of the entire world, the cycle of life and death, everything is in master. But in this world, he still doesn't have enough understanding of the nature here. At this moment, the power he can use is limited to a space of about 50 meters around his body. In this dimension, he is God. However, before there is no master's entire natural power, this mode also has limitations, such as now. The energy in the Golden Earth Dragon's mouth has finally been condensed. He bowed his head and slammed the Naruto under his feet. The roar of the Earth Dragon. This is also a roar that he made with all his strength. The strong khaki light obscured the sky and the sun, as if the entire snow-white ice field was shrouded in a layer of dusk color, and the entire ice field was shocked. Ulu and others who were in the distance also clearly felt the vibration and the powerful energy that spread out. Naruto in such a distance, she could only see the figure of the Golden Earth Dragon. As for Naruto's current situation, she had no way of knowing, but she felt this powerful earth magic. After that, she couldn't help but worry deeply. This is a force that does not belong to human beings, a force powerful enough to destroy everything. Gray is also very worried. Although Naruto is very strong and has completed a 100-year mission, this Golden Earth Dragon feels too powerful for him. Just looking at it from a distance, he had a feeling of trembling all over his body, and a fear that came from his heart spread out. After the roar, the khaki light slowly dissipated, and I saw that where Naruto was originally, a bottomless big hole dozens of meters wide appeared there. This was a tunnel that was forcibly opened by the roar. And Naruto's figure has disappeared without a trace. After a long time, the Earth Dragon was still possessing himself and watching his masterpiece. Suddenly, a cold star shot out from the cave. It's Naruto. I saw that his whole body was burning with ice blue arrogance, and his clothes were tattered, looking extremely embarrassed, but his expression was extremely determined and excited. An attack that even the natural mode can't counteract. If Naruto hadn't relied on the incomparable toughness of his body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand such power. However, there was a smile on Naruto's face, and now is the time to fight back. The gravity technique on his body is still being blessed, but his natural mode has not been released yet. At this time, his whole body is full of strength, and this influence has no effect on him. Full power. Naruto concentrated all the energy within a radius of tens of meters in his hands. His blue magical arrogance instantly became high. The body is suspended in midair, and the ice blue energy in both hands is so strong that it almost distorts space. Spotting the golden earth dragon, Naruto snorted softly, "Ice Dragon Dance." In the next instant, the golden earth dragon couldn't help but take a step back, and at the same time as he stepped back, Naruto's figure turned into a blue streamer, and flew towards him with an aura of destruction. In midair, a huge ice dragon suddenly appeared in front of the golden earth dragon and slammed into his body. This is the form of a dragon transformed by Naruto's energy, and it is the strongest move in his dragon-slaying magic. Even when he was dealing with water dragons, he didn't use any tricks. Boom! Immediately after that, an endless ice blue light covered the entire golden earth dragon. An invisible cold energy spread to the surroundings, lowering the temperature of the ice sheet within a few kilometers again by several degrees. Both Ulu and Gray shuddered, and from a distance they could see the ferocious ice dragon form with infinite majesty. This feeling is stronger than the real ice dragon. Naruto, it seems that you surpassed the ice dragon. Ulu muttered to himself. Ulu, have you really seen an ice dragon? Gray was deeply shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses and said. Yeah, the ice dragon that led us here back then can be regarded as half of my savior. Ulu said with a nostalgia. It's unbelievable. Gray watched as the golden earth dragon was instantly involved in Naruto's attack, and let out a terrifying roar. This was already a battle beyond his cognition. Apart from sighing, he could only sigh deeply. I deeply feel my weakness. The wizards on the other side were all trembling with fright. The power of the golden earth dragon was the one that killed their boss in seconds, and the blonde boy was actually fighting such a terrifying monster. Fortunately, he hadn't attacked these people before, otherwise, I can't even think about the consequences. 753. Body Energy. After a long time, Naruto's attack calmed down, the energy Uzumaki dissipated from the golden earth dragon, a gust of cold wind passed through, but the whole golden earth dragon was frozen in a huge block of ice. He also stared at Naruto with huge pupils like lanterns. Naruto let out a long sigh. This ice dragon dance almost took away all the natural energy within a radius of 50 meters. The natural mode was unsustainable, and he could only withdraw from it. The body landed on the ice again, and Naruto aimed at the place where the golden earth dragon was, and the palms of both hands were slightly closed, and then again, a soft white ball of light suddenly appeared. Jinten particle style. The power to shatter everything. Concentrated. Concentrate again. Naruto could clearly feel that although this golden earth dragon was blocked by ice at this time, he was not dead or even intact. At this time, his powerful strength was about to break out of the ice. Therefore, he must be killed before that. Only with Jinten particle style. The white ball of light in Naruto's palm grew bigger and bigger, and finally his hands were raised high in the sky, and a huge ball of energy as tall as the entire body of a golden earth dragon condensed in his hands. Then, his arms slammed out towards the golden earth dragon. The ball of light suddenly turned into a beam of energy that covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, the golden earth dragon was shrouded. The ice field along the way was instantly opened up into a huge ravine that stretched to the horizon. Naruto couldn't help sweating on his forehead. The magic power concentrated in this blow was almost 1/3 of his total magic power. In addition to the previous consumption, the magic power in his body was already insufficient at this time. Half. Such a large consumption, and full output. Even the golden earth dragon, which could not be beaten before, should disappear, right? However, when the light dissipated, Naruto's pupils shrank suddenly. I saw the tall and solid body of the golden earth dragon still standing on the spot, motionless, and the golden scales on his back came into view. And his whole body was completely unscathed. Even Jinten particle style cannot destroy. This is absolutely unprecedented in Naruto's view. No matter how strong the body is, Jinten particle style can turn everything into molecules. However, the Golden Earth Dragon actually blocked Jinten particle style's attack with its golden scales. Even Naruto was a little unacceptable for a while, and couldn't help but froze in place. At this moment, the Golden Earth Dragon suddenly turned around, and his huge body slammed towards Naruto. A huge shadow shrouded over, and Naruto quickly dodged and left the place. With a loud bang, the ice field was smashed out of a huge pit. In fact, at this time, the Golden Land Long Yi was not injured at all. On the contrary, he was severely consumed by a series of attacks by Naruto just now, especially the last white shockwave. If it weren't for the dragon scales on his body, if he resists all energy shocks, I am afraid that he will really be killed. However, the ability of dragon scales also requires energy supply. After resisting Naruto's attack, the magic power of the Golden Earth Dragon was also consumed very seriously. Therefore, in order to deal with the tenacious human being Naruto, he has no choice but to fight with his body. In hand-to-hand combat, dragons are never afraid of anyone. However, Naruto's speed is as fast as lightning, and his teleportation technique is also superb. Even without the teleportation of Hiraishin's technique, it is still difficult to capture his figure with the movements of the Golden Earth Dragon. For a time, Naruto was in the same place and surrounded by the Golden Earth Dragon. His body suddenly passed under the Earth Dragon, and suddenly jumped to his back. As the figure flickered and moved, the Earth Dragon was completely helpless. However, it wasn't that Long Yi didn't know how to fight. Just when Naruto dodged his dragon claw, the magical light on his body flashed instantly. At this time, Naruto hadn't lost his old strength, and his new strength had not yet been born. Suddenly, he felt his body sink, his feet staggered slightly, and he almost fell to the ground. Gravity again. Not good. The surrounding natural forces have not been replenished, and I can't get rid of the gravity technique for a while. Naruto's life is not good. At this moment, a huge ridge-along shadow suddenly came from the top of the head. With an invisible pressure, it was the tail of the Golden Earth Dragon. Boom! The giant tail of the Golden Earth Dragon swept Naruto in an instant. Naruto was in a hurry and only had time to stretch out his arms to cover the top of his head, and then a huge force hit his arms, the top of his head darkened, and the back of his body was pressed against the ice with a bang, and he also felt himself. His body and the entire ice surface were slammed down by this enormous force. When everyone in the distance saw this shocking tale, they saw that the ice field seemed to be hit by a giant axe, and suddenly a huge crack opened from it, dozens of meters wide, extending to thousands of meters away. Even the terrain has changed. And Naruto's body was slammed into the ice field again by this tail. Damn, you big reptile. Naruto was blasted into the ice sheet twice, and a strong sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. His body flew out of the ice like an arrow, and instantly appeared intact in the Golden Dragon. In front of. It's just that although there are no wounds on his body, his clothes have long since become strips of cloth. Really embarrassed, this is the most embarrassing time in this world. Being forced into such a situation by the Golden Earth Dragon, Naruto could not help roaring. I'm going to knock you out. Naruto took a deep breath. When he blocked the ice dragon's tail with his hands just now, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful body energy running through his hands. At this moment, the energy in his hands is pouring out continuously. Seeing that Naruto's momentum was not weak at all, the Golden Earth Dragon roared again and again, and the giant tail aimed at Naruto and swept over again. However, this time Naruto didn't dodge. Just when his huge tail swept up to Naruto's body, he flashed back slightly and came to the tip of his long tail. Extend your arms and hug him. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and Naruto and the Golden Earth Dragon shook at the same time. Then, Naruto grabbed the giant tail of the Golden Earth Dragon, and his legs dragged a long trajectory on the ice field. But his hands never let go. 754. Frenzy. Then, just when the Golden Earth Dragon wanted to pull its tail back again, he suddenly found that his tail had been firmly hugged by Naruto and could not move. No reason. A mere human being, a mere existence like an ant, how could it possibly compete for the power of a dragon? The Golden Earth Dragon was furious. He was about to exert his strength, but suddenly he felt an unparalleled force coming from his tail. I saw Naruto hugging the giant tail of the Golden Earth Dragon, and an inexplicable and powerful force suddenly emerged from his arms. This force seemed to explode, with endless strength, suddenly dragging the Earth Dragon's tail pulled his entire body up. Spin. An incredible scene appeared in the sight of everyone in the distance. They saw the most exaggerated scene of their lives. The figure of the Golden Earth Dragon, which was as huge as a hill, suddenly hung up in the air, and his tail seemed to be grabbed by Naruto, spinning wildly with him at the center. The rotation was getting faster and faster, and it even brought a gusty wind, mixed with blizzards, and spread in all directions. Even Ulu and others in the distance felt the cold wind on the pavement. They all opened their mouths in disbelief, and they were all stunned. There are people in this world who can actually pull a dragon into the air. How much power should this have? Incredible. Deep shock. The power in Naruto's body is getting stronger and stronger, more and more, as if it can't be used up, it pours out of the body and turns into pure physical power. With a loud roar, the blue veins in his arms burst out, and with this huge force, he suddenly threw the entire Golden Earth Dragon flying out. Call. The body of the Golden Earth Dragon was thrown thousands of meters away in midair. Finally, it crashed into a tall iceberg with a bang. Smashed the whole iceberg out of it. The iceberg collapsed, and the ice and snow crashed down, instantly burying the Golden Earth Dragon. Dragon was thrown away. Naruto stood where he was, panting heavily, but in the cold wind, his body was covered in sweat, and the energy in his body was pouring out continuously, making him seem to have endless strength. His body suddenly turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the collapsed iceberg at a flying speed, digging out the entire Golden Earth Dragon that had fallen into it, grabbing his tail and slamming it across his shoulders, once again hit him hard on the ground. In the roar, the ice field shattered into pieces. Naruto rode on the Golden Dragon's head, clenched his fist and punched him in the head. Boom. Boom. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The feeling of punching to the flesh makes Naruto extremely excited. He has not felt this kind of blood boiling for a long time. This is a kind of thrill when fighting an evenly matched opponent. He felt that the energy in his body was constantly being stimulated, and every punch was heavier than before. This punch was stronger than a punch, and even the dragon scales covered by the Golden Earth Dragon couldn't stop it, and it was smashed inch by inch. Blood flowed out from the Golden Dragon's head, and he finally screamed in pain. This is the scream of the dragon. Everyone in the distance swears that they have never heard such a shrill cry, and this cry actually came from the mouth of the legendary dragon. As for the originator of all this, everyone has been unable to think about it in their hearts. The screams continued for nearly half an hour, and the Golden Earth Dragon suddenly spoke. Warrior. Warriors, please stop. I can't take it anymore. It hurts. I'm going to die. The dull voice was filled with pain, and the Golden Earth Dragon actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then beat him even harder. The dragon's scales were smashed and dropped, blood flowing, and the Golden Earth Dragon roared under his fist. Finally, Naruto stopped. The Golden Earth Dragon had been beaten to the brink of death, and fell on the ice field with his eyes closed and gasping for breath. Naruto just jumped off his head. At this time, he was also gasping for breath, and the strength like Izumi just now returned to the depths of his body, and all that was left was exhaustion. At this moment, the Golden Earth Dragon suddenly opened his eyes, and Naruto was slightly startled. Does this guy still have any energy left? It's too bad, I don't have much energy anymore. However, just as Naruto was on guard against his attack, the Golden Earth Dragon slammed into the ground. There was a rumbling shock, and his hill-like body finally disappeared above the ice field. Golden Earth Dragon, defeated and fled. Naruto just fell to the ground with a bang, and couldn't bear it for a long time. What a great dragon! Now that his strength has advanced greatly, he can't deal with it. If it weren't for the body energy that surged out of his body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. But fortunately he still lost in the end, although the victory was a fluke. Thinking about it, Naruto's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he gradually fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, when Naruto woke up again, he found himself in a soft embrace, and a somewhat familiar scent entered his nose. This is Ulu. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a gentle and beautiful face. At this time he was lying in her arms. Next to it is the surprised Gray. Naruto, you finally woke up. Gray breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto thought for a while, and he seemed to faint after fighting the Golden Earth Dragon. It must have been too much force and exhausted its strength. As soon as he moved, he just wanted to get up, but found that there were bursts of pain all over his body. Don't move. You are working too hard now, you need to rest. Ulu's voice sounded in his ear. The surrounding area was pitch black, and it was full of icy cold winds. Is it still an extremely cold place here? No, it's already in the cold Iceland, and it was Ulu who carried you here, who fainted on the ground. Gray said, you're a jerk, you actually beat all that kind of monsters back. Naruto smiled lightly and looked at Ulu. Thank you for your hard work. Of course he knew how difficult it was to come to Iceland from the extreme cold and bring a person with him, and Ulu was not completely healthy now, so it made her even more difficult. 755. Lonely Night. Naruto, you are so reluctant to fight against such a monster to such a degree. If something happens to you, what will I do? Ulu sighed slightly, and said with a reproachful tone. Naruto laughed. At that time, he might have chosen to run away with Ulu and Gray, but his speed might not be as fast as the Golden Earth Dragon. But he subconsciously wanted to fight against such a powerful guy and experience the feeling of blood boiling. However, Ulu and Gray were really worried about him. It was already night, this was cold Iceland, Naruto had been fighting for so long, and now he was very hungry, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. Ulu smiled and said helplessly, it seems that I have to find something to eat. Gray stood up and said, now we can only find something to eat on the island, I'll go right away. Ulu nodded, you have to be careful. After Gray left, Naruto looked at Ulu, the expression on his face became gentle. I haven't seen you for a long time, I really miss you. Ulu smiled slightly, lowered his head and looked at him tenderly. The two looked at each other, a tacit understanding spread, and it seemed that they had returned to the time when they were together before. Suddenly, Ulu frowned slightly and groaned. What's wrong? Naruto was startled, and hurriedly struggled to get up and hugged her back. Uluyu's face turned Yuhi slightly, and said angrily, it's okay, it's just that without Shuilian by my side, my body becomes uncomfortable again. Naruto closed his eyes slightly, and the breath of life in the surrounding world suddenly condensed. He hugged Ulu tightly, instilling this pure life force into Ulu's body. Ulu suddenly felt a warm and energetic force coming from Naruto. She seemed to be caught in a warm sunshine, even though it was dark night and cold wind. After a while, the input of life force was completed, and the chronic illness that had plagued Ulu for many years was so easily cured, she only felt a burst of inconceivable. Naruto, I really admire you more and more. In just a few short years, your strength has reached such a level that not only can you defeat a dragon, but you can also repair my body so quickly. After Ulu recovered, there was a happy smile on his face. While repairing Ulu's body, Naruto also used this pure life force to constantly repair his overstretched body. When the treatment was completed, the two stood up. Naruto's whole body became very relaxed, and although his mental strength has not recovered, his body is no longer in serious trouble. Looking at his lively appearance, Ulu once again sighed at his magic. Just then, Gray came back here with a big fish in his hand. In the firelight, the three of them had a delicious meal of grilled fish. Of course, the flames were created by Naruto. Because there was no place to sleep in the cold Iceland, Ulu used modeling magic to create a boat and headed towards the other bank overnight. The three sat on the boat chatting, and Gray told the guilt in his heart these days and the results of his hard work. Naruto looked at Ulu with a smile. Ulu is now in her 30s, but she is still as young as she was in her 20s. The few years in the extremely cold land have not brought any changes to her at all, and she still looks the same. Gentle and beautiful. Thinking of the sex with Ulu that time, Naruto couldn't bear it a little in his heart. If it wasn't for Gray's presence, he would have gone up to hug her long ago. A few hours later, the full moon hung high above their heads, and the three were drifting on the sea, and soon came to the shore. After removing the modeling magic, they found a hotel in a town along the coast and went to rest. The three opened 2 rooms, one for Ulu, and one for Naruto and Gray. Because it was very late, Gray quickly fell asleep. Although Naruto had gone through a great battle, after repairing his body with the power of life, he was full of vitality even though his mental strength was insufficient at this time. So, he lay in bed and couldn't sleep. After a long time, he left the bed and quietly came to the door of Ulu's room. The door was closed, but Naruto heard uneven breathing from inside, up and down, slow and urgent, with a special rhythm. Naruto froze slightly. He used a very clever technique to pry open the door and walked in. Outside the window of the room, the white moonlight poured down, and Naruto saw the figure lying on the side of the bed under the moonlight. It is Ulu. However, her body was twisting slightly at this time. Looking from Naruto's direction, he happened to see a white and tender jade hand moving between Ulu's curled legs. A faint, almost inaudible moan came from Ulu's mouth. She is at masturbate. Naruto knew right away what she was doing. Unexpectedly, Ulu was actually doing such a thing, and he stayed there all of a sudden. However, after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. Ulu was a mature woman after all. At this time, she was at the age of a wolf like a tiger. She had sex with Naruto once before. Like a drug addiction, how can Naruto be satisfied with her only once? Therefore, in the days when Naruto was away, Ulu almost always had to console himself. Under the installation of Naruto's life force before, her body was as full of vitality as Naruto. Under the stimulation of this layer of power, the desire in the depths of her body was even stronger, so she couldn't help being in this place. When doing masturbation activities, she seemed to be so immersed in it that she didn't even notice Naruto's arrival. Naruto's mouth was dry, and after he smiled in his heart, he suddenly went up and hugged Ulu gently. What? With an exclamation, Ulu shivered in fright, and the jade hand hurriedly pulled out from between his legs, while turning his head to look at the person who attacked him. Naruto, how did you come here? You just now, didn't you see anything? No, why did you enter my room without making a sound? 756. Naruto lowered his voice and laughed. Ulu, I miss you. The gentle tone penetrated into her ears with a wet breath, and Ulu couldn't help trembling again, and said in a shy and anxious tone, what are you doing, Naruto? Naruto was a little surprised. Why did Ulu suddenly become so reserved? He and she had already done it. Did she become unfamiliar with herself after not seeing her for a long time? Naruto, who was a little uncomfortable in her heart, had gone around her body with one hand and grasped her bulging breasts. Ulu's breasts were really soft and elastic, even after giving birth to a child. So strong. Yuji fainted on Ulu's face, and under the moonlight, she began to struggle gently. Naruto, don't be like this. What's wrong? Naruto asked while playing with her jade milk. I am your master. Ulu sighed softly. Naruto couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then he laughed in a low voice. I know this, we've already done it, haven't we? Also, I just saw that you couldn't help masturbating. Ulu was embarrassed when she heard the words, but Naruto rubbed her chest very comfortably. and she hurriedly defended the contradiction in her heart. Well, that's normal, but I've decided that I can't be like this with you. Go down, we are masters and apprentices. If others find out, how will they see us? Quote. No, what if we were found out? As long as we're together, it's enough. Naruto whispered. One hand was no longer satisfied with being outside. He quietly untied her, wrapping her breasts. Her fiery big hands already touched her delicate and moist skin. What a wonderful feeling. Naruto felt that his hand couldn't hold it all. Naruto, really can't go on. Ulu suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand, and said with a begging voice. Why, do you care so much about worldly vision? Naruto stopped moving after hearing this, and sighed sadly. At the bottom of the extremely cold land, can the story of when Izumi really only exist in memory? At that time, the warm and romantic feeling between the two of them really died with the cold wind. Because this place is different from the extremely cold land. Ulu sighed and said softly. Hearing this answer, Naruto suddenly got a little angry. His hand moved again, and the other hand directly opened her pants and penetrated into her legs. Is it because you are worried that someone here will find out about us? Is it because of other people's eyes that you bury your feelings like this? Ulu, even if you think so, I will not let you go. Naruto said. He suddenly turned over and pinned her down. Squeezed out an exaggerated arc of the double breasts on her chest. Hearing his answer and smelling the intoxicating breath on his body, Ulu was once again addicted. And pieces of that day in on Izumi at the bottom of the Arctic land came to mind. Naruto, I'm sorry. Ulu apologized deeply to him and said, you have done so much for me, and I have contracted this impure relationship between us, all of this. It's all my fault. What is an impure relationship? Ulu, I like you too, don't you like me? Naruto held her pair of jade hands that were struggling slightly, clasped her 5 fingers lightly, and looked down seriously, her beautiful eyes like water in the moonlight, asked. Ulu didn't dare to look into his eyes, turned his head and sighed quietly. Of course she likes Naruto. Maybe she didn't know or sense her feelings before, but after many years of loneliness in the extremely cold land, she realized that what she thinks most about is Naruto. When I remembered the feeling of embracing Naruto in the snow and ice, I felt warm all over my body, and a feeling of safety and happiness came to my mind. However, after leaving the extremely cold place, there are too many people around, and he is his master on the face. How can he kiss me and me under everyone's eyes? If one day is discovered, wouldn't he be reviled by thousands of people? Even if he doesn't care about this kind of thing, what about Naruto? He has a bright future. How can he be ruined in the hands of this old woman? Ulu, I will never let you be alone like this. Naruto said suddenly, and after speaking, he lowered his head and pouted her soft lips. Ulume's eyes widened, her mouth made a whining sound, her body kept struggling, but she quickly softened under Naruto's strong suppression. Her jade face turned into Yuhi, her beautiful eyes gradually blurred, her incense tongue and Naruto's tongue were entangled together, and she fell into forgetfulness for a while. She quietly opened her legs, Naruto's body sank slightly, and she entered deeply. Ah, Naruto! Ulu raised his head and called out. A groan of pleasure came out of his mouth, a pair of slender thighs wrapped tightly around Naruto's waist, welcoming his twitching again and again. Naruto, it's really comfortable. Besides, hurry up. Ulu finally lost all his baggage and was immersed in this long-lost pleasure. Having sex with Naruto, she feels like she has fallen into heaven, and she doesn't have to think about everything for the time being, just enjoy the wonderful moment. Ulu moaned wantonly, the whole body was pressed down by Naruto, the whole bed was shaking violently, and the feeling of long absence made both of them go crazy. After a long time, Naruto kept her up 3 times before the tide stopped, and he lay on the bed with his arms around her tender body, extremely satisfied. Naruto, can I really be with you? Ulu murmured with his beautiful eyes closed, with the afterglow after the orgasm on his face. Of course we can be together if you want. Naruto kissed her face inch by inch and said softly. A happy smile appeared on Ulu's face. The moonlight shone on her charming body, and both of them fell asleep. In another room, Gray was sleeping soundly. He never dreamed that the master he respected was doing such a crazy act next to him. 757. Drunk. Until the next morning, when Naruto woke up faintly from Ulu's bed, he found that there was no one around him. He was startled and jumped up from the bed quickly. "Ulu!" he called out, but didn't answer. With a wave of his arm, he quickly removed the soundproof barrier he set up last night, ran out of the door, and came to the next door, where Gray was lying on the field and sleeping soundly. This is a hotel, where would Ulu go if he wasn't in his room? Naruto returned to Ulu's room, and his thoughts returned to last night. Last night, he and Ulu both fell into madness. They didn't know how long they had been doing it. However, why did Ulu get up early in the morning? Is she going to buy breakfast or something? That's not right. There is breakfast in the hotel. She should wake herself up when she wakes up, right? Or, doesn't she want to wake herself up so early? Just when he suddenly thought of some bad prediction, a note on the bedside was clearly printed in his eyes. Naruto stepped forward to take a look, and was immediately stunned. "Naruto, it's nice to see you again, but I think this is really the last time we have a relationship. In fact, I decided I couldn't be like this with you again after the previous one. Going down, but now I can't control myself and do crazy things. Maybe it's because you have a special magic power that is tempting me. I can't stay by your side anymore. I want to calm down and walk around. By the way, I will also make up for the life that I have been missing for the past 8 years. Goodbye, Naruto, we will meet again one day. Oh yes, and say goodbye to Gray for me. Sincerely, the master who loves you." Seeing such a message, Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a silly woman, she is so gentle, but she doesn't face her feelings. What can I do to keep you? Now that she has reached the strength of the Holy 10 Magi, she will not encounter any danger, but Naruto has always been worried, and he is more reluctant to give up. He likes Ulu, likes her gentle smile, and also likes smell on her. Naruto regretted her departure, and he vowed to find Ulu. I must correct your attitude towards feelings. Mind-blowing thought. Putting away the note and putting it in his arms, Naruto left Ulu's room. After sighing, he walked to Gray's room and woke him up. Because of the soundproof barrier, no matter how crazy Naruto and Ulu were last night, Gray couldn't hear any movement at all, and he couldn't feel anything different. "Naruto, what time is it? Why do you get up so early?" "It's getting late, we should go back to the guild," Naruto said. Gray got up and got dressed. After a while, when the two came downstairs for breakfast, Gray couldn't help but ask strangely, "Where's Ulu?" When Naruto heard the words, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he said with a smile, "She left." "What?" Gray immediately screamed in shock. Naruto scratched his ears. "It's so noisy." Gray asked Naruto in disbelief, "What's going on? Why did Ulu leave suddenly? Why didn't you even say goodbye to me?" Naruto said lightly, "She wrote a letter to me before she left, saying that she wanted to leave and go for a walk elsewhere. She didn't like the sadness of parting, so she secretly left while we were not paying attention. In the letter, they all bid us farewell." "What about the letter? Show me," Gray asked hastily. "I was torn apart," Naruto said. Gray stared at him sternly. Okay, hurry back to the guild, this is the end of the matter, there will always be someone who will almost see her next time, right?" Naruto patted his shoulder. Seeing his apparent lack of energy, Gray felt a little suspicious. This guy must be hiding something. But it was really impossible for him to ask anything out of his mouth. He had no choice but to follow Naruto back to the guild. The two got on the train and quickly returned to the guild. It was noon. Arrived at the guild, sat down and drank a drink, Naruto looked gloomy. "Hey Naruto, you're back from work." A figure sitting opposite, holding a huge wine barrel in his hand, his mouth full of alcohol, greeted him. "It's Kana." Naruto glanced at her and suddenly said, "Pour me some wine." Kana was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Naruto, it seems that you have really encountered something unhappy. Come on, I'll accompany you to drink. You can tell me anything you are unhappy about. Quote. Naruto shook his head and smiled lightly. How can he tell others about his affairs? It is estimated that 99% of people will object to the affairs with Ulu. After the drink in the cup was replaced with wine, Naruto drank it in one gulp, and Kana looked at him in surprise and filled him with a smile. Really, Naruto, you obviously have something on your mind, why didn't you tell me? Kana also said depressedly. I'm just a little upset, don't think about it. Naruto didn't tell her, and of course he couldn't tell her. This kind of thing can only be kept in the heart. Ulu is escaping from himself and his feelings for her, and speaking out will only make him more depressed and unhappy. I'll ask you all after you find her. Naruto grumbled and only focused on drinking. Kana didn't say anything after asking for a long time, which made her very depressed and drinking wildly. The two of them had been drinking for a long time, and even Naruto got drunk and lay down. Kana Yuhi smiled and said, Naruto, although my strength is not as good as yours, you are not my opponent when you drink. Naruto was lying on the table drunk, and couldn't hear what Kana was saying. In the end, she only felt as if she was helping him to leave the guild, and there seemed to be a greeting from Mirage and the others. After a long time, Naruto woke up faintly, but suddenly felt the dazzling sunlight slanting in. 758. Gerald is not dead. In his hand, he seemed to be holding something soft, a very familiar touch. This is... Naruto was startled, his eyes suddenly opened, and he suddenly found that there was a pretty girl in his arms at some point. Long eyelashes, slightly curly hair tips, and the smell of wine wafting from the nose. This is... Kana. Naruto sat up immediately. Kana, why am I here? Where is this? Naruto pushed her awake. Kana opened her beautiful eyes in a daze, with a lazy look on her face, looked at Naruto, and suddenly her pretty face became dizzy and embarrassed. Well, this is my home, but I don't know how. It's become like this. By the way, Naruto, your hand is touching my chest. As Kana spoke, a seductive moan came out of her mouth. Naruto jumped in his head and looked down, only to find that the two of them were lying on a big white bed covered in red, while Kana was lying naked on his chest. He quickly withdrew his hand and said embarrassedly, let's get up quickly. Wait, Kana suddenly suppressed him and giggled. Naruto, do you really not remember what happened to us? Quote. I'm drunk. Did you memorize me in the end? I wouldn't have done anything to you. Naruto expected something bad. Did he say drunk and messed up? Sexually fucked Kana. Kana had a disappointed look on her face when she heard the words, my body. I have already been seen and touched by you. Naruto, you must be responsible. Cold sweat dripped from Naruto's forehead. It's really bad, and sure enough, wine is really not a good thing. Although it is said that it is very wonderful to have a fight with a beauty like Kana, but the problem is that I am drunk and feel nothing. And he was still thinking about Ulu in his heart, and his mood was low. Why? He sighed and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, several voices suddenly sounded outside the door. Kana. You die for me. The voices are other girls in the guild. When Kana heard this, she was startled immediately. She quickly jumped up from the bed, grabbed the clothes and put them on her body. When Naruto saw the wonderful scenery of her body, he couldn't help but feel hot. Quick, get dressed. Kana urged him to see him in a daze. Naruto regained his senses and was about to put on his clothes when the door was slammed open. I saw a few pretty girls standing at the door of the room staring blankly at the scene where Kana and Naruto were wearing clothes, and suddenly let out a burst of exclamation. Damn Kana, you really did attack my Naruto. I'm going to kill you. A group of girls rushed over aggressively and rushed towards Kana. Naruto was a little speechless by the sudden situation, and hurriedly walked out of the house. Let's get out of here for now, and I'll figure things out after Kana calms down. He found out that this was the women's dormitory, but he didn't expect Kana to bring herself to the dormitory's house. This is her skill, Naruto thought with a wry smile. Looking up at the sky, it was already dusk, and he still felt a little dizzy. It seemed that he was really not suitable for drinking. Go home, shower, sleep. When Naruto was about to lie down on the bed, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. A figure stood at the door, panting heavily, much to Naruto's surprise. Juvia, with wavy hair, her lovely face was covered with frost at this time, and there was a strong anxiety in her brows. What's wrong? Naruto stood at the door wearing only shorts, frowning at her and asked. Juvia was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Naruto's naked upper body and shorts. The whole tender face instantly turned into Yuhi. Ah! 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 She screamed shyly, her whole body trembling with excitement. Hey, I said if you have something to say, just say it. Naruto asked anxiously. From Juvia's expression just now, he felt as if something bad had happened. But this girl is really inexplicable. Haven't you seen the naked body of a man? Besides, he was wearing shorts. Only then did Juvia calm down. Her face turned into panic again, and she hurriedly shouted, Elsa and the others have an accident. What? Magic Council. In the conference room, a group of people are discussing something solemnly. This guy Gerald is still alive. And he's actually planning the Tower of Paradise. The second member of the panel, J.O., exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I am also very sad about this. My brother is doing something that is endangering the peace of the entire wizarding world. We must take action. Destroy that plan. Looks exactly like Gerald, Chicrane said in a deep voice. But how to do this? Someone asked. You can only use the magic wizard power. Once the Paradise Tower plan is successful, it will definitely be a disaster. Chikrian cried anxiously. A beautiful girl in a robe standing behind him also said solemnly, there is not much time to think about it, the plan for the Tower of Paradise is about to start. On an unknown island. A splendid-looking tower stands on it, and it looks like a castle outside the world from a distance, making people wonder if there is anything novel hidden inside. But at this time, the interior of the Tower of Paradise. Urza was running all the way, her face was full of worry. Gerald, get Natsu and the others out of here, she shouted towards the empty surroundings. In response to him was a man's gloomy chuckle. If you have the ability, come to the top floor, I will wait for you there, and if you want to rescue your companion, show your strength. Urza bit Kiba, and she couldn't help showing a look of disgust on her face. She never thought that Gerald would become like this. What's more hateful is that he actually lied to Shu for 6 years. It is unforgivable. 759. Fighting alone. It turned out that after Urza and Lucy came to the Paradise Hotel a day ago, they discovered the existence of Hugh and the others. At that time, Urza was very shocked, but she was also very happy at the same time. But unexpectedly, Hugh and the others agreed to take them back to the Tower of Paradise. However, isn't the Tower of Paradise destroyed? Moreover, they actually said that Gerald was alive. This surprised her, and she couldn't help but think of Chicrane in the Magic Council. That man looked exactly like Gerald. Although he said it was Gerald's brother, when he thought about it at this time, it was indeed very strange. Suspicious. Then, she learned from Hugh and the others that Gerald was building the Tower of Paradise, and it was almost completed in the past 2 days. She felt very unbelievable about this. She always thought that Gerald had been killed by Naruto, but at this time, she actually met the long-lost Shu and them, which made her wonder what it was like. After that, she was taken away by several people, and both Natsu, Lucy and Juvia were knocked down in the Paradise Hotel. Then on the second day, she found out that she was already on a boat, and then she quickly arrived at the destination, a remote island in the sea, and it was difficult for ordinary people to know the whereabouts of this place. With the idea of finding out, she didn't try to escape, but quietly followed them to their destination. The island where the Tower of Paradise is located. But in the back, Natsu and others also quietly followed. After that, Urza and Natsu entered the island one after another. Master Gerald, who was on the top floor of the Tower of Paradise. Afterwards, it didn't take long for several powerful enemies to appear, the Skull Guild assassination group Three Feather Crows. Natsu and Lucy were defeated by them one after another, only Juvia escaped and met Urza. So Urza will send her back to seek help, while she continues to explore the Tower of Paradise. And the previous Shu and others, under Simon's explanation, turned to Urza in the face of battle. It's just that all this was in Gerald's sight. Before they even had time to turn with Urza, they were defeated and imprisoned by Gerald. Come at me if you have anything. Don't hurt my comrades, Urza shouted to the sky. Don't worry, the fire dragon Natsu and the star spirit mage are not dead. They are with me now. If you want to save them, you have to pass the many levels. Gerald's voice came from the air again. This time, 3 crows are coming to deal with you separately, you better prepare. Damn it. Urza bit Silver Kiba tightly, she knew very well the strength of the Skull and Bones killer group, and even she couldn't win the battle among the 3 of them. However, if you don't hurry up and stop his plan, it is very likely that everyone will suffer. Damn Gerald, why did you become like this? Sure enough, as Naruto said, have you completely turned into darkness? At present, Juvia has gone back to seek help, and I hope to rescue them by my own strength before that. Urza thought. In the sky, Naruto propped up the wings of the wind and rushed to the coast of the mainland with Juvia at the fastest speed. Is it this direction? Naruto said eagerly, looking at the sea that Juvia was pointing to. Yeah, but there are no ships now, it's really troublesome for us to go. Juvia can move fast in the sea, but if you bring Naruto, Juvia's speed will be greatly reduced. Juvia worried. Urza must be in danger now. Naruto frowned. Juvia had explained everything to him on the road just now. It turned out that Gerald did not die, but hid deep on the island and used Hugh and Simon to secretly carry out the Tower of Paradise plan. At this time, after learning that both Natsu and Lucy were caught in a trap and Urza was fighting alone, Naruto was greatly worried, and came here directly by flying over a distance of dozens of kilometers with the Wing of Wind magic. We must hurry over, Naruto said in a deep voice. I can just fly over. Juvia, show me the way in the sea. Do you want to fly over? The magic power consumed by such a long distance is very serious. Juvia couldn't help but hurriedly said, it will be bad if the magic power is not enough at that time. No problem, you lead the way first. Naruto flew into the air without saying a word. Juvia was helpless, but he could only be obedient. Seeing how nervous he was for Urza, there was a faint feeling of loss in his heart. But now is not the time to be jealous, Urza's hope is on her. Thinking of this, she also quickly jumped into the sea and swam out quickly along the sea. Juvia is worthy of being a water element. In the water, she seems to have turned into the waves of the sea, completely integrated with the entire sea. The speed in the water is as fast as lightning, which is several times faster than the average ship. And Naruto galloped all the way at the height close to the sea. Following the guidance of Juvia, the magic power was continuously output. Juvia has already increased the speed to the fastest. The figure almost turned into a streamer on the sea, and in an instant, it crossed the distance of hundreds of kilometers, and Naruto's flight speed is not weak at all, at this level of speed. Can also follow. Originally, Juvia was a little worried that Naruto's urging such a powerful flying magic would impose a great burden on his own magic power, but he found that he did not have any problem of insufficient magic power at all. Naruto is indeed the strongest. As expected of the man that Juvia had a crush on. Juvia thought sweetly in her heart. Urza was panting heavily. She had already defeated the owl and the long-haired man, but the magic power on her body had also been severely depleted. If she wanted to deal with the next person, she was really fierce. But she will never give up. Naz, Lucy and the others are still in the tower, and Gerald's plan has not been organized. She knows that she can't stop here. She must defeat all the enemies in front of her. Time passed slowly, and after dusk, the sky slowly became gloomy, as if foreshadowing the coming wind and rain. At this moment, Urza went up a layer, and a figure was waiting for her to come. "Is Elsa the fairy queen?" At this moment, a pleasant female voice came, and in front of Elsa, a beautiful woman with long pink hair was standing quietly. Beneath a gorgeous robe is a slender and bumpy body, wearing a pair of high clogs under her feet, holding a yui-colored long sword in her hand. Her face is as white as jade, and under a pair of beautiful eyes the two-point tear mole showed her melancholy temperament. The long hair has been scattered all the way to the goblin, and a big bow is tied on the head, which is elegant and gorgeous. It doesn't look like a killer at all, but rather like a graceful dancer Haim. "My name is Madara Do, and I'm the captain of the Three Crows. I'm different from those two." She introduced herself with a chuckle. Elsa frowned, her expression was full of solemnity. She looked at Madara and said in a deep voice, "No matter who you are, I will knock you down. Save my companion." As expected of the fairy queen. "Not bad. However, your footsteps will stop here." Madara giggled and smiled, as if she didn't pay attention to Urza at all. 760. Naruto joins the battle. Compared to Madara Do, who was graceful and luxurious with a calm look, Urza looked a little tired after the two previous battles, although her eyes were still sharp. However, her own magic power is obviously insufficient, and under Madara's magic power, she is very dangerous. Heaven's armor. Urza snorted softly, and without saying a word, changed out her most commonly used armor, and instantly summoned a dozen sharp swords to charge towards Madara Do. Madara's eyes opened slightly, and she saw the figure of Elsa rushing over. A disdainful smile flashed on her face. She held the yui-colored long knife in her hand, and suddenly her figure flashed, and the next moment, she had already crossed a few meters. The distance, the light of the sword suddenly flashed. The light of the sword seemed to form a network, and in an instant it passed Urza and stood behind her. The yui-colored longsword in her hand seemed to be unsheathed at all. However, Urza's body suddenly stopped. She turned her head in disbelief. The armor of heaven and the long sword floating around her, all shattered into pieces. A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and Elsa immediately fell to her knees, with only a piece of underwear left on her body, and her tender skin was covered with wounds. Change clothes. Urza didn't have time to be shocked. She quickly changed into a set of black and dignified armor. The armor of purgatory. She stood up slowly, took a few deep breaths, and turned to look at Madara Do. This guy is so strong. He actually broke his armor in an instant. The power of the sword in his hand is self-evident. In front of my sword, even if you wear thick armor, it is no different from being naked. Madara Do sneered. Elsa's expression was stern. At this time, she had no time to care how powerful the other party was. Her only thought now was to defeat the person in front of her. Rescue your comrade. Under this belief, a powerful force poured out of Urza's body. She snorted and rushed over again. However, just as she stepped under her feet, Madara Do's figure suddenly disappeared, almost at a speed that was too late for people to react. Urza only saw another flash of the long sword in her hand, followed by her own body. The pain of the flesh being cut open came up again, blood splashed everywhere, and the armor was smashed to the ground. Guy of Purgatory was cut open so easily. What is her origin? Urza has never met such a powerful guy before. She broke her armor twice in an instant. This is definitely an overwhelming advantage. Hateful. The magic power of the body is not enough. Even if you continue to change the armor at this time, it is just a waste of effort, and it seems that you can only use that trick. The next moment, Urza's body flashed, and when she stood up again, she was no longer wearing any armor. She was wearing a pair of yui-colored loose trousers, and her bulging chest was just wrapped in some white bandages. Now, the long yui-colored hair that was originally a shawl has also become a high ponytail. She didn't wear any armor at all. The only thing that makes people feel heavy is the long sword in her hand. Demon Sword Yu-Hi-Ying. This is a weapon that can only be picked up by abandoning the armor and concentrating the whole body's mana in both hands. You can't even resist my attack when you look like you're covered in armor. You look like you're not wearing anything. Are you trying to find death? Madara giggled when she saw Urza's outfit, her tone full of words' sarcastic meaning. Urza was panting heavily. Although the wound on her body was not deep, the pain was real, and the magic power in her body had been consumed too much at this time, so she could only gamble. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on the final blow. Urza forgot, the magic power in her body can only perform this last attack. In order to save his comrades, he must do his best. Held the demon knife Yu-He-Ying in both hands, looking at Madara Do with extremely sharp eyes, piercing the air and piercing straight into her heart. What a great vibe. Madara Dove frowned slightly, thinking to herself. However, although Urza is very strong to her, she is not necessarily afraid of her. With her depleted body, how much power can she regain? She smiled softly, looking elegant and calm. My sword. There is no disadvantage. Even if you are the fairy queen, I can cut off all your honors. Madara Dove also exuded an amazing magic breath. She held the scabbard in one hand and the sword in the other. Handle, slightly short. Sword drawing technique. Urza was startled. She kicked her feet hard, and charged towards her. She gave up all defenses, and her body speed reached the fastest speed. She had clearly seen the trajectory of Madara's dove movement. At this moment, the knife in her hands was cut out fiercely. At this moment, Madara Dove's sword-drawing technique was also displayed in an instant, and a sword light wrapped in the momentum of tearing everything, dodged towards Urza's sword. Swish! A golden light and shadow flashed instantly, appearing in the middle of the meeting between the two. Raising two fingers respectively, pinch the blade of the two. This is. The bodies of the two stopped at the same time. Chi-Chi looked up in astonishment, only to find that the weapon in his hand was easily pinched by one person with two fingers. Naruto! A burst of exclamation suddenly came from Urza's mouth. Unexpectedly, it was Naruto who came. So is Jubia successful in asking for help? This efficiency is really fast. She finally let out a long sigh of relief. The person who came was of course Naruto, and only Naruto. He and Juvia rushed to the Tower of Paradise at the fastest speed. Although Juvia was a water element, he ran at the limit speed. After a long distance, the magic power has been seriously consumed, and at this time, it is slowly recovering outside. And Naruto rushed here immediately after sensing the aura of Elsa's battle, but saw her fighting another beautiful woman with long pink hair. He resolutely stopped the two of them from the final victory. Sorry, Urza, I am late. 761. Defeat Madara Dove easily. Where could Urza blame him? She couldn't help showing a relaxed smile when she heard the words, just come here. In a word, it represents endless trust. Her nervous heart was finally relieved. She knew that with Naruto there, everything would not be a problem. Hee, I'm afraid you blame me for interfering with your battle. Naruto smiled slightly, let go of her Yu-He-Ying, shook his head and sighed again. However, if I don't show up, you will lose. Quote. Urza was stunned when she heard the words, and then sighed. Naruto, even if you said that, it seems that I really lost to her. Not necessarily. If it weren't for your magic power being exhausted, she might not be able to defeat you, and if you use the water god halberd I gave you, she would never be your opponent. Naruto smiled comfortingly. I'm really bad. The remaining magic power can't control the water god halberd. Urza said with a wry smile. Madara Do, who had been holding the weapon in Naruto's hand, suddenly said coldly, where are you from? You actually interfere in my battle. When Naruto heard this, he asked Urza to retreat, and at the same time let go of Madara Dove's weapon, looked at her and said, Killer Madara Dove, Grandmaster II slashing sword drawing, Gerald hired you to stop Urza, really careful enough. Giggle, do you want to try my sword drawing technique? Madara Ju chuckled when she heard the words. I'm really looking forward to drawing bloodstains on your handsome boy's face. Naruto, her sword skills are very strong. Urza reminded. Naruto nodded slightly. From the moment he came over to block the slashes of the two, he had already felt the power of Urza and Madara Do's attack. In comparison, Madara Do was superior. Her sword-drawing technique has been practiced to the point where it can affect almost space. Although Urza's attack was sharp, she couldn't resist it even if her body's magic power was insufficient. Although there is one more reinforcement, no matter how many come, I will cut off one of them. Madara Do suddenly sneered. Naruto stood still. He smiled and said, "Your attack is ineffective against me. I have blocked one of your attacks just now. I believe you already know that it will not be my opponent, right?" Madara Do frowned. Naruto said it was right, even though she couldn't believe it. Her attack with almost all her strength just now was pinched by his 2 fingers. But she had to fight. As a killer, no matter how strong the opponent was, she had to find a way to kill him. How can you know if you don't try? I don't like escaping from battle, and I also believe in the sword in my hand. Madara Do smiled, her whole body concentrated on the weapon. Naruto can see that this is a woman who is extremely confident in herself, but sometimes this overconfidence is her weakness. Then let the horse come over. Naruto stood on the spot, without any weapons in his hands. He just stood quietly, motionless. That little girl is disrespectful. Madara laughed softly, and the next moment her figure seemed to turn into a breeze, and she appeared in front of Naruto with a hoot, and at the same time, the sword light flashed out in her hand, and she waved it out in succession. Dozens of slashes, covering all the vital points of Naruto's body. However, Naruto stood there motionless, as if he hadn't seen her attack at all. Are you scared? Or did you not see your attack at all? Seeing him like this, Madara's heart flashed a little bit of doubt, but immediately felt that it was impossible. This guy took his own attack so easily before, this is definitely not fake. Perhaps, he is pretending to be mysterious. Look at me severing all your falsehoods. Madara Do's figure and the knife in his hand were integrated into one, and I saw a white sword shadow in front of Naruto's eyes, overwhelming the sky, with an indomitable momentum. Just when Urza was worried about Naruto, Naruto finally moved. He just stretched out his hand gently and penetrated into the sword shadow. In the eyes of Urza and Madara Do, they felt that Naruto's movements were very slow, so slow that they could see the movement of his arms clearly, but Madara Do's long knife seemed to be in his hand, and just as Kankin was about to slash him the next moment, it was lightly pinched by his extended thumb and index finger. Shock! Madara Do's sword-drawing technique was actually pinched by Naruto before he could retract the sword. This is simply unbelievable. Especially Madara Do herself, she did her best, twice as serious than when she dealt with Urza before. But in this case, Naruto easily caught the blade. It's an absolute shame. No, it's impossible. It's impossible. Madara tried hard to withdraw her long knife, but Naruto's 2 fingers seemed to carry an infinite number of pairs, and the weapon that clamped her would not be able to break free. Naruto suddenly let go when she saw the cold sweat on her head. What? A soft cry, Madara Do's body fell backwards and fell to the ground with a thud. It's impossible, she questioned in disbelief, shouted, stood up, and attacked again where Naruto was. However, no matter how sharp her sword-drawing technique was, after coming to Naruto, he just moved his arm slightly, and only 2 fingers were more than enough to deal with it. In the midst of the sword shadows flying, Naruto stood motionless on the spot, without taking a half step back, only to see his fingers point out again and again. Madara Do's sword could not hurt him at all. No, I don't believe it. Madara Do couldn't accept such a cruel reality at all. The swordsmanship that he depended on for his survival, the swordsmanship he was proud of, was so understated in his hands that he was stopped. Boom! Madara Do fell out again. She fell to the ground weakly. Her original graceful posture had long since disappeared, and all that was left was embarrassment and panic. Drops of sweat the size of beans appeared on her fair face, and her eyes were full of fear. You lost, Naruto said lightly. After he finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to her, looked at Urza, and walked over to support her. Go outside first, and leave the matter here to me. 762. Rescue. At this time, Urza finally leaned against Naruto's arms weakly, and said weakly, "Naruto, you have to be careful." Seeing her excessive consumption of magic power, Naruto felt pity, suddenly picked her up and said with a smile, "I'll take you out." Looking at the back of Naruto and Urza leaving, Madara sat in the same place for a long time and said nothing. "Queen of Fairies, you still have such a powerful man who loves you, as a killer, but you can't get anything." The whole Tien picked up his head and worked hard to take over the task. There was deep envy in her eyes. She sighed softly until Naruto and Urza left. "Wow, Naruto, you are holding Urza in such a shameful posture." Outside the Tower of Paradise, Juvia, who was waiting nervously, saw Naruto holding Ai when Lusa came to her side. She was immediately shocked by the intimacy of the two. Her face was full of red yuhi, and she called out with an extremely angry look, "Naruto, just leave Urza to Juvia." Saying that, she immediately rushed up and grabbed Urza to support her. Seeing her nervous look, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Juvia, take good care of Urza. I'll go to the top floor right now to find that guy Geralt. This guy is not dead, has been deceiving us for so long. However, Naruto, save Natsu and Lucy first," Urza reminded. "Well, I will." Naruto nodded, and the figure quickly disappeared from the sight of the two. In the winding tower, Naruto sensed Natsu and Lucy's breath carefully. At such a close distance, their breath was quickly captured by him. In the west, he picked up the speed under his feet, and came to a dark room without obstruction along the way. The lights were not turned on in the room, and I saw Natsu and hubby tied together in the corner, and Lucy was also tied with both hands and feet and was thrown on a bed. Beside the bed, there were several figures lying down, Hugh and Miliana. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a coma. "And there's no one watching over here." He untied the ropes from the people one by one, and then woke them up. The first moment Lucy opened her eyes, tears suddenly poured out, and she plunged into Naruto's arms and cried. "Naruto, that's great. You finally came to save me. I knew it, I knew you came back to save me. Woohoo. Yeah, I'm here, you don't have to be afraid anymore. It was my fault that I made you feel scared before. I didn't come here early. I will definitely get justice for this." Naruto whispered softly in her ear. Sighed comfort. "Damn, that guy named Gerald. I must burn him," Natsu roared angrily. The others looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. Hugh, Miliana, Simon, and Wally, long time no see. Naruto also greeted them at this time. Naruto, Hugh, who had grown into a teenager, called out his name in disbelief. "You still remember me. It makes me happy." Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder. Naruto, do you know them too?" Lucy in her arms raised her face with pear flowers and asked in surprise. "I used to be with Urza in the Tower of Paradise, with Hugh and them. By the way, there seems to be Rob in the group at that time." "How is he?" Naruto suddenly remembered the former member of Fairy Tail, a thin old man. "Grandpa Rob, he's dead." Zio lowered his head and sighed inwardly. "That's right." Naruto was also slightly regretful. Thanks to the old man talking about Fairy Tail with Urza at that time, he and Urza both got into Fairy Tail. Everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion and the complex feelings of losing friends and losing friends. After a while, Naruto broke the deadlock and said lightly, "You guys hurry up and leave this tower, I'm going up to find Jella." You're going to be in trouble here." "Why, I want to go with you too," Natsu shouted in dissatisfaction. "You've already been beaten and brought here by someone else's subordinates, what's the point of telling me to fight with Gerald?" Naruto said mercilessly. Natsu was furious. "If I hadn't been eaten by that strange owl, my magic power would have been melted away, I wouldn't have lost to that guy." Naruto waved his hand and didn't want to listen to his explanation. He said to Lucy, "You leave here with Hugh and the others. Urza and Juvia are already waiting for you at the gate below." Lucy pondered for a while, and finally nodded. Well, I believe you. But you have to be careful. Okay, Hugh, Miliana, it's not too late, let's go now. Naruto urged them again, opening the door to let everyone out. Naruto, are you really okay alone? Gerald has become very strong in recent years. Simon asked worriedly. No problem, if it was Naruto, he would definitely be able to defeat Gerald. Zio said confidently. After all, Naruto was the one who used to take everyone out of the Tower of Paradise. If everyone was on the boat at that time, if they were not deceived by Gerald, it is estimated that everyone would have lived a different life outside. Therefore, Hugh and the others still believe in Naruto's power very much, just like they believe in Urza. Watching Lucy and the others leave, Naruto looked at the last person left beside him. Natsu, he said helplessly, why don't you leave? I must fight with you. Natsu shouted with promise. Naruto sighed. Then it's up to you. This guy, if he is not allowed to fight Gerald, he will definitely be very unwilling, right? That's great. Let's rush up right now. I'm going to beat that guy. Natsu shouted excitedly, and a large flame burst out from his body, breaking the ceiling above his head. 763. Fight against Gerald. The two quickly rushed to the tallest tower, which was a wide hall. At the end of the hall was a high chair with a blue-haired man wearing a cape on the chair. There are some strange runes engraved on the man's right eye. Gerald. The moment he saw Naruto and Natsu appear, he couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you, Naruto, to appear here by accident. Really? Now that you know I'm here, can you still laugh? Naruto said coldly. You hurt Urza, Lucy, Natsu, and Hugh, that's what I can never forgive. Haha, yes, it's all for my plan. I don't allow the guys who disrupt my plan to exist. Gerald stood up, haha laughing. I'm going to beat you up. Natsu was furious, his fists burst into flames, and he rushed out with a kick of his feet. Boom. But soon, he was blasted back by Gerald's punch and caught by Naruto. It's really over your own power. Natsu, you should go to the side, only Naruto can be my opponent. Gerald said lightly. Damn, Natsu was even more angry. Naruto stopped him. Natsu, let me handle it. Natsu glanced at Naruto and had no choice but to answer and move away. Naruto walked towards Gerald, stopped in front of him, and asked indifferently, I remembered that I had killed you back then, how did you deceive me and deceive everyone later? Hearing the words, Gerald twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled proudly. It seems that you have something you don't know about Naruto. This matter is actually very simple, but I won't tell you what's going on. Guess for yourself, but I think it's more interesting to tell you something else. Gerald said, we met a few days ago. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a figure exactly like him suddenly appeared beside Gerald, but the clothes on his body were a little different. It was the clothes of the council. It's Zycrane. Seeing two Geralds appearing here, Naruto understood at once. You don't need to say it, I think I already know. Naruto said in a deep voice. Forged a missing body to pretend to be a counselor, you really have it, and it is really enough to be able to do this without being discovered by others. Be cautious. The figures of Zycrane and Gerard gradually overlapped and became one person. At the same time, he also exudes an extremely strong momentum. This is the imposing manner and pressure of the Holy Ten. Natsu is in a cold sweat, feeling this powerful force, and feels that he can't match it at all. Although this incident is a bit surprising to me, what can it do? Gerald, your plan has come to an end. Naruto waved his hand, and the powerful Gerard came to him. Immediately, the momentum disappeared and returned to nothing. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Gerald suddenly raised his head to laugh wildly, and even Urza and the others below could hear the voice clearly. He kept laughing for a long time before finally stopping, and then said coldly, Naruto, you don't even know when you're about to die. It's so sad. What are you talking about? Naruto frowned. I'll tell you, let you understand. The Magic Council has passed the proposal to launch the magic spirit power here, and this place will soon be destroyed by that powerful force. Everyone here will die. Drop. Ha ha ha. Only 5 minutes left until launch. Natsu was shocked. Mastered by the Magic Council. It is the ultimate power. It takes a huge amount of magic power to launch once. This magic power must be collected for several years. Even decades to complete. One can imagine how powerful this force is. Under this power, let alone such a small island, even a big city can be easily destroyed. However, although Naruto was very surprised, he still had doubts. Although Gerald looked crazy on the surface, since he was able to hide for the Tower of Paradise for 6 years, he has been hiding in the council all these years. Hands and feet, then he will never be a reckless person. There is something strange about it. Naruto thought secretly. However, the most important thing at the moment is to kill him. It is really dangerous to keep this guy. I thought I killed him last time, but I didn't expect to be alive, and it has brought me such a big trouble now. Even the magic wizard power of the council has come out, and there is only 5 minutes left. It looks like it's really going to be a quick fight. However, before that, Urza and the others have to get out of here. He put his hands together and hand seal. The next moment a Mokuden, wood-style clone emerged from his body. Natsu's eyes widened, and Gerald was also surprised. What kind of magic is this? Missing body. Before he could continue to wonder, Naruto sent this clone to persuade Urza and the others to retreat. Natsu, hurry up and get me out of here, Naruto said to Natsu coldly. Natsu suddenly felt a pressure blowing towards his face. He wanted to say he wanted to stay and had to go down from the top of the tower with his clone due to the pressure. Here, only Naruto and Gerald were left. After using the clone, is your power still my opponent? Naruto. Gerald smiled and said, I am the existence of the Holy Ten. Naruto stretched out a finger. 1 minute. Gerald was taken aback. It only takes 1 minute to solve you, Naruto said lightly. Even if you only have half of your usual strength now, it will take no effort to solve you. This time, he will definitely be eliminated in one fell swoop. And the strength of this Gerard in front of him is indeed at the level of the Holy Ten. If this strength is also an illusion, he really has nothing to say. So, this is a great opportunity to kill him. It really made me laugh. Naruto, no matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't let such big words. Gerald laughed, and suddenly his face changed again, becoming extremely hideous, and suddenly appeared on his body a ray of light. The next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a meteor and flashed towards Naruto. Celestial Magic Meteor. Naruto raised his palm slightly, only to hear a muffled bang. The next moment Gerald's fist slammed into his palm, and Gerald launched a fierce attack on him. Compared with physique, Naruto is not wrong at all. He used to beat the Golden Earth Dragon whose defenses against the sky with only his fists. Under the acceleration of celestial magic, Gerald's skills have become very fast. Meteor is ordinary, but in Naruto's eyes it is still very ordinary. Facing a phantom waved by his fists and feet, Naruto's hands only waved a few times, and he didn't even take a step back. Was very angry. Boom. Finally, with a roar, Gerald's powerful punch was blocked by Naruto, and a strong wave of air erupted in place, spreading around. Seeing that Naruto could not be beaten, Gerald finally showed a look of shock on his face, and his full attack was actually blocked by him. It's really amazing. Only half of my strength can resist me. If that's the case, let's try this trick again. Gerald jumped back, the magic light on his body surged, and suddenly appeared in the sky. 7 magical lights Jinchuriki column appeared. The light was so dazzling that even the sky was covered, and then it fell towards Naruto with a bang. 7-star sword meteor star group. 764. Kill Gerald. The power of this move is comparable to that of a meteor. Die, Gerald shouted, and all the magic light Jinchuriki column fell on Naruto's body. Boom boom boom. There was a strong explosion on the spot, and the smoke and dust flew into the sky, and almost the entire tower of the paradise was shaking. However, when the dust dispersed, Naruto's figure slowly emerged, and he sneered, "Is this the power of meteorites? That's too bad." I saw the magic power on his body drumming. Under the bombardment of Gerald's trick, he did not have any trace of injury at all. His short golden hair was flying, and the momentum filled him with a feeling of stability like a mountain. Gerald shook his head in disbelief. "It's impossible. No matter how powerful you are, you can't treat the attack of the Holy 10 Wizards as nothing." He shouted and stretched out his hand, trying to activate the magic again, but Naruto's figure suddenly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and appeared behind him like lightning. At the same time, a strong cold current was condensed in his palm. Fist. Hit. With a muffled bang, Gerard just turned his head when he was hit by Naruto's cold fist in the back. Whoa! With a scream, Gerald's body suddenly flew forward, and hit the wall with a bang, knocking a big hole out of the entire wall. The dust was flying all over the sky, and Naruto frowned slightly. Suddenly, Gerald's hoarse roar came from there. "Damn! My plan will never let you interfere. Try my trick. Dark Paradise. You can still stand up after being hit by my Ice Dragon's punch. You'll have a hard time," Naruto murmured, seeing that the smoke and dust that filled the sky suddenly gathered towards one of the places. A little darkness spread, and I saw the surrounding environment. It suddenly became dim, and the appearance under the light seemed to be converging there. Strong dark element fluctuations. Naruto frowned slightly, and he felt a strong suction coming from it. At this time, the situation of the clone has been reported back, and Urza and the others finally left here with everyone to take refuge under the good talk of the clone. He finally calmed down. Gerald's dark paradise magic is exuding an extremely powerful dark energy, and everything around is being swallowed by it. It looks as if a black hole has been created, which is terrifying. But Naruto just smiled faintly. It's time to deal with this guy completely. His heart has been invaded by darkness. He has done so many things to deceive everyone and hurt everyone, and the most important thing is to make Lucy and Urza suffer so much. He can't forgive this kind of thing. The next moment, the surrounding walls collapsed, the ceiling collapsed, and the ground was lifted up with stones. When the energy of Gerald's dark paradise reached its strongest, Naruto suddenly moved. Step by step, he walked towards Gerald, the back of the black that swallowed everything, stretched out his hand, and passed through the black hole. The darkness dissipates. The suction stopped, and Gerald's magic was blocked by him in an instant. In Naruto's palm, he was grabbing Gerard's neck, and Gerald's face was full of panic and despair. This overwhelming advantage, he can't believe it. The power of Naruto is actually so powerful. Ignore magic, ignore all the power of Gerald. Why are you so strong? Gerald's face turned purple from suffocation. His body was slowly lifted by Naruto, his legs volleyed. This question, you should leave it to hell to think about it. Naruto's arm was slightly forced, and with a click, Gerald's neck was twisted. Bang! With a slight wave of his arm, Gerald fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He looked at Naruto with his dying breath, and he was speechless. Gerald was killed in seconds. Naruto glanced at him one last time, moved his body, and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a tremendous pressure suddenly came from the sky. Naruto could feel it, and even the surrounding air sank. This is an extremely strong fluctuation of power, transmitted to Naruto through space. Magic spirit power. Naruto was slightly startled. Did what Gerald said finally come? This power is so strong that it cannot be resisted by the power in his body now. The magic power collected over the years, condensed into a bunch of lacing towards this small island. I am afraid not to mention the Tower of Paradise, even the entire island will disappear, right? But he didn't have time to think about it. When he looked up at the hole in the ceiling, a ray of light descended from the sky, with an unparalleled formidable aura, crashing down. Is this the magic power? Urza and the others who were on the sea around the island looked at the magic beam that fell from the sky in shock. This whole beam covers almost the entire Tower of Paradise. Naruto, will he be okay? Lucy asked worriedly. Naruto will be fine, Urza said firmly. At this time, she can only believe him. However, the power of the magic beam is so strong that even those who have been far away from the island can feel the powerful power. Before this power fell, the sea surface was already turbulent, the sky was also covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the magic in the air was scurrying unsteadily. It's like the end of the world. I don't know what it would be like to be in the Tower of Paradise under this magic power. They can't even imagine. Juvia nervously folded his hands and prayed silently for Naruto. Boom. Finally, the magic beam completely fell, and the intense light illuminated the entire sky, causing Urza and the others to see nothing. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is only this huge light Jinchuriki column that runs through heaven and earth. Naruto, you must not be in trouble, Lucy shouted in her heart. At the same time, the entire boat they were sitting on was overturned by the huge waves, and everyone screamed and was submerged by the waves. Under the lingering power of the magic, the sea was stirred up, churning and wailing. 765. Resurrection. I don't know how long it took, the world finally became quiet, and the roar of energy that filled my ears dissipated. Naruto stood up from the pile of rubble, patted the dust on his body, and let out a long breath. What an exaggerated magic power. Much stronger than all the energy in my body. As expected of the magic power accumulated for so long. He muttered to himself. I didn't expect that the Magic Council still masters such power. Isn't this the same as the nuclear weapons mastered in the hands of countries on Earth? However, it seems that the magic spirit power here can only be used once, and then it will enter a long charging time period. During this time, the Magic Council lost such nuclear weapons. Naruto couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had caught something, but he couldn't understand it vaguely. While thinking about it, he raised his head, but inadvertently found that all his sights were full of crystals exuding crystal light. He couldn't help but stay. This is a magic crystal. Naruto opened his mouth wide and looked at all this in front of him, in disbelief. I saw that the original whole tower had disappeared, replaced by a crystal tower of the same height and size. The whole tower exudes an ice blue light and stands in the sky, beautiful and gorgeous. What the hell is going on? Naruto couldn't help frowning after being surprised. When the huge magic beam rushed down just now, he didn't feel how powerful magic was attacking him. When he saw this magic crystal tower, he finally understood. It was the Tower of Paradise that absorbed all the magic power. I see. Is this what Gerald's plan is? The so-called Paradise Tower can resurrect Jareth, and the most important step is to obtain extremely powerful energy support, and the magic wizard power is the best power source. However, now that Gerald is dead, this huge crystal tower has lost its original meaning. For some reason, Naruto felt a sense of regret in his heart. He looked around from the top of the tower, and suddenly found that Gerald's body had disappeared again. While wondering, a powerful magic wave suddenly came from the entire crystal tower. What is this? Naruto looked down, but saw that Gerald's body actually entered the magic crystal, and the whole person seemed to be integrated into it. Moreover, he could feel that a wave was being generated from his body, and it was resonating with the magic of the entire magic crystal tower. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white light radiated from Gerard's body, which was integrated into the magic crystal. Boom boom boom. The magic crystal vibrated, and the magic began to converge towards where Gerald was. He's absorbing the power of the entire magic crystal. Naruto finally found out what this guy was doing. Unexpectedly, after twisting his neck, he didn't die. When the magic wizard force completed the Tower of Paradise, integrate yourself into this tower. As time passed, Naruto discovered that the magic of the entire tower was converging towards Gerald at a faster and faster rate. Finally, after a few minutes, Gerald opened his eyes, and his drooping head also lifted up, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. This guy actually recovered. Naruto frowned. No, it's more of a resurrection than a recovery. He looked at Gerald carefully, and saw his figure slowly rise up, and quickly jumped out of the magic crystal, standing in front of Naruto intact. But at this moment, Gerald's eyes looked like demons crawling out of the abyss, which made people feel an icy chill in their hearts. Are you Gerald? Naruto asked in surprise. The reason why he asked him this way was because he felt an incomparably powerful magical aura from Gerald's body, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. And, most importantly, Gerald's power seems to be linked to the entire magic crystal tower. He is continuously drawing power from the magic crystal. Gerald didn't make any answer. His reason seemed to have been dissipated by this huge force. He ignored Naruto's words and rushed towards Naruto. Boom! With one punch, even the air was evacuated. Gerald's fist slammed into Naruto at the next moment. Under the shock of Naruto's heart, he hurriedly raised his hand to block, and a huge force suddenly came, and his body was immediately blasted out. Boom! His body was blasted all the way, and even retreated directly to the edge of the tower, falling high in the air. Fortunately, he opened the wings of the wind in time, and the figure drew an arc in midair, which stopped the retreating. The momentum returned to Gerald again. This force is so strong. If you don't care, you will be kicked out. Naruto wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Gerald's eyes turned white, his whole body was swirling with magic power, and there was a deep roar from his mouth, like a beast, staring at Naruto, his hands slammed towards him. The next moment, an incomparably strong magic light blazed away from his palm, and came to Naruto in an instant. At this time, Naruto was already energized and ready. Seeing this, he crossed his hands to protect his chest. With a deafening explosion, the magic light exploded, and a burst of energy blasted from where Naruto was. On the sea, several heads emerged from the water. It was Urza, Lucy, Natsu, and Hugh. Hey, thank you very much, Juvia. Urza said. A stream of water slowly rose and turned into Juvia. She shook her head and said lightly, "No thanks, if you die, Naruto-sama, it must be very sad." Urza heard the words and shook her head helplessly. If it wasn't for Juvia's ability to protect everyone when the waves rolled just now, I'm afraid it would be enough for me and others to not drown now. Look, what is that? Natsu shouted in surprise at this time, and he pointed to the huge tower on the island in front of him. 766. The Power of the Tower of Paradise. Naruto's imperial robe became tattered, and he looked at Gerald in front of him with a solemn expression. The power of this guy is amazing. And he seems to be integrated with the whole Tower of Paradise. With such a huge energy supply, the power is almost inexhaustible. Boom! Naruto once again ate the magical impact of Gerald's blow, and the clothes on his body were completely turned into cloth strips, and his upper body was red. There. Although his body is extremely tough, even the magic beam emitted by Gerald can't hurt, but it's okay to be beaten passively like this all the time. Besides, if it continues like this, the battle will really be endless. He doesn't like it. Although Gerald's power is strong, his entire power is derived from this magic crystal. If it is destroyed. No. As soon as he thought of this method, Naruto immediately vetoed it. If such a huge magic crystal is suddenly destroyed, the magic energy contained in it will definitely riot because of uncontrolled. It's not like the magic wizard power is concentrated in one place, and all creatures around thousands of meters will be destructively damaged. Urza and the others probably haven't escaped yet. This is really troublesome. He thought for a while, and Gerald had already sent a continuous attack on him. With a wave of his hands, a huge magic circle suddenly formed in front of him, and then, an amazing wave of magic power emanated from Gerald. Darkness, there is darkness in front of him. Even Naruto's vision was distorted by this darkness, and some of Gerald's figure could not be seen clearly. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and suddenly there were pea-sized raindrops. The sun had already set, and the sea was pitch black. Under Gerard's magic, the surroundings became even darker. Purgatory is broken. Gerald shouted vaguely, and as soon as the voice came out, a huge and violent dark wave suddenly hit Naruto. At this time, Naruto was also angry. It is not his style to be passively beaten all the time. Even if Gerald has a steady supply of magic power, he will completely destroy it. Get excited. Such a strong enemy, isn't it what you want? Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, I encountered 2 such powerful enemies. This is really happy. The magic power in his whole body also swelled, and the magic crystals around him trembled and collapsed due to his power. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, and then he opened his mouth and spewed out an ice-blue storm towards Gerard's dark waves. Roar of the Ice Dragon. Full energy. Mixed with extremely strong cold air, the roaring whirlwind blasted the magic crystal along the way into a huge ravine, and slammed into the dark shock wave of Gerald. Boom. Ice blue and black, the energies formed by the 2 colors meet and burst out in the middle of the 2. Almost in an instant, the energy fluctuations from the 2 energies have spread over a distance of tens of meters. Forming a huge hemisphere, icy blue and black are at odds. After a long time, the energy collision between the 2 finally slowly dissipated, and a large pit formed by the impact of the energy appeared in the middle of the 2. The power of the entire magic crystal suddenly appeared a little disordered. Not good. We can't continue to destroy this tower, or else it will cause these magical powers to erupt in advance, and Urza and the others will have no time to escape. However, just as he was thinking about this, several familiar voices came from behind, and he suddenly turned around to see that it was Urza and the others. Even Juvia is here. Why are you here? Naruto couldn't help but screamed. This place is very dangerous, get out of here quickly. Quote dot. Underscore. Quote dot. I don't have time to explain now, you all leave now. Naruto shouted with a big hand. Everyone didn't understand why he was so nervous. I saw that at this moment, Gerald suddenly sent out a strong magic beam from his hand, and it blasted towards Urza and the others. Urza and the others were completely unable to react. Although they had already seen this force coming towards this side, they had nothing to do at all. Under the shroud of this powerful force, they felt that they could not hide at all. Open! Get out of the way! Naruto shouted, his body flashed, and he instantly stopped in front of them, with his hands folded in front of him. A loud bang blocked this energy again. And Urza and the others were all blown away by the blast of air. Okay, strong. Everyone fell to the ground one after another, looking at Gerald's appearance in shock. He is so strong that the aftermath of the battle alone is unbearable. How dangerous. Naruto's clothes were almost completely destroyed, and only the last few figurines remained. Be able to force him into this situation, even the Golden Land Long Yi can't do it. However, the energy in Gerald's body was extremely full, and it did not decrease in the slightest. Although Naruto could fight against him, he couldn't do anything about him for a while. If Urza and the others weren't here, he could have killed Gerald by destroying the entire magic crystal, but now this plan died before it was ready to be implemented. Looking back at Urza and the others who were sitting on the ground in shock, Naruto shook his head and smiled wryly. We seem to cause trouble for Naruto, Juvia said blankly. Damn, why did this guy suddenly become so strong? Natsu shook his head and shouted. Is this what the Tower of Paradise really looks like? Simon murmured. Okay, so scared. Lucy kept shaking. Elsa suddenly stood up. Her body was full of momentum, and she shouted loudly, no matter what. We can't drag Naruto's back, even if the enemy is strong, so what? Together, we will definitely be able to kill him. 767. The only way. Oh. Everyone was inspired by Urza's words, and suddenly they all had a strong fighting spirit. Naruto smiled bitterly to himself. They really don't know what power is. At this time, Gerald is fused with the entire huge Tower of Paradise, and the magic power in his body has surpassed himself. Even if he uses the natural mode, he can't compare with it. Are they making trouble for themselves? Sighing, Naruto became more and more anxious. Originally, he could easily deal with Gerald. No matter how strong this guy is, with his tough body, he can carry all his attacks. Ruined. But now, Urza and the others have all returned, which completely disrupted his plans. At this moment, the magic power on Gerald's body suddenly appeared a little disordered. He coughed violently, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful magic power all over his body could not help venting. Not good. Gerald's body can't bear the power of the magic crystal anymore, and he started the crash program himself. Naruto appeared behind Gerald in a flash and pressed his body. "Stop!" shouted. However, a strong magical arrogance erupted from Gerald's body again, and Naruto's body was slammed into the air. Naruto turned around, stepped back and stopped beside Urza and the others, with a worried look on his face. "What's the matter?" Urza asked in surprise. "It's broken, it's really broken now," Naruto murmured. Seeing him like this, the others also became anxious. "What's the matter?" Naruto explained. "The price paid for using this huge magic power will be unbearable and the body will collapse. This guy Gerard seems to know all this, and he has now set a collapse program in his body. Once he can't control this power, he will detonate the power of the entire magic crystal through the original control. At that time, everyone except Naruto will have to die in this shocking explosion. Moreover, it is too late to escape at this time. There is not much time. The only way is to completely defeat Gerald. Kill him before he activates the crash program. When the magic crystal loses control, Naruto will have his own way." After telling everyone this, everyone was shocked. The magical fluctuations from Gerald's body are so powerful that they can't be seen directly. If it wasn't for the protection of Naruto's aura at this time, I'm afraid everyone would have already knelt down, right? "You can only beat him," Naruto said, and his hand seal separated a Mokuton, wood-style clone from his body. This is... Everyone was puzzled. At such a time, wouldn't it be courting death to separate out a clone? However, Naruto then said solemnly, "Gerald's power is stronger than me now. Although he can't kill me at present, I can't defeat him either. There is only one way to completely destroy him." "What is it?" "The power of space." "What is the power of space?" Natsu asked in confusion. Naruto didn't have time to answer. Urza looked at Naruto ponderingly. Who among us can use space magic now? Besides, even space magic can't deal with such a strong Gerard, right? Naruto shook his head and said, "I can promise to kill him. But we need to buy time before that. Prepare your forces." "What?" Everyone was startled again. "So, does Naruto still have space magic?" Elsa suddenly nodded and said solemnly, "Okay. Let's buy time for you." No explanation is needed, and no other language is needed. Now, all that is left is the trust between peers. Even if she felt that the magic of space couldn't deal with Gerald, she still had to trust him unconditionally, because this was not only the last resort, but also her trust all along. Everyone else also nodded their heads. Although they had to face enemies that were much stronger than themselves, at this time, everyone worked together and would be fearless. Naruto's Mokuton wood-style clone has been standing in front of them. This clone has half of Naruto's power. Unless he is fatally wounded, he will not disappear in the battle. He does not worry about everyone. If he is not there, I am afraid couldn't hold on for a while. And his body dodged and jumped to the bottom of the entire magic crystal, sat down, and began to meditate. The power of space. The power he once mastered was the power of the weak over the strong. In space ninjutsu, all elements in the body must be fused into chaotic energy. Without the power of chaos, the power of space cannot be stimulated. Therefore, he must create the power of chaos in the shortest possible time. However, if it is to rely on comprehension, this is obviously impossible, and this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Therefore, he can only use another method. Forcibly condensing the power of chaos. He has tried this method long ago. Although the force of chaos created by force is only a tiny bit, he has indeed created it in practice. And now, with the feeling he had when he was cultivating, he had to condense a chaotic force in his body that was enough to create a space technique. Time, don't need a lot, just a minute or two. Naruto thought, my avatar. You must hold on. Thinking like this, he entered into meditation in an instant, and gradually excavated that chaotic feeling from the depths of his heart. In this feeling, he forced his spiritual power to restore and transform the magic in his body little by little. Become the power of chaos. At this time, Urza and the others had stopped Gerald, who was about to chase Naruto. Natsu spewed the roar of the fire dragon from his mouth and drowned his body, but soon only Gerard waved his hand, and all the flames dissipated. Juvia also shot a water blade from his hand, but when he came to Gerald, he was forced to disperse by the aura around him before he approached his body, and he couldn't even touch his body. The others also launched their own attacks on Gerald, but all of them had no effect. Is this still a human? At the beginning of the battle, everyone saw such a big gap, which made it impossible to continue the battle. At this moment, Urza's hand suddenly flashed light, and a blue halberd appeared in her hand. The streamlined shape exuded a faint sea blue light, and there was also a sea of water vapor lingering on the halberd. Water God Halberd. There are bursts of strange energy from the halberd. This is the weapon Naruto gave her, a legendary artifact. Urza's strength had recovered by half at this time, and she could barely use it. And when Gerald saw the artifact in her hand, he immediately turned his target to her, only to see his figure flashing, appearing in front of her at a speed before Urza had time to react, stretched his arm, go straight to attack her. But at this moment, the only Naruto clone who reacted suddenly appeared in front of Urza with both hands, blocking Gerard's arm. It was only at this time that Urza reacted. She quickly stepped back, and at the same time raised the water god halberd in her hand. A force was stimulated. O.C. Lend my strength. 768. The power of the artifact. As Urza's voice fell, a dazzling blue light suddenly radiated from the water god halberd, and the light quickly revolved around Urza's body, merging with her magic power. At this time, the sea around the island suddenly fluttered, as if attracted by something, and suddenly there were countless thick streams of water Jinchuriki column that converged above Urza. The water Jinchuriki column converged into a single line, spinning above Urza's head at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, bringing forth gusts of wind. In an instant, the air was filled with water vapor, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thundered. The power of artifact. This is the true power of the artifact. The next moment, the swirling water flow suddenly fell, heading towards where Gerald and Naruto were. Boom! The water currents gathered from the sea in all directions suddenly burst out at this moment, covering all the tens of meters around Naruto and Gerald. Form a huge water barrier. The speed of the rapidly rotating water flow reached a terrifying level. Naruto, come out! Urza shouted, and the barrier opened a gap, allowing Naruto to dodge out. As soon as Gerald was about to come out, the gap was closed again, and his body slammed into the rapidly spinning water barrier, and was bounced out in an instant. A large amount of powerful magical arrogance emerged from his body, and his momentum increased again. A dark energy in his hands suddenly condensed and slammed toward the enchantment that trapped him around him. Boom boom boom. There was a huge roar from the barrier, the sound was deafening. Urza bit Kiba tightly, holding the water god halberd to control it. However, the artifact is worthy of being an artifact. Even Urza, the magic power at this time is also very seriously consumed. Under the madness of Gerald, it can't support it in a blink of an eye. However, being able to trap the mighty Gerald inside with the power of the water god halberd is already very remarkable. Natsu, Lucy and the others cheered loudly. Juvia, come and help. My magic power is not enough. Urza shouted. Your water magic power is very suitable for this weapon. Juvia was stunned for a moment, and before she had time to think, she rushed to Urza's side, holding the water god halberd with both hands. At this moment, Juvia had a special feeling, as if she and the water god halberd were fused together, and she could clearly feel the power contained in it. The magic is pouring out. The barrier suddenly expanded and thickened by dozens of meters. The speed of rotation has also become faster. A powerful force surrounded Gerard, and a violent gust of wind was lifted around him. Lightning roared down, and one after another slashed on the barrier, which brought bursts of pressure to Gerard in the barrier. It's so powerful. Urza was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that this weapon would have such a strong power in Juvia's hands. This is simply the most suitable weapon for her. The crowd rejoiced. Maybe you can kill him. Lucy shouted excitedly. Urza is really amazing. Natsu also called out. However, after the barrier was maintained for a while, even the magic power in Juvia was quickly drained. No matter how violently Gerard attacked inside, he was still unable to break the barrier. The power of the divine weapon, although strong, gradually weakened, because the magic power of both Urza and her was not enough. Naruto's clone wanted to rush forward to inject power into the water god halberd, but at this moment. Boom! With a loud bang, a strong light suddenly erupted from the water blue enchantment. The enchantment, which had no waves, was suddenly smashed into pieces by this burst of power, turning into pieces of water. Come on! Urza and Juvia couldn't help groaning, and they both fell to the ground with a bang. Looking around, I saw a strong whirlwind of magic power condensed on Gerald's body in front of everyone. At this time, his power rose again, but his whole person also exuded a strange light, almost already. I can't see the eyes in his eyes, and the whole person seems to be about to explode due to the drumming of magic. At the same time, around, the magic crystal tower under his feet suddenly emitted bursts of white light. Oops! The magic crystal is starting to become unstable. Naruto is still good. If you don't kill him, everyone will die here. Urza shouted anxiously. At this moment, Gerald's eyes suddenly fell on her and the water halberd. Boom! The next moment, his figure suddenly flashed, and the whole person turned into a meteor and charged towards Urza. Not good. Urza is in danger. Seeing this, Natsu, Lucy and the others rushed forward to stop him. However, before he got close to his body, he was shocked by the strong whirlwind of magic on Gerald's body and flew back. Urza's face couldn't help but show a hint of despair. She sat on the spot and no longer had the strength to escape. You are so weak. Under this power, I don't even have the courage to run away. At this moment, Naruto clone suddenly rushed over, and he stopped in front of Gerald again. Gerald's hand became a claw, and a thick magical light lingered on his hand, and even the surrounding air trembled because of it. The avatar reached out and grabbed his wrist with one hand, but the whole body was pushed back by Gerard for a distance of dozens of meters, and a long trace was dragged on the crystal tower under his feet. So powerful. Naruto's clone couldn't help but think to himself, only 50% of the power of the main body is still not enough in front of Gerald, who is supported by the magic power of the entire Tower of Paradise. He also desperately burst out the last strength. Two strong magical energy rose into the sky, stalemate all the way towards Urza. Stop for me! Naruto's clone roared, and finally stopped a few meters in front of Urza at the last moment. He held Gerald's wrist with one hand and his other with the other. Fist! The magic power of the whole body surged out, and did his last strength to stop Gerald. 769. Gerald is dead. However, after all, Naruto's Mokuten wood-style clone only has 50% of his power, and the anti-strike ability is incomparable to the main body, and it also lacks many of the main body's capabilities. At this time, Gerald's magic power is flourishing, and his strength is extremely powerful. After the clone persisted for a while, it gradually became a little weak. Urza, you dodge first. Naruto's clone said to Urza. Urza, who was sitting on the ground, quickly got up and prepared to jump to the back together with Juvia. But at this moment, Gerald suddenly exerted his strength, and a strong dark wave appeared above his fist, and Naruto's clone's arm was immediately shattered by this wave. The clone does not have the tough body of the main body to rely on, and it is very difficult to stop Gerald. As soon as the arm was broken, the power of the avatar could not help but vent. Gerald's power skyrocketed again, and the surrounding magic crystals emitted stronger and stronger rays of light. Here, it seems that there may be an explosion at any time. Moreover, Gerald's current power seems to be returning to the light, and it has become incredibly powerful. Even the 50% power of Naruto's clone can't be stopped. Roar! A sullen roar suddenly came out of Gerald's mouth, and a powerful shockwave of dark magic blasted from his body. The clone was instantly hit. Boom! With a soft sound, the clone was so deadly that it turned into a piece of wood and was shattered by energy. And the dark fluctuations are unabated, and they go straight towards Urza and Juvia. In front of everyone's eyes, there is almost only darkness left. Despair filled the hearts of the people. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Urza and the two. With blonde hair, a broad back, and solid muscles, it is Naruto. The main body has finally arrived. Facing the powerful shockwave of dark magic, Naruto slowly stretched out a hand and opened his palm gently. Space barrier. Transfer. A faint voice came from his mouth, and a gray energy lingered around him, chaotic and unclear. The next moment, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in the space in front of Naruto. Black energy crashed on the invisible wall, but no sound was heard. Urza and Juvia stood behind Naruto. I just feel that the silence behind him is completely different from the other side of the invisible wall. Even the strongest power can be transferred by this. Naruto waved his arm gently, and the next moment, the entire dark shock disappeared into the invisible wall, and the surroundings returned to a silence. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a dark energy whirlwind suddenly erupted on the sea surface far away from the island, and a huge wave dozens of meters high was set off on the entire sea surface. The transfer was successful. Naruto turned his head and smiled slightly at Urza, who looked a little stupid. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. No one was hurt, right? At this time, he was surrounded by a kind of energy that no one could understand. He could see that gray color, but he couldn't perceive what kind of magic power it contained. It's a realm they'll never be able to experience. The power of chaos. One's magic. Naruto frowned slightly as he looked at Gerald, who was bubbling with magic power, and a pattern of magic circles gradually appeared on his body. It seems that there is no time to fight slowly anymore. This guy's body is about to collapse, and the surrounding magic crystals are also emitting bright white light. If the magic circle on his body is activated, the entire tower of crystallized magic power will explode in an instant. There is very little time, and Naruto is no longer allowed to think. He will use the strongest move. One hit kills him. He put his hands together slightly, and suddenly all the chaotic energy in his body gathered into his palms. At this moment, everyone's heart suddenly had a strange feeling, that is vibration. It's not the vibration of the air, but everything around you, including the air, is shaking because of something. In this vibration, everyone's body can't move, they seem to be frozen in place, unable to control themselves. What power is this? Everyone was horrified, as if everything around them was imprisoned. The same is true for Gerald. The magical energy on his body seems to be suppressed a lot in this slight vibration. After that, Naruto's co-authored hands gradually separated, but a black space crack appeared in it. Space is torn apart. The cracks are filled with endless chaotic energy. Naruto raised his hands and shook the space crack in his palms at Gerald. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the energy from his whole body surged out, trying his best to control the crack in his hand. Gerald instinctively felt the devastating energy in the crack in this space. He took a step back, and the magic circle on his body radiated brightly. However, just when he detonated the energy of all the magic circles on his body, the space crack in Naruto's palm suddenly extended at a speed that was too exaggerated to react. A long black line was formed, which suddenly penetrated Gerard's body through a space of more than 10 meters. Immediately after that, it disappeared into the sky and the earth in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Immediately afterwards, the light of the magic circle on Gerald's body dissipated, and the magical arrogance also leaked out instantly, and the whole person fell to the ground like a deflated ball. Divide in 2 halves. Gerald. Die. Space Dimension Sword. Naruto lowered his hands and spit out the name of the move. The chaotic energy in his body also dissipated and returned to its original appearance. But at this time the crisis has not disappeared, and his task has not been completed. The magic crystal that lost the control of the magic circle on Gerald's body was not detonated, but such a huge amount of magic power was concentrated here. After the control of Gerald was shaken just now, it was also on the verge of collapse at this time. These uncontrolled magic powers will also begin to erupt in the next short period of time. Create a magical explosion. 770. Missing. It's about to explode here. Urza also discovered this problem and shouted worriedly, "Damn, we ignored this last danger." Although Gerald's magic circle failed to detonate the magic crystal, these magic crystals condensed in one place, it is impossible to remain the same for a long time. And after the battle just now, the magic power here has become very unstable, and the power of these magic crystals will eventually explode. At this moment, Naruto suddenly separated several avatars with hand seal with both hands, and a wing of wind wings emerged from the back of each avatar. "I'll let my clone take you out of here first, as far as you can run." The main body sat down and said to everyone. "What? Naruto, what are you doing?" Lucy asked in confusion. "I have a way to control the energy here, but I can't guarantee that I can control it, so it's better for you to leave here in the meantime," Naruto explained quickly. "But, if you stay here, wouldn't you be in danger too?" Juvia cried out nervously. "Let's go. Stop fussing," Naruto shouted at her. Juvia was stunned for a moment, and she felt a little wronged when Naruto yelled, and she wanted to cry. At this moment, Urza took her hand and said softly, "Let's listen to him, staying here will only distract him." Saying that, she took the lead in holding a clone's hand, and the clone took it to the sky and flew towards the sky in the distance. The others followed suit one by one, letting Naruto pull him and fly out. Juvia also nodded, crying and being taken to the distant sky by the clone. Seeing that everyone around him finally disappeared, Naruto found that these magic crystals were emitting unstable light again. The attack just now consumed most of his energy. Although the magic power in his body did not decrease much, after forcibly condensing the power of chaos, the consumption of mental power was also huge. The huge energy of the Lord, this is really a major task. Naruto glanced at the clones that were gradually flying away, and closed his eyes slowly. I don't know how long it took. The clones who flew out of the distance suddenly turned into a white smoke and dissipated with a bang, and everyone who was pulled by him couldn't help but exclaimed and fell from the air, thumping into the sea. At the same time, their hearts could not help but cool down, and the clones disappeared, which means that the main body must be out of order. And just as they emerged from the sea, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted on the island where the Tower of Paradise was located in the distance. Boom! The roaring sound came along with the light, which was deafening, and the entire sea set off a storm. The wind was howling, and everyone only saw that the magic light that erupted almost illuminated the entire sky, and even the sea was also covered with a milky white brilliance. And this burst of energy whirlwind spread over a distance of tens of kilometers before it stopped, and almost affected Urza and others here. However, fortunately, the clones flew them with all their strength for a long time before, so they were not involved in this force. But this is the case. The raging waves on the sea also washed everyone away, and even Juvia of the water system couldn't protect everyone, only in time to put a breather on each of their heads. Of blisters. After a long time, the turbulent waves on the sea finally stopped and returned to their usual appearance. At this time, the eastern horizon was already showing a hint of fish belly white, and the night was almost over. Juvia searched for the figures of everyone in the water one by one, and it took a long time to find them one by one. Fortunately, they were all right. Everyone gathered together and headed towards the island where the Tower of Paradise was located with a solemn expression. But looking at the front at this time, where is the shadow of the island? Naruto. Juvia couldn't help shouting his name, on the empty sea, but where would there be an echo? The next morning, everyone was still looking for Naruto's figure, but they were still to no avail. Juvia burst into tears, and Lucy burst into tears, unable to cry. Elsa's eyes were full of tears, her brows were furrowed, and everyone was still searching. It's a pity that the entire island disappeared with the explosion of magic last night. They have already searched the nearby sea area. Now, in this vast sea, they don't know where to look for Naruto's figure. Naruto, you'll be fine. Urza looked up at the sky and murmured a prayer. Consciousness gradually returned to his mind, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes. In the eye, it is darkness. Where is this place? What time is it? There seems to be the sound of water flowing around, and the body is immersed in the cold water. Suddenly, a little light appeared quietly and came to Naruto's side. The light was so dazzling that Naruto could hardly see the appearance of the other party. Who are you? Naruto couldn't help but ask. At this time, the surrounding seawater did not hinder him at all, and a magical force always surrounded him. Don't you remember me? The resentful voice with a sigh penetrated Naruto's heart deeply. It's a woman's voice. The voice is very familiar. I've seen you before. Naruto looked around, and there was indeed icy cold water around his body. He was sure that he must have sunk to the bottom of the sea after the big explosion yesterday. Come with me. The voice suddenly became gentle again. A slender hand grabbed Naruto, pulled him, and swam down. In the darkness, Naruto could only follow her and was pulled down by her. Listening to her soft voice and looking at her slender back, Naruto felt more and more that this person must know him. The voice was too familiar. However, he could never think of who it was, because he had never met this figure before. But there is no doubt that this person must be a beauty. The long aqua blue hair, the aqua blue robe, and the whole person exudes aqua blue light. All this seems so beautiful. Who is she? Can you live in sea water? 771. Water Dragon Helentia. Following this beautiful figure all the way, Naruto felt that the pressure of the seawater around him was getting bigger and bigger, but this still had no effect on him, but because of the explosion yesterday, his mental power was affected. Some influence. If it weren't for the last moment, he tried his best to urge his spiritual power to control the power of those magic crystals. I am afraid that these magic crystals would have erupted long ago. At that time, he didn't know how long he had persevered, but only knew that in the end, if it wasn't for the support of perseverance and belief, he would definitely not be able to persevere for that long. But in the end, the magic crystal broke out. I don't know how Urza and the others are. I hope I can drag them out long enough to take them away. Before falling into a coma, Naruto thought so. However, after waking up at this time, although Naruto could perceive that he was a little weak after the excessive consumption of mental power, he found another gratifying place, that is, his mental power has become much more condensed than before, right? The magic power control in the body is more handy. Ahead, there is light. Naruto came back to his senses for a while, and looked intently. The whole person could not help but stunned. This is the Water Dragon Palace. He exclaimed in surprise. The beautiful woman who was pulling him all the way in front of him turned her head and smiled slightly. Yes, this is the Water Dragon Palace. Then, you. Yes. Water. Dragon. Naruto opened his mouth wide and stared at her in surprise. The beauty nodded lightly, with a gentle smile on her face. You finally remember me. The water dragon, is it actually a human? Naruto couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Is this the blue water dragon that he fought when he obtained the water god halberd? He really couldn't compare the beauty in front of him with the ferocious dragon at that time. The beautiful woman in front of her, with long blue hair hanging down her shoulders, fluttered slightly behind the sea with the sea water. The blue robe covered her slender figure, and the bumps were just right. The pair of water blue eyes on her fair and delicate face stared at her. Looking at himself, a little bit of cinnabar between his brows looks particularly delicate. Such a beauty is simply not like a thing in the world. Was the big man of Shillong actually transformed from such a beautiful beauty? How is this possible? Naruto's mind couldn't help but reflect the situation of the battle at that time. In order to complete the mission for 100 years, he deliberately searched for a long time in the sea, and finally sensed a powerful aura, and found the water dragon palace all the way. Then, he entered this splendid palace. There was no one else in it. There was only a huge blue dragon lying in the center of the hall. On the high platform behind the dragon, there was a long halberd, which was the water god halberd. The content of the task is to defeat the water dragon and get the water dragon's horn. At that time, Naruto finally defeated the water dragon and was almost taken advantage of by the 10 tails in his body. But in the end, he still defeated Shui Long, successfully cut off the horn on his head, and then took the trophy of the water god halberd. He didn't expect Shui Long to be dead and turned into such a beautiful woman. Naruto couldn't believe it. If you hadn't let me go, I wouldn't have broken free and turned back into a human body. The beauty said. A puzzled look appeared on Naruto's face. The beauty pulled him into the water dragon palace. Looking at the shining hall, the water dragon smiled happily. Actually, hundreds of years ago, I was a human who practiced water dragon slaying magic, and I have been fighting dragons for the sake of mankind. Fighting, but one day, I suddenly turned into a giant dragon. My mind was also affected, and I began to kill my companions. At that time, I couldn't control myself at all. When I calmed down, I found that there were no living people around, and I became everywhere. It's all a world of dragons. So I had to go to the sea, jump into the sea, dive deep into the sea, and decide to cut off from this world and ignore the world. Quote. After a pause, the beauty suddenly held Naruto's hand, looked at him and said silently, "Until that day, you came to me and threatened to defeat me and take my horn away. At that moment, I am very angry. After fighting with you for a long time, I lost to you. But that's not the point. The point is that after you took away the horn on my head, I found that I was able to control my body to return to its original appearance. Now, do you know how much I wanted to see you and thank you at that time? But I can't find you anymore." The beauty of the water dragon showed joy on her face. "But now, I finally found you again. And you still remember me." After listening to this, Naruto couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the water dragon was actually transformed from a beautiful woman, and she was a dragon slayer before. Then inexplicably turned into a dragon's body. Is all this magic? Naruto couldn't help but say, "Then you can change back to the dragon and show me." The beauty was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't want it. That look is too ugly. I don't want to change back. Although I can still transform into a dragon now, and my strength in the state of a dragon is stronger than it is now, but I hate the appearance of dragons, so I don't want to change back." Naruto's expression was startled, and when she saw her pouting slightly, like a little daughter, she couldn't help but stay for a while. "I really did not expect that there are still people in this world who can live for hundreds of years, and they still look like they are only in their 20s. Is this already immortal?" Even Naruto himself is not sure how long he can live. Although he has the power of life, although he can save and restore the body with the power of life, it is still unknown whether he will be immortal. After all, he has not tried it yet. Opportunity. While thinking, the voice of the water dragon interrupted Naruto again, only to hear her ask softly, "I remember you calling yourself Uzumaki Naruto, is that your name?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. He hadn't asked her name before, so he quickly asked, "I don't think I asked your name yet." "My name is Halentia," the beauty said with a slight smile. "What a nice name." Naruto also smiled. "I was thinking, did you save me before?" If it wasn't for Halentia, Naruto felt that he would definitely feel suffocated in the water, but now he doesn't have it at all. This must be the ability of the water dragon. "Thank you," Halentia replied softly. I just sensed strong energy fluctuations on the sea surface, and then I discovered you by accident. Well, no matter what, thank you for saving me, or I will definitely drown. Naruto laughed. Seeing his smiling face, Halantia suddenly lowered her head, her jade face slightly yuhi. She held her cheeks with both hands and said shyly, "What did you say? Your power surpasses me, how could you be drowned?" "What?" Seeing that the sturdy water dragon still has such a cute side, Naruto immediately shook his head. "Naruto." Halantia suddenly looked up at him and said, "After you take my horn off, I can change back to my human form, so you saved me, and I must repay you." "That's right." Seeing her looking at him so earnestly and saying that she wanted to repay herself, Naruto's heart jumped a few times. However, although Hylantia looked so beautiful, Naruto couldn't help thinking of the huge water dragon in his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he still felt awkward. 772. Naruto, come with me. After Halantia was silent for a while, she pulled Naruto's arm and led him through the hall to a room at the back. There is a crystal-colored high platform, which is as smooth as a mirror. Then, she pulled Naruto onto the high platform, looked at him and said, "I have something for you." When she stomped her foot gently, a hole suddenly appeared on the platform under her feet, and the two fell into the hole. And in this cave, there is actually a unique cave, which is a very large vast space. "This is where I usually sleep," Halantia said. Naruto was slightly puzzled, followed her to the innermost corner, and then saw that she suddenly pulled gently around his waist, and instantly the blue robe on her body fell to the ground along her smooth body. The smooth and jade-like skin immediately appeared in front of Naruto. "What are you?" Naruto couldn't help but be startled. "What is Halantia doing?" I saw her turn around slowly, her eyes flickering at him, with a hint of hope, shyness, and a strong sense of style. "I once swore that if there is someone who can save me back to my original state, if it's a woman, I'll be sisters with her, and if it's a man, I'll be his woman. So, Naruto, this is my most precious body, please you must accept it." She raised her chest high, the two huge peaks in front of her chest were very tall, and leaned towards Naruto's body. Originally surrounded by seawater, but at this time Naruto felt that the seawater around him seemed to be blocked by a layer of aura, and a vacuum bubble appeared. And she and herself were standing in the bubbles, floating slightly in the water. "Naruto, hurry up and get me." Halantia was very passionate, showing her passion on the other side. She saw her calling him, and leaned up at the same time, her hands still slamming around Naruto's clothes. Naruto was attacked inexplicably, and she forgot to resist for a while. When she reacted, she actually stripped all her clothes. Looking at Naruto's body, Hylantia stared at his lower body like fire, and the majesty made her whole body tremble. "Hey, don't you have to? Even if I save you, you don't have to move so fast, right?" Naruto protested involuntarily, but at the same time he couldn't help but fix his eyes on her steep twin peaks. She is so beautiful. If you ignore the huge image of the water dragon, Naruto really can't refuse her. Seeing her charming body fully displayed in front of him, in the underwater environment, Naruto's heart could not help shaking. In this environment, it's okay to have sex with her once, right? The beauty threw her arms into her arms and forcibly took off her clothes. The opponent's strength was so strong, if she resisted, it might cause a fight, right? Well, in that case, it's still from her, right? Naruto thought to himself. Just when he was hesitating, Hylantia had already reached out and held his body. The cool, delicate and smooth feeling made Naruto's body tremble suddenly, and then he finally became furious. "Naruto, I want your child." Hylantia reached out and pushed him down, leaning against the wall of the bubble, her towering chest pressed against him, exhaling like land. "Hylantia, we are just a one-sided relationship." Naruto's reason is still struggling, but this woman is so beautiful and attractive that a man can't refuse. "It doesn't matter, it only takes this one time, and I won't bother you again. Don't you even satisfy my small wish," Hylantia said suddenly and quietly. The big beauty is so enthusiastic and active, passionate and resentful. Naruto can't bear it when he sees it. He immediately nodded, and his reason collapsed. Okay, I'll satisfy you. He finally abandoned all other thoughts, and in turn pressed Halentia, his hands covering her tall and straight chest all at once. Naruto, you can do whatever you want, it doesn't matter what I do. Halentia said softly. A Yuhi halo appeared on her jade face, her beautiful eyes were full of water, and her body was touched by Naruto. And trembling slightly, it seems very sensitive. Hearing such irritating words, how could Naruto endure it? He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips all at once, his tongue sticking out wanton to stir. Where did Halentia experience such a wonderful taste? Naruto's masculine breath made her once intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. The desire accumulated over hundreds of years has completely exploded at this moment. With a muffled groan, Naruto kissed her lips and entered her body deeply, tight, slippery, and infinitely soft. He tasted the taste of a dragon girl. How cool! The two were in the center of the bubble, and they staged scenes of passionate love. Halentia's slender and fair thighs kept shaking, and her body was like a boat in a storm and was ravaged by Naruto. It also released a burst of ups and downs, which was a refreshing and infinite moan. This is the outbreak of desire. It's a dance of the soul. I don't know how long it took. The high panting stopped, the beautiful music gradually stopped, and the two hugged and leaned on the bubble. Naruto and her body are still tightly connected. Really, so happy. Halentia said with a somewhat embarrassed face in his arms. Yuhi, you solved the desire I have accumulated over hundreds of years. It's amazing. Naruto also let out a slight sigh and said with a smile, you're also very powerful, you made me ejaculate 3 times. You're amazing, I'm going to die 7 or 8 times. I feel like it's full. Halentia said in a sullen voice. She touched her belly, and her face showed satisfaction of charm. Looking at her messy hair and her face full of Yuhi, and listening to her praise, Naruto suddenly felt again, looking at her and smiling, holding her buttocks with both hands, lying down and letting her sitting on top of himself, he moved violently. Halentia was stimulated, and she couldn't help but scream again, her voice echoing in the bubbles. 773. Have a baby. It was cloudy and rainy again, and after that, the two embraced each other for a long time without a word. Recalling the crazy process of the two just now, Halentia's beautiful eyes are full of tenderness, and the eyes looking at Naruto are extremely lingering. Naruto, I can't live without you. She sighed softly, it feels so comfortable to be with you. Naruto is also very comfortable now. When he was with her, he clearly felt that she was still a virgin, but her physique was very special. No matter how many times he galloped on her, she could still handle it, and she was very energetic. Worthy of being like a water dragon in a desperate situation once. And hearing her, Naruto was of course very happy in his heart, but at the same time, he thought of a problem. She is already his own woman, no matter how absurd the beginning of the two of them was before, but now the fact has happened. The palm gently stroked her long smooth hair. Naruto said slowly, leave the sea with me and go to the land. Halentia became his own woman, and Naruto fell in love with the feeling of having sex with her. He could no longer treat her like an ordinary woman. However, Halentia shook her head slightly, with a happy smile on her face. Her jade hand touched her lower abdomen lightly, and smiled. I'm glad you can say that, Naruto, but I have to stay here and raise our baby. What? Naruto was shocked. What baby? I'm already pregnant. Halentia said with a slight Yuhi face. I can feel it, your sperm is wandering in my body, so much, all filled with, I'll be pregnant soon. This is exactly what I expected, I want to conceive your child. Halentia said to herself. I want to train our child to be the master of the sea, you say, how about this proposal? Naruto was stunned. Although Halentia had said before that she wanted to have her own child, Naruto thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect that what she said was serious. So, have you been tricked by her? Was it her intention to conceive her own child in the first place? Naruto was speechless. Yes, she had already said that she wanted to conceive her own child, but she thought it was just a way of flirting. What's the matter, Naruto, aren't you happy? Seeing that Naruto hadn't spoken for a long time, Halantia couldn't help looking up at him. No, I'm very happy that you have such an idea. It's just that I'm only under 20 years old, so being a father so early. It's a bit inappropriate, Naruto said with cold sweat on his forehead. He was never ready to become a father. Poochie. A coquettish smile came from Halantia, who gave him a playful glance. You bastard, what's so early? If you think I'll tie you down after giving birth, then you are too old to be. Don't worry, because of this child, I need to spend 100 years to nurture me carefully. 100 years. Naruto was taken aback again. Don't you mean the pregnancy is October? Seeing his surprised appearance, Hylantia thought he was very cute again, and loved Naruto more and more in her heart. She took the initiative to kiss Naruto's cheek, and said, when our strength has reached our level, time is no longer a problem. Now, of course you can control your pregnancy time as you like. Original, so it is. Naruto wiped his sweat, but then said with some distress, aren't you working very hard? As soon as Halantia heard this, tears of moving joy flowed from her beautiful eyes. She choked and hugged him and said, thank you for being so considerate of me, Naruto, but I can watch our children in my heart. It is a very happy thing to nurture a little bit of growth. I am already very satisfied. But I still think you're too lonely alone. Naruto sighed. Hylantia also sighed. Although loneliness is loneliness, but Naruto, you will definitely come to see me, won't you? You can make love like you did just now every time. You really can't leave the sea? Naruto asked silently. Yes, our child, I must let him absorb the essence of the sea before he can grow into the master of the sea in the future. She said with a smile. In the end, Naruto agreed with her that he would often find time to visit her in the future, and then he left with her reluctant farewell. Anyway, Naruto already knows where she is and can come anytime in the future. In the Fairy Tale Guild. Urza and the others return to the guild in despair. 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, their Tenten went out early and returned to the sea to find the news of Naruto, but they were left with despair again and again. That day, after Urza and the others returned to the guild and told everyone in the guild the news, everyone in the guild was very worried and dispatched almost everyone to look for it at sea, but they found nothing. In the past 3 days, everyone has been working hard to find it, but as time passes Tenten, there is no news of Naruto, which makes everyone more and more anxious. Juvia washes her face with tears every day. The guild is rainy and rainy. Lucy also weeps silently at home every day, as well as Mirage, Kana, Bisca and others. They are also very worried about Naruto, and everyone's face is full of tears. Hanging with deep sadness. Only Urza is still the Tenten cheering up and taking the lead in dispatching personnel to find Naruto's whereabouts every day. Although the hope has become more and more faint under repeated failures, she still has not given up hope. The look on her face extraordinarily firm. She believes that Naruto will never die because of this. He will definitely be back for everyone. Sitting in the corner of the guild, Urza took the wine from Kana for the first time, but she choked after taking a sip. Kana, you also believe that Naruto will be fine, right? She looked into Kana's eyes seriously and asked this sentence. Kana was full of alcohol, and she was so drunk that she could no longer hear Urza's words. She smiled madly, and suddenly said, Elsha, do you know? Me and Naruto have slept. Quote. 774. Lingering sorrow. Oh, really? I don't believe what you said. Urza was slightly taken aback when she heard the words, and then she pouted and smiled. Damn, why don't you believe it? Kana suddenly clapped the table and stood up and shouted. At this time, she seemed to be very awake, with questioned anger on her face. Urza also stood up and said angrily, what if I just don't believe it? Kana, are you looking for a beating? Humph. Anyway, I've done what you haven't done anyway, and I won you. Kana snorted and slumped back on the table. Urza just finished drinking, when she was suffocated by the alcohol and laughed angrily. What a joke. Do you believe me if you say it? Unless you let Naruto testify. Kana looked at Urza drunkenly and murmured, anyway. I did it, better than you, better than you. Really, don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. I'm in a very bad mood right now. If it wasn't for your drunkenness, I wouldn't forgive you, Urza said with an angry smile. However, at this time, a familiar voice entered their ears, causing both of them to tremble slightly. Urza, Kana, why are you quarreling? Yes, it's up to you. Kana sprayed in the direction the voice came from, but stayed there immediately. Because at this time, it was none other than Naruto who had been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. That short golden hair fluttering slightly, tall and slender body, and sunny smiling face, who is not Naruto? Naruto, Naruto. Just when Kana thought she was drunk and hallucinated, Urza stood up, but before she could rush over, a figure rushed forward. He went over and hugged him whole. Mira, don't hold me so tightly, I'm a little breathless. Naruto smiled and looked at the girl in his arms. 10 these days. After following Urza and the others to find no news for a few days, she was also extremely anxious, but like Urza, she did not give up hope. Every day still insisting on coming to the guild to do his own work. At this time, seeing Naruto appear, she immediately put down her work and threw herself into his arms, and the tears finally couldn't stop flowing. Naruto, that's great. You really are back, she cried and laughed, with excitement and joy on her face. Naruto patted her on the shoulder and saw that everyone around was looking at him excitedly. Mikao, Natsu, Gray, Ribi, Bisca. It feels good to have someone to miss. A warm current rose in his heart. I can't help but feel guilty for what happened before. If I hadn't spent 2 more days with Halentia in the Water Dragon Palace, it wouldn't hurt everyone to worry so much. Naruto's return brought the guild's atmosphere to a climax, and everyone was happy for his safe return, so they celebrated. However, when Urza and the others asked him what had happened to him in the past 3 days, Naruto only said that it had been 3 days since he woke up, and he might have drifted on the sea in a coma for a long time. This excuse was used to cover up what happened to Hylantia. After all, it's better not to let them know about Hylantia's affairs, which will only add to the troubles. Naruto looked around and found that Lucy and Juvia were not in the guild. After he asked, he knew that these 2 girls were crying at home because of their own affairs. He was so moved that he decided to visit them. After meeting with Urza and the others for a while, Naruto headed to the girls' dormitory where Juvia was. She has moved into the girls' dormitory since joining Fairy Tail. Under the leadership of Urza and the others, Naruto entered the women's dormitory for the first time. It was not yet dark, and everyone saw Juvia in a spacious room. At this time, she was sitting in the corner crying silently, a dark cloud above her head, and the rain almost wet the floor of the entire room. Seeing her like this, Urza and the others were a little speechless, and quickly went in with Naruto to comfort her. When Juvia saw Naruto appear, he immediately stopped crying and looked at him in a daze and incredulousness. Lord Naruto! Then, she exclaimed suddenly, and suddenly plunged into Naruto's arms, crying excitedly. Juvia's love for Naruto is bold and enthusiastic, but she is too shy to show it. At this time, leaning on Naruto's arms, her heart is beating violently, and she only feels that she is about to die happily. Moreover, after a few minutes of heart beating violently, Juvia really fainted so happily. Holding her body, Naruto, who felt that she was in a coma, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Naruto, leave Juvia to me, you just came back, you must be tired, go back and have a good rest. Urza had already seen Juvia's love for Naruto, and she was a little jealous. She hurriedly let Naruto leave. Well, then you take good care of her. Naruto nodded and left. I'll go see Lucy. Seeing his back disappear from sight, Arusa sighed slightly, opened her mouth but said nothing. She originally wanted to stop him from seeing Lucy. Unable to say why, I had to watch Naruto leave. There are more and more competitors of his own now. After the strong enemy of Mirage Lucy, there is now Juvia, and there are Kana and the others who are eyeing them. She smiled bitterly. Although she has a deep relationship with Naruto, if she doesn't do anything, the advantage will soon be gone. At Lucy's house, Naruto also saw Lucy, who was lying in bed and slept all day. Her house has been repaired and the furniture is fully furnished. When Naruto saw her, he found her lying on the bed with squinting eyes and a gloomy expression. "Lucy, keep you waiting, I'm back." When Naruto jumped in from her window, Lucy immediately jumped up from the bed. 775. Leave. Next, it is naturally a lot of excitement and lingering. Naruto's return dissipated all the dark clouds that shrouded Lucy's heart. A happy smile appeared on her face and she said, "Naruto, you really made me worry. These days I can't eat, and I can't sleep well. Every time I sleep, I have nightmares. You have to compensate me." Ah. Naruto truly felt that the girl was so affectionate to him, and he was very moved. No matter which world he was in, he would meet such lovely girls. How can I give up hope when there are such lovely women around? In any case, he must obtain the strongest strength to protect this beautiful everything. He smiled slightly, hugged Lucy's soft body, stroked her long golden hair and said, "Then I really have to compensate you well." At this time, Lucy was wearing a white pajamas with wet tears on her face, looking pitiful, but full of charming temptation. How are you going to compensate me?" Hearing this, Lucy couldn't help laughing, her jade face instantly filled with Yuhi's dizziness. After a while, there were bursts of coquettish cries from the room, and the rhythm that the whole bed was shaking. After a long time, the moonlight was strong, and Naruto was lying on the bed, holding Lucy, who had already fallen asleep unbearably, in his arms. Her long eyelashes were still trembling slightly, and the Yuhi tide was still on her face. She got up quietly, Naruto covered her with the quilt, and came to the roof of Lucy's house to watch the moon. Breathing the free breeze in the air, Naruto felt that his heart was very comfortable. After having sex with the girl he liked, he came out to blow the air, which was really a great enjoyment. However, just as he was admiring the moon contentedly, a figure suddenly appeared downstairs in Lucy's house, with long red Yuhi-colored hair fluttering in the wind. It's Erza. She was looking at Naruto on the roof and let out a faint sigh. Naruto really came to Lucy, this guy seems to have been here for a long time. At this time, Naruto also found Erza, who was downstairs. After he was slightly stunned, he appeared in front of her in a flash. "Erza, why are you here so late?" Naruto asked. "I just walk around," Erza said. "I'll tell you a message by the way, they didn't promise to enter Fairy Tail, and plan to leave tomorrow." "Really? Since it's their will, let them do it." Naruto nodded. Erza was silent. "Let me walk with you." Naruto made this proposal when she saw that she was worried. Erza nodded lightly, her hair fluttering in the wind, looking extremely dazzling in the moonlight. The two stopped and walked along the way, admiring the night view, but both remained silent. After a long time, Erza spoke softly. She said slowly, "Naruto, in 2 days, there will be a beauty contest in the guild." Beauty contest? What is that? Naruto suddenly heard this and couldn't help but feel a little strange. It was a competition held by the guild to select the most beautiful female wizard in Fairy Tail. Erza explained. "Oh, it sounds pretty good. Everyone will be dressed up by then, right? Erza, do you want to participate too?" Naruto smiled. "Do you want me to participate?" Erza asked suddenly. "Well, you are the fairy queen in the guild, how can you not participate?" Naruto smiled and said, "I will have to see your style then." Hearing his compliment, Erza's face showed a smile, and her jade face also slightly Yuhi. However, she immediately asked again, "Naruto, who do you think will be number 1 in our guild?" This. Naruto really couldn't tell for a while. After all, Every girl has their own characteristics. Although Urza has always been very popular, Mirage is not bad. The current newcomer Lucy is also getting more and more popular, and Rebecca Nabisca and the others also have their own merits. For a while, he really couldn't tell. Seeing his hesitant look, Urza pouted. She knew that he would do this. Hey, do you think she will die if she wins? Really? Urza thought with some resentment in her heart. At this moment, Naruto suddenly said, if Urza dresses up carefully, she will definitely win. Urza was stunned and couldn't help asking, Naruto, is what you said true? Really, Urza, you are very beautiful. I have always thought so. Urza bowed her head and was praised by Naruto. Yuhi's face was like fire. She was usually calm and composed, and what she couldn't stand was Naruto's praise. In front of him, she really felt that she was a woman, not everyone. Strong in the eyes. Naruto, if I win this beauty contest, will you grant me a request? The two walked for a while, and Naruto found that they had reached the door of the guild dormitory. At this time, Urza suddenly turned around. He turned around and said to him seriously. Okay, I can promise you anything you want at that time. Naruto smiled and nodded, showing her a big white fang. Retractor. Elsa stretched out her little finger, and Naruto stretched out his hand after a moment's surprise, hooking up with her delicate and smooth little finger, and both of them smiled silently. Entering the dormitory, watching Naruto leave, Urza looked at his back, and she couldn't help but make a decision. No matter how big the competition is in this beauty pageant, you must win. Early the next morning, Naruto came to the guild. Urza and the others were already standing at the door of the guild, and at the door, Simon, Miliana, Wally, and Hugh were saying goodbye to everyone. After Naruto arrived, the farewell ceremony finally began, because Urza wanted to invite them into the guild, but they hoped that they could go out for a walk and see the outside world, so there was no reluctance. In the end, she decided to use Fairy Tale, the farewell ceremony, to see them off. Seeing the tears in the eyes of the four of them, Arusa was also very saddened. After all, these were the partners she lived and struggled with when she was a child. At the end of the farewell ceremony, Urza and Naruto bid farewell to the four of them one by one, and reminded them not to do bad things. Naruto looked at them and said, when you encounter difficulties, don't forget that we are here. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will be the first to let him go. He reached out and handed each of them a necklace. This is the necklace he condensed with his own magic crystals. When you encounter difficulties, input magic power into the necklace, and I will know. At that time, everyone and I will find a way for you. The four were moved to tears. Also came up one by one to say goodbye to Naruto. Sending them to the beach, before leaving by boat, Miliana grabbed Urza and whispered in her ear, Sister Arusa, I wish you and brother Naruto become husband and wife as soon as possible. I wish you happiness. Face turned slightly Yuhi, and she rolled her eyes. You naughty little girl, hurry up and find one for yourself. Hee, I don't like other men except big brother Naruto. Kitten girl glanced at Naruto and said with a smile, and turned to board the boat. Parting is always sad, but everyone knows that these four people have left their misery, and what will greet them next is a bright future. Therefore, everyone silently blesses them. After watching their ship disappear into the sea, Naruto, Urza and the others turned around and returned to the guild. 776. Cool Storm. After the sad parting, in order to liven up the atmosphere, someone suggested, let's go swimming in the newly built swimming pool in the guild together. Okay, someone immediately called out. Naruto was also pulled over by everyone. In the newly built guild, all kinds of facilities are complete, and the spacious swimming pool is divided into male and female areas. Of course, some people do not like to go into the water, but there are still many people in it. Everyone put on their swimsuits and jumped into the pool. The boys get together and swim around, discussing things about the girls, and the girls also chat with each other about certain topics. Speaking of Xiaolu, I noticed that you have grown a little bigger here recently. Lebi looked at Lucy's chest enviously and said, Where is it? Lucy couldn't help but shyly covered her plump breasts floating on the water with both hands. I'll take a look. Kana hugged Lucy from behind at some point, and then a pair of jade hands suddenly held her huge twin peaks, squeezed and smiled. Really? Oh. It's bigger than mine. Lucy, honestly, is there a man recently? Kana whispered in her ear. No, don't do this. Lucy was held by Kana's chest. She was so sensitive that she couldn't take it anymore. She struggled to escape. When she heard her question, Yuhi was ashamed and didn't dare answer. Kana, does having a man have anything to do with your breasts getting bigger? Rebi asked innocently. Hey, Lebi, you're such a nerd. Don't you even know this? Let me give you a good education class. Kana was attracted by Lebi's question and swam to her side with a smirk. Then he hugged Lebi's delicate body, and her small hand held a small protrusion on Lebi's chest, rubbed it forcefully, and said with a smile, It's like this, if Lebi's place is tricked by a man like this, it will get bigger and bigger. Hey, aren't you envious? Rebi let out a moan, and was almost softened by Kana, and hurriedly pushed her away. Damn, Kana, you slut. Don't touch me like this. Hee, what does this have to do with it? I see you are very comfortable and enjoying yourself. Lebi doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I'll let you experience this feeling first. She whispered. Urza sat quietly on the edge of the pool, her brows twitching. Miraji covered her mouth and giggled, and said to Kana, You know that you have the ability to bully Lebi and Lucy. Go and touch Urza's. Kana glanced at Urza, who had a cold face. She seemed to be a little sad because of the parting just now. At this time, even if she borrowed 100 courage, she would not dare to provoke her. However, at the same time, in the boys' pool, there was already an ice and fire scene. Natsu and Gray had a big fight over a swimming style issue, and the whole pool was uneasy as a result. At that time, they were fighting because of this. Natsu's flames caused the water temperature in the pool to rise suddenly, almost boiling, while Gray's ice instantly turned the entire pool into ice cubes, and everyone in it was in pain. Seeing them making such a fuss, Naruto couldn't sit still. After swimming for a while, he realized that he really couldn't compare to the sea. Swimming in the sea was called freedom. So, he got up quickly and left the pool, intending to go ashore to eat something. He found a place with the sun to lean on the chair. At this time, a beautiful woman came over to give him a drink. After he reached out and took it, he said thank you and drank it. The sun was very warm, and after drinking the drink, Naruto fell asleep quickly. However, at this time, Natsu and Gray, who were fighting in the swimming pool, suddenly spread to the shore. The entire pool was frozen by Gray and turned into an ice skating rink. After Natsu was furious, a fire dragon's iron fist took the lead with the shot. Gray was sent flying. It just so happened that the direction in which Gray was blasted was exactly where Naruto lay and slept. Done. At this time, he was sleeping sweetly, and he was not prepared for everything around him. And Nazguri also showed no murderous intent. So, when Gray flew over, Naruto didn't react at all. He was still sleeping. Seeing this situation, everyone around looked at Naruto with their mouths wide open. Boom. Naruto's chair was smashed into pieces, and his body was also bounced off by Gray, flying into the distance. And the place where it fell, happened to be the pool where Urza and the others were swimming. At this time, Urza and the others were not prepared at all. When everyone noticed that something was wrong, Naruto's body had already drawn a beautiful arc in the air and fell into their swimming pool with a normal sound. Coincidentally, where it fell, it hit Urza, who was unaware. What? With a scream, Urza and Naruto's bodies slammed into the water. Naruto finally woke up at this time. In fact, he woke up the moment he was hit, but when he came to consciousness, he found that he had fallen on a soft body, surrounded by water. Alusha, are you alright? Ribi called her, stepped forward to look, but saw Naruto's entire face buried in Urza's chest, pressing her plump peaks into an exaggerated line radian. And Urza held Naruto's head blankly, forgetting how to respond next. After being silent for 2 seconds, Urza's jade face suddenly swelled to Yuhi, screaming and shaking Naruto's body. Her heart trembled violently. After Naruto was pushed away, he accidentally fell towards another person, but it happened to be in Juvia's direction. Opened her arms with a fiery face, and screamed in happiness, "Lord Naruto! Come into my arms. I will give you all my love." However, suddenly a figure stopped in front of Juvia, and before her, she opened her arms to hug Naruto. Naruto suddenly felt a pair of elastic breasts behind his back pressing against his back, and at the same time the soft and tender jade hands also hugged his waist. "Naruto, why are you so careless? Really, Urza is too violent." The gentle and delicate sweet voice was Mirage. Naruto was stunned for a moment, smelling the fragrance on her body, and suddenly felt that he was trapped in a gentle village. "Thank you very much, Mira," Naruto said thanks to her. "Hey, Miragian, you actually dare to rob people." Zubiao did not pick up Naruto, but he was hugged by Miragi. She suddenly became angry, rushing over to grab Naruto while crying. Naruto was attacked by the girl again, and Juvia hugged Naruto's body from the front, no less than Mirage's chest sticking to his chest, and his mouth was a sweet and greasy coquettish cry. "Naruto, your body is so strong." Feeling the wonderful touch brought by the front and rear pincers, where did Naruto still have the mind to blame who knocked him into the air before? There was a flame all over his body now. If it weren't for the swimming pool, he would have made a fool of himself. At this time, Urza finally couldn't stand it anymore. She snorted coldly and said, "You two give me enough time. Don't you see that Naruto is troubled?" 777. Strange Urza. After the pool incident, Natsu and Gray were beaten by Naruto. Urza's face was cold, and she seemed to have the urge to explode. Not enough, the relaxation in this pool is quite happy. In the evening, after everything was over, Naruto changed his clothes and prepared to go home. At this time, Elsa suddenly stopped him and said she wanted to go back with him. Naruto readily agreed, and of course he was very happy to be accompanied by beautiful women. Bit Silver Kiba and stared at Urza from behind with a look of envy, jealousy and hatred. She really envied Urza for being so brave to make such a request to Naruto. Worry about being rejected. Therefore, she never dared to confess to Naruto seriously. Along the way, the two of Naruto walked side by side, experiencing the fresh smell in the wind, and watching the gradually overlapping shadows under the sunset. They felt a very relaxed feeling in their hearts. Indeed, when he was with Urza, Naruto felt that he had to use too many words, and the two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, which was quiet and harmonious. Just walking together like this makes me feel very comfortable. The same is true for Urza. She is experiencing this feeling, and the expression on her face becomes gentle and content. Occasionally, when she looks at Naruto's profile inadvertently, she feels sweet in her heart. However, how long will these days last? Naruto has been targeted by many girls, Mirage, Kana, Lucy, Juvia. They are all powerful players. When they were in the pool before, Naruto didn't push them away. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying it. Does he have feelings for them too? Really, it seems that men are all lower body animals. It's really inferior to have that kind of expression just by physical contact. However, Urza also found that she did not reject such a thing, because when Naruto's face touched her chest before, her body couldn't help but generate electric currents, as if she was dumbfounded by electricity. Well, the sense of touch that Naruto brought to him seems to be still in his chest. It seems that I have to be more proactive. Regarding this aspect, if you don't prepare for it, it is very likely that Lucy and the others will surpass it. Urza thought. Oh, by the way, Naruto, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. You go home alone. I'll go shopping in the town. Thinking of this, Urza suddenly said to Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, go to town. Then I'll accompany you. Ah, no, no need. I can do it all by myself, Urza said in a panic. It's really strange. Usually, Urza likes to go shopping with her. Why did she suddenly become twisted today? Mind-blowing thought. He shook his head. Since she didn't want to, then forget it. Anyway, he has something to do after he goes back. After saying goodbye to Urza, Naruto returned home, ate something casually, and sat down to meditate. After 10 tales, spirit was completely expelled from his body. Naruto had absorbed the spiritual energy he had left behind. In the explosion of the Paradise Tower, his spiritual power was refined and refined again. At this moment, he found that the range of his natural pattern had spread to a distance of several hundred meters, which was 10 times better than before. But this is far from enough. To deepen his understanding of the nature of this world and become a being who controls the entire nature, Naruto feels that he still has a long way to go. Moreover, Master, naturally, it does not seem to be as easy as it seems. It seems that he was able to obtain the power of nature so quickly in the previous world. The laws of nature no longer apply to the world of Master. No way, all this has to be understood slowly. However, there is another important thing at present, which is to convert the magical energy in the body into chaotic power. After forcibly transforming the chaotic power, that power can only use the space ability once or twice, and it cannot last. Not only the brewing that requires preparation time seems to consume a huge amount of mental power. Therefore, in order to open the gate of time and space now, it is necessary to perfectly transform the magic power in the body into the power of chaos. Only by using it freely, the power of the Master in the heart is the real power. The goal is just ahead, and Naruto feels that he is not far from success. As long as the Master has the power of chaos, coupled with the huge power support in the natural mode, it is not difficult to open the gate of time and space. Just when she was cultivating her strength sharply and diligently, Elsa came to a small alley in the town. At a book stand, she lowered her head and Yuhi face, picked up an adult book, and paid for it. Run away quickly. At this time, Juvia, who had followed her all the way, also quietly appeared. She saw Urza buying books, and she couldn't help showing a suspicious expression on her face. Elsa looks so strange when she buys books. Is there any conspiracy? Juvia must investigate and investigate. She came to the book stand with a puzzled mood, and said to the boss, I want a book like the lady just now. The boss was stunned after hearing this, then smiled ambiguously, took out a book with a naked girl on the cover, and handed it to her. Juvia took it, paid the money, opened it, and suddenly Yuhi screamed, frightened by the humiliating scenes inside. She carefully looked at the crowd around her, and hurriedly left here. After returning to the dormitory, Juvia hid in the room with the book, closed the door, and locked it. On the other side of the dormitory, Elsa was hiding in the room, secretly looking at the book she just bought. Looking at the content on it, she couldn't help but feel a heartbeat on her face. Her mouth was dry, and Chunin couldn't stop fantasizing about it. An unsightly scene emerged. At this moment, Lebi, who lives next door to her, suddenly ran into her house with a piece of clothing and shouted, Elsa, what do you think of this piece of clothing? 778. Beauty Pageant. A few days later, the guild was very lively. Over the past few days, Naruto has been looking for a way to transform his body's energy, but he hasn't had any clues yet. It seems that this can't be too impatient, and he must explore a little bit. However, although there is no progress, he has made his mental power more solid, and all the 10 tails mental energy remaining in his body has been absorbed and transformed into his own mental power. Now his mental power has improved a bit compared to before. The magic energy in the body is also even more huge, and now if he confronts Gerard, who had the energy support of the entire Tower of Paradise, he will never be at a disadvantage again. Of course, these improvements are not enough for him. If he wants to open the door of time and space and find a passage to other worlds, his efforts need to be doubled. It's so lively in the guild today. Naruto sighed when he saw that the hall was crowded with people. A girl who was watching him immediately responded, because Fairy Tail's annual beauty pageant is about to start. Oh, beauty contest. Remember what Urza told me. Naruto murmured upon hearing that. There are beauties to watch, no wonder everyone is so enthusiastic. Who will win this beauty pageant in the end? With an appreciative attitude, he came to the counter to ask for a glass of juice, and sat in the hall watching the stage in front of him. There is a stage for some of the most beautiful girls in the current guild belonging to Fairy Tail. And, most importantly, the first place to win this tournament will get you 2 million. This is a temptation for everyone. Temptation especially Lucy, although she is the daughter of a daughter, she has been relying on self-reliance since she came out. The current money for tasks is not enough for her to spend, so she urgently needs this money now. Elsa also participated in this beauty pageant, but her goal was not money, but purely to compete for the first place and show it to Naruto. She wanted him to know that in this guild, she was not only the strongest female wizard as also the most beautiful female wizard. She will not lose to anyone. Of course, there are other people participating in the competition, such as Mirage, Juvia, Reeb, Kana, Bisca, etc. They are also very beautiful. In the cheers of the crowd, the game finally started. Naruto sat there with the juice, watching the game with great interest. Kana, Reebi, Bisca, Juvia, etc. appeared one by one. They were dressed in fashion and beautiful, full of vitality. Compared with usual, they were more attractive at this time when they were well dressed, and they were all still beautiful. There was a talent show. For a while, Naruto really couldn't choose which one was the best. Next, Mirage came on the stage, but when everyone was looking forward to what kind of clothes she would wear, they saw her smiling at everyone as usual, and then calmly used a transforming into magic and transforming herself into a person wearing hobbit casual clothes. It suddenly caught people's eyes, but after she transformed back, she stuck out her tongue at everyone mischievously, and suddenly turned a group of people over. I didn't expect Mirage to become like this now. Even though he has adapted to her current appearance, he still can't help but think of who she was back then. Naruto said to himself. Back then, Mirage wore a ponytail, with a proud and domineering look, but she was full of aura. Compared with Elsa, she was only stronger or weaker. Now, her gentle, elegant and naughty appearance really made people feel sorry for the previous her. Miss it even more. Next, Lucy appeared on the stage. As a newcomer to the guild, she is loved by everyone because of her youth, beauty and vitality. Although she has only been in the guild for a year, she has already gained a good popularity. When the sexy and beautiful suit came out, the guild immediately burst into amazement, and the flowers burst into applause. It seems that she is also very popular, but her breasts are really big, it seems that no one in the guild can match it. Naruto thought to himself, is this his credit? The last one to appear is Elsa. Her popularity is definitely the highest in the guild. Even in the outside world, there are countless fans who support him. At this time, everyone is looking forward to her appearance. Alusha, Ursha. Before she came out, everyone was looking forward to calling her name, and many people came to the guild just to see her, and even many guys who were not members of the guild did everything possible come in, just to watch her beauty pageant. Akatsuki, a household name. At this time, just when everyone was guessing what kind of sexy and gorgeous armor Urza would wear, she suddenly came to the stage, and after a magic trick, she suddenly turned into a gothic lowly outfit. Girl. The black and white dress, the wide cuffs, and the bow tied in her hair, the expression on her face was cute and gentle, contrary to the usual sharp and calm appearance of the queen. People suddenly screamed. Urza finished changing her clothes and winked at Naruto who was drinking juice under the stage. The cuteness was unbearable, and Naruto almost spit it out. Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough. After being choked, he coughed several times before calming down. However, when Urza wears this abnormal style of clothes, it feels really weird. I wonder if she will wear it for herself next time. In Naruto's mind, Chunin couldn't stop thinking about it. The girls have all finished their performances, and then finally everyone will vote for a first place. Everyone stands in a row on the stage, waiting for everyone's voting results. Lucy was very nervous, because with Urza dressed up so fiercely, she really had no confidence at all. Sure enough, when the results were announced, Elsa was ranked first, but Lucy was second. As soon as the news came, Elsa immediately laughed happily. However, just as everyone was about to celebrate the wonderful ending of the competition, a voluptuous female voice suddenly came. Aia, how can I be without me in such a thing as a beauty pageant? 779. The beginning of the Civil War. I saw a beautiful woman with brown curly long shawl hair, a pair of transparent glasses, and a green off-shoulder dress suddenly appeared on the stage. Holding a fan, he was gently covering his mouth and smiling. Fairy Tale, one of the members of Thor. Albagar Rin. And beside her, stood two other people, Fried and Bigaslow. Naruto felt a little strange when he saw her at first sight, because even he only saw her once. It's just to transfer a task. In everyone's eyes, the three Thors are all characters that no strangers should enter, because Laxus is usually an extremely arrogant and unreasonable guy in everyone's mind, so the Thor is naturally nothing in everyone's eyes. Good reputation. After seeing them appear at this time, everyone is a little unclear, and some of them have already felt something wrong. At this moment, Abag Rin suddenly turned around and smiled softly at Urza and the others. What fairy queen, what devil Mira, and what guild rookie? It's nothing. I'm the most beautiful woman in Fairy Tale. As she spoke, she suddenly took off her glasses, and suddenly a magic power spread. At the same time, Naruto finally realized that something was wrong. His body flashed, and the next moment, he came behind her and grabbed it. Took her. But it was too late at this time. I saw Urza and the others were all stunned for a while, and then their bodies slowly turned into stone statues. One step late. Naruto was furious. He didn't expect that Abigail Rin would actually take action against his companions. Although he felt that her appearance would disturb the nature of the beauty contest, even Naruto didn't realize the consequences. Rin's petrified eyes standing beside Urza and the others. The ability of these eyes is equivalent to the pupil technique in the Hokage world, and the speed is to the extent that they can be completed with a single thought. In the case of no defense, Urza and the others are decisively attacked. Abigail Rin, what are you doing? Of course, Naruto's speed was very fast. Before Abigail Rin put the glasses back on, he already grabbed her slender arm, angrily said, give me to change them back. Both Fried and Bigaslow were startled, and Naruto, who had not even had time to react, could not help showing awe in their eyes. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed Laxus' biggest opponent. It is worthy of being the strongest in the guild. Abigail Rin was also very scared. Naruto grabbed her arm tightly, and the slender arm could not break free at all. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Abigail Rin discovered that his petrified eye ability, actually no effect on Naruto at all. What do you want? Under the fear, she completely lost her previous arrogance and stammered. I said, change them back. I will forgive you, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. Naruto said with a stern expression, looking directly into her eyes. Chairman Makarov, who was about to come up, saw Naruto appear, so he quietly stood aside and stopped talking. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed out of thin air and instantly appeared in front of Naruto. The crowd suddenly exclaimed. I didn't expect Laxus to come too. In addition to the thunder gods, what are they trying to do? Everyone suddenly had a feeling that the storm was about to come, and the good mood of the original game suddenly dissipated, and there was only nervousness in their hearts. Laxus, is that how you condone your subordinates? Naruto turned to look at him and asked coldly. The incident happened suddenly, and what these guys did was really annoying and disappointing. Naruto questioned Laxus while holding on to Abigail Rin. However, Laxus just smiled and avoided answering. Instead, he asked mockingly, ha ha ha, Naruto, don't you think this guild has too much garbage? Did you see it too? The magical aura of these guys in the hall is so weak. Don't you want to change this kind of guild? Naruto frowned. Laxus, so you haven't given up on that idea yet? I want to make the guild a place without the weak. I will get rid of all these rubbish. Laxus said loudly. Naruto, are you ready to come with me? If you are here, I can all give you half of the guild to manage. Hearing Laxus' words, the crowd was excited. Natsu rushed over under the fire, but was knocked flying by Laxus and fell to the ground. It's really too much, Laxus said disdainfully. Every one of you is too weak. No wonder the guild will be like this by you, and it was attacked by others last time. It's too weak. His aura spread, and everyone didn't dare to make a sound. At this time, Naruto suddenly waved his hand and said, Laxus, you seem to have a feverish mind. Did you do this to capture the guild? Didn't you ask the old man? Ha ha ha, I can't help you now. I only give you one chance. How about we make a game? Fried, Laxus looked at Naruto and said. With a wave of Fried's hand, the various magical barriers that had been quietly set up before that all surfaced, appearing throughout the city. A game, Naruto sneered after hearing this. It's really boring. I don't want to participate in a game like yours. I'll just say one thing now. Hurry up and restore Urza and the others, and if you want to play the game, let me play it myself. Quote. When Laxus heard this, his face suddenly changed. Naruto, it seems that you are going to stand on the opposite side of me. Hurry up and restore everyone. Naruto continued to say coldly. Humph, this is your fault. In Fried's spell, even you have to obey the rules. 780. Temple of God. Is that so? Is the so-called surgical barrier the rules set by the caster? Naruto looked at the entrance of the guild hall where an invisible barrier was formed, and the light of runes flashed slightly. He couldn't help but sneer. Haha, the game has already started. You have to abide by my rules if you want to play. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of man are you threatening a woman? Laxus laughed. Naruto couldn't help sneering after hearing this. He glanced at Abigu Rin, and said lightly, since Laxus is mocking me for threatening women, that's fine. If you want to play so much, I'll play with you. But, I and you. To make sure you can afford it. After he finished speaking, he let go of Abigu Rin, looked at her and said, how do you guys want to play? The rules have been formulated. If you want me to release the petrification state, let's make a selection first, and choose the strongest people to fight with us. If we beat us at that time, I will release your petrification state according to my words. Laxus laughed. Boring, Naruto said, are you trying to provoke infighting among guild members? Yes, I just want to eliminate those rubbish. This guild only allows the existence of the strong. Laxus said loudly. Also, neither you nor the old man can participate in this game. Hearing this, Naruto's face sank involuntarily. This guy arranged this. Obviously he wanted to use his strength to convince other people except himself and Makarov. Is this trying to exclude strong enemies first? However, can a layer of magical barrier stop Naruto? Naruto smiled lightly. Seeing the calm smile on his face, Laxus couldn't help but feel a bad feeling in his heart. As soon as this feeling came out, his unprecedentedly inflated self-confidence could not help but decline. Afterwards, Naruto waved his hand to the anxious crowd and said loudly, don't worry, everyone, you don't have to participate in this game. Because this kind of rule is too boring. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Fried again. It seems that you are very confident in your own spells, then let you taste my enchantment. He made a few strange seals with his hands, and then, just as Laxus was stunned for a moment, a layer of green enchantment suddenly appeared around their bodies, just framing each of them. The speed of casting is extremely fast. There is no need to set up a spell in advance like Fried. Of course, Naruto was the only one who didn't frame Abigu Rin in it. Abigu Rin froze for a moment, looking at Laxus and the others helplessly. Afterwards, Naruto said to her indifferently, since you can threaten me in this way, then I can return it as it is. Now I will only say one sentence. I will release the petrified state within a minute. Otherwise, my enchantment will be destroyed. It will trap Laxus and the others to death. Everyone around cheered when they saw it. I didn't expect Naruto to have such a fast spirit formation. This kind of spirit formation that hardly needs to be written down is unbelievable. Seeing that he trapped the Laxus people almost instantly, everyone was greatly relieved. Hurry up and remove the petrification. Naruto stepped forward and approached Abag Rin, coldly. At the same time, an incomparably powerful coercion exudes from his body. This is the coercion of the strong, and even the 10 saints do not have a powerful aura. Abagu Rin was a little breathless under the pressure of his body trembled, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Naruto. In Naruto's enchantment, Laxus was full of wild magic, and a frantic electric current rushed around, constantly impacting the enchantment set by Naruto. Fright and Bigasro did the same, and they used their own means to violently attack the barrier, but how could Naruto's barrier be destroyed by their level of power? After working hard for a while, the three finally realized the power of Naruto, and the barrier he released when he raised his hand actually made people unable to do anything. Have you figured it out? There are still 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Naruto counted as he looked at Abag Rin. Abag Rin finally screamed, and then knelt in front of Naruto in a cold sweat, surrendering. I surrender, Abagu Rin said sullenly. It's so powerful. This kind of power is simply hard to resist. Under his coercion, it was difficult for him to even maintain a standing posture. Is this the power of Naruto? How much better than Laxus? After seeing her surrender, Naruto withdrew his imposing coercion, because his coercion was only aimed at Abag Rin. Although others could feel the power, they did not have the same fear as Abag Rin. He then smiled slightly, as if a spring breeze was blowing his face, but Abag Rin felt that Naruto was simply a devil. A guy with such powerful strength was like an ant in his hands, and could be pinched to death at any time. Very good. Naruto nodded in appreciation. Abagu Rin released Urza and the others from petrifying according to his words, and they recovered immediately, and then took turns to attack Laxus and others. After a while, Naruto lifted the barrier and looked at Laxus with a smile. How? Is my effect much stronger than yours? This woman's will is not as firm as you think. Laxus glared at Abag Rin, and looked at Naruto with some fear. His heart was very unconvinced. But Naruto's strength is really strong, and it doesn't need to be verified at all. He was hard to figure out for a while, and suddenly said frantically, no. You can't just forget it. You must complete my rules of the game and fight. Quote. The petrification state has been lifted. What else do you want to use to threaten us? Just rely on these spells. Naruto sneered. Humph. Look at my divine hall of singing. Laxus roared angrily, and a large amount of powerful thunder magic emerged from his body, and then hundreds of spheres of lightning flashed from his palm, passing through the hall. The door ran to the sky above. This is forbidden magic. Laxus, you actually did this. Makarov on the side couldn't help but turn pale when he saw this. 781. Spike. Haha, who told you to break the rules? Now you all have to abide by it. Otherwise, the entire city will disappear under my thunderbolt. Laxus looked at Naruto and laughed wildly. You save me You are not very powerful, are you? If you have the ability, you can save the whole city. But let me say it first, I will launch an attack in 10 minutes. Under this forbidden magic, everyone will die. Ha ha ha. Quote. Laxus, you bastard, do you know what you are doing? Don't force me. Makarov couldn't believe that his grandson would do such a thing. His face was full of anger and pain, rushed over and shouted. Suddenly, the expression on his face froze, and then there was a look of pain, and he fell down while clutching his heart. When Laxus saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He wanted to go up and check the situation, but Urza and the others around him had already supported him. Naruto also stepped forward, and a life force entered his body, slowly repairing the wound in his body. This is his old disease, which finally relapsed after being stimulated by Laxus this time. Seeing his beloved grandson actually do such an extreme thing, he would never have imagined it. At this point, he was heartbroken. After Naruto put the life force into the president's body, the president slowly recovered. Under this power, he found that his body was completely free of any pain, and the body that had relapsed from the old disease actually became energetic. "Thanks to you, Naruto," Makarov said gratefully. Naruto shook his head, saying you were welcome, then got up to look at Laxus, and said, "Old man, your grandson has done something wrong. I should fix it for you, right?" Makarov froze for a moment, then sighed, "Be careful, Naruto." "I know, I won't kill him." Naruto smiled lightly. Laxus. I think we should withdraw first." Ibugu Rin looked at Naruto's smile and said a little scared. The previous Naruto's imposing pressure was too unbearable, and it was almost impossible for people to arouse the desire to resist. Hearing this, Laxus was furious and said, "What are you kidding? Laxus, will never back down. Uzumaki Naruto, don't think that you are the strongest in the guild. I will prove it to you today. Laxus, are not weak." He shouted angrily, his expression as if he had lost his mind. Naruto sighed slightly. He looked at the irritated Laxus and said, "Have you finally stopped playing your game?" Laxus' self-esteem exploded, and he didn't care about the rules of the game before. He couldn't bear his anger when he thought of Naruto's contemptuous eyes, and what he said was too contemptible. What is a substitute teaching? What does it mean not to be killed? Is my Laxus so weak in his eyes? Hateful. He clasped his hands together suddenly, closed his eyes slightly, and a huge magic power spread out from his body. "This action is Goblin's Law," Makarov exclaimed in surprise. Naruto frowned slightly. At this time, the output of the magic power on Laxus was insane. "What a boring trick," Naruto sneered. His figure suddenly flashed, and at the moment when Laxus hadn't activated the super magic of fairy law, he raised his fist and slammed it on his stomach. Boom. Afterwards, Laxus' entire body was lifted up by Naruto's fist, and then he suddenly fell down and smashed hard on the guild floor. Boom. The ground shattered, and Laxus' body was directly smashed into the ground by Naruto's fist. Smoke and dust filled the air. Everyone in the hall could not help but take a breath of cold air, and their hearts were extremely shocked. The mighty Laxus didn't even block Naruto's move, and Naruto's speed is so fast that he doesn't even give Laxus the time to finish his spell. Killed. At this moment, everyone just felt that Naruto once again exceeded everyone's expectations. We thought that after a long time, Naruto's strength would definitely encounter a bottleneck, and Laxus would definitely get closer to him with his continuous efforts. The distance, I didn't expect that compared to the two, Naruto's strength is still an overwhelming advantage. No, it's not overwhelming, but Laxus is simply not qualified to compare with Naruto's power. Laxus was almost the strongest character in the guild except Naruto and Gildas, but he was killed without even using Naruto's men. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Naruto's back for a long time and couldn't return to their senses. It wasn't until Naruto brought Laxus down and got up to look at everyone that he finally came back to his senses. They burst into thunderous cheers in an instant. Great! Laxus lost. Naruto is the strongest. Everyone was very excited, especially most of the girls could hardly wait to pounce. Seeing everyone cheering so enthusiastically, Naruto smiled slightly. He looked at Laxus, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said lightly, "With your strength, you are not qualified to set the game." Then, he walked to the entrance of the hall step by step, reached out and touched the layer of the magical barrier, and looked back at Fried. "Also, the rules of this game are too weak." After he finished speaking, he raised his fist, and an icy aura emanated from his fist, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Ice Dragons Boxing. Boom. With a simple punch, I saw that the layer of the surgical barrier with the text appeared, and it was smashed to pieces directly under Naruto's fist. The scattered energy light disappeared into the air. Fried's whole body was shocked. He looked at Naruto with horror on his face, and he was horrified. One's own magical barrier, that's an existence that can be restricted even by a guild leader level character. Naruto smashed it completely with sheer power. How terrifying must this be? With such a powerful Naruto, no wonder even Laxus was killed in seconds. Impressed. At this moment, the three Thors and Laxus were completely speechless. They even felt that everything they did was completely meaningless. In front of Naruto, they were simply clowns. 782. The guild is the strongest. In the end, Fried also gave up the magical barrier and left with Laxus and the others in despair. After they left, an unprecedented cheer erupted in the guild. Naruto defeated all three of Laxus and Thor with the power of one person. And it's an effortless defeat. All this is his credit. Everyone is proud to have someone as powerful as Naruto in the guild. Naruto's image has even risen to an invincible level at this moment. In the guild, especially the girls, some of them had already passed out screaming. Just so handsome. This is God. The power to always look up to. At this moment, Naruto's reputation in the guild has risen to the top. Even the president of the Holy Ten was overshadowed by the limelight. However, just after everyone cheered for a while, the president Makarov said suddenly and solemnly, "No, the temple of God of Laxus has not been lifted. We must destroy it." However, at this moment, Naruto opened his mouth and said, "Let me take care of the temple of God." He walked outside the guild and saw a circle of lightning beads floating in the sky above the entire city. A huge circle enveloped the entire city. "Naruto, do you know how to decipher this magic?" Makarov walked over and said, "This must destroy all the beads in the sky at the same time." "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll destroy it in one go." Naruto smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and waved, and saw that countless ice swords suddenly appeared above his head. Ice modeling magic ice blade flurry. Hundreds of ice blades were formed almost in one breath. Such a speed of modeling, such a huge magic power, shocked everyone again. Immediately afterwards, he waved his arm lightly, and all the ice blades flew towards the air. Bang bang bang. At the same time, all ice blades hit these beads. There was a burst of explosions, and the forbidden magic of Shenming Temple was so easily lifted by Naruto. However, just as the ice blade hit them, an unprecedented force struck. Suddenly it came to Naruto out of thin air. Naruto groaned slightly, and his body couldn't help shaking. Light flashed all over the body. "What's wrong with you?" Everyone around was shocked. "It's okay." Naruto sneered immediately and explained, "I didn't expect the magic of living connection to be added here. Just now, all my own attacks were returned to myself." "Then how are you? You're not injured?" Urza and the others stepped forward to grab him nervously and asked hastily. Naruto smiled slightly. "It's nothing, because I didn't use all my strength to attack at that level. Even if it was all returned to me, it wouldn't have any effect on me." Of course, Naruto himself is not sure about this, because no matter how weak his own attack is, it is a force that cannot be underestimated, and after returning it all, he did feel a strong pressure, but his physical fitness very special, almost immune to all attacks on the body, so there is no injury. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was surprised by Naruto's defensive ability. Makarov has seen Naruto's power. If it were himself, he would never be able to be like Naruto. Unconsciously, Naruto has surpassed himself as the president. I'm afraid he is really the strongest in this guild. Laxus left, and after he was taken back to cultivate, Makarov went to see him, only to find that his face was stunned, because under Naruto's men, he couldn't even hold on to a single move. This overwhelming sense of frustration was about to kill him. However, under the persuasion of Makarov, Laxus finally realized his mistake, and he knew that he should not be so extreme and arrogant. "Laxus, there are guys stronger than you in this world. Naruto is one of them, and even I can't detect his current strength. But he is still so humble and gentle in the guild, not arrogant or impetuous. This is the mentality of a strong man. This is the demeanor of a strong man. Laxus, you still have a lot to learn. Quote. Makarov's education made him finally understand his superficiality and weakness, and he bowed his head to admit his mistake. However, because he made such a big mistake, Makarov had to expel him from the guild, and Laxus accepted the penalty after admitting his mistake. When everyone was busy celebrating, he took Xingli and left silently. Makarov also burst into tears. Of course, Naruto didn't know about this. After dealing with this matter, he only felt that he had done a trivial thing, and what should he do next? It can be said that this whole farce was just a sideshow for him, although he was very indifferent at other times, except for Ursha and the others who were petrified after being petrified. The strength of Laxus and the others is not enough to trouble Naruto. For him, he still hasn't used his strength in battle. After this incident, Naruto's troubles became more and more, and almost 10 in the guild wrote love letters to him. Although there have been a lot of girls who wrote love letters to Naruto and were scolded by Urza, but this time they couldn't hold back anymore. Like moths to a flame, they knew they couldn't get them, but they didn't want them all. Destiny is showing his favor to Naruto. Therefore, Naruto is also very distressed. Fortunately, under the majesty of Urza, the girls quickly restrained, but because of this, Urza feels exhausted. This guy Naruto is really worrying. However, seeing that Naruto is so powerful, Laxus, who also felt very troublesome, was settled in a short period of time, which further changed her feelings for Naruto in her heart. Such a powerful and reliable Naruto, he must win it. 783. Sudden Attack. That evening, Naruto ushered in the siege of countless girls in the guild. Naruto, I want to be your girlfriend. Naruto, I want to help you have a baby. All kinds of bold remarks came out. Urza walked over with a sullen face and waved the girls back. What kind of nympho are they all doing? Give me back. Quote. When the girls heard this, they looked at Naruto resentfully and left Naruto reluctantly. Urza came to him and looked at Naruto with a gentle smile. Let's go back. Seeing that she invited Naruto so openly, the other girls complained and wailed constantly. Urza is so selfish. Damn. Watching Naruto and Urza leave together, a thorn in the back came from behind. Naruto smiled wryly. Urza glared at him. Are you enjoying this feeling? Naruto couldn't help but be at a loss for words, saying that being sought after by girls is not a bad thing. Of course it's very happy if someone likes it. However, Urza's question was too sharp for him to answer casually, so he had to laugh a few times to cover it up. Really, Naruto, why don't you care about my mood anyway? Elsa gave him a white look and suddenly said faintly. Naruto looked slightly startled, then turned to look at her and said, Elsa, I. Just when he was about to say something, Urza suddenly perched beside him, stopped him from speaking, and suddenly changed the subject and asked, Naruto, what do you think of my outfit today? What? Naruto was stunned for a second and said, although that one doesn't fit your style a bit, but occasionally wearing it is really refreshing. Hee, you have vision. Elsa smiled mischievously again, winked at him, a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes. I have a better set of clothes, Naruto, you want don't look at it. Saying these words, Elsa herself felt ashamed that she would actually speak in such a coquettish voice. She felt that her face was a little Yuhi, and Yuhi's appearance was out of shape. However, if you don't do this, it will definitely be difficult to compete with Lucy and the others. Of course you want to see it. Naruto looked at Yuhi's unrelenting look on her face, and his heart jumped slightly. Urza's appearance was so cute that one couldn't help but go up and kiss her. But, it's inconvenient to go to my dormitory, and it's so late now that you can't get in. Urza said in distress. It's easy, go to my place. Naruto said without hesitation. Urza nodded slightly and answered in a low voice. In her mind, picturesque pictures rose up involuntarily, and her heart was beating wildly for a while. Has Naruto finally taken the bait? He wants me to go to his house. Will something happen? He has already hinted that he is clear enough. Will he take any action against himself? If that's the case, today will be the most unforgettable night for me. Elsa couldn't help but have thoughts in her heart. Ah, damn it. How could I have such a shameful thought? Urza was suddenly shocked, realizing that she was thinking too charmingly, and hurriedly shook her head and muttered. It seems that I read too many adult magazines yesterday. That stuff really hurts, Urza thought. What's wrong? Naruto looked at her suspiciously. Ah, no, nothing. Urza hurriedly covered up. Seeing her panicked look, Naruto couldn't help laughing secretly. This girl wants to wear clothes to show herself. What kind of clothes are you looking for? Looking at her shy look, it must be very unexpected, right? Really looking forward to it. Although Urza in the armor is valiant and beautiful, if it is replaced by that style, it will definitely be more exciting, right? Naruto couldn't help but start thinking. The sun gradually went down, and the two did not go to the girls' dormitory, but went directly to Naruto's house. Entering the room and closing the door, Urza suddenly became nervous, and she lowered her head and was speechless for a while, looking very cramped. It's not like this usually. It seems that today I really think too much. Urza sat on the sofa thinking wildly. At this time, Naruto had already taken off his imperial robe and sat on the sofa opposite her in a black vest, holding some snacks and fruits in his hand. Let's have something to eat first. Urza hurriedly came back to her senses and replied. Then she started a cramped meal. Originally, when the two of them were together, she was never as nervous as she is today, but now she is suddenly at Naruto's house, and she can't stand it. The contents of those adult books can't help but pop up in her mind. Those humiliating scenes, just thinking about it, make Yuhi's face heartbeat. Really, could it be that he is potentially a slutty girl? What should I do? Does Naruto hate himself? For a while, Urza, who was originally calm, seemed to have changed her personality and became such a little daughter. However, seeing Urza like this, Naruto also thought it was very interesting, and he couldn't help but think of the incident of forcibly taking off her clothes when she was a child. At that time, she seemed very angry, and she didn't mind. At that time, Urza already had this kind of difference between men and women, and it was unexpectedly precocious. However, she is still a virgin now. Thinking about this, Naruto can't help but laugh. What's wrong? Urza hurriedly raised her head when she heard the laughter. It's nothing, just suddenly think, you are so beautiful. I can't wait to see what you said about the dress. Naruto smiled slightly. Face suddenly turned to Yuhi. She couldn't stand being praised by Naruto like this. She couldn't help but groaned. Naruto, why are you so rude? This is the truth. You are indeed beautiful, Naruto said innocently. Really? What about Lucy and Mirage? Urza suddenly looked at him nervously and asked. Such a difficult question again. Naruto frowned nervously, and then laughed dryly. Everyone is about the same in normal times, but didn't you just say that you wanted to show me a nice outfit? Maybe you'll be able to compete with them soon. Heart was beating wildly, her face was full of Yuhi. After she casually stuffed a few mouthfuls of fruit snacks, she got up and said shyly, then I'll change it to you now. Really looking forward to it. Naruto quickly stopped eating and stared at him, watching her next outfit change. Naruto, I think it's better for you to turn around first. If you look at me like this, I'll be very embarrassed. Urza twitched for a long time, but she hasn't changed it yet. Naruto is really in a hurry when she was about to die, she said so. Okay, I'll turn around. Naruto promised her, thinking that Urza's outfit this time must be even more exaggerated than the gothic lowly outfit last time. Could it be a swimsuit? Or a maid outfit? Thinking of this makes his blood pulse. However, just when Urza was about to change her outfit, there was a knock on the door. A crisp voice suddenly came. Naruto, are you there? I have something for you. It seems that you forgot to take it when you slept in my house last time. 784. Women's Battle. As soon as the voice came, Naruto and Urza were stunned. Urza's brewing mood was suddenly broken, and then she stared at Naruto suspiciously, with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. Naruto laughed dryly, and then went to open the door. After the door opened, Kana walked in. She had her hands behind her back and was dressed in decent casual clothes. The collar on her chest was slightly separated, revealing a deep ditch inside. With a shy smile on her face, she said to Naruto before she entered the door and saw Urza sitting inside, "I'm sorry, Naruto, is this your thing?" Then, she took out a black vest from behind and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took a look and found that it was still washed. "Well, I washed it for you." Seeing Naruto's puzzled eyes, Kana stuck out her tongue with a smile, and then said to him, "Naruto, you were too careless. Last time in my bed after sleeping, I forgot to even put on my vest." How did Naruto know this? He remembered it very clearly at the time. Kana had stripped all his clothes off, and he didn't know if he had done it with her, but looking at the traces on the bed, it should have been that she hadn't touched her. However, what Kana said at this time was too misunderstood, especially Urza, who was sitting in the living room. Her jade face had darkened, and a murderous aura was exuding. Huh, it's such a familiar aura. Kana was stunned for a moment. She felt the aura coming from Naruto's house. After looking back carefully, she saw Urza. Urza. Kana couldn't help being surprised. She didn't expect Ursha to be at Naruto's house. So, didn't she come at the right time? However, it would be too embarrassing for her to withdraw immediately. No. In any case, the old lady is going to fight tonight, Karna thought. Afterwards, she bypassed Naruto and went into the living room with a giggling smile, and greeted Urza. "Arusa, I didn't expect you to be at Naruto's house. What a coincidence. You wouldn't be dating, right?" "Oh, no." When she heard the sensitive words, dating, Elsa panicked, but she calmed down immediately. She didn't want to appear weak in front of Kana. She coughed and asked lightly, "Kana, what did you just say? Why did Naruto go to sleep with you?" Kana couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she heard this, but after thinking about it, she felt that she couldn't appear too weak in front of Naruto. Although Urza is very powerful, if it is more attractive than charm, she doesn't admit that she is worse. So, she suddenly smiled, and the corner of her mouth raised a smug arc and said, "Elsa, I'm not the same as you, I have slept with Naruto." What? I said, I slept with Naruto once. He slept in my bed. Kana said slowly and clearly. When Urza heard this, she couldn't help but shuddered. She paused there, and scenes of Naruto and Kana hugging came out in her mind, and she almost went crazy. Was it true what Kana said when she was drunk before? Did Naruto really sleep with her? Hateful. Why don't you even know about this? She once again felt that she was being compared by others. Before Naruto stayed at Luce's house for the night, and their relationship was getting better and better, she was worried enough. She didn't expect that this time Kana also had a relationship with Naruto. At this time, Naruto also felt this strange atmosphere. Urza sat there with a dark face, and Kana looked proud. This was the only time she defeated Urza. Sure enough, this kind of thing to win a man has to be done first served. Kana winked at Naruto proudly. Naruto smiled bitterly. Although he and Kana slept all night, they didn't do anything, right? This guy actually said so exaggeratedly, as if the two of them had done everything. Kana, don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything with you, Naruto defended. Kana suddenly felt aggrieved and said, Naruto, don't you want to be responsible for others? How can you deny our facts like this? Naruto was speechless. Kana must have done it on purpose. Are you trying to get mad at Urza? Woman, it's so scary. Naruto can't explain it clearly, this kind of thing is just getting worse and worse. Urza has been sitting there dumbfounded, not knowing what to think. Suddenly, she raised her head and smiled at Naruto. Naruto, didn't you say you want to see my latest outfit? Naruto was stunned for a moment, seeing the bright smile on her face. He always felt a little abnormal. Kana was also stunned. Is Urza's defense so strong? Was she not discouraged even under such a blow? Hateful. I really underestimated her. It's to see, but, is it a bit inappropriate now? Naruto said with a dry smile. Kana is also here. Originally, if she didn't bother, Naruto had already decided to develop a good relationship with Urza, but unfortunately this opportunity is gone now. It's okay. Kana is a girl, I believe she wouldn't mind, right? Alusa smiled and glanced at Kana. Kana didn't know what Urza said about a new look, so she nodded when she heard the words. No, it's alright, Urza's new look must be very good, I want to see it too. Well, if that's the case, then I'll start. Urza stood up with a calm smile on her face. She found that once someone was around, she would not be able to stand in front of Naruto. It seemed so cramped. There is also a reason why she doesn't want to be looked down upon. So, under the gazes of Naruto and Kana, Urza stood up gracefully, tossed her long crimson hair, her whole body magic moved slightly, and a burst of light radiated from the armor she was originally wearing. Then, a burst of dazzling white light. In the next moment, the light dimmed, revealing Urza's entire face. Naruto and Kana were instantly stunned. 785. Bunny Dress. The light scattered, and I saw Urza wearing a costume that almost made people fall off their eyes. It is bunny dress. The black corset highlighted her plump and firm breasts, which made people daydream. The two slender and fair legs were wearing black stockings with a fatal temptation, and then that the slight bulge between the legs looks plump and mysterious, and Naruto's eyes are involuntarily attracted to the past. He swallowed, apparently shocked. And the expression on Urza's face is a very innocent and cute look, which is completely inconsistent with her hot figure and dress. Men will have the idea of wanting to ravage her fiercely when they see it. How is it, Naruto? Urza said softly, a hint of yuhi on her cheeks. Although she had made up her mind, she was still very nervous when Naruto looked at her like this. Very, very good. Naruto stared at her body, almost forgetting Kana next to him. For Naruto's deeply attracted expression, Kana was immediately very unhappy. She pouted, and secretly despised Urza in her heart. In order to please Naruto, you would actually wear such an exaggerated costume. However, after listening to Naruto's compliment, Urza said shyly, "Thank you, I think these ears are more cute." She reached out and pulled the two long furry ears on her head and smiled. Naruto was stunned by her action again, and he hardly knew how to speak for a while, so he could only laugh. Kana bit Kiba. She couldn't stand the feeling of being ignored. She swung around in front of Naruto, covering his eyes at Urza, and then took off her coat with a swipe to reveal the inside. A charming floral hood. She twisted her slender waist like a water snake slightly, blinked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, Elsa just wanted to show off her figure. Look at me, isn't she better than her?" A charming aroma rushed to her face, and Naruto was startled by Kana's actions again. She was only wearing a hood, and her fair and tender skin completely covered her sight, and she also relied on herself very much. Close. Almost posted. Kana, what are you trying to do? Urza saw that Kana's body was about to knock Naruto. She hurriedly stepped forward to hold her, and said angrily, It's lust. Lust, do you know? Kana turned her head and smiled. Elsa, you have no right to speak to me. Look at what you are wearing first. Urza's face turned yuhi when she heard the words, and she was at a loss for words. It was the first time that Kana met Urza's deflated appearance, and it was very interesting. Kana, Urza's sensitive parts were attacked violently, her body trembled involuntarily, and Chunin let out a coquettish cry. But Kana didn't give her a chance to resist, and immediately put her hands together and grabbed her chest. Usually Urza is wearing armor, of course Kana can't use this trick on her, but now it's different. Who made her wear such sexy clothes? This is simply creating an opportunity for yourself. Kana thought proudly. In the guild, other girls are most afraid of this trick of their own. Elsa, you are so big here. And it feels so good. Kana said while rubbing her breasts and blowing in her ear. Looking at this scene, Naruto almost spat out a nosebleed. Is this the rhythm of Lily? No, Urza didn't even resist. Naruto took a closer look, but saw that she didn't know when she was full of red yuhi, panting, and her eyes were full of soft water. No way. Could it be that Urza's most sensitive part is her chest? Naruto watched her tender body suddenly slumped on the sofa, allowing Kana to rub and rub, biting Silver Kiba slightly. The expression on her face seemed to be enjoying, but it was full of shame and anger. Naruto, Naruto, Urza called out as if asking for help, and Naruto then reacted, resisting the urge to rush on them and rectify the law on the spot, and shouted to Kana, Kana, stop humiliating Urza. Otherwise you'll die ugly. Kana was stunned for a moment, then looked at Urza, and saw that although her face was full of red yuhi, her eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. She hurriedly let go of her. Urza lay on the sofa and gasped for a few breaths, and then slowly regained her calm, and then glared at her fiercely. Kana was apprehensive. She was so impulsive just now. I thought I could play with Urza by grasping her weakness, but I didn't think about the consequences after that. Now it seems that I must be miserable. Urza raised her hand. That is no distinction between men and women. It's not enough. She shouldn't do it now, right? Kana looked at Naruto for help, and then quickly hid behind him. After Urza recovered, she stood up, but her face was slightly yuhi, showing a look of embarrassment, and suddenly said to Naruto, Naruto, lend me the bathroom here. Do you want to take a shower now? Naruto asked, taken aback. Yes, yes. Urza panicked and fled into the bathroom as if she was killing her. Naruto was puzzled. Why did Urza suddenly have to take a shower? Kana let out a long breath. Seeing the suspicious look on Naruto's face, she couldn't help giggling. Naruto, you are really stupid. Urza, your physique seems to be naturally sensitive. I might have gotten hers out just now. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood, wouldn't he? Is that just rubbing your breasts a few times like that? Is Urza actually so sensitive? Realizing this, he couldn't help but heat up. Couldn't it be true? At this moment, Kana stuck out her tongue and suddenly said goodbye to Naruto. Naruto, I have to go first, and Urza might beat me when she comes out. After speaking, she hurriedly left. Naruto couldn't help but let out a wry smile. 786. Out of the bath. Kana angered Urza, and the end in exchange would definitely be miserable, so she has decided to hide at home for a few days. It is best not to show up in the guild, otherwise Urza will definitely come to repair herself. It's boring to talk at home, but it's better than being beaten up, right? In short, Kana is still afraid of Urza. When night falls, the lights are on, and Naruto's living room is also lit with magic lights. However, Naruto fidgeted a little on the sofa. Because after Kana left, there was a constant clatter in the bathroom. This was Urza's sound when she was taking a bath. Seriously, why make such a loud noise when taking a shower? Although Naruto couldn't see the scenery inside, he could imagine a beautiful scene just by listening to the sound. It's so challenging. Since Urza has made clear the temptation to eat guago like this, if she seduces herself, then she will accept her tonight. Although it may be a little troublesome after doing this, it is really out of control. Naruto thought wildly. With a click, the bathroom door opened, and Elsa walked out with a trace of mist, only to see her bare feet, walking towards Naruto. She was messing with her long wet hair, and she was only wrapped in a white bath towel. Although Naruto didn't know where the bath towel came from, he could see that there must be a vacuum under the bath towel. Yes. And the towel seemed to be a little short. After covering her breasts, she could only cover her lower buttocks. The two slender legs are white and raw, like freshly made water tofu, which makes people want to go up and take a bite. Elsa, you're out. Naruto smiled slightly, his legs together in a strange posture. Well, what about that guy Kana? Elsa shook her head slightly. Her long hair was finally fixed. She tied it up with a rope and rolled it up high, revealing her part. A slender white neck. She's back, Naruto replied. Oh, this guy left so soon. Urza nodded, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes, but then she looked at Naruto again, with a faint smile in her eyes. Naruto, I've decided to stay with you tonight. She suddenly laughed. What? Naruto was taken aback. Urza actually offered to live in her own home. What rhythm is this? Because you actually slept at Kana's place. I will settle the account with you later on this point. In short, I was underestimated by her today, and I will pay it back first. Urza sat down next to Naruto. He snorted softly. This, I won't mind, but I only have one bed here. Naruto said. Then let's sleep together, I don't mind anyway. Urza said suddenly calmly. When Naruto heard this, the tent below finally couldn't hold it any longer and it swelled up. He couldn't help but fill his mind with charming images, and said to Urza, are you really sure? Yeah, I don't want to be behind Kana. I'm not happy to be underestimated by her. Urza shouted firmly. Hey Naruto, can we go to bed now? Urza turned to look at him after saying that. Naruto swallowed, looking at Urza's slightly wet hair after she got out of the bath, and the tender skin on her body that could squeeze out water. The flames in her heart could no longer be suppressed, and her voice was all over the place. Wei Wei became low and said, Elsa, I think your hair is still a little wet. Let's do something here first, shall we? Urza was stunned for a moment, then looked at him. What to do? Naruto stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed her shoulder, which was as round as jade, and suddenly said, it's like this. After speaking, without waiting for Urza to react, Naruto lowered his head and pouted her small mouth, and kissed her fiercely. Urza was suddenly attacked like this, and she was stunned. After the body was shocked, she did not resist. Instead, there was a faint smile in her eyes, and she actually let Naruto expand on her. Offensive. Naruto kissed for a long time, but Urza didn't resist. Instead, she opened her mouth slightly, allowing Naruto's tongue to quickly enter and stir, and she also began to respond jerky. At the same time, Urza's hands also quietly climbed up Naruto's neck. Facing his wet kiss, she cooperated with her head up and let him eat the body fluids in her mouth. Her body gradually softened, 2 halo Yuhi appeared on her face, and her heart was beating wildly, but she did not have any panic before, but tried her best to control herself to relax and cater to him. Naruto is very strange, but he has no time to think about other things now, because Urza doesn't have any resistance to himself. Of course, such a good opportunity cannot be let go. He began to go deeper step by step. The hand that was holding her shoulders began to fall down, touched her white bath towel, reached in and gently pulled it, and immediately the hole was loosened, and it was pitifully caught on her jade back and on the sofa. The chest has been opened. Urza was aware of the situation on her body, but she didn't move after struggling for a while, her jade arm still wrapped around his neck, but Meimu looked at him expectantly. This is obviously encouraging myself. How could Naruto not understand? The next moment, he decisively put his hands on her full chest. Yeah, Elsa's body suddenly shook, and she let out a tender groan. She was held by Naruto's hot and rough hands. It was different from the feeling when she was held by Kana before. It was even more exciting, the kind of fiery heat the temperature seems to be able to pass into the heart, melting the whole body. And Naruto felt her soft, smooth and firm breasts, not to mention how wonderful. Elsa's body is no worse than Lucy. And at this time, she seemed to be very emotional, and her body became extremely sensitive and soft. 787. Urza. In fact, Urza had already thought about the process of entering the bathroom just now. She felt that she was too shy in front of Naruto before. If she didn't take the initiative at all, Naruto would actually go to Kana's bed. It's not surprising to go. Who said he didn't have the ability to fascinate him? I heard many experienced girls say that men are visual animals, which is true. So, she has made up her mind to go out. Yesterday, I read an adult book, and there are a lot of things depicted on it. I really should study it myself. And today, she is going to take out the results of yesterday's study and conduct a good test on Naruto. Kana, please dare to underestimate me again. Urza has prepared silently in her heart. No matter what Naruto does to her, she must hold back and not be in a mess. Therefore, when kissing, Urza also learned the content in adult books, trying to relax herself as much as possible and let him do what he did. Gradually, Urza became dizzy and Yuhi's face was covered, and there was almost a wet Yuhi on the jade face, and even the base of her neck became a piece of Yuhi. Her chest was constantly changing in shape in Naruto's hands, and she was as sensitive as she was. At this moment, her throat couldn't control herself, and bursts of charming screams came out. This is the release of feelings, the explosion of desire. She, who has never experienced this kind of feeling, originally found that her body really needs a desire after reading adult books yesterday. Now, under Naruto, she has got her wish. At this moment, she felt that her body became more sensitive, and the strangeness brought by Naruto's hand almost drowned her. She found that she could not stand it and became wet and muddy. Even the sofa was dirty. And the bath towel that she wrapped around her body, she didn't know where she went, and at this time she was naked and naked. After more than 10 minutes, Naruto finally couldn't stand it anymore. He was so uncomfortable, he immediately took off everything on his body, put his arms around Ursha's waist, and let her sit gently on his lap. Upturned buttocks, Naruto felt slippery for a while. He nodded and saw that the bottom of Urza had already become slippery and sticky. Elsa. Naruto called her name softly, holding her jade hand with one hand, and slowly moved towards his lower body. Elsa's body shook violently. She touched a huge hot object, held it in her hand. It was still beating. She found that her whole body was shaking. She didn't know whether it was excitement or fear. This is the first time I came into contact with a man, and it's bigger than what's in an adult book. Naruto, Naruto. Urza finally became nervous. She called his name, and after holding it, she didn't dare to move. Naruto smiled slightly and said, Elsa, you are very special today. After he finished speaking, he held Urza's hand and moved on his own. So comfortable. Although Urza's hand has been holding the sword, there is no calluses on her hand. It is still so delicate and smooth. At this moment, Naruto feels that he is flying into the sky. Urza Yuhi grimaced and her arms were shaking, but she didn't pull it back, but allowed Naruto to do something to herself. In the end, Naruto let go of her hand, and she found that she had found the key. What a genius! Urza is worthy of being a genius of magic, and she has learned so quickly in this area. At this time, Naruto also slowly moved his hand down, following her smooth belly, all the way into her mysterious place. Well, it's so itchy. Urza raised her head slightly, and whispered in bursts. Her body could not help twisting slightly. With both hands, slowly letting her body sink in. With a long low cry, Urza frowned and groaned, and she finally sat down at the bottom. I saw her whole head tilted back, and the Yuhi hair that was originally coiled on her head was loosened by the violent shaking of her head, and was scattered messily behind her head. Her body arched back, showing an exaggerated expression. Radiant. Yes, it hurts a bit. Urza whispered softly with her beautiful eyes closed. Naruto only felt that he was wrapped in an infinitely moist, tight and slippery place. He took a long breath and smiled. It's alright, it won't hurt in a while. Urza has a lot of water, so after getting used to Naruto's size, there is no more pain. Her body was tough, but also very tender. After a while, Naruto moved. Urza no longer felt the pain. A strange electric current spread throughout the body, and Urza's whole body trembled. After a long time, the living room was full of Urza's voices that were up and down, slow and urgent. Her body was sitting on Naruto and swaying wildly, her long hair was waving wildly behind her, and the whole person seemed to be crazy. Same, her first time was so intense. Naruto was a little worried that she couldn't take it, so the speed was slow and not deep, but after a while, Urza started to move by herself, not only faster and faster, but also deeper and deeper, and finally even Naruto felt stimulated. Burst. Moreover, when Urza made love, she closed her eyes the whole time, and the expression on her face was full of joy. So happy. Naruto, I want to fly. Urza hugged Naruto's neck tightly, and she shouted in Naruto's ear with her beautiful eyes closed. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He turned over immediately, pressed her on the sofa, and his two fair and tender legs stretched to the top of her head, squeezing her chest, and then he squatted slightly and began to perform sprint. Naruto felt that this posture could penetrate into the woman's body as much as possible, and he could clearly see the in and out scenes when he entered her. Every time you go in and out, there will be a splash of water, splashing, and the floor is full of water stains. Naruto felt that if he didn't use this posture, Urza would definitely not be satisfied. And now, he looked at the wet Yuhi and contented look on Urza's face, which was simply too beautiful. This stimulated Naruto even more, making his movements faster and wilder, as if he wanted to kill a mighty tiger, constantly scolding Urza. Finally, Urza trembled after Naruto's aggressive attack, and she finally opened her beautiful eyes, which was confused. Suddenly, her body slammed into a bow, and then her lower abdomen contracted and twitched. Peak. She has finally reached the pinnacle of happiness. Urza bit Naruto's shoulder, and the long hair behind her head fluttered. But after she reached her peak, because she was still not satisfied, she accelerated her speed again, causing Urza to scream so loudly that she was almost out of breath. After a minute, he finally shot all the essence of life into her body. For a long time, the two hugged each other, lying on the sofa and reminiscing about everything just now. The bodies in front of each other are tightly attached to each other, conveying the inner temperature of both parties. Elsa was very satisfied, and finally gave herself to Naruto. From then on, she was Naruto's woman, and it was a great happiness to be able to have sex with him. 788. The mission is coming. The next morning, Urza groaned languidly from the bed. Naruto, it's so comfortable, I feel soft all over. She was tired of getting up in Naruto's arms. Naruto smiled and tapped his nose. Did we go crazy last night? It seems to be a little. Urza held up her tender body with both hands, but found that the pain was terrible. She reached out and touched it, only to find that it was already swollen. Seeing her strangeness, Naruto lifted the quilt, put it between her legs behind him, and apologized. Sorry, Urza, I almost broke you here. Let me treat you now. As he said that, a green light shone slightly on his hand, the medical technique was activated, and at the same time a faint life force was injected into it. Elsa only felt the coolness between her legs, and the swollen and uncomfortable area soon became comfortable, and she almost groaned in comfort. Seeing Naruto concentrate on treating herself, she couldn't help showing a gentle look on her face. It was like a dream. I finally became a Naruto woman. The two of them can finally communicate further. This feeling is really good. She couldn't help leaning on Naruto's shoulder intoxicated, closing her beautiful eyes slightly. After a while, after Naruto's treatment, Urza fell asleep on his body again. He put her down gently, then covered her with a quilt and got out of bed by himself. When I came to the living room, I saw that there were still traces of yesterday's madness on the sofa and floor in the living room. The little wet marks and bloodstains were so conspicuous. Naruto stretched out his hand, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air. On the sofa in the living room, the floor turned slightly, and the trace disappeared in an instant. When Urza woke up again, it was already noon. When she saw that Naruto was gone, she couldn't help but get a little startled. She got dressed and ran out of the bedroom to have a look, but saw the table in the living room filled with a hearty meal. Naruto just finished cooking the last dish, and when he saw Urza wake up, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Urza, you're awake, wash up quickly and eat. Urza's eyes couldn't help but get wet. Naruto actually prepared such a good lunch for herself, which is really touching. A super strong man would actually cook for a woman like him. No one would believe it if he said it. Urza resisted the urge to cry and ran to wash up. After she came out, she had calmed down, but there were soft and warm eyes in Naruto's eyes. The two sat together, and Elsa tasted the food he made and found that it was unexpectedly delicious. She couldn't help but praised, "Naruto, you are so good at cooking. It's amazing." Naruto smiled slightly. With his strength to this level, his control over everything is superb, meticulous, cooking skills, etc. He has experienced so many worlds. Of course, he is not comparable to ordinary people. Urza ate a lot, as if she wanted to eat all Naruto's efforts. Naruto was stunned for a while. After the meal, the two of them leaned on the sofa and sipped tea, enjoying the quiet moment of this moment. If possible, Urza really wanted to live like this with Naruto for the rest of her life. How happy that would be. However, she knows how rare everything is now. As a magician, she must face various tasks and crises. Peace is only temporary, and the world will never be peaceful. However, just like this, she was already very satisfied. Naruto looked at Urza, who was completely different from usual, and a smile appeared on his face. Urza's gentle and quiet side is also really beautiful. Naruto hugged her and whispered love words in her ear. On this day, neither Elsa nor Naruto went to the guild. Lucy came to the guild and couldn't find Naruto, wearing a large trench coat. This is her father. Lucy, who met her father here, was very surprised, and what made her even more unbelievable was that her father actually borrowed money from her. After asking the reason, it turned out that the family went bankrupt. Because of his unsuccessful marriage, the family's business could not be supported, and finally went bankrupt. Now, he is going to work to earn money and wait for a comeback. So, this time, I came here to borrow money from my daughter Lucy for travel expenses. In this regard, while Lucy was shocked, an angry mood rose. Is this her father? I never cared about myself at ordinary times, and used myself as a tool for marriage, but now I think of myself when I am short of money. What kind of father is this? Poor. It's so bad. Lucy immediately rejected the father who had no feelings at all. When she got home, she felt depressed. Naruto didn't know about Lucy. He and Elsa had a wonderful day, and the next day the two finally went to the guild together. However, on the way to the guild, Urza separated from Naruto, no longer pestering him and tired of him, and returned to the previous strong woman attitude. Lord Naruto. When Naruto had just entered the guild, Juvia could not wait to rush over, came to him, and asked with a look of resentment, "Why didn't you come to the guild yesterday? Jubby, I miss you when I don't see you for a day." She handed a love lunch to Naruto. "This is the breakfast that Juvia prepared for you, please taste it." Seeing this, Urza, who was on the side, reached out to take it and said, "Thank you." Then she opened it and ate it casually. Juvia immediately looked like she was going crazy, seeing that the love bento she made for Naruto was snatched by Arusa. She wanted to go up and fight her but she didn't dare. Hateful, hateful, hateful. Juvia cursed Urza fiercely in her heart. But at this moment, President Makarov suddenly appeared in front of everyone and announced to everyone, "Children, I have something important to say. Listen carefully." 789. 6 Demon Generals. What? 6 Demon Generals? The crowd exclaimed loudly. The 6 Demon Generals of the Dark Guild. This is one of the 3 major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. It is an absolutely terrifying existence. General guilds simply do not dare to oppose him. Urza explained. Naruto also knew some of their situation during the few years he was walking outside, but he didn't care much about these people. Although they were all good, they couldn't arouse his interest. However, this time the old man announced a big event. Because the activities of the 6 demon generals have become frequent recently, the country issued a mission to investigate the 6 demon generals, asking the guild's mages to go deep into the enemy's hinterland and learn about their movements. However, this is not something that a single guild can do. Considering everyone's ability, we finally decided to join the regular guilds: Fairy Tail, Demon Cat's Nest, Blue Pegasus, Snake Heim, S-Scale, and the 4 guilds are respectively send several members to form a combined army to carry out this mission together. In the Fairy Tail Guild, the old man decided to send Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Lucy to join the battle. Originally, he also wanted Naruto to go there, but for other reasons, he did not let Naruto participate in this operation. Urza and Lucy are very disappointed, how much they want to go on a mission with Naruto, and, for such a dangerous mission, it should be good for Naruto to join. However, when Lucy proposed the idea, it was rejected by Makarov. There was no other way, and finally the 4 of them had to go to the meeting point. After they set off, Makarov called Naruto into the backyard alone. "Old man, there must be some reason for you not to let me participate in this operation." Naruto looked at him and smiled lightly. "Yeah, I really can't hide anything from you. Let Urza and the others go to war to give them more opportunities to exercise, but this is not a trivial matter after all, and the strength of the 6 demons is also very strong, although it is a joint the army is dispatched together, but if you are secretly protecting them, I believe this matter will be foolproof," Makarov said with a smile. Naruto heard this. He nodded. "Do you want me to be a helper behind the scenes and follow them? That's really good. Well, but in addition to this, I have another task for you. Once they have investigated the purpose of the 6 demon generals, you can take action to destroy them all." The old man looked solemn. The gathering place of the Allied army is in a villa built by the chairman of the Blue Sky Horse in the forest. And the nest of the 6 demon generals is in the depths of this forest. Urza and the others quickly arrived at the gathering place, and Naruto came to this gathering place long before them. However, he did not stop at this meeting point, but went directly into the hinterland of the forest. Because when he first entered this forest, he had already noticed a strange aura coming from the depths of the forest. So, being curious for a while, he went directly into the depths of the forest. For him, the dragon's lair dared to break into it, and the lair of a dark guild was nothing at all. Someone is coming. In a cave in the depths of the forest, a yuhi-haired young man suddenly said to his companions. "Can you tell who it is?" Cobra, a big man with dark skin and black lines on his face, asked. "I don't know, the other party is very fast and is heading here." The young man called Cobra shook his head and said, "Boss, no matter who it is, we don't need to be afraid of them, right? I heard that the guys from the Idiot Guild formed an alliance to deal with us." "Which guild is this guy from?" "But it's really too much," said a guy with yellow hair and a high nose. "Yeah, no one who tried to challenge our 6 demon generals never returned." The beautiful girl like an angel sneered. "Well, the guys in the regular guild are indeed a bunch of garbage, but there are some strong guys who need to pay attention. Recently, I heard that Fairy Tail has produced a strongest magician, and one was named holy by the council. A young man with a 10th title," the leader said in a solemn tone. Naruto's reputation, even the people of the Dark Guild have begun to pay attention. In the villa in the forest, Urza, Lucy, Natsu, and Gray met other guild members. Cyan Tianma sent 3 handsome guys and Yi, and the Scale of the Snake Heim sent 3 people, Leon, Shirley, and Jura, who has the title of Holy 10. However, only one person was dispatched from the Demon Cat's house, and it was Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer. Seeing the cute appearance of the young Wendy walking in with a pet kitten and accidentally falling, everyone's jaws almost dropped. Wearing a short blue dress with 2 long ponytails, it looks like a porcelain doll. The Demon Cat's house is also a well-known trade union, right? It only sent a little girl like this here. What does this mean? However, when Wendy was underestimated by everyone, the kitten stood up to explain and told everyone that she was the Dragon Slayer in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but be amazed, so they didn't dare to go small look at her. After getting to know each other, Wendy walked up to Urza and couldn't help asking about Naruto's news. "Sister Arusa, I heard that you and Naruto brother are very familiar. How is Naruto brother recently? Why didn't he come to participate in this operation? Wendy hadn't seen Naruto for almost a year, but she was thinking about him all the time. If it wasn't for the guild master not allowing herself to go to other guilds without permission other than doing tasks, she would have been able to go to Fairy Tail to find Naruto. Wendy, I heard Naruto mention you, Urza said with a slight smile on her face, but unfortunately, the president did not let him come out to participate in this battle, but we can invite you to our guild afterwards. You'll be able to see him then. Although Wendy was a little disappointed, she nodded heavily and still felt very happy in her heart. Miss Urza is really nice. 796. Mission over. The battle between the two monsters made everyone in the barrier in the distance stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a behemoth was created by Naruto. What a huge amount of magic power is needed. Watching that huge ice dragon is frantically bashing the moving castle. The legendary Nirvana is a joke. The magic beams shot out from the moving castle, hitting the huge ice dragon and couldn't defeat it at all, and every time it was attacked, the ice dragon would automatically return to its original state and continue to attack with a more ferocious posture. Pinch the plate. The ice dragon flapped its wings, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and the sky was dark for a while, flying sand and rocks, and as soon as it stomped its feet, the entire forest would vibrate. It opened its mouth, and as soon as it went down, one leg of the entire moving castle was completely bitten off. After a few mouthfuls, the castle finally completely collapsed and fell to the ground with a bang, and a burst of smoke and dust flew up from the forest, covering the entire sky. That's it. Is that the end? Everyone in the enchantment felt the tremors from the ground, as if the whole earth was about to crack. Is this the strength of Mr. Naruto? Jura murmured, looking up at the huge ice dragon. Such a huge power, even if a real dragon comes, it can't be compared, right? He suddenly felt that his title of Holy 10 was so hot, and the title he used to be proud of, but now he is a little afraid to bear it. Because after seeing Naruto's power, he couldn't help but deeply doubt his own power. What is the Holy 10? The 6 legs of the pan were all bitten off by the ice dragon, the castle collapsed and fell into the forest, unable to move anymore. In the face of Naruto's huge ice dragon, the moving castle does not have its flexibility at all, and its attack power is far from keeping up with its huge size. The so-called Nirvana is just an appearance. Naruto murmured, and he stretched out his hand while flying in midair, and the huge ice dragon turned into a cold air and slowly dissipated. The temperature in the forest could not rise for a long time. Naruto quickly flew back to the front of everyone's barrier, snapped his fingers, and the double barrier was unlocked. In President Blue Tenma's villa, except for the few people from Fairy Tail and Wendy, all the other guild members looked at Naruto with awe. This time Nirvana was destroyed and the mission was successfully completed. We should immediately inform the guys in the council that the 6 demon generals have been completely wiped out. Urza said after pondering. Yes, the ability to destroy the 6 demon generals this time depends on Mr. Naruto's strength. Jura glanced at Naruto and said with deep admiration. Naruto's strength has completely convinced this one of the Holy 10. This kind of ability to create such a behemoth in the wave of his hand is simply not the realm of his master. This is all due to Naruto. Lucy laughed. She felt very proud that her man could be so powerful and was so admired by the strong men of other guilds, and she couldn't help showing an excited expression on her face. Next, everyone rested for a while, and seeing that it was already dusk, they planned to go back separately. After saying goodbye to everyone, Naruto saw that Wendy still refused to leave. Brother Naruto, I don't want to leave you. Wendy stepped forward and hugged Naruto's arm, shaking her coquettishly. Wendy, you're not too young, why are you still so attached to Naruto? Shalulu taught a lesson. But, I haven't seen big brother Naruto for a year. Wendy raised her head and looked at Naruto with a reluctant look. Seeing that Wendy was so attached to Naruto, Urza and the others were greatly distressed. Lucy was even a little jealous. Naruto, If that's the case, let's catch up with Wendy first. It's okay to go back to the guild later, so we'll go back first. Urza said suddenly. That's fine, it's getting late, I'll send Wendy back, and you guys can go back as soon as possible. Naruto nodded and smiled. So, Urza and the others left the villa and went back to the guild. Along the way, Lucy pouted her mouth and looked brooding. Seeing such a lovely Wendy being so attached to Naruto, she felt that something she loved was being taken away by her. The feeling that people have taken away is very uncomfortable. But at the same time, she felt that it was really inappropriate for her to eat the vinegar of such a simple little girl inexplicably. For a time, Lucy couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The same mood, Urza was also the same, but she was much more open-minded. I believe that although a little girl like Wendy is very cute, she can't pose a threat to her at the moment. Naruto took Wendy's little hand and was walking through the forest. It was getting late, and after dusk was night, and the forest became dark. But because the battle just now scared away too many birds and beasts in the forest, it seemed extraordinarily quiet at this time, and it was even a little strange. Wendy couldn't help but feel a little scared in the dark surroundings. Naruto brother, it's so dark and quiet in the forest, could there be ghosts? Wendy tightened Naruto's hand, leaned her body against Naruto, and asked in a trembling voice. Naruto heard this, he couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, Wendy, I didn't expect you to be afraid of ghosts, you're really a child. That's not it. Wendy heard Naruto's tone as if she looked down on herself, and immediately became anxious. I'm just worried about whether there will be danger. Well, even if there is really a ghost, I'm not afraid. Shame, Shalulu complained beside him. Shalulu, who are you helping? Damn it. Wendy, you are also a dragon slayer magician, why are you so timid? Shalulu cut and teased. It's not because your brother Naruto is here, so you do it on purpose. Yeah, Shalulu, I didn't think so. Wendy immediately became anxious when she heard her friend tease her like this. She pulled Naruto's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Naruto, look at Shalulu bullying me. Naruto can't help but laugh. 791. Aries. Angel, Cobra shouted, his face suddenly filled with shock. Angel, one of the 6 demon generals, was caught so easily. This is simply unbelievable. Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong? Cobra shouted to Naruto in disbelief. Naruto grabbed Anjair and smiled faintly. Fairy tale, Uzumaki Naruto. What? You are Uzumaki Naruto. Are you one of the 10 saints recognized by the council? Cobra was startled and angry. At the same time, there was still a word in his heart that he hadn't said. The name Naruto was heard when the R system was built in the Tower of Paradise. It seemed that he was the leader who once led a group of people to start a riot. It was this guy, stronger than the Fairy Queen, an existence that has completed a 100-year mission, one of the 10 saints, the strongest wizard of fairy tale. Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking of these names, Cobra broke into a cold sweat. He actually recruited such terrifying guys. Damn, what if you were Uzumaki Naruto? Cobra suddenly rushed over in a rage, with a strong poisonous gas coming out of his body, and he suddenly opened his mouth, the roar of the poisonous dragon. In the next instant, a strong cyclone of poisonous air burst out from his mouth. Scroll to where Naruto and Angel are located. Naruto was stunned. This guy's body is indeed a bit strange. His hands can be turned into poisonous claws, and poisonous gas is also sprayed from his mouth. It turns out to be a poisonous dragon slayer. However, Naruto felt that he was different from Natsu. There was a special magic power in his body, and this magic power did not seem to burst out. Then I'll use the dragon's magic to deal with you. Naruto stretched out his hand and threw Angier away, and the next moment he suddenly opened his mouth. The surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant, and I saw an ice blue energy whirlwind with an infinite momentum slam towards the piece of poison gas energy. The roar of the ice dragon. The energy mixed with ice chips instantly drowned the energy of the poisonous dragon. almost instantly swept away his poisonous pressure, and then drowned the entire body of the cobra. The surrounding trees and the earth were all frozen into a crystal. After the energy subsided, Naruto let out a slight sigh and looked at the cobra, only to see that the poisonous energy gas he spewed out had disappeared long ago, and his body was completely frozen by huge ice blocks, unable to move. And Jair, who was just thrown off by Naruto, was startled, and when she saw the scene where the usually powerful cobra was killed by this guy in one move, she was so shocked that she couldn't help trembling. You monster! Angela screamed when she saw Naruto turn around to look at her, and her body stepped back. Right now, she was full of fear as if a weak woman had fallen into despair and helplessness in the face of a gangster. Now, how can she still look aloof when she is usually called an angel? Naruto smiled lightly and said to her, "What way do you want to choose to fall?" Hearing this, Angela looked at the smile on his face. It was like a devil's smile. "No, don't come here!" Angel screamed loudly. Naruto walked over step by step, looked down at her, and murmured, "She was originally a pretty girl, why did she fall into the darkness? What a pity, do you want to kill it?" If he wanted to kill such a beautiful girl, he really couldn't do it, but it was too late to beat him. For a time, he couldn't help but have a hard time deciding. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly, and he finally thought of a way. Seal all her magic power and make her an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be nice to let her fend for herself? Thinking of this, Naruto showed a smug smile on his face and walked towards her. No, Angel screamed loudly, because Naruto's smile was unbearable, and she almost urinated. As one of the 6 demon generals, why is your courage so small? Naruto murmured strangely, stretched out his palm, and 5 fingers flashed 5 small flames of different colors. What are you doing? Angier instinctively felt that the strange power in Naruto's palm was definitely not something simple. She pushed back with both hands on the ground and retreated. However, soon her body hit the stone behind her, and she had nowhere to go. Wait! Just when Naruto was just squatting down, Angier suddenly shouted, "I'll give you a present, will you spare me?" Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of begging for mercy? Then, without waiting for Naruto to reply, she took out a golden key like Lucis on her body, slightly a burst of light shone in the air, and then a figure appeared with a bang. The white furry dress reveals round and white shoulders and slender white thighs. Pink hair is draped on both sides of the shoulders, and the furry circles cover her neck. There are 2 pairs of hanging down on her head. The little horn looks extra cute. It is the Aries star spirit, one of the zodiac signs. Lord Angier, do you have any orders for me to come out? She asked with a weak look on her delicate little face. And Jair ignored her, and turned to Naruto to beg for mercy. Can I dedicate her to you to play with? She is very good, she will never resist, and you can play with her any way you want. As long as you let go. How about me? When Aries heard Angie's words, she was startled and looked at Naruto with an embarrassed expression on her face. Lord Angie, this is not good. I'm not the kind of star spirit that is used to please men. Aries weakly defended, but the tone was very weak, and he didn't dare to resist Angie at all. Son. Stop talking nonsense. You execute it for me immediately. If I die, it's all your responsibility. Then you will be expelled from the astral world. And Jair said angrily, hurry up and pass me over. Aries trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Naruto. Although this man she didn't know was handsome, she didn't have any thoughts of liking in her heart, but was full of humiliation. However, she could not resist the master's order. 792. Seal Power. Aries trembled slightly, her teeth clenched her lower lip, and with tears of humiliation in her eyes, she walked slowly to Naruto. Naruto glanced at her. The Aries star spirit is indeed very cute, and it makes people feel like they want to take good care of her at first sight. However, at this time, Naruto had only one anger in his heart, which was anger towards Angel. With an angelic face, but a devil-like heart. Such a woman is really hateful. With a wave of Naruto's hand, he stopped Aries from coming, and said lightly to Angier, "Do you think I can let you go by letting the Protoss please me? I can tell you that your current behavior will only make me happy." Even more anger. The light in Naruto's hands grew brighter and brighter. He walked around Aries and walked in front of Angier. He slowly crouched down and looked at her coldly. Angela screamed again in fright. "Don't come here. Please don't kill me. Ah." Unfortunately, before she could say anything else, Naruto's palm suddenly pressed hard on her smooth belly. In an instant, a piercing pain came from her abdomen and quickly spread to every corner of her body. "Ah!" The screams sounded, and Angela rolled on the ground, curled up and trembling. Pain overwhelmed her whole body. "Killing you will get my hands dirty," Naruto said coldly, looking at her. Angier struggled on the ground for a long time, and finally stopped. She turned her back to the sky, but she still hadn't fainted. My magic power," Angel murmured, regretful and helpless, tears streaming from her eyes. "It's gone. This is your punishment for abusing your magic power and directing the Protoss to force them to do bad things. As an enemy, I should have killed you, but I think it would be better to seal all your magic power." Naruto sneered. Is this her own fault, directing Aries to seduce herself? Ridiculous. Although he admits that his resistance to women is very low, how can he be tricked at such a time? Angier lay flat on the ground, looking at Naruto. Her face was full of tears. Now she is so regretful that her bowels are blue. She knew she would never fight against a guy as powerful as him, but unfortunately, everything is over now. Aries has not disappeared, although she has lost Angel's magic support, but she still uses her magic to stay here forcibly, stepped forward to thank Naruto and said, "Thank you for helping me, but she is my master, and please don't kill her." "Well, don't worry about that. I said killing her was dirtying my hands." Naruto smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Aries bowed deeply to him, then left. Naruto looked at Angier again and said, "As a Protoss mage, you use your Protoss as a tool. You are not worthy of being a Protoss mage." He walked over and touched her waist, and he took all the golden keys into his hands. "You, fend for yourself." Naruto gave her one last look, and left with a chuckle. Angela stared blankly, lying there looking up at the sky, muttering to herself, "I just want to fly in the sky like an angel." Naruto ignored her, took the key and quickly left the place. On the other side of the forest, except for Urza and Jura, everyone else fell to the ground, and everyone had scars on their bodies. There are only 3 people on the other side, and their group has already fallen. If it wasn't for Jula and Urza to support them, I'm afraid everyone would fall faster. This is absolutely overwhelming strength. However, just when Urza and Jura were about to fight back, the leader suddenly ordered to retreat. Urza and Jura breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Urza, there are 6 generals of the 6 demons, and we are overwhelmed by only 3 of them in this battle. It seems that we must be more careful next time," Jula reminded in a deep voice. Elsa nodded. The strength of the 6 demon generals was similar to her own, and she and Jura alone could not cope with it. She suggested, "I think our whereabouts have been exposed, and they will block them in the middle of our trip. Looks like I'll have to go back and replan." "That's right," Jula nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Jura and Urza were both startled and brought up their magic powers. "It's me," a familiar voice came, and Elsa suddenly exclaiming with joy, "Naruto! Why are you here?" The person here is Naruto. He had sensed the aura of the battle here before in the place where Nirvana was, so he came over to take a look at it, but he didn't expect that except for Urza and Jura, everyone else was knocked down, so he had to show up. Because everyone's injuries were not light, he didn't care about the secret mission, so he planned to heal everyone first and then clean up the 6 demon generals in one go. It turned out to be Mr. Naruto. "It's been a long time." Jula heard Urza's exclamation, and stepped forward and stretched out her palm to Naruto. Naruto smiled and shook hands with him. I heard that you are one of the new Holy 10. Mr. Naruto must be very powerful, right? Jura asked with great interest. Naruto smiled lightly, shook his head and said, Holy 10 is just a title, Mr. Jura doesn't need to care. As he spoke, Naruto used medical techniques to heal everyone's injuries. Soon, everyone recovered. Lucy was punched in the waist, and Kiba grinned in pain. After Naruto's treatment, she recovered and complained to Naruto, Naruto, you must help me beat that dark-skinned leader. You must beat me. It hurts to death. Woo-hoo-woo. Seeing her brooding look, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Who made your magic not strong enough? After getting stronger, a guy of that level doesn't need to be afraid at all. Well, anyway, with you here, why am I in such a hurry to become stronger? Lucy stuck out her tongue at him and said coquettishly. Cough cough. Elsa coughed from the side. She was very uncomfortable. She acted like a spoiled child to Naruto. She couldn't help but reprimanded. If you don't work hard to become stronger, you will never become a strong person by relying on the protection of others. 793. Nirvana is on. Lucy pursed her lips. Immediately, he said excitedly, Naruto, are you worried about us coming here? It's great. I knew you wouldn't let us do such a dangerous mission. Forget it. Naruto smiled, but you can't give up your efforts because of this. Well, I know. Lucy stuck her tongue out at him. After a while, the others were also cured by Naruto. After the arrival of Naruto, everyone did not feel depressed at all after being defeated. Instead, they were full of confidence and their morale was high. That's great. Naruto is here, we're going to beat them up. Natsu cheered. With Naruto here, will there still be a chance for us to shoot? Gray pouted. Seeing everyone's expressions, Jula couldn't help but admire. Mr. Naruto is really amazing. He deserves to be called the strongest wizard in the guild. Brother Naruto, I miss you so much. At this moment, a crisp and delicate voice sounded, and Wendy flew towards Naruto. Naruto turned around and caught the person. A faint scent of loli lingered in his nose. Wendy, it's a surprise to see you here. He smiled and hugged Wendy's soft body, and said happily. Seeing his smile, Wendy snorted, turned her head and pouted, Brother Naruto, you must have forgotten me. You must be unhappy to see me. How could that be? I'm very happy now. Naruto couldn't help but stun for a moment, then he blew in her ear, and suddenly sighed, Does Wendy hate me? Wendy's expression panicked when she heard the words. She immediately turned her head and buried it in his chest and said softly, Well, Naruto brother, I don't have one. Then why do you suspect that I have forgotten you? A smile appeared on Naruto's face. I'm just like this because you haven't come to see me for a long time. Brother Naruto, Wendy's greasy voice sounded in Naruto's arms, and Naruto was so overwhelmed that he let go of her and said with a smile, Okay, I'm kidding you. I haven't seen you for a year, you've grown a lot. Yeah, of course, I'm also a very strong mage now. I'm an adult. Wendy hugged Naruto's face and pressed her soft lips against his cheeks. Kissed. Wendy, what a shame for you to be like this. At this moment, the kitten Shalulu sounded a lesson. Shalulu, he is Naruto's brother. Wendy immediately retorted. Hey, I really can't help you. Shalulu sighed. Wendy's heart is full of Naruto, this is really nerve-wracking. And several handsome guys in the blue sky horse saw Naruto, and they immediately became hostile. Seeing the top-notch little loli was so tired of Naruto, all their faces showed expressions of envy, jealousy and hatred. Next, after getting to know everyone, Naruto announced that he would directly enter the hinterland of the 6 demon generals. At this time, the leader of the 6 demon generals should have found Nirvana, right? Naruto had already realized this problem on the way back. However, Naruto couldn't help but want to see this legendary super taboo magic, so he didn't completely stop the 6 demon generals. For Urza and the others, this mission was a challenge and an opportunity to exercise, but it was too boring for Naruto. Therefore, now he really hopes to see the appearance of that forbidden magic. However, he still needs some insurance measures. He has also heard of the magic of Nirvana. It is a superversal magic that can exchange light and darkness. But judging from the magic power that was detected around Nirvana just now, this magic does not seem to be that strong. Therefore, he is very at ease with his approach. Naruto, shall we go directly to General Six Demons now? Urza asked as the group followed Naruto into the depths of the forest. Yeah, General Six Demons, they are looking for a magic called Nirvana. I have found the magic location before, but they found it later. I guess they have already rushed over now. Naruto said. What? Then why didn't you stop them there? Urza was immediately startled. Jula also showed a puzzled look. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly and said, I came back immediately because I sensed that you were in danger. Mr. Naruto, I don't agree with your approach. Nirvana is a terrible magic. If you don't stop it, I'm afraid the whole world will suffer. Jura said anxiously. Naruto waved his hand and smiled lightly. I know your worries, so leave this battle to me. The task given to me by President Makarov is to investigate their movements and then I will take action to eradicate them. This dark guild, so I won't let you all get involved. Naruto, do you mean that you want to go alone again this time? That's not good, we have to fight. Urza immediately became anxious when she heard this, and other people in the guild were also dissatisfied. If Naruto wants to fight alone, what should he do with his companions? Okay, just stand behind and watch with peace of mind. Your mission has been completed, and now is my mission. Naruto waved his hand and stopped them from continuing. It seems that Mr. Naruto is very confident in himself. If this is the case, then we will respect your actions. Since President Makarov has given Mr. Naruto such a task, there must be his reasons. Jula suddenly nodded in response. Mr. Jura, but this is too risky. After all, the other party is the 6 demon generals. Leon cried. At this moment, Naruto suddenly frowned, and then his hands flew, and a complex print was completed on his hands, and then 2 layers of transparent enchantment suddenly appeared around Urza and the others. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but stunned. At the same time, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted in the center of the forest not far away. That's black light. 794. Mobile Fortress. The black light forms a huge light, the Jinchuriki column, that plunges the entire surrounding forest into a gloomy light. What is that? Everyone in the barrier saw the light, and their faces couldn't help showing surprise. They wanted to run out, but they were blocked by Naruto's barrier, and they couldn't do it. Naruto's double barrier completely surrounded where they were, and no matter how much they knocked on the barrier, they couldn't destroy it. Naruto, let us out, Natsu roared. Just stay here for now, that light seems to be a sign of Nirvana's opening. It's a little unusual, you are absolutely safe in my barrier. Naruto turned back and said to them, everything that follows will be handed over to you. Come to me. After he finished speaking, he ignored everyone's opinions and rushed directly to the place where the light was. At this moment, the leader Brian was standing in front of this light Jinchuriki column, his face full of madness. Great, Nirvana is finally open. It's so effortless. From now on, the world will change because of this. He laughed. Behind him, Lisa, Hote, and Dark Knight stood there silently. Suddenly, Hiei cried out in pain while holding his head. What's wrong? Lisa asked, startled. Hiei suddenly regained his calm, straightened up and said with a smile on his face, Lisa, I don't think we should continue to do evil in the future. I want to be a good person. Are you crazy? Lisa cried. At this time, Brian turned to look at them and explained to Lisa, it seems that this guy is also affected by the power of Nirvana. Nirvana is a superversal magic that can convert light and darkness. He is also extremely sensitive to darkness and light, and it seems that Haiti still has a conscience in his heart. Quote. Kill him, Brian exclaimed suddenly. What? Lisa was startled again. He has betrayed us now, if we don't kill him, it will become a hindrance to us sooner or later. Brian ordered. But, Lisa suddenly shouted while holding her head, her body trembled, and she fainted. Damn, is this guy also affected? Brian frowned. Only the last 2 traces on his face did not disappear. Cobra, Angel, Hetei, and Lisa all lost their control. In the end, the 6 demon generals were only left with himself and Dark Knight. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore, then I will get the whole world by Nirvana. Brian laughed. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared above his head. Brian, is this the Nirvana you want? It's really interesting. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. What? Are you the one who Cobra said found Nirvana? Brian was slightly surprised. Naruto's sudden appearance was beyond his expectations, and he didn't sense it at all. Yes, in fact, I also want to thank you for letting me see the magic of Nirvana. Naruto closed his eyes, and from this black light Jinchuriki column he felt the ancient magic power. This magic power, it also has a special spiritual power that affects everything around it. It's not so much magic as it's a giant demonic illusion. Magic that can change a person's spirit. After figuring out all this, Naruto couldn't help but be disappointed. The powerful Nirvana magic he said was just such a trick. However, at this moment, a huge light suddenly erupted from the black light Jinchuriki column, and the power suddenly expanded. It seems that there are other things coming out from the ground. Naruto was slightly surprised. Immediately, the black light Jinchuriki column suddenly spread, swallowing everything around it. Before again, Naruto left the range of the light Jinchuriki column in a flash, unfolded the wings of the wind and watched from afar. In the enchantment farther away, Urza and the others were all looking up at the direction of the black light Jinchuriki column. With the barrier of the enchantment, they could not be affected at all. Seeing the anxious look of the others, Jura suddenly said, "Everyone, let's trust Mr. Naruto. Since he wants to deal with it alone, we have to obey him." Mr. Jura, aren't you reconciled? That guy Naruto is too chaotic. This action doesn't count us at all. Leon said angrily. Even the layer of barrier he arranged at random can't be broken. We really don't have the qualifications to participate in his battle. Jura said lightly. The crowd was speechless for a while. Yes, just now they tried every means and failed to break the barrier, which is enough to prove that Naruto's power far surpasses everyone else, and even Jula, who is also the Holy Ten, can't compare with it. Is this the strongest fairy tale guild? Finally got to see it today. Jula thought to herself. Of course, Urza and the others also know Naruto's strength, but in contrast, they are more willing to obey Naruto's arrangements. Although they are a little unwilling, they have not questioned anymore. After all, they have already seen Naruto's strength. However, it is absolutely unsurpassed existence. The black light spreads, and the entire forest trembles. For a time, it was dark and dark, as if the world had fallen into the end of the world. However, Naruto remained calm in midair, letting the wind blow through the sky. He remained motionless, with a calm expression on his face. After a long time, the light slowly dissipated, and at this time, I saw a huge spider suddenly appear in the forest. No, not a spider, but a huge city suspended in the air, supported by 6 huge legs. The whole is a moving castle. So this is the true face of Nirvana. Naruto looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, and could not help but sigh in his heart. This is obviously a relic of civilization built by ancient people, and it is also a war castle. Did Brian just want to use this kind of thing to control the world? I am really disappointed. I thought it would be some kind of powerful magic, but it's just such a superficial thing. Naruto sighed secretly. 795. Mokuden Wood Style and the Ice Dragon. Although Naruto thought so, Urza and the others in the distance didn't think so. After seeing Nirvana's true face, they couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Then, what was even more shocking appeared. I saw that a strong beam of magic energy was suddenly launched from the huge mobile fortress in the distance. With a bang, there was a strong explosion in the forest area in the distance that was hit. Powerful. Such a mobile fortress, if not stopped, is enough to destroy a city. At this time, the direction of the mobile fortress was exactly the guild of the demon cat's nest where Wendy was. Not good. Our guild is just ahead. Wendy shouted worriedly. Brother Naruto, you must stop it. She shouted in the barrier, looking forward to her voice reaching Naruto. Don't worry, trust Naruto, he will solve all this. Urza stepped forward and comforted her softly. At this time, Naruto fanned the wings of the wind and came to the top of the moving castle. Brian stood on the top of a huge castle with a cane, looking down at the world from top to bottom, with a smug look on his face. There was a young man standing beside him. In the dark night, only the two of them are still there. Dark Knight, wake up. Your father, I'm about to conquer the world. Come and see it clearly with me. Brian laughed frantically. Naruto descended from the sky, landed in front of them, and said lightly, Brian, you want to conquer the world with this thing? This is really naive. Bastard. What are you arrogant about? The power of this magic castle is definitely not something you can resist. Brian said angrily. Even if you defeat the Cobra and the Angel, it won't help you, because you can't stop the castle march. The huge castle, under the movement of 6 huge stone Jinchuriki, column legs, moves forward little by little. Naruto saw that the direction in front seemed to be the address of Wendy's guild, and if it continued to move forward, it was estimated that it would also be destroyed. Sorry, although this war fortress is very interesting, but I can't let you continue to advance. He said suddenly, and just after he finished speaking, he saw his figure flashed and punched Brian. Although Brian was always on guard against Naruto's attack, he shot too fast. As soon as Naruto's fist arrived, Brian reacted and quickly raised his cane to block, but his own magic power was completely unable to stop Naruto's power. With a bang, Brian's body flew towards the rear like a cannonball, hitting the wall of the ruined city, and the sky was filled with dust. Immediately after Naruto opened his mouth, a burst of energy spewed out. Roar of the Ice Dragon. The violent and cold aura instantly slammed into the direction of Brian's fall. As long as this guy is killed, it is estimated that the castle should be able to stop, right? However, at this time, Dark Knight had already opened his eyes. He suddenly stopped in front of Naruto's Ice Dragon's roar. He blocked it with both hands, and a strange magic power suddenly spread out. Naruto's roaring energy wrapped in a powerful cold air suddenly bent at an angle as if it had encountered a mirror, and instead sprayed towards Naruto. Interesting. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure dodged his own energy shock with a flash, and the roaring power slammed into the castle, and a violent vibration suddenly erupted. A mighty force is flying everywhere. At this time, Brian finally stood up. He came to Naruto and said in shock and anger, even if you defeat us, you can't stop this castle from moving. The program has already been written, and everything is controlled by the castle itself. Move. This is the strongest fortress. I see, it's easier if that's the case. Naruto suddenly laughed when he heard the words. Although it is a pity to destroy this ruin, but if it is not destroyed, Wendy's guild will be destroyed. That girl must be crying. What are you talking about? Brian cried. Naruto ignored them, and flew out directly to the front of the moving castle. I saw him clasping his hands together, and a powerful magic energy emerged from his body. At this moment, the entire surrounding world seemed to be trembling. A violent gust of wind suddenly rose in the sky, and the earth seemed to be affected by some force, involuntarily emitting a slight tremor. Naruto unfolds the natural mode and concentrates all the forces of nature around him on himself. To deal with such a huge guy, the general method is obviously unworkable, but he is not helpless. As long as he can create something as huge as that guy, there will be no problem. The next moment, he suddenly separated his palms. Suddenly, the trees under the moving castle suddenly started to grow like a catalyst. From the original tree of more than 10 meters, it suddenly turned into a trunk that was dozens of meters wide and several hundred meters long, and then coiled the huge legs one by one. The legs of the moving castle were surrounded by wildly growing trees within a few minutes, and they couldn't be pulled up at all. The power of Mokuden, wood style. This is the first time Naruto has shown his Mokuden, wood style power in addition to his Mokuden, wood style clone. He found that his Mokuden, wood style ability is now several times stronger than before. The entire moving castle was finally stopped. Moreover, Naruto's magic was not over yet. Just as the moving castle stopped, the temperature of the entire forest suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Boom! Ice-shaped magic ice dragon. A dragon roar suddenly rose, circling in the air for a long time, and I saw an incomparably huge ice dragon suddenly standing up on the ground. Its size is almost comparable to that of the moving castle. This is the dragon that Naruto turned into using modeling magic, which is the product of his modeling magic to ultimate. The ice dragon is hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long, and it also has 2 huge ice wings. Even the real Ice Long Yi doesn't have such a huge body size. What is this? Brian, who was standing on top of the giant castle, saw the body and face of the ferocious dragon, and couldn't help trembling, shouting in disbelief. Naruto stood on top of the ice dragon. This huge ice dragon was commanded by himself. Although it couldn't emit all kinds of dragon magic like a real ice dragon, its huge size was enough to deal with this moving castle. Attack! Brian was frightened, and immediately let the moving castle launch an attack on it, and saw a huge magic beam flying out from the castle. A bang hit the ice dragon. However, the ice dragon's body was only blown away by a gap, and under the supply of Naruto's magic power, it quickly returned to its original state. Then, Naruto commanded the huge ice dragon to suddenly jump high in the sky, and the wind in the forest suddenly danced, and the entire forest was stirred by the ice dragon's movements. Immediately afterwards, the huge ice dragon slammed into the moving castle again, as if a huge meteorite fell to the ground, slamming into the entire moving castle. Boom boom boom. The moving castle was immediately crushed by the ice dragon's attack, and the 6 legs couldn't help sinking, almost falling down because they couldn't bear the force. As for Brian and Dark Yi, who were standing on the moving castle, they had long been dead. This is no longer a human-to-human battle, but a monster battle. Naruto's blood can't help but burn. This is the collision of force and force. 796. Mission over. The battle between the 2 monsters made everyone in the barrier in the distance stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a behemoth was created by Naruto. What a huge amount of magic power is needed. Watching that huge ice dragon is frantically bashing the moving castle. The legendary pinch played as a joke. The magic beams shot out from the moving castle, hitting the huge ice dragon and couldn't defeat it at all, and every time it was attacked, the ice dragon would automatically return to its original state and continue to attack with a more ferocious posture. Pinch the plate. The ice dragon flapped its wings, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and the sky was dark for a while, flying sand and rocks, and as soon as it stomped its feet, the entire forest would vibrate. It opened its mouth, and as soon as it went down, one leg of the entire moving castle was completely bitten off. After a few mouthfuls, the castle finally completely collapsed and fell to the ground with a bang, and a burst of smoke and dust flew up from the forest, covering the entire sky. That's it. Is that the end? Everyone in the enchantment felt the tremors from the ground, as if the whole earth was about to crack. Is this the strength of Mr. Naruto? Jura murmured, looking up at the huge ice dragon. Such a huge power, even if a real dragon comes, it can't be compared, right? He suddenly felt that his title of Holy Ten was so hot, and the title he used to be proud of, but now he is a little afraid to bear it. Because after seeing Naruto's power, he couldn't help but deeply doubt his own power. What is the Holy Ten? The 6 legs of the pan were all bitten off by the ice dragon, the castle collapsed and fell into the forest, unable to move anymore. In the face of Naruto's huge ice dragon, the moving castle does not have its flexibility at all, and its attack power is far from keeping up with its huge size. The so-called kneading plate is just an appearance. Naruto murmured, and he stretched out his hand while flying in the air, and the huge ice dragon turned into a cold air and slowly dissipated. The temperature in the forest could not rise for a long time. Naruto quickly flew back to the front of everyone's barrier, snapped his fingers, and the double barrier was unlocked. In President Blue Tenma's villa, except for the few people from Fairy Tail and Wendy, all the other guild members looked at Naruto with awe. This time, the pinch plate was destroyed, and the mission was successfully completed. We should immediately notify the guys in the council that the 6 demon generals have been completely destroyed. Urza said after a moment of indulgence. Yes, the ability to destroy the 6 demon generals this time depends on Mr. Naruto's strength. Juro glanced at Naruto and said with deep admiration. Naruto's strength has completely convinced this one of the Holy 10. This kind of ability to create such a behemoth in the wave of his hand is simply not the realm of his master. This is all due to Naruto. Lucy laughed. She felt very proud that her man could be so powerful and was so admired by the strong men of other guilds, and she couldn't help showing an excited expression on her face. Next, everyone rested for a while, and seeing that it was already dusk, they planned to go back separately. After saying goodbye to everyone, Naruto saw that Wendy still refused to leave. Brother Naruto, I don't want to leave you. Wendy stepped forward and hugged Naruto's arm, shaking her coquettishly. Wendy, you're not too young, why are you still so attached to Naruto? Shalulu taught a lesson. But, I haven't seen big brother Naruto for a year. Wendy raised her head and looked at Naruto with a reluctant look. Seeing that Wendy was so attached to Naruto, Urza and the others were greatly distressed. Lucy was even a little jealous. Naruto, if that's the case, let's catch up with Wendy first. It's okay to go back to the guild later, so we'll go back first. Urza said suddenly. That's fine, it's getting late, I'll send Wendy back, and you guys can go back as soon as possible. Naruto nodded and smiled. So, Urza and the others left the villa and went back to the guild. Along the way, Lucy pouted her mouth and looked brooding. Seeing such a lovely Wendy being so attached to Naruto, she felt that something she loved was being taken away by her. The feeling that people have taken away is very uncomfortable. But at the same time, she felt that it was really inappropriate for her to eat the vinegar of such a simple little girl inexplicably. For a time, Lucy couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The same mood, Urza was also the same, but she was much more open-minded. I believe that although a little girl like Wendy is very cute, she can't pose a threat to her at the moment. Naruto took Wendy's little hand and was walking through the forest. It was getting late, and after dusk was night, and the forest became dark. But because the battle just now scared away too many birds and beasts in the forest, it seemed extraordinarily quiet at this time, and it was even a little strange. Wendy couldn't help but feel a little scared in the dark surroundings. Naruto brother, it's so dark and quiet in the forest, could there be ghosts? Wendy tightened Naruto's hand, leaned her body against Naruto, and asked in a trembling voice. Naruto heard this, he couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, Wendy, I didn't expect you to be afraid of ghosts, you're really a child. That's not it. Wendy heard Naruto's tone as if she looked down on herself, and immediately became anxious. I'm just worried about whether there will be danger. Well, even if there is really a ghost, I'm not afraid. Shame, Shalulu complained beside him. Shalulu, who are you helping? Damn it. Wendy, you are also a dragon slayer magician, why are you so timid? Shalulu cut and teased. It's not because your brother Naruto is here, so you do it on purpose. Yeah, Shalulu, I didn't think so. Wendy immediately became anxious when she heard her friend tease her like this. She pulled Naruto's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Naruto, look at Shalulu bullying me. Naruto can't help but laugh. 797. Save the Angel. With laughter and laughter along the way, Naruto felt as if he had returned to his childhood, with the innocent and lovely Wendy, and felt a very relaxed feeling in his heart. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and a bright white full moon appeared in the sky. Look, big brother Naruto, the moon is so beautiful. Wendy pointed at the sky with her green and white jade fingers. Naruto raised his head. The full moon shone with pure white light, illuminating the surrounding forest, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, forming a beautiful picture of the starry sky. Yeah, the night sky is really beautiful. Naruto also sighed. The two stopped and looked up at the night sky, immersed in this beautiful night scene at this moment. Suddenly, a faint voice came from not far away. Help, save me. Come on someone, help me. The appearance of this voice interrupted Naruto and Wendy. Wendy's ears moved slightly, and she couldn't help but look at Naruto and said, Brother Naruto, there seems to be someone there. Saying that, she couldn't help but walk forward. Naruto frowned slightly. The voice was somewhat familiar. If I guessed correctly, this is Angel, one of the 6 demon generals. Didn't this girl get caught by the guys on the council? With doubts, Naruto walked over with Wendy. In front of it is the ruins formed by the collapse of the huge moving castle. In the ruins, a faint sound came from behind a large stone. Wendy jumped over a few times, and Naruto followed in a flash. When they came to the back of the big stone, the two of them could see clearly. It's really Angel. I saw that her legs were pressed by a large stone at this time, and she was lying on the ground. Her clothes on the ground became tattered, and her originally fair and tender skin was full of scars. There was a faint sound in her mouth, and she looked like she was dying. Save me, save. When she saw Naruto among the two of them above her head, she suddenly shuddered, and then she turned her head and fainted. This person seems to be Angel of the 6 demon generals. Wendy looked at her carefully and said to Naruto. Yeah, I didn't expect her to be dead yet. Naruto smiled lightly. Wendy stepped forward to check on Angier, who had passed out, and saw that her slender and fair legs were deformed by the big stone, and she couldn't help showing an unbearable look on her face. She turned to look at Naruto. Brother Naruto, she is so pitiful, let's save her. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then said, she is an enemy, and she is also a bad woman. Considering her star spirit as a tool, she actually asked Ares to please her. People who can do such things are of course not good people, and she is also one of the 6 magic generals, who has done countless bad things. But she is really pitiful, and if she is left alone, she will definitely be eaten by beasts. Wendy hesitated for a while, but still asked Naruto, Brother Naruto, can she be rescued? It can be handed over to the council for disposal at that time. Seeing Wendy's unbearable look, Naruto smiled bitterly. Okay, for your sake, I'll save her once. Yeah, that's great, Naruto brother. I knew you were the best. Wendy jumped up with joy when she got Naruto's approval, kissed him on the cheek, and giggled. Naruto touched the kissed cheek and sighed, I really can't do anything about you. As he said that, he reached out and lifted the big rock, while Wendy stepped forward and pulled Angela out of the rock. Seeing her smashed, bloody, slender legs, how could she be as beautiful as before? Naruto couldn't help but feel a little pity. At this time, Wendy had already reached out and used her healing magic to heal Angel's body and thighs. A faint layer of magical light emerged from her palm, and the wounds on Angie's body were gradually healed. However, Wendy's ability is limited, and Angie's injury is too serious. Although some minor injuries on her body have been healed, the deformed part of her thigh has not been fully repaired. Naruto stepped forward, put his hand on Angie's slender leg, a faint green light flashed out, and Angie's thigh was returning to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow, it's amazing. Wendy couldn't help but be greatly surprised when she saw this, looking at Naruto with admiration on her face and exclaiming, Brother Naruto, I didn't think your healing magic was stronger than mine. Naruto smiled lightly. He used the power of life to heal Angier's body injuries. He lifted her up and carried her on his back. Okay, let's go back now. Wendy hurriedly nodded in response. In the middle of the night, Naruto finally came to the guild of the Demon Cat's Nest with Angel and Wendy on their backs. At this time, the lights were still on in the guild. Huh, it's so late, why didn't everyone go home? Wendy couldn't help but wonder at the gate of the guild. Grandpa Rob and Lou, are you all there? Wendy shouted towards the inside. Come in, Wendy. A peaceful and loving voice came. It was Rob and Lou. The two of Naruto entered the guild and found that everyone in the hall was there, as if they were all waiting for the arrival of the two of them. Naruto, long time no see. Rob and Lou Xian greeted Naruto. Well, long time no see, how are you doing? Naruto replied. Rob and Lou smiled and nodded. Naruto suddenly found that there was a deep sadness in his eyes, and he noticed that Rob and Lou's aura was a little unstable, and his body seemed to have something wrong. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and before he could settle Angela, Rob and Lou said to Wendy, time is running out, Wendy, there is something I have to tell you. He sighed, the expression on his face was different from before, making Wendy a little confused. Shalulu also seemed to see something, and she could not help frowning slightly. Grandpa Rob and Lou, what's the matter so late? We have an injured person here. I think we should arrange her first. Wendy said with a smile. It's like this, Wendy, I'm to blame for everything in this Nirvana incident. Rob and Lou ignored her suggestion and said directly. Wendy was stunned for a moment, not sure why. However, Naruto couldn't help but be surprised by what Rob and Lou said next. It turns out that Rob and Lou was the tribal leader of the Nebit family more than 400 years ago. Tired of the war and darkness between humans, he created the magic of Nirvana, which can convert light and darkness. At first, this magic was to turn bad people into good people, but with later use, it gradually evolved into an exchange of darkness and light, and became a dangerous magic. It was too late when they realized the drawbacks of this magic, and the Nebit family was brutally exterminated, and in the end he was the only one left. Later, he completely sealed this magic, and lived near this sealed land, guarding it day after day. Now, his body has long since died, and what remains is only an illusion condensed by powerful magic and spiritual power. This magic is so powerful that even Naruto didn't see it. But at this time Nirvana was destroyed, and Rob and Lou's task of waiting for it finally came to an end, and the spiritual power that had been supporting it until now was finally able to soar and go to another world quietly. 798. Amnesia. Hearing all this news, Wendy couldn't help but stay there. She couldn't believe what Grandpa Rob and Lou said at all. He even thought that he was joking with himself. However, there was no joke on Rob and Lou's face. Naruto already understood, and at this time he sensed that Rob and Lou's breath became weaker and weaker, as if he would disappear into this world at any time. After a while, a faint white light suddenly emitted from Rob and Lou's body. Wendy, you have to live well in the future, you still have a long way to go, and you will definitely become an amazing wizard in the future. Rob and Lou urged. At the same time, the other guild members around him also emitted bursts of white light. These are all real phantoms I created, Wendy, I'm sorry, I deceived you, please forgive Grandpa. Rob and Lou had an apologetic smile on his face. Wendy's tears couldn't help gushing out. It turned out that all this was created by Grandpa Rob and Lou and existed for himself. The friends in the entire guild were all created by Grandpa Rob and Lou for himself. She was moved and sad in her heart, and Shalulu couldn't help crying. Naruto, thank you for stopping Nirvana for me. My worries have finally come to an end. The only Wendy who can't worry about it will depend on you to take care of it in the future. Rob and Lou smiled and asked Naruto again. Naruto nodded heavily. He tried to save him, but no matter how strong the force of life was, it couldn't act on a soul, and he couldn't do anything about it. Don't worry, thank you for taking care of Wendy over the years, and I will never let her be hurt in the slightest in the future. Naruto said solemnly. Well, then I'll be at ease. Rob and Lou finished saying this, and looked at Naruto and Wendy with a smile, gradually turning into light and disappearing into the air. Wendy burst into tears. She finally couldn't hold back the sadness in her heart and threw herself into Naruto's arms. In the early morning of the next day, the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the guild. After a night in the guild and the disappearance of Rob and Lou last night, Wendy cried bitterly all night, and didn't fall asleep in Naruto's arms until the early hours of the morning. Naruto put Angela on the guild table, and then found some curtains to cover her, before laying on the chair with Wendy to rest until dawn. Wendy woke up. She found herself still lying in Naruto's arms, and couldn't help but looked up at the hall of the guild. "Brother Naruto, are everyone gone?" she asked. Naruto nodded and comforted. "Yes, they all went to heaven. You don't have to worry, they will have a good time there." Wendy was silent for a while, then suddenly raised her head. "I want to build a tomb for Grandpa Rob and Lou." Naruto nodded and agreed, and the two of them built a simple tombstone for Rob and Lou behind the guild. Wendy clasped her hands and prayed to the sky. "Grandpa Rob and Lou, I wish you a happy life in heaven. I will live with your share and live up to everyone's expectations." At this moment, Naruto can feel Wendy's growth, and she has become stronger after experiencing the pain of her relatives leaving. "Wendy, although the guild doesn't exist anymore, you can join Fairy Tail in the future, and I will always protect you." Naruto held Wendy's head, rubbed her soft hair, and squatted down to look at her smiled. "Yeah," Wendy nodded heavily. Back in the guild hall of the Demon Cat's house, Naruto and Wendy were a little hungry. Shalulu got a large piece of bread from somewhere and let them fill their stomachs. The empty guild was very uncomfortable for Wendy, but fortunately she had Shalulu and Naruto by her side, so she wouldn't feel lonely. The departure of so many relatives and friends all at once was a huge blow to a teenage child. So, Naruto stayed with her until noon. When the two of them were about to leave for Fairy Tail, Angie, who was lying on the table, suddenly woke up faintly. She looked around blankly, and then saw Naruto and Wendy. Where is it? Angel frowned and asked suspiciously. Angel, Naruto said indifferently. "I will hand you over to the Magic Council, and what awaits you is their punishment." Angela suddenly asked, "Magic Council? What punishment? What are you talking about?" "Brother Naruto, her head doesn't seem to work very well," Wendy said involuntarily. Naruto frowned, stared at her eyes and asked, "Are you pretending to be stupid? Or are you pretending to have amnesia?" Seeing Naruto's serious face, Angier was taken aback for a moment, then her face suddenly showed a look of fear, her lips twitched a few times and she suddenly cried out. Don't hurt me. You bad guy." Angel suddenly got up and retreated to the corner, looking at Naruto with a frightened expression. Naruto was speechless for a moment. He was sure that this Angier was definitely pretending. Did she want to use this method to escape punishment? "Okay, stop playing, now you have no right to resist, go to jail for me obediently." Naruto stepped forward and grabbed her by Nen's arm, pulled her up and said. No, I don't want to go to jail. You bad guy, why did you arrest me and go to jail? Angie cried out in fright, and began to struggle hard, punching and kicking Naruto, but she couldn't shake Naruto at all since. Naruto pouted. "You better stop pretending, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He suddenly exuded a powerful aura, covering Angie's entire body. "Ah, let me go. Angela looked like a soft little girl, struggling constantly. 799, Shelter. Seeing her innocent and scared look, Naruto even really thought he was a bad person, but this guy is one of the 6 demons, a guy who has done countless bad things. He only sealed her magic power, but did not seal her memory. Logically speaking, she would never lose her memory. Therefore, he doesn't believe her nonsense at all now. Want to gain sympathy for this? Do you think you are a fool? Naruto snorted and said coldly, "No matter how hard you struggle, it won't help. If you have anything to say, go to the Magic Council and say it." "Let's go, Wendy." However, Wendy pulled the corner of Naruto's shirt, looked at Angel and said, "Brother Naruto, I think we can give her a chance to reform. She has lost her memory now. If you make her a good person, there will be one less bad person in this world in the future." Hearing this, Naruto sighed helplessly and said softly, "Wendy, don't be deceived by her. This is probably a way for her to gain sympathy. You are too young to understand. Really, but... Wendy opened her mouth and wanted to say more. Naruto waved her hand and said, okay, let's take her to the Magic Council first. Wendy had no choice but to nod when she heard the words. Just then, Angela suddenly touched her stomach and cried, I'm hungry. Just as Naruto was about to go out, she was speechless when she heard those words. Eat if you're hungry, Naruto said back. But there's nothing, Angela said aggrieved. Naruto was helpless and sighed. There is some dry bread on the counter over there in the guild. Angier walked over according to the words, picked it up and tasted it, and immediately spit it out. It's so unpalatable. Naruto frowned, ignored her, turned to Wendy and said, let's go. Hey, keep up, he said again, turning back to Angel, who was standing still. But Angier had no sense of being a prisoner at all. She became sobbing again, crying and sobbing, I'm so hungry. I want to eat milk and bread, I want to eat ramen, I want to eat steak. Seeing her aggrieved look, Wendy's heart softened. She ran over to hold her hand and said, don't worry, there will be milk and bread, come with us, we will give you something to eat. Angel nodded obediently and followed Wendy. Naruto frowned inwardly. No way. Naruto had to go to a nearby town with Wendy, have a good meal, and bought her new clothes before heading to Fairy Tail. Along the way, Wendy learned that Angela's magic power has been sealed by Naruto, and now she has become an ordinary girl who can't do anything, so she is also very relieved of Angela and chats and laughs with her. Angela lost her memory. Her personality became very simple and innocent, which matched Wendy's, and the two girls got to know each other along the way. And Wendy now thinks even more that Angela is not pretending, but is really pure because of amnesia. During the break, Wendy came to Naruto, took his big hand and begged, Brother Naruto, don't you give Angela to the council. We can let her join Fairy Tail and let her be a human again. Why? Naruto sighed. Wendy is really too young and innocent, she may have been deceived by Angel. However, Angie's pretending is flawless now. Even if it is herself, she just thinks she is pretending by feeling. Of course, Naruto is not so easy to deceive. Angel is one of the 6 demons, how can it be so easy to lose memory? But seeing that Wendy and her were already getting along very well, if she really handed Angel over to the Magic Council, then she must blame herself for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Good. If she wants to play, then play with her yourself. Is it possible that she is still afraid of a girl? A smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's mouth, and he said to Wendy, it's fine not to hand over to the Magic Council, but only if she lives with me and cannot escape my surveillance. Well, since you don't trust her brother Naruto, it's up to you to watch it. Wendy immediately cried out with joy, and ran to Angela and chatted a few times. Then, Angela came to Naruto. She bowed her head and thanked. Thank you, I know I may have done bad things before, but now I can't, I will be a good man again. Naruto looked at her lightly, I hope so. He still feels that Angela is all just a strategy to escape punishment. Now that her magic power has been sealed, she has become a weak woman. If she is imprisoned, she will definitely be abused miserably. What can I do other than show mercy? The group set out on the road, and finally arrived at the guild in the afternoon. Before that, Naruto took Angier back to his home and asked her to stay at his home. He didn't want the people in the guild to know that he took Angier at home. Moreover, he had already agreed with Wendy about this matter, and he could not let the people in the guild know about it, even Urza and the others. Wendy, of course, agreed 10,000 times. After all, it was she who first proposed to let Angie off and let her be a new person. Therefore, no matter what Naruto said, she would support her unconditionally. After settling down Angela and telling her not to go out, Naruto and Wendy came to the guild. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the guild, there was a burst of cheers from the hall, and everyone was excited to welcome Naruto back. What's wrong? Why do you welcome me so much? Naruto asked, looking at Urza who was approaching. Urza smiled slightly and explained, because we have already told everyone about this mission. Naruto, you have given our guild a big face. Now I am afraid that every guild knows that there is a guild in our guild. A super powerful wizard. Why did Wendy come to Fairy Tail? Because Wendy is going to join our guild. Naruto laughed, and then explained the matter of Wendy's guild to everyone. After listening to this, everyone was shocked and full of sympathy for Wendy. They immediately cared about such a cute little girl as her, and they all gathered around, asking for help, making Wendy very embarrassed. 800. There are angels at home. The addition of Wendy added another member to Fairy Tail, and she was still such a cute and beautiful little girl. Everyone held her as a treasure in their hands. For a while, Wendy also felt very happy. However, she spends the most time with Naruto every day, and, not only that, she also plans to live in Naruto's house that day. If it wasn't for Urza and the others, they strongly opposed it and arranged a very beautiful place for her in the dormitory. If it's the room, I'm afraid Wendy has already spent the night at Naruto's house. However, Urza and the others did not know that there was already a beautiful woman in Naruto's house at this time, and this matter was a secret for the time being. Returning home from the guild, Naruto opened the door and saw Angel sitting in the living room with a bored look on his face. It's so boring to be alone, Angela said involuntarily when she saw Naruto coming in. Naruto stepped forward and said lightly, your disguise should end here. It's just the two of us here. Do you still need to pretend like this? There should be a limit to gaining sympathy, right? When the Naruto made Angie enter, I immediately cried, hey. How can you do this, even if you have made bad things before? Now I haven't remember. Don't you want to start over? Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, Naruto frowned, feeling a lot of trouble. This girl is too good at acting, it's just like the real thing. He ignored her crying and sat down on the sofa to close his eyes. Angier cried for a while, but finally stopped crying. She looked at Naruto cautiously, and said weakly, I prepared dinner for you. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. You can cook. Dressed so professionally, he even doubted his own judgment. Could it be that she really wasn't pretending? Or would Angela, one of the 6 demon generals, cook dinner for herself? Then, without waiting for Naruto to continue to be surprised, Angier ran into the kitchen, brought out plates of food, put them on the table, and let Naruto taste them. Naruto looked at it carefully and found that there was nothing unusual in the food. It seemed that there was no problem, so he ate it. Smell, not bad. Naruto thought to himself. I had no idea she could cook. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little better about her. After eating for a while, Naruto saw that she was still sitting on the side watching him eat, and he couldn't help but say, you can also eat together. Since she is so good-natured, let's put aside the prejudice against her for a while. As long as she is more careful, she won't be able to make waves. Angier nodded and started to eat, and then she cried again after eating and eating. What happened? Naruto asked. I feel so remorse. Why was I a bad woman before? I feel so happy now. Angel sobbed softly. It makes people feel the urge to pity her. However, Naruto didn't get carried away. After all, she was one of the 6 demons. There must be some purpose in disguising like this. He couldn't let his guard down. If it wasn't for Wendy, he would have sent this woman to prison long ago. Of course, since she is so involved in the play, then you might as well play with her. Naruto said, seeing you like this, I can't help but forgive you for your previous mistakes. I don't ask you to forgive me, I just ask that I can live like this all the time. Angel said in a low voice. Naruto said nothing, nodded and finished eating. Angela silently cleaned up, serving like a good wife and good mother. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth. Now, he doesn't care whether the guy is pretending or not. Anyway, she poses no threat to him. On the contrary, because there is a beautiful woman to take care of at home, it seems very relaxed. At night, because there was only one room, Naruto let her sleep on the sofa in the living room. Angier agreed without saying anything. Although this is a bit ungentlemanly, for Naruto, it is also a way to test Angel. If she can't bear this kind of treatment, she will leave sooner or later. If she really wants to change, then there will never be any complaints. Either way, it was fun for Naruto. However, because Angier is a girl, there are also many inconveniences in life. For example, when taking a shower at night, Naruto simply went outside for a walk to avoid embarrassment. He didn't come back until Angier finished washing. Of course, because there is an extra girl in the family, daily necessities and the like also need to be bought, but fortunately, Angier's ability in this area does not have amnesia. Due to the lack of magic power and the fact that there are not many people who have seen her, almost no one recognizes such an innocent-looking girl who is harmless to humans and animals as one of the 6 magic generals. Living with Angier, Naruto has been watching her secretly, but she seems to have lost her memory and did not show any abnormality, which made Naruto feel more and more whether his judgment was wrong. Wrong? Could it be said that she has really forgotten the past and is now a pure little girl? In the past of the 1010, Naruto has been trying his best to explore the way to return to chaos with magic. In this regard, he found Jareth, the legendary black magician, the person who uses black magic, and the guy who can destroy the world. He seems to be a master with the power of chaos. If he can fight against him, what will the result be? Naruto thought to himself, it's a pity that this guy is already a legendary figure. I guess he has already died by now, right? At present, he has nothing to do with him. He can only search for some information about Jareth, and at the same time, he is silently trying to explore his own strength. He is accumulating the knowledge of magic. The generation of the power of chaos is not so easy. He found some clues can be found in some ancient books. This made him involuntarily start to consult a large number of ancient books and materials, which surprised everyone for a while. 801. Go to a hotel. In the guild's book collection room, Naruto was rummaging in front of the rows of shelves. Recently, he hardly did any quests, but stayed in the library to search for some ancient records of civilization and magic. A synthesis method of chaotic energy. Although he can forcibly reverse by relying on his mental power, this method is always temporary and cannot be used for a long time. Moreover, if you want to open the door of time and space, you must be a grandmaster of space art, and the requirements for energy are even higher, so, he must convert all the magic in his body into the power of chaos. Only in this way can the real time and space art be exerted. And at that time, he will also leave this world. Of course, none of this has happened yet, he's working on it. Because Naruto has been coming to the library, many people in the guild are very curious, especially some girls who admire Naruto, and some deliberately read books in the library to meet him. Of course, Naruto didn't pay attention to what these girls did. He was immersed in knowledge, and he was madly absorbing the knowledge of the world's past. After a few days, he used the available information to find out that when the world was still in chaos hundreds of years ago, there was no so-called magic power. It was Jareth who created this magical world. And that Jareth used the power of chaos. This makes Naruto excited. Jareth is equivalent to the existence of the 6 paths immortal in the Hokage world. If such a strong man can fight him, even if he loses, it will be of great help to himself. Right. However, there is still too little information about Jareth, and Naruto can only know so much for the time being, but he thought again, since the power of chaos really existed, then there will definitely be someone in this world who wants to get such a powerful the power of, and will definitely work hard to study it. It's just that all this is not yet clear, and Naruto's research has just begun. Just as he kept flipping through the ancient books, a book with ancient characters suddenly appeared in his sight. He found that he couldn't understand any of these characters. The distressed Naruto happened to see a petite figure not far away who was also reading a book. With navy blue shoulder-length hair and a cute face, she is already quite old, and her figure is small and exquisite. It is Lebi, a researcher of word magic. Naruto went over with the book and asked her for advice. Lebi, excuse me, I don't understand the text in this book, can you translate it for me? He had a faint smile on his face. Lebi was reading a book seriously, but she was not angry at all when she was disturbed by Naruto, but nodded happily, well, no problem. I'm very happy to be able to help you. She smiled, took the book in Naruto's hand and read it. This book is quite old, and I haven't even seen the text on it, but, give me a little time, I should be able to translate it, said Lebi. Well, thank you, then I will trouble you. Naruto thanked. Until night, Lebi was still sitting on the floor of the library translating, while Naruto was rummaging through other books. He occasionally glanced at Lebi, who was seriously studying the text, and saw that she was wearing a pair of round glasses. When she encountered a problem, she could not help lying on the ground, leaned over and carefully read the contents of the book. His eyes flashed thoughtful eyes from time to time, appearing quiet and beautiful, full of an intellectual aura. Moreover, it seems that she didn't even notice that in the process of studying the text, her lying body involuntarily raised her buttocks high, and as she flipped the book, her petite and lovely charming. The hips are still twisting slightly. What an alluring loli. After Naruto realized that he was thinking a little, he hurriedly turned his eyes away and stopped looking at her. Before I knew it, it was late at night. Naruto couldn't help frowning when she saw that she hadn't finished reading the text of the book, but she had been studying like that for most of the day, and besides drinking some water, she didn't even have time to eat. Lebi, it's time to take a break, let's go eat something. Naruto said with some distress. Just a moment, Naruto, it'll be over soon. However, Ribi, who was caught in the research, seemed to be tireless. Instead, she was a little dissatisfied with Naruto's interruption and refused his kind reminder. Naruto gave a wry smile and continued to wait for her, not in the mood to continue reading. However, looking at her persistent and serious look, Naruto found it very seductive and could not help but be fascinated by it. After a while, Naruto came back to his senses. At this time, Lebi had almost finished translating. She stood up with a sigh of relief, but her body was a little stiff because she held a position for a long time, and she almost fell when she was slightly soft. Next, Naruto stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and supported her. Lebi suddenly felt a strong masculine breath coming, and suddenly her face turned Yuhi, and her body leaned softly in his arms. Naruto, the book has been translated, please take a look. Yuhi handed the book to Naruto with a face. The contents of this book have been magically translated into the common language. Naruto took it with a slight smile and sincerely thanked. Thank you, Lebi. It's alright, it's just a small matter. Lebi said in a panic as she fled from his embrace. Only now did Lebi realize it. Gone. Naruto couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Lebi actually forgot the time after researching it. This was so serious that even he felt embarrassed. Hearing her words, Naruto originally wanted her to stay at his place for one night, but he immediately thought that Angier was at home, so he had to say, since it's so late, let's go to a nearby hotel first. Late. Well, that's fine too. Lebi nodded slightly. Although it was the first time she went to a hotel with the opposite sex, she trusted Naruto very much, so she had no doubts in her heart and left with Naruto at ease. 802. Spring Dream. The two walked on the night road. There were few pedestrians on the road. Most of them had gone back to rest. Only some homeless people or drunks were still wandering on the street. Lebi was very nervous and excited, because this was the first time she had gotten along with Naruto so closely. When she thought of the hard work of translation today, in exchange for being alone at night, her heart seemed to be like flying, very happy. The moonlight was like water, and it was cool, and Lebi felt that the time at the moment was so beautiful. It was her dream to be so close to the Naruto whom she admired in her heart. However, at this moment, several untimely voices suddenly came from the side. I saw a few gangsters in sloppy clothes emerged from the alley on one side, and they staggered towards Naruto and forced them. Yo, so late for a date. One of the youths with yuhi hair laughed evilly. Naruto and Ribi couldn't help frowning upon seeing this. What a boring date. Let's go play with my brother. Another burly man with a big belly shouted, emitting a stench and alcohol from his mouth. Of course Lebi knew that these people were not serious people, but she didn't expect that such a good chance for her and Naruto to get along with them would be ruined, and her mood suddenly became very bad. She snorted and said angrily, I don't want to play with you guys. Quote. Hey, what a stubborn little girl. When several people heard Lebi's crisp voice, they all laughed happily. I'm a sorcerer, Lebi said angrily, you guys leave me right away. Ah, sorcerer. Little sister, are you sure you're not lying? Ha ha ha, a cute little girl like you actually says she's a sorceress. Stop talking big. It's wrong to lie. Let the brothers be good, let's educate you. The gangsters talked guy, and reached out to grab her arm. Lebi dodged behind Naruto in disgust and hid behind him. The hands of those people stopped in front of Naruto. Their expressions changed, and they suddenly said angrily, you bastard haven't left yet. What? Do you want to be beaten? Seeing that Naruto didn't run away, this group of people immediately became angry. They hated such little white faces the most. Naruto looked at them like an idiot. To be honest, he didn't bother to get to know these gangsters in general, but the good mood at this time had been destroyed by them, and it was really uncomfortable not to teach him a lesson. So, without waiting for them to say anything, Naruto stepped forward and said, get out of here now. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Seeing that Naruto wasn't afraid of them at all, the gangsters immediately shouted angrily, you brat is trying to find death. Hit me. A group of thugs rushed up, and Naruto was in a bad mood, and he didn't even bother to use magic, so he rushed up and punched them with his fists. Bang bang bang. After a few muffled noises, the gangsters were brought down by Naruto almost instantly. Hey, that's bad luck. He clapped his hands and took Lebi away. Only a few thugs were left screaming miserably. After finally arriving at the hotel, I wanted to open 2 rooms, but found that there was only one hotel left. Just when she was about to change her place to sleep, Lebi shook her head and said, forget it, it's good to have a rest. It's already so late, and if you go further, it will be dawn. Naruto had no choice but to agree when he heard it. In that case, it would be the same if he went back to sleep by himself. The two entered the room, and after Naruto thanked her again, he was about to leave. However, Lebi stepped forward to hold him and asked pitifully, Naruto, won't you stay with me? There is only one room, of course I have to go back to sleep. Naruto smiled slightly. But, can you accompany me? Lebi suddenly said to him with a sullen face. Naruto couldn't help being stunned for a moment, looking at her pink and tender cheeks. He only felt that she was extraordinarily attractive, and he hesitated for a while. The girls are so softly begging themselves, if they don't stay, will it be a little bad? Thinking like this, he had no choice but to nod his head and sit down on the chair in the room. Rebi was lying on the bed, and she didn't have any sleepiness, so she started chatting with Naruto. The two chatted about the past and the current guild, and they had a very happy chat. Ribi also asked about Naruto and Urza and their relationship with Lucy. She of 8 trigrams has always talked to Naruto, Urza and the others. The ambiguous relationship between Lucy and Mirage was very curious. Now that there is such a good opportunity, he didn't want to let it go, and kept asking. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat when she asked her. He couldn't think of Rebi's 8 trigrams, so he couldn't sit still. Just when he was about to flee, Lebi suddenly yawned, pulled Naruto's arm and said coquettishly, Naruto, I'm so sleepy, let's go to sleep. After speaking, she grabbed Naruto's arm, lay on the bed, and fell asleep with her head resting on his arm. Naruto was helpless, and he forgot the time while chatting with her, and the two of them were on the bed at some point. Fortunately, the bed was big enough, and Naruto pulled the quilt over the two of them, and he also held Lebi in his arms and entered the dream. Naruto had a dream. He dreamed that there was a small buttock in front of him. He was constantly swaying towards him, sending out that kind of silent temptation. Suddenly, the small pants wrapped around this small buttock. The trousers suddenly flew off, revealing the tender meat inside, and Naruto was immediately excited, and when he jumped up, he was ravaged by a frenzy. In the morning, Naruto woke up faintly. He suddenly found something strange under him, a little wet. He was startled suddenly, and suddenly felt something soft lying on his body. It was Lebi's body. Carefully lifting the quilt, Naruto couldn't help being stunned, only to see Lebi turned upside down at some point. Her head just aimed at Zai's lower body, and her cute little butt was lying on his chest. Two slender and delicate legs are standing on his shoulders. The posture is extremely ambiguous. 803. It's very small here. What's going on? Naruto couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a while. He found that when he raised his head slightly, his face was in the middle of the two tender legs, and a faint body fragrance entered his nose. It's deadly. Didn't Lebi sleep with her pillow on her yesterday? Luckily, Lebi was still wearing a pair of trousers. Although Naruto saw the pure white trousers at this time, he finally didn't see the contents clearly. However, this seems to be even more unbearable. Naruto's bottom suddenly stood up. The pants were wet and slippery. Could it be that after having a dream last night, I still had wet dreams? What a shame. At this time, he also found that Lebi's head was resting on his lower abdomen, and as soon as it hardened there, it immediately bulged high and propped it up against Lebi's jade face. Oh no. This time it's really going to be humiliating. Naruto was so embarrassed that he didn't even dare to move his body at this time. After looking at the time, he realized that it was 8 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Lebi groaned softly, and suddenly shrugged her cute little nose. She opened her eyes in a daze, and she seemed to smell a strange smell in her nose. ... Naruto stiffened, not moving. Then, Lebi opened her eyes and saw a big tent in front of her. The taste of obediently comes from here. She stretched out her little hand suspiciously and touched it. No. Naruto screamed in his heart. But Lebi just woke up. She didn't even know what was in front of her. Her hand quickly grabbed the bulge and squeezed it strangely, thinking it was Naruto's hand. It's hot, and it's so big. After Lebi pinched a few times, she finally stopped, and then her tender body also stiffened. Because she finally realized what it was. Lebi, you're awake. Naruto took the lead in saying hello after the two sides had been in such a stalemate for more than 10 seconds. Lebi opened her mouth sharply, and just as she was about to scream, Naruto covered her small mouth with his hand. Shish, don't yell, Naruto said nervously, straightening her body. Of shyness and embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Naruto let go of her. Lebi exhaled, her little face turned into Yuhi. Naruto, gang, I'm so sorry just now. She quickly apologized to Naruto. I accidentally played with his bottom. If Urza and the others knew about it, they would probably kill him, right? Well, I didn't expect to do such a shameful act. Really, Naruto must be troubled, right? The hardness and swelling degree of that thing, I couldn't hold it with one hand at all. I should say I'm sorry. Naruto thought that she might have smelled the smell of her wet dream, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Lebi was such an innocent little girl, but she let her touch something so evil. No, I'm sorry. I must have made Naruto very uncomfortable. Lebi was so anxious that she burst into tears. If I had known, I wouldn't have dragged you to chat, which made you become a mess here. So, she pointed to the underside of Naruto's bulging high, and said with a guilty face. This is Chinbo. Naruto exclaimed inwardly, but Lebi seemed to have misunderstood that it was caused by him, and for a while she was like a little girl who got into trouble, a little helpless. She knows that this is the reaction that a man will have when he is tempted by a woman. If you want to eliminate it, remember to use your mouth to suck out the drawing in the adult book Urza read, or use your own body to help him. Get it out. However, Lebi would definitely not dare to do this. On the one hand, she was shy and couldn't make such a big breakthrough. On the other hand, if Urza and the others knew that they had touched the person they liked, they would definitely die miserably. Okay, it doesn't matter, let's get up first. Naruto urgently needs to find a place to clean it, it's sticky and uncomfortable. Yuhi stared at Naruto's tent, not knowing what to do. He must be very distressed. It's all my fault. How to do? If I let him do this, I'd be very sorry. Rebi was entangled in her heart, and suddenly she bit Kiba and held down Naruto who was about to get up. Naruto froze for a moment. Then he saw Lebi suddenly lying on top of him. Yuhi's face was dizzy, and he said shyly, Naruto, let me help you solve it. After she finished speaking, she reached out to Naruto's pants with trembling hands, and then took them off. Hey, Naruto was shocked, and before he had time to say anything, the tent was lifted, revealing the behemoth inside. A strange smell spread out. Lebi frowned, but after she bit Kiba slightly, she still firmly opened her small mouth and swallowed it. Oh! Naruto almost jumped up. This is really cool enough. Lebi's small mouth is soft, and the tongue has a special friction, which makes people want to die. At this time, Naruto had no time to stop her from such a crazy move, only to lie there and let her nibble on himself. Lebi was also confused by this strange smell, and she didn't know what she was doing. She bit Naruto hard with instinct, and her face could not help but burst into waves Yuhi, and even the root of her neck was Yuhi. Through. Moreover, she didn't dare to open her eyes to see what was in her mouth now. However, Lebi suddenly felt a strange excitement in her heart, and found that Naruto's food was simply getting better and better, and it was the same that she would never have enough. With a dangling expression, a pair of big eyes also quietly opened a gap, which was full of water and light. I don't know how long it took. Naruto finally burst out in her mouth, and a strong essence of life was sprayed into her small mouth and deep in her throat. Rebi woke up with a start, coughing violently. After a long time, she asked softly, Naruto, are you feeling well now? Naruto was so cool, he didn't expect that a pure girl like Lebi would be so lewd. When he was slutty, the flame in his heart was ignited, and when he looked at her weak appearance, he suddenly felt in his heart. There is an urge to ravage her well. Comfortable is comfortable, but, Leb, you are feeling very uncomfortable right now, right? Naruto asked, looking at her panting and her legs weak. I'm nothing. Rebi lowered her head, because she let Naruto ejaculate and ate his stuff, which made her feel guilty for doing something wrong. Now where will other requirements be made? However, Naruto couldn't help but want to tease her when he saw her forced appearance. He grabbed Lebi's arm and said with a smile, this is not good, you made me comfortable just now, I should make you comfortable now. Before Rebi could react, Naruto tore off the dress she had been wearing when she slept, revealing the little white underwear inside. Yeah, don't look at it. Lebi was so ashamed that she turned to Yuhi. Her little hands didn't stop Naruto, but tightly protected her chest. Here, it's very small here, she said with some inferiority. 804. Spoil. Naruto stretched out her two small hands to expose her chest. The small and exquisite place was actually not small, but it was incomparable to those of Lucy and Urza. It's just that Lebi's body is relatively petite, so her breasts seem to be a little small. Of course, in Naruto's view, Lebi's small pair of crispy breasts are still in line with the proportion of her entire body. It should be said it's not big or small, just right. Next, Naruto lowered his head and bit her white hood with his mouth, and a pair of delicate and fair little jade rabbits jumped out, opened his mouth, and entered. Lebi let out a seductive moan, which matched her entire delicate body. Trembling. Oh, Naruto, don't. It's so itchy. She struggled gently, but a pair of tender lotus-like jade arms had already hooked Naruto's neck, raised her head, and opened her small mouth slightly. The child let out bursts of groans. Naruto tasted her delicious body recklessly, and gradually his lips slid down to her flat belly, and directly drilled into her jade valley. I don't know how long it took. Levi was dizzy and Yuhi packed up the clothes on the bed. Looking at the bright yin Yuhi on the sheets, her eyes showed a complicated look. What should I do? My body was taken away by Naruto, and I felt so comfortable just now, as if the whole person was about to ascend to the sky, and I was already his woman. However, will he still have the opportunity to do these shameful things with him in the future? Giving her body to him, Levi didn't regret it at all. She was very happy and sweet in her heart, and hoped that Tenten could get his favor, that wonderful feeling, although it hurts, but after that it made people extremely sold. Naruto, can I be like this with you again in the future? After finally getting dressed, Yuhi asked in a coquettish voice. Naruto frowned. Ribi couldn't help but jump. Did Naruto think he was too much? That's right, it's extremely rare for a man as good as him to have a good time with him. Why do you need so many demands? There was a sudden sense of loss in Rebi's heart. However, after Naruto frowned, he gently cupped her face with his hands, kissed her forehead lightly, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, you are already my woman, you don't need to ask such a question, do you understand? As long as you want, I will be satisfied with you." Lebi was stunned for a moment, her eyes couldn't help showing a burst of joy. Really, Naruto, you are so good. Lebi shouted excitedly, and threw herself into his arms. Naruto hugged her delicate body and smiled slightly. Although Lebi's body is petite, she is already fully developed anyway. When making love with her, he can clearly feel her tenderness and the incomparably tight and smooth feeling underneath. How could he be willing to let her go? The two continued to linger for a while before finally leaving the hotel together. At this time, Lebi had returned to her previous appearance. Although there was still a hint of springtide on her face, but if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell, so the two decided to go to the guild. And Naruto read the book she helped translate yesterday. It is a very useful thing for him to read more ancient books. Days passed by 10:10. Naruto had almost read through most of the books in the Fairy Tale Guild, and if he came across something he couldn't understand, he would ask Ribi for help, and she was very happy. On this day, Naruto found a book in the library that recorded a story more than 400 years ago. This book was left by a race that had already perished. Those special words gave Naruto a headache. So, he is now asking Rib to help translate. The library was silent for a while, and Naruto looked at Lebi lying on the floor, wearing a pair of glasses and translating carefully, and thought it was simply beautiful. The short skirt covered her white thighs, and because of her petite buttocks, the edge of the plaid skirt almost exceeded the gap between her buttocks, revealing the white trousers inside. At this moment, Lebi was carefully studying, while gently swaying her hips, looking calm and absorbed. Her chest in front of her drooped down, and when viewed from the side, it was actually not small. Naruto watched from the side and felt that she was extraordinarily seductive, so he could not help walking over slowly, and before she could react, he hugged her small delicate body from behind. "Yeah, Naruto, what are you doing?" After being disturbed, Lebi couldn't help but startled. She looked back at him and said coquettishly, "I'm studying the text, don't move." Naruto smiled. "Rebi, I suddenly want it." "Ah." Lebi couldn't help but be startled. Then Yuhi's face was dazed, and she muttered in a thin voice, "But, they are doing research. How's the evening? I'll do whatever you want at night." Except for the first time last time, Lebi had never done it with him again. At this time, when Naruto said this, she suddenly wanted it. The so-called taste of the marrow, the girl who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time is most full of desire. Naruto saw that her face was full of red. How could she hold back? Anyway, Lebi was already his own woman, and it was okay to play a little trick every now and then. Thinking like this, he put his lips together and whispered in her ear, "Lebi, don't move like this, you can study yours, and leave the rest to me." Lebi was stunned, not knowing what Naruto was going to do, but the next moment, she couldn't help exclaiming, because Naruto's hands suddenly climbed up on her pair of little white rabbits that were hanging slightly and gently knead it. Naruto, how can I study it like this? It's annoying, it's so itchy. Leibi's delicate body twisted slightly, and a strange feeling of numbness from her chest made her she couldn't concentrate. How to do research. Naruto is so bad. 805. Sign the contract. However, Naruto didn't stop because of this. He smiled and said, Rebi, this is also a test for you. If you can still study under this situation, your magic and research ability must be there will be great progress. Quote. Really, Naruto, you are clearly playing tricks on me. Rebi Yuhi shouted with dissatisfaction, but she found that she was very happy in her heart. Being treated like this by Naruto, she has a kind of soul the feeling of flying. Gradually, Naruto's hands were no longer satisfied with being outside, and suddenly slipped quietly into the inside of her clothes, lifted the cover inside, and grabbed one in each hand. You messed up my clothes. Lebi twisted her waist and looked back at him with watery eyes. It's alright, I'll sort it out for you later. Naruto played recklessly, and the feeling in his hand was infinitely beautiful. At this moment, there was a footstep sound outside the library, and when Lebi heard it, she was shocked and shouted, Naruto, hurry up, reach out. Someone is coming. Naruto sensed it carefully, stretched out his hand, and after a while, a person walked into the library. It was Biska. She also happened to come in to read a book. It's just that she didn't see Naruto and Rebi hiding in the corner of the bookshelf. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, and regardless of the fact that Biska was not far in front, he reached out and slipped into Rebi's clothes again and started to play. Rebi was attacked again, so she couldn't help but opened her mouth and exclaimed, but she immediately blocked her own mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming, for fear of any movement here. Discovered by Biska. In fact, Naruto had already set up a small barrier near him and Rebi to wrap him and her, so even if Biska walked in front of him, he would definitely not be able to see it. Seeing her nervous look, Naruto couldn't help but want to tease her. He suddenly withdrew his hand, then lifted up her plaid skirt at once, hooked his fingers, and quickly took off her panties. All of a sudden it faded to the thigh. Naruto, what are you doing, Naruto? Lebi exclaimed, her face full of nervousness, but her voice was low and urgent. Naruto was very interested. Seeing how nervous she was, he took out his belongings and slammed them all in from behind. Lebi raised her head sharply, and her petite body was pushed forward by Naruto, almost hitting the bookshelf. Touch the deepest. Lebi opened her small mouth and was almost suffocated by this sudden sense of fulfillment. At this moment, she was completely out of her mind, and she held her head up for a long time without returning to her senses. Buttocks from behind her. No, Naruto, yes, it will be discovered. It's so comfortable, Rebi whimpered in an extremely small voice while covering her small mouth. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and she didn't know whether it was because she was about to cry or she couldn't control it because she was too comfortable. Biska was reading a book not far away. Because of the barrier, she didn't realize that there was a battle between Rebi and Naruto not far from her. Lebi's face is full of ecstasy. Where is there time to do research? With Naruto's constant impact, her body soon couldn't hold it up anymore. Her hands could no longer support her body, and she lay on the ground softly. Softened down. This state has been going on for dozens of minutes, and Lebi has reached the peak 3 times in a row before stopping. At this time, Biska finally went out. Lebi sat on Naruto's body incomparably, and said in a sullen voice, Naruto, you believe me. It's so abhorrent, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Time. Naruto smiled, who is too tempting. I can't help it. Rebi looked engrossed in reading a book, exuding that intellectual aura, which really made people want to be ravaged. When he got home in the evening, Naruto still reminisced about the feeling of having sex with Lebi in the library. He found that when Lebi was extremely nervous, it was so tight that he couldn't speak, it was so comfortable. It seems that I will have to play a little more tricks in the future. Anyway, it's your own woman, you have to know how to enjoy it. Why did you come back so late? As soon as Naruto entered the door, Angel's voice rang in his ears. She came over yawning with a boring look on her face. I'm bored these days. Naruto, come up with something for me to do. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, you have no right to mention this now. Compared to sitting in prison, I am definitely more comfortable. After getting along for the past few days, Angier is also very well behaved. She seems to be obedient in everything, and she also listens to her own words, but the more this is, the more bad Naruto feels. If all this is really pretending as you guessed, then this woman is too scary. This can be elected actor awe. After listening to Naruto's words, Angela couldn't help but pouted quietly, sighed faintly, and then went back to the room. Naruto sat down on the sofa, and after eating some fruit on the table, a flash of light suddenly flashed around him. Naruto! A crisp voice sounded in his ears, and at the same time a white jade hand was placed on his shoulder. Naruto turned around and saw a blonde woman with glasses sitting beside him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Loki. Naruto was startled. This guy actually came out by himself. What? Are you not welcome? I'm your Protoss, but you are so incompetent. You didn't summon me for so long. I'm almost suffocated in the Protoss. Loki complained on the road. Naruto hurriedly sat next to her, leaving her body out of her range. This terrifying asexual person, Naruto has a hard time treating her as a woman now. No matter what, she feels like a she-male. 806. Exception. I'm just wondering why you can run out by yourself, it's so casual, Naruto said helplessly. Hey, I can come to this world through my own magic power. Loki saw Naruto move away a little, and immediately gave him a dissatisfied look, then leaned over and said with a smile, speaking of Naruto, that Anja actually lives with you, what would happen if Urza and the others knew about this? Quote. Naruto looked at her and suddenly said, if you dare to talk too much, be careful I will kill you. Just kidding. Really, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and it's not bad for a strong man like you to have several women at the same time. Loki winked at him and said, Angel Zungjin is also a star spirit wizard, but I can't feel the power in her at all. Did you do something wrong? Well, she is one of the 6 demons, and her power was sealed by me as early as the first time we met. Naruto said lightly. Tisk tisk, what a ruthless man. Girls are used to protect them. Even if Angier is the general of the 6 demons, we have to touch them with the hearts of men. Really, you don't understand Lianxiangshiyu. Now, I'll teach you some methods, I'm sure you will be able to keep all women in check. Loki reached for his glasses, chattering about her experience. Naruto heard sweat on his forehead. This guy is really scary. A pair of glasses girl's body, with deodorant on his body, and what he said was all macho things. What's the matter? Don't you believe this guy? Loki smiled and said, if you don't believe me, you can test me first. As long as this is the case, women will feel it. After speaking, Loki grabbed Naruto's palm, pinched a bulge on his chest with 2 of his fingers, and turned it gently. Loki couldn't help but let out a slight moan, and his chest suddenly became even more bulging. It's like this. You see, I sacrificed my body to teach you. Don't tell me you still don't understand. Loki put down Naruto's hand and said with a slight yuhi dizziness on his face. Naruto couldn't help shivering, goosebumps all over his body. Although Loki's body was plump and felt very soft, but his heart was a man's psychology, it was really unbearable to do this. I don't have any thoughts about Angier. Your things are completely useless now. Naruto's hand still had the feeling when he touched her body just now, and he said hurriedly. Are you telling the truth? If that's the case, leave her to me. I'll help you train her well. Loki's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help laughing evilly. Although I'm a woman's body now, but I have 100 ways to make other women happy. Naruto was speechless. If you dare to do that, I'll kill you. he said fiercely to Loki. Quote. Okay, I'm joking with you. Really, I can't even make a joke. Loki waved his hand and sighed when he saw that Naruto was really angry. You didn't come here just to tell me these things, did you? Naruto said after seeing that she finally stopped saying those words that made her sweat cold. I really have something to do with you. Loki nodded and said, about the few golden keys in your hand, Gemini, Sasori and Aries. The owners of these 3 keys are now being held because of their magic power. Because of your seal, the contract can already be lifted, so they asked me to come over to discuss it with you and plan to sign a contract with you. Quote. With me. Naruto couldn't help but look startled when he heard the words. He originally wanted to give these 3 keys to Lucy. Yeah, Aries told me about you and said that she liked your performance that day, so she really wanted to sign a contract with you. Loki winked at him. Naruto couldn't help thinking of the day when Angier summoned Aries to please him with his body, but he was rejected by his own words and repaired Angier severely. I didn't expect that Aries would have a good impression of him because of this. Would he want to sign a contract with himself? But what about the other 2 Protoss? Oh, they think you're pretty good too, so go with Aries but be your Protoss. Well, you want to be my Protoss, but I hardly ever use the power of Protoss, so I think it's better to leave these 3 keys to Lucy. Naruto pondered. This can't be done. Protoss has already identified you. If you push them to others, they will be very sad, especially Aries, she will worship you very much. Loki shook his head and said. Naruto couldn't help sweating, and he had never heard of a hard fortress being a star spirit for others. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it. No matter how many Protoss he signed, it would have no effect on him. After a few simple procedures, Naruto signed a contract with Sasori, Gemini and Aries respectively. Among them, Naruto appreciates Gemini's ability very much. Moreover, because of Naruto's own magic power, these Protoss in the power in his hands has also become stronger. Gemini can copy almost anyone these days. Therefore, Naruto felt that he really did not waste his energy. After getting to know them separately, leaving Aries and Loki in Naruto's house. Aries is very nervous. She is very excited to be able to sign a contract with Naruto. Until now her small face still looks like Yuhi. She knew that Angel was in the room, so she went back soon after staying here for a while. When Loki also returned, Naruto had time to rest. However, he has only now discovered that his room has been occupied by Angier. After being stunned, he had to knock on the door. Angel, are you asleep? No, Angel's voice came. Then your bed is on the sofa in the living room, this is my room. Naruto said, even though the other party was the 6 demons, but Naruto actually let a girl come out to sleep on the sofa, which is really inappropriate. However, after Angier was silent for a while, she opened the door, and she looked at Naruto with a pitiful look in only one pajamas. Okay, then I'll go to sleep on the sofa. Forget it, you'd better sleep in my bed. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll sleep on the sofa. Seeing that she had changed into her pajamas, Naruto could only say that after opening his mouth. Thank you, Angela thanked him. So, this night, Naruto could only sleep on the sofa. Of course, if he insisted on Angier coming out to sleep on the sofa, it would be fine, but if he did that, it would be too much. At least it's good now. So, Naruto slept on the sofa where Angier had slept at night, smelling the mat that still carried her body fragrance, and gradually fell asleep. However, just when Naruto was sleeping, Angier in his room suddenly opened her eyes. A strange look flashed in her eyes. She lifted the quilt, quietly got out of bed, and came to the living room. 807. Hate. Equals 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 equals. ABC Amber CHM Converter 7.37. Trial version. equals 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 808. Stupid. Equals 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 ABC Amber CHM Converter 7.37. Trial version. Equals 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 809. Plan. Urza hid in the bathroom and did not dare to come out again. After a long time, she finally finished the bath slowly and had to face this terrifying fact. When she came to the bedroom, she found that Naruto had put the adult magazine aside and was not reading it. Naruto, Naruto, Urza bowed her head. Yuhi grimaced, speaking to him in such a weak tone for the first time. A girl who reads lust magazines will definitely not please men, right? However, this kind of thing is very normal. I don't say everything in this dormitory, but half of the people will watch it, right? However, Urza also knew that once someone found out, it would be miserable. In particular, it is still seen by the people you like, and your image in the eyes of others will be ruined all of a sudden. She sat on the bed and saw that she lowered her head and dared not look at Naruto. Naruto also sat on the edge of the bed, watching Urza come out with her underwear already changed, and a large nightgown outside. The nightgown draped softly over her body, fully highlighting her beautiful figure. You've washed it, then it's up to me. Naruto smiled lightly and walked out of the room. Urza couldn't help but be taken aback. Is there any problem? I really want to stay tonight. Naruto said back. What if I'm found out? Urza couldn't help panicking. She thought Naruto was just joking, and she would go back when she came here to play casually. I didn't expect that he really wanted to stay, so what happened next? Thinking of that kind of thing, Urza's jade face instantly turned into Yuhi. How to do? Naruto must have wanted to do that kind of thing with himself. It's really comfortable, but this is a dormitory. If you don't pay attention, the sound will be heard by the people next door. If someone else finds out by then, the guild will explode the next day. Urza felt both anxiety and anticipation in her heart. On the one hand, she was afraid of being smashed by others. On the other hand, she longed to be favored by Naruto and enjoy the feeling of flying out of the sky. After a while, Naruto finally came out of the bathroom. He was actually naked, just wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing this, Urza couldn't help but give him a blank look. Naruto, you don't even have a change of clothes. Hey, it's alright, I'll go home and change it tomorrow. Now let's have a good time. Naruto jumped on the bed directly, pressing Urza under him by the way. Without too much language, Naruto entered directly and gently. Urza quietly opened her small mouth and whispered at the same time, okay, it's big. They already experienced it once, why are you still not used to it? Naruto whispered in her ear. No, it hasn't been like this for a long time. Urza turned her face away, preventing him from seeing her eyes full of spring. I remember less than 10 days ago, have you missed me for so many days? Naruto moved slightly. Well. Elsa let out a muffled moan in her throat, once again realizing this wonderful feeling of being enriched. Elsa's whole body became excited. However, she soon realized a problem and couldn't help but ask, Naruto, is the door closed? I forgot to close the door. Yeah, then go to the gate. Someone might come over at this time. Urza was so nervous that she wanted to push her away. It rises and sinks very quickly. Hello. Don't be like this. You are enough for me. So deep. Urza pushed and refused, but was deeply captured by Naruto. The struggle became weaker and weaker. until finally, she was lying under Naruto with her face full of tears. Her long legs were spread wide, and Naruto had no strength all over her body, only a strange electric current flowed one after another over the body. She has no time to care whether the door is closed or not. At this moment, she is completely lost in this wonderful feeling. Fortunately, no one came to find Erza that night, and Naruto had already set up a barrier in her room. Not only could people outside be unable to come in, but they could also see and hear what was inside. Therefore, Naruto kept tossing Erza until 1 or 2 in the middle of the night, before he fell asleep peacefully with her arms around her, and Erza was already so tired that she fell asleep in Naruto's arms. At Naruto's house, Angier fell asleep on his bed early after knowing that Naruto would not come back. These days, Naruto seems to be staying home at night. Although she didn't dare to say anything, she was still a little worried. If he had a woman, he wouldn't have a chance. Lying on the bed, she could not help but secretly plan. If you want to capture Naruto's heart, you have to be by his side all the time, and now he is spending less and less time at home, which is not acceptable. Moreover, maintaining such a relationship all the time is really not an option, so there must be a breakthrough. The next night, Naruto returned home, because he spent the night in Arusa's room yesterday, but Lucy hadn't been there for a long time, so he planned to go to her place to comfort her. After a hurried dinner, Naruto said to Angier, "I won't be back tonight, you can do whatever you want." Angie was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect Naruto to go out again. Now she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It seemed that she hadn't been close to him very much in the past few days, so she had to keep him today. Thinking like this, she suddenly bent down and said, "Naruto, I'm a little uncomfortable." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment. He glanced at Angier strangely, stopped and turned around and asked, "What's going on?" Angier covered her stomach with her hands. A trace of cold sweat broke out on her face, and she groaned slightly in pain. Seeing Naruto coming, she couldn't help but reach out and grab Naruto's arm, leaning softly and weakly against Naruto's arm. On his body, he begged in a soft tone, "Naruto, can you help me into the room? Please. I can't move." 810. Did it all over again. Naruto was a little confused by Angel's request, but after frowning slightly, he stepped forward to support her and led her into the room. However, as soon as she entered the room, Angie's feet suddenly softened, her whole body fell into Naruto's arms. Yuhi's face was dizzy, and her chest heaved up and down rapidly. "What's wrong?" Naruto couldn't help asking when she saw that she was a little different. My body is very uncomfortable, and my stomach hurts," Angela said in a low voice. "Did he eat something unclean?" Naruto asked involuntarily, and at the same time he used a trace of magic power to penetrate into her body, and after a closer inspection, there was nothing abnormal in her body. I don't know, anyway, I'm so uncomfortable right now," Angela said weakly, leaning on Naruto's shoulder. Her figure is quite good, with bumps and bumps, her skin is white and delicate as water tofu, and her body proportions are just right. It can be said that she is a very standard little beauty. However, Naruto was only stunned for a moment, then immediately recovered, and then used a force of life to turn around in her body, and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Angela suddenly felt a cool and soothing force flowing into her body. At this moment, every cell in her body seemed to be glowing with a strange vitality, becoming joyful, and she suddenly became full of energy. However, in order to continue to disguise, she still clutched her stomach and cried, "All right, it still hurts." Angela was holding it while leaning against his arm tightly. Naruto put his hand on her smooth lower abdomen, a faint green light appeared, and used medical ninjutsu to examine her well. After a while, Naruto's frowning brows gradually loosened. He found that her body was very good, the organs in her body were also very energetic, and there was no toxin or disharmony. After all this was checked, Naruto finally understood that there was only one result, and that was this guy pretending to be sick. Why is it like this? Naruto lowered his head and saw her face turned Yuhi, her delicate body leaning against him, and a smile appeared on her face. This girl, interesting, is she trying to design herself on purpose? Although I don't know what she's going to do, but deliberately pretending to be sick must be for some bad purpose, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile lightly. If your stomach hurts, just rest for a while, maybe it will be better in a while. I won't go out for now, I'll be here with you. And Ja was stunned for a moment, her eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of joy, and then she nodded with a slight Yuhi face. Well, thank you, Naruto. Since you want to play with you and see what tricks you want to play. Naruto laughed secretly. Originally, I wanted to go to Luce's side, but now that Angela has gradually revealed her fox's tail, it's okay to play with her. Thinking like this, Naruto helped her sit down on the edge of the bed. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Angie suddenly grabbed his arm and looked up at him. Naruto, can you sit next to me? After Naruto was stunned for a while, he nodded and agreed, yes. Then, he also sat on the edge of the bed. And Jair stretched out her arm, lightly grabbed onto his shoulders, and then leaned her slightly Yuhi jade face against Naruto, and said softly, Naruto, I think it will be a little better to lean on you like this. It's 1 o'clock. Really? Naruto smiled slightly, looking at her with a warm look on her face. She was a little confused. What did she want to do? These days, when I think about how bad I was in the past, I get very scared, I tremble with fear, and I feel like no one can accept me anymore. Naruto, when I'm by your side, I feel a little warmth. As long as I lean on you like this, I will feel much better. Angier said in a faint tone. Naruto's arms slowly wrapped around her fragrant shoulders and said softly, although you have made many mistakes in the past, as long as you can really change your mind, I can forgive you, and everyone can forgive you, so you don't have to think about anything else. As he said this, he already understood Angier's plan. Does she want to have sympathy and affection for her? It's really deceiving, it's really flawless. Naruto was very angry, but at this time he suppressed his anger and said, Angie, as long as you truly regret it, I can make you do it all over again. Naruto's words made Angela startled. She couldn't help but look up into Naruto's eyes, but found that she couldn't see through the man's thoughts at all. There seemed to be layers of mist in his blue pupils, but there was a firm and bright light in them. Looking at him, Angie's mind suddenly became dazed. This man was really hard to see. As a super strong man, he doesn't have the slightest air of being a strong man. As a man, he is really very lustful, because she has seen him and the girls intimately and ambiguous, even not going home for several days and nights, but she is indifferent to such a beautiful woman at home. At this time, Naruto looked directly at Angier, and Jair came back to her senses. Her heart suddenly became a little flustered, and everything that was originally planned was messed up. Because her heart is messed up. She didn't know what to do next, because she suddenly felt that this man was not hateful. He could take time to comfort an enemy like himself. He could treat and examine his pain, and this man was too delicate and considerate, even though he was an enemy, and he let himself sleep on his bed, while he himself only slept on the sofa. Looking back on all this now, Angela was surprised to find that she had never experienced it before. In a blink of an eye, she suddenly realized that she did not reject such a life. Naruto, can I really do it all over again? Unconsciously, Angela suddenly murmured and asked. 811. Sorrow. Naruto smiled and said, as long as you are sincere, anything can be achieved. Really? Angela asked in disbelief. Of course, after doing something wrong, as long as you correct it and apologize sincerely, everyone will forgive you. After hearing this, Angela suddenly lowered her head, and Naruto's words echoed in her ears for a long time. Does he really think so? If I give up the plan and become a real amnesia, will I get his approval from now on? However, there was another voice echoing in Angel's mind. No, you are just a bad guy in the Dark Guild. What qualifications do you have? You are different from him. You are a fallen angel standing in a dark corner. he is a 10 holy wizard bathed in sunlight. The two are walking very different paths. At this moment, Naruto's voice suddenly sounded, "Angier, are you feeling better?" Hearing this voice, Angier recovered from her thoughts. She slowly shook her head. "It's still a little uncomfortable, can you let me continue like this for a while?" For some reason, she made this request again. "Didn't you already plan to abandon the plan? Why do you keep pestering him so shamelessly? It seems that he is still a bad person, and the habits of bad people can't be changed." She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although Naruto didn't know what she was thinking, he could see that Angier became a little strange at this moment, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Angier leaned against Naruto like this, struggling constantly in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, when she woke up, she was already lying on the bed, and there was no one around, and Naruto was no longer there. "Are you actually asleep?" Looking outside, it was already dark. It seemed that a long time had passed, but it was not yet dawn. She quietly walked out of the bedroom and went to the living room to look around, but did not find Naruto's figure, which made her heart suddenly feel a deep sense of loss. It seems that he went out again. He didn't return home at night. Where did he sleep at night? Or in another woman's bed? After a few days of peaceful life, Naruto studied the ancient magic book while dealing with Elsa, Lucy and Ribi. Although very comfortable, but in a few days, such days will come to an end. Because, Naruto on this day finally found a passage from a book about Jareth, about the chaotic world that belonged to Jareth for hundreds of years. The most primitive power. And Jareth is the ancestor who created this great magical world. He divided the power of chaos into various attributes. For such a character, Naruto is quite looking forward to seeing him. However, this book also records an introduction to the power of chaos, as well as some events in this historical period of chaos, as well as the magic of the One. That is, the magic of returning to the source. In Naruto's mind, this may be the magic used by the power of chaos. Therefore, Naruto decided to search for the magic of One from now on. He also read some information from books before. Some people in this world are born with such magic power in their bodies, and some people also have this kind of magic power. Learn something about the power of chaos. What? Naruto, are you going to travel around the world? Everyone in the guild exclaimed when Naruto told Urza and the others about this decision. As before, Naruto might not come back for several years once he goes. This incident greatly disappointed Elsa, Lucy and Reeb. The three of them had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. How could they be separated from Naruto? When Naruto announced the news in front of everyone, although they didn't say anything, their hearts were filled with bitterness. "Naruto, when will you be back?" they asked. "I'm going to look for something. The time is still uncertain, but I will tell everyone about some things when the time comes." Naruto glanced at everyone and said, his eyes were on Urza, Lucy, Mirage, Rebi, Juvia, Kana, Bisca and others crossed. "When are you leaving?" they asked again. "Tomorrow." "Ooh, Lord Naruto, what am I going to do when you're gone?" Juvia suddenly burst into tears, and the rain fell from the top of her head. Seeing her heartbroken look, Naruto shook his head helplessly, and suddenly felt a little reluctant in his heart. "Now I just leave to go to other places, and I am a little nostalgic for this place. Once I leave this world and return to other worlds in the future, will I feel more reluctant to bear it?" He couldn't let go of everything here, but at the same time, the other worlds couldn't let go. Naruto felt that he was a fulfillment of time and space, and even he himself did not know where the next stop was. However, he is not willing to go on like this. He wants to find the power to control time and space. As long as he gets this power, he can travel through time and space in the world at will, and go where he wants to go. That night, when Naruto was going to find Urza, Lucy, and Reeb respectively, Juvia was secretly following him. Not only that, in addition to Juvia, several other familiar auras also stayed not far away. Mirage, Kana, Bisca, Wendy. Naruto knows that they are all reluctant to bear their own. What a bunch of cute girls. However, there are things he has to do, and he can't stay here. For the sake of a better life in the future, he can only endure a little bit now. I am sorry everyone. Naruto murmured, and his figure disappeared into the depths of the night. Back home, Naruto sat on the sofa thinking for a long time. Some things must be told to them, but he suddenly felt that once the door of time and space is opened, how should he tell them? 812. Disappeared. The next day, Naruto took the line Lee and came to the guild to say goodbye to everyone. Last night, he had already told Angela that he was going to leave, and let her decide whether to stay or go at will. When Angie heard this, she was also greatly shocked, because Naruto's request to leave was too sudden, without any warning. This made her mood extremely complicated, and she had no idea for a while, but in the end she had no way to stop him, so she could only give up. At this time, after everyone said goodbye in Naruto, everyone was very reluctant, especially the girls. Mirage and Juvia even started to cry. Really, you are like this, how can I go? Naruto came to them, wiped the tears on their faces and said helplessly. But people just can't bear it. Juvia pulled Naruto's corner of his shirt. Lord Naruto, can I go with you? Naruto smiled wryly and shook his head. I'm not really traveling, I don't even know what danger I'm doing, and it will be inconvenient to take you with me at that time, so I'm really sorry, Juvia. Hearing this, the expressions of several other girls who also had such thoughts all darkened. Parting is always sad, for Naruto, but also for Urza and the others. Therefore, Naruto didn't stay too long. After saying goodbye, he left in a hurry, no longer looking back to see their figures. After walking a long way, Naruto sighed faintly and said to a road ahead, I found out that you were not at home this morning, and I had a hunch, do you want to leave with me? As soon as the words fell, a figure quietly walked out from the street corner in front of her, wearing a white dress, a white shawl with soft hair, and a trace of reluctance on her innocent face. She nodded. Naruto shook his head and said firmly, I can't take you with me. Angie's body trembled, and Naruto's firm voice made her heart feel empty and empty. Her strength was sealed, she was penniless, and she had no precautions. It was really dangerous for a weak girl like herself to survive alone. Is this man really going to leave himself behind? What should I do after that? Angela found herself unable to leave Naruto after living with Naruto for a while. Naruto's sudden farewell made her lose all sense of security at once. The look on Naruto's face softened slightly, and he also felt that it was inappropriate for him to leave a girl like her. This girl has her own intentions for herself. Strictly speaking, she is her own enemy. Even if she leaves her, there is no problem, but when she thinks that her whole body's strength has been sealed by herself, she can't bear it. After all, the two also lived in peace for a while. Naruto is not hard-hearted. After reaching the city's station, Naruto also found that Angel was following him. He frowned slightly. This girl is really dead and can't go. Naruto turned around, and a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Snapped. A hand knife. Before she could react, the person was knocked unconscious. As soon as she stretched out her hand, her soft body fell into her arms. Then he made another seal, separated a clone from his body, handed Angel over to the clone, and asked him to take her away. He didn't want Angel to disrupt his plans. However, not long after the clone left, Naruto suddenly noticed a strange fluctuation in the sky, and this fluctuation was encircling the entire surrounding area with an extremely powerful rhythm. This is the fluctuation of space. Naruto was slightly taken aback. Looking up, a gray energy Uzumaki swept in the sky, accompanied by a violent wind and dark cloud lightning. Only in an instant, the originally clear sky changed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, before the people in the city could react, this strong fluctuation swept the entire area. At this moment, the tumultuous spatial fluctuations covered the entire city. With Naruto among them, he was the first to react, stretched out a huge barrier, and immediately protected himself. Then, there was a violent vibration around, and the whole earth was shaking. Naruto stood in the barrier, surrounded by gray, the whole city was shrouded in it. After a long time, Naruto untied the barrier, and everything around was presented in front of him. Only the streets, buildings, and everything in front of him disappeared, and only a piece of newly turned soil remained in place. Naruto couldn't help being astonished. What exactly is going on? The whole score disappeared in an instant. Where does this level of power come from? Could it be that there is some extremely powerful guy in the sky? The power of that space actually destroyed the entire city in an instant. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem, and the next moment his figure flashed and rushed to the place where Fairy Tail was. A few minutes later, the face of Naruto, who arrived here at the fastest speed, changed drastically. Because even the entire guild of Fairy Tail disappeared. So, everyone in the guild before was destroyed. Naruto couldn't help but suffocate. He had no such mental preparation at all. In an instant, the entire city disappeared, and the guild also disappeared. And everyone is gone. Urza, Lucy, Reed, Mirage. Are they all destroyed? What the hell is going on here? Naruto exuded a monstrous aura. Which guy did such a thing? Even if he is a god, let him be broken into pieces. The anger that filled his heart almost drowned him, and it was also extremely regretful. If you don't leave today, the guild will have its own protection, and at least some people will survive, but people are not as good as the sky. Such an accident happened too suddenly, and there is no chance for people to react. At this moment, Naruto's heart is like a knife twisted. 813. Edris. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He was wearing a long cloak and carrying various magical weapons on his back. Mist Gang. Naruto couldn't help but feel strange. At this moment, several more figures climbed up from the side. Natsu, Wendy, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is going on? After Natsu and Wendy stood up, they also looked puzzled. When they saw everything around them, they all stood there with their mouths open. This fact is totally unacceptable. At this moment, Mist Gang had come over. He came to everyone and said, "Don't worry, this is the phenomenon of the soul. Everyone was not destroyed and disappeared, but was absorbed into another by the power of the soul. The world." What? Another world? Naruto was shocked when he heard this sentence. Mist Gang, do you know the existence of another world? Yes, Naruto. Mist Gang looked at him solemnly and said, you may be a little bit incomprehensible, but in addition to our world, there is another world that exists. A huge surprise rose in Naruto's heart. Another world. There is a different world. I thought I could only study the existence of other worlds by myself in this world, but I didn't expect that another world came to me. That being said, not only did Urza and the others not die, but he also encountered a road to another world. Soul. Thankfully, Mist Gang actually knew about this kind of thing. Who the hell is this guy? Naruto looked at him suspiciously. He had never seen this guy a few times, but every time he saw him, he found that he would use sleep magic to put everyone to sleep. Of course, Naruto didn't fall asleep, but to him the behavior is very puzzled. This is still a mysterious guy. Wendy and Natsu were also overjoyed when they heard the news, but they were puzzled again. Why are everyone being sucked out, and we have nothing to do? Not only that, Hubby beside Natsu and Shalulu beside Wendy were all fine. Hearing this question, Mist Gang turned his gaze to Naruto and pleaded, Naruto, the power of this soul has no effect on the Dragon Slayer magician, so you have not been absorbed into it. However, I think the appearance of the soul is not accidental, but the work of another world, so now, I can only ask you to go to that world and find out this secret. Okay, leave this to us. Naruto nodded, and he looked into the sky, where the spatial fluctuations had not disappeared. Mist Gang took out a bottle of strange medicine from his body, took out 3 of them and gave them to Naruto, Natsu and Wendy, and said, Eat this thing, it will be useful in the world over there. Now, Soul, your power has not disappeared. As long as you have hubby and Shalulu flying to the sky with you, you can go to that other world. When Naruto heard it, although he didn't know why this guy knew so much, he could only trust him now, at least according to what he said, there might be hope. The next moment, the three of Naruto swallowed the pills in one bite. Shalulu and hubby took Wendy and Natsu with them, and Naruto rushed into the sky with a whistle. Naruto could clearly feel the waves of space fluctuations flowing by him, but he also felt that the power of such space fluctuations was not strong, and it was far from the power he experienced when he first came to this world. Then, a burst of white light flashed past, and the world around him really changed. Even Naruto, who has experienced two worlds, can't help but be excited about it. This time, it is finally normal to cross a world. I didn't expect it to be so easy. And the new world that unfolds in front of us is also a great novelty for Naruto, because this world seems to be a little more beautiful than the continent of Aslant, with towering trees, huge mushrooms, huge animals, and an island floating in the sky. Is this area a tropical forest? And what are these floating islands? Naruto danced in the air with the wings of the wind, feeling the natural wind of another world. However, he suddenly discovered that although the world is beautiful, the magic of nature is very sparse, which is the opposite of Aslant. What a strange place. But it doesn't look bad. Naruto said. Yeah, big brother Naruto, we actually came to such a world. It's amazing. Wendy also seemed very excited, and Shalulu led her to dance around. Natsu also seemed quite excited. After a while, Shalulu and Happy were both tired from flying, and the three of them landed on the ground. Of course, although he came to a different world, after a period of novelty, he did not forget the purpose of this time, that is, to find out everyone's whereabouts and find everyone back. However, in the vast and different world, it is really difficult to find them, and Naruto plans to use the clone to find them. At this moment, a strange building suddenly appeared in the depths of the forest in front of the three. They all froze there. Fairy tale, Natsu exclaimed first. He pointed to the guild crest on the building in front and shouted excitedly, I didn't expect that there is also a fairy tale in another world. Let's go in and have a look. Naruto was also very surprised, and followed Natsu to the guild in this other world. Unexpectedly, a fairy tale will appear at this moment. As soon as I came to the door, I heard all kinds of loud noises coming from inside. The three pushed open the door and entered. Natsu, you're back so soon. Everyone's exclamations sounded, and then, a group of familiar faces appeared in the eyes of the three Naruto. Actually, they look exactly the same. Naruto couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, a yellow-haired beauty rushed over and grabbed Natsu by the collar, dragging Natsu in front of him who had not yet realized what was going on, squinting her beautiful eyes and said coldly, why did you bring back two strangers? What happened to them? Natsu was sweating coldly. Isn't this Lucy in front of him? How did she become so domineering? However, before he could speak, Lucy kicked Natsu away and ran to Naruto and Wendy, staring at them with a scrutiny expression. Who are you? Where did you come from? Her tone was so bad that Naruto couldn't help being stunned. This is really different from the original Lucy. The original Lucy was a very knowledgeable and talkative girl, completely different from the one in front of her who was wearing a leather jacket and boots and looked like a queen. Lucy, you can't do this, let Natsu explain it first. At this moment, a graceful figure came over. It was Mirage. Naruto saw her and found that she didn't change, she was still the same gentle and lovely. Natsu, if you don't give a satisfactory explanation, don't try to make it easier for me today. Lucy glared at Natsu. Natsu looked at Naruto innocently and had to explain to Lucy. Everyone gathered around and listened to Natsu's words. After a while, everyone finally understood everything, and Chi-Chi exclaimed. In that case, aren't the people in our two guilds the same? Someone asked. Well, yes. Then why have we never seen him in the guild? The man pointed at Naruto. 814. King's troop. Immediately, everyone's suspicious eyes turned to Naruto. Yeah, if there is a fairy tale in both worlds, the members of the guild should be the same. But the corresponding guy, we have never heard of it. Lucy looked at him and said, Sister Lucy, maybe the two worlds are always a little different. Wendy hurriedly stood up and explained to Naruto. Che, are you sure this guy belongs to your guild? Lucy turned to look at Wendy and Natsu. Wendy and Natsu nodded affirmatively. Naruto couldn't help being speechless and said lightly, Don't call me this guy, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, you can call me Naruto, many things are not so taken for granted. Humph, are you questioning my judgment? Lucy couldn't help but get angry when she heard it. She immediately put on a fight and stared at Naruto. The people on the side hurried to persuade the fight, and then there was no fight. Naruto wiped his cold sweat secretly. Lucy in this world is really strong. It is better not to mess with her, and she has to leave this place as soon as possible. At this moment, an emergency siren suddenly sounded outside, and the expressions on the faces of everyone in the guild couldn't help tightening. It's goblin hunting, someone cried out in horror. The expressions on everyone's faces became extremely nervous. What's wrong? The three Naruto were surprised, but at this time they saw that everyone was busy quickly. Prepare to transfer. Magic filling begins. The transfer magic circle is activated. The transfer countdown starts now. One by one instructions came from Lucy's mouth, and large and small organs and instruments appeared in the guild. The gate of the guild was closed, and from the window, Naruto saw a group of soldiers besieging quickly outside, and some of them were riding a flying beast. It looks pretty awesome. Are these people here to attack Fairy Tail? You guys, why don't you even fight? Someone else is attacking your door, so you have to fight it anyway. What's the point of moving like this? Naruto said, looking at the nervous guild members. At this time, the entire guild was shaking. This is the activation of the transfer magic circle. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the guild suddenly stopped shaking. Looking out the window, the scenery has changed at this time, not in the original forest, but on the edge of a desolate desert. It's really dangerous. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The expressions on their faces were not so nervous, and they returned to the previous lively. However, Naruto could see that everyone's heart must be very uneasy. Is Fairy Tail in this world always lingering in this kind of escape? Naruto said with a sudden sigh. Hearing this, everyone could not help frowning. Staring at him, Lucy said angrily, You guy who doesn't know anything has no right to comment on our guild behavior. Naruto was stunned. At this time, the expressions on everyone's faces became lonely and helpless again. Mirage came over and explained faintly, In your world, Fairy Tail may not be so bad, right? In Edris, our Fairy Tail is the last magician's guild. Other guilds it has already been slaughtered by the king's troops, and now we are the only ones who are still running away. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but ask, Why are the king's troops hunting you down? Hey, this world is far from free like you. Here, the Magician's Guild is regarded as a reactionary and evil party, and it is the target of the government army. Possessing magic is a crime. Mirage looked sad. This is really bad. I didn't expect the guilds in this world to be in such a bad situation. However, these things have nothing to do with Naruto. At this time, although I really want to take care of things in another world, my most important task at present is to rescue everyone who was sucked over. Okay, everyone, let's drink something to suppress the shock. When the atmosphere was a little heavy, a beautiful woman with long waist-length blue hair came over. She was wearing a low-cut dress, and the huge breasts on her chest, at least it looks like a D cup. Yeah, it's useless to talk about this kind of thing, Wendy. Lucy shook her head and reached for a glass of juice from the beauty's plate. Wendy. Naruto stared at the long-haired beauty in front of him. She had grown so well, she was simply a flawless existence. The kid over there is a bit like me, Wendy said, looking at little Wendy beside Naruto. Is it actually me when I grew up? This is So big. Little Wendy was immediately stunned, seeing that she had grown so big in this world, and still had such an explosive figure. She couldn't believe it. At this moment, in a corner, a girl with short white hair was staring blankly at Naruto and the others. Her eyes were full of disbelief and deep surprise. By the way, do you know? The fairy tale of our world disappeared along with the entire city. It was said that it was absorbed into this world. Do you know what happened? Naruto asked suddenly. This kind of thing, it is estimated that the king did it. The magic power on this continent comes from the earth, and there is not much magic power in the air itself, so when the magic power is continuously consumed, it will be exhausted one day, so the king is in a special way to plunder the life and magic of other worlds. Maybe your companions have been brought over. Lucy explained. Naruto frowned. It seems that the goal now is to directly target the king. Where is the capital? Naruto asked again. Everyone's expressions changed, and Lucy exclaimed, are you going to the capital? Yes, I have to rescue my friends. Naruto nodded. Natsu and Wendy also nodded in agreement. Are you going to die? The king is the gathering place of the king's power, where there are countless strong men and armies. You can't fight against them, and I think your companions have now become magic. Go. 815. Arrive at the royal capital. I believe that they will not die easily. Even if they become magic, I will restore them all. Naruto said lightly. His body exudes a lingering aura, which makes people unconsciously believe him. Okay, since that's the case, I'll take you to the capital. Lucy said suddenly looking at Naruto. Lucy, how are you? Everyone was puzzled. Lucy turned her head and smiled slightly. It's rare that there are people who dare to rebel against the king. Don't you think this is a very interesting thing? However, this is not practical, right? Everyone is not optimistic. Naruto looked at Lucy. Thank you, then please. Let's go. Lucy took the magic prop and went out. Naruto, Natsu, and Wendy followed, and she led them to the capital. Along the way, Naruto and Natsu felt that their walking speed was too slow. Let's fly over, Naruto said. Flying. Lucy was taken aback and asked involuntarily. Well, I walk there like this, but I don't know how long it will take. Naruto said helplessly. Yeah, if that's the case, Lucy, you just give us the direction, let's fly all the way. Happy, Natsu shouted. Yes, hubby responded, suddenly spreading his wings and flying into the air. Shalulu also flew at the same time. Super, beyond. Lucy was shocked when she saw this, and then her face showed hostility. It's really careless. There really is something wrong with the origins of you guys. Why is there a transcendence-sama? Lucy immediately took out the weapon on her body, a long whip, and stared at Naruto and the others with vigilance. What transcendence? They are Harpy and Shalulu. Naruto couldn't help but feel strange when she saw her look like a formidable enemy. The Transcendence is a race of gods in this world. The overlords of our entire human race, including the plundering of magical resources from other worlds, are all sent by the king of their race. Lucy said. I see, it seems that this Harpy and Shalulu have something to do with this world. Naruto couldn't help but ponder. Every world is not so simple, and this world is the same. I didn't expect that Harpy and Shalulu were called here. For the transcendent, godlike existence. Because people in this world cannot use magic. If people want to use magic, they must rely on magic props, but transcenders do not have this restriction. They have magic power in their bodies. They can fly freely in the sky, and they also have powerful strength as something that we humans can't compare to. Lucy said this, and looked at hubby and Shalulu in awe. Naruto frowned. He knew the strength of Happy and Shalulu. Even if they had the ability to fly, their strength was almost negligible. Could it be that human beings in this world have a wrong perception of transcendence? Or, is the transcendence of this world really strong? Naruto suddenly had a feeling of wanting to meet the transcendence of this world. If he could really see the power of God, that would be a very good thing. Of course, the premise is that everyone must be rescued first. Okay, Lucy, I can guarantee that Hubby and Shalulu are not the Transcenders you mentioned. They are members of the Fairy Tale Guild and our friends. Naruto stepped forward and said to Lucy. Only then did Lucy withdraw her weapon and asked dubiously, how can I trust you? Naruto smiled slightly. Since you chose to take us to the capital, didn't you already believe us? Lucy was startled when she heard this. Okay, now let's go to the capital first. This time we'll use flying. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Shalulu and Harpy had already brought the two of them to fly. Then, a pair of invisible wind wings suddenly appeared behind Naruto, and looked at Lucy with a smile. Let's go, let's fly out too. However, Lucy had already opened her mouth wide and looked at Naruto with a look of incomparable surprise. You actually know magic. You didn't use any props. Lucy was startled, and she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. I didn't expect Naruto to be able to use magic without using props. Is this the magician of Iceland continent? Impressive. Lucy looked envious. Okay, take us to the capital first. Naruto couldn't help but smile when she saw her unbelievable look on her face. Oh, Lucy came back to her senses, only to see Naruto reaching out and wrapping her slender waist, and then her body gradually vacated. Lucy's body trembled, her face slightly yuhi, and when he was hugging her waist, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. However, when she found herself flying in the air by Naruto holding her waist, she couldn't help but immerse herself in the feeling of looking down at the earth. And, most importantly, being held by Naruto like this, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Very strange, this had never happened before. In which direction? Naruto asked in her ear. Lucy hadn't regained her senses, but she couldn't help but stun for a moment. Ah. What? I asked you which direction the capital is in. Naruto asked again. Oh, there. Lucy then reacted and pointed to the front. Okay, that's speeding up. Naruto looked at the direction, the wings of the wind fully opened, and immediately caught up with Natsu and Wendy in front. The three flew to the distant sky together. King's capital. A prosperous scene is completely opposite to the scene outside the capital. The outside is a primitive natural scenery, and the bustling scene in the capital seems to be out of tune with it. The people inside all had smiles on their faces, and they seemed to be very happy under the light of His Majesty the King. This is the royal capital. It's so elegant. Naruto couldn't help sneering when he was just outside the capital. Could this prosperous scene come from plundering the resources of another world? 816. Disappointed. There is a lot of magic in the capital, and the master of the royal army has a lot of magic props. In order to facilitate the rule, they have vigorously suppressed and arrested those of us who have magic props in the guild. Lucy couldn't help but sneered, mocking Road. Magic belongs to everyone. This system of totalitarian autocracy really needs to be changed. Naruto nodded and asked, haven't you thought about uniting a group of uprising troops for breakfast? Lucy was startled by Naruto's words. She didn't expect him to be so bold. He could even say things like rebellion. She hurriedly shook her head and said, Naruto, even if you are from another world, you have been overheard saying this. It will be miserable too. Besides, those of us who are able to use magic items, even self-protection has become a problem, let alone resisting them. Quote. Naruto frowned, and what Lucy said was also, every world has its unreasonable places. Seeing this kind of thing, he instinctively rejected it, but so what? This is just another world, and to me it's just an insignificant stop on a long journey. He has no right to manage these things and has no reason to change it. Sighing slightly, Naruto said, Lucy, now let's sneak into the capital and prepare to rescue those who have been absorbed. Well, good. Lucy nodded, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Because we are still very unfamiliar with this place, we need you to be your guide when we enter the capital. Naruto said to Lucy when the four entered. No problem, I will take you into the city, but correspondingly, the magic props on me have to be hidden somewhere. Lucy said. She found a corner on the side of the road, and put the magic props on me. The whip was thrown there. When entering the city, as expected, there were Kingdom Army soldiers at the gate of the city checking the salutes of people entering and leaving. Once you find a magic weapon or something, grab it and take it away. Naruto and the others don't have these things, so it's easy to pass. When they got to the city, Lucy took everyone to a hotel and asked for 2 rooms, and then led Naruto and the 3 to a narrow and remote alley. In the alley, there is a basement entrance. After Lucy entered carefully, there was a large hall inside unexpectedly. Welcome to the black market. A short, shrewd-looking man walked over and said to the 4. This is the black market, where we can buy the magic items that we need in battle. Lucy introduced familiarly. The trading of magic items here will never be known to those guys in the Royal Army under normal circumstances. So you can buy it with confidence, but the price is more expensive. Quote. As she said that, she bought a long whip with the fire attribute from the boss, and spent most of her money, showing a pained expression on her face. It's really tough. Naruto finally saw the hard life of a magician in this world. However, the workmanship of this whip is much better than the magic props on the continent of Iceland. The magician in this world cannot use magic by himself, but the level of use and creation of tools has reached a very high level. After leaving the black market, it was already a little late, and the sky was getting darker, and the group returned to the hotel, planning to rest for a while and wait until the evening before moving. That night, the 4 of them were in the room, resting silently. Lucy suddenly stood up and stretched her waist and said, I'm a little uncomfortable, I'll go take a shower first. Yeah. The 3 of Naruto nodded and began to discuss how to sneak into the kingdom's army and get the whereabouts of their partners. In the end, it was up to Naruto to decide to search for clues in the city separately. After all, as long as they don't mess around, with the magic level of Natsu and Wendy, they won't encounter much danger, and it's within the city's range. Naruto can also always pay attention to their breath. After the discussion, everyone suddenly found that Lucy had been in the bath for more than 10 minutes, and she hadn't come out yet. Naruto frowned, looked at Wendy and said, Wendy, can you take a look at Lucy? Plan to act. Wendy replied obediently, and ran to the bathroom to take a look, when a sudden scream came from her mouth. Naruto's expression changed, and Natsu rushed to the door of the bathroom without caring about anything and rushed in. Unexpectedly, the bathroom is empty. Where is Lucy? What's going on? Natsu asked confused. Naruto was also very puzzled. He spread out his perception and searched the surrounding area. In an instant, he captured a familiar breath a few kilometers away from here. Lucy, did you escape? At this time, Naruto realized this problem, and he couldn't help feeling puzzled and disappointed. I thought that Lucy would act with me, but I didn't expect her to escape. It seemed that she didn't want to be involved in this matter at all. He was really careless. He didn't have any defense against Lucy at first, so he didn't pay attention to her breath all the time, which caused her to react after running out so far. Why? Naruto sighed. Seeing the disappointed expressions on Natsu and Wendy's faces, he couldn't help but say, okay, let's leave Lucy's business alone for now. She has no obligation to be with us, and it's more difficult to leave. Well, don't worry about getting her down. When the 2 heard the words, their expressions softened a little. Next, the 3 of them divided their troops into 3 groups and searched and explored the city in the dark. After Naruto's perception spread just now, he discovered that there was a huge magical crystalline aura in a place in the city, so he sneaked in that direction, intending to check the situation. Wendy and Natsu looked in the other 2 directions. At this time, Lucy, who was running out of the city, suddenly stopped, with a hesitant look on her face. 817. Restoration. She was struggling in her heart. Did she really want to leave them behind and leave secretly? This will be completely underestimated by them. However, when she thought about it, she felt that her thoughts were ridiculous. What was the importance of face in life? Life is gone, so what's the face? Besides, He and them have only just known each other for a day, and it is a matter of benevolence and righteousness to be able to guide them here. There is no need to do so much, and I and my guild companions cannot die in such a stupid thing. Thinking of this, Lucy smiled relievedly, but for some reason there was a bitter arc at the corner of her mouth. Naruto's figure and his impressive blue eyes flashed in her mind, and she seemed to be able to see his disappointment. This could not help but shake her original idea. What the hell happened to me? I'm Lucy from Fairy Tale. When did you become so indecisive? Lucy quickly shook her head, removed the messy thoughts in her mind, and continued to walk forward. At this time, Naruto had come to the vicinity of the huge magic crystal, and only then did he realize that it was a wide square, and a magic crystal the size of a building was being piled up at the center of the square, and there was another one around. A high platform with the national flag on it. The most important thing is that on the edge of this huge magic crystal, there is a group of royal army patrolling back and forth. It seems that this huge magic crystal is very important. This is even more suspicious. He no longer hesitated, and walked directly towards the huge magic crystal. At this time, he heard the voices of the soldiers talking. Are you saying that this huge magic crystal is the magic power plundered from Iceland? Yeah, I heard so. Oh, His Majesty the King is really great. Such a big magic crystal is enough for us to use for a long time. Hey, yeah, so our country will become stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Naruto had basically determined that this huge magic crystal was transformed by everyone in Iceland. Damn it. Naruto scolded, thinking that Urza and the others were turned into magic crystals. The anger in his heart rose. The guy who dares to touch his own woman must not let him live. The speed of his feet increased, and he quickly appeared on the edge of the magic crystal. Who is it? At this time, the soldiers reacted, and immediately rushed over nervously and asked loudly, Who are you? It is forbidden to approach here, hurry up and leave. A soldier commander ran over and said. Naruto was unmoved. He looked at them coldly. A gust of momentum rose with the wind. Hey, you guy, we are asking you something. The commander said angrily. The next moment, only to hear a loud bang, and a powerful magic energy suddenly emerged from Naruto's body. The energy formed a gust of wind Uzumaki, which swept away like a storm. Those soldiers didn't have time to realize what happened, and their bodies were drowned and disappeared by this wanton energy. The whole city was shaken by it, and the people inside the palace in the center of the city were also awakened one after another, looking at the strong light shining in the direction of the square. The king got up from the bed, his face full of surprise, and he cried out, That's the direction of the square. The magic crystal there. One of the leaders of the 4 major armies of the royal army, Huge Boy, led the charge towards the square. At the same time, in a certain underground passage, Wendy and Shalulu were walking forward. Shalulu, are you sure what you have in your mind is true? I always feel that I should go back and discuss with Naruto brother first. Wendy said with some worry. Wendy, don't always be Big Brother Naruto. Big Brother Naruto, please be a little more assertive. I can feel that the information in my mind is correct. You see, we didn't get here very smoothly along the way. If we keep going like this, we will be able to infiltrate the palace smoothly. Your brother Naruto will definitely praise you at that time. Quote. That's right. If you can get the praise of Naruto's brother, that would be really good. Wendy's fighting spirit immediately became high when she heard this. Shalulu, let's move on. Hee, this is the style of the Dragon Slayer. Shalulu laughed. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of sonorous footsteps around. Just when Wendy and Shalulu turned around in surprise, a huge net suddenly fell from the top of their heads, covering them firmly. What is this? Wendy tore it hard, but found that the net was so strong that she couldn't break free. At the same time, a few swoops sounded, and countless weapons were already clamped around Wendy's neck. Leading the way is a beautiful woman with long red Yuhi-colored hair. Naruto looked at the fallen crowd around him, and after sneering, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the huge magic crystal. He can feel the energy of life coming out from it, which proves that this magic crystal is indeed the result of everyone's changes. Closing his eyes, the energy in Naruto began to enter the magic crystal. The magic crystal suddenly emitted a burst of strong white light. The next moment, the white light flashed, and the magic crystal disappeared. However, what is surprising is that Urza, Lucy, Gray, Juvia and others are all standing in front of them. There was a hint of confusion in their eyes, as if they didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't help but feel a little dazed when they looked at the unfamiliar environment around them. Naruto, Urza asked, "What is this place?" A smile appeared on Naruto's face. "You guys are finally recovering. Get out of here now and tell you everything later." After speaking, there were bursts of roars not far away. It was the sound of the troops of the kingdom's army coming. "Follow me first." Naruto glanced at the people chasing not far away. He waved his hand, and with the recovered Urza they quickly disappeared into the depths of the darkness. 818. Fierce Battle. So it is. So, everyone has been turned into a magic crystal. After listening to Naruto's explanation in the hotel, Urza and the others finally understood what happened. "Yeah, the strange thing is that there are only a few of us here, and the rest of the guild doesn't seem to be here." Naruto nodded, and said with some doubts, "Even the president is not there, so it seems, there may be magic crystals in other places." Just the magic power of Urza, Lucy, Gray, and Juvia can be turned into such a huge magic crystal. Makarov and the others together will definitely be even bigger. Moreover, many people in the entire city contain magical powers, so the goal will only be larger. In this way, as long as someone else's magic crystal is found, everything will be solved. Naruto has just discovered that when his power flows into the magic crystal will return to everyone's original state, and finding out the whereabouts of those magic crystals has become the most important thing at present. However, the disappearance of the magic crystal must have caused a huge sensation within the royal army. It is obviously not that easy to investigate further. Therefore, Naruto decided to let everyone retreat first, and let him investigate by himself. After all, with his own strength, let alone finding a huge magic crystal, even a needle is not impossible. "No, now that we are all here, we must come to wish you a helping hand." Urza objected, and Lucy, Gray, and Juvia all nodded. However, Urza suddenly frowned and exclaimed. She looked down at her hands and asked in shock, "Why can't my magic be used?" What's the matter?" asked Lucy hastily. "I can't use magic either." Gray cried. "Me, I can't either. I can't use magic at all." Juvia was also panicked. Naruto frowned for a while, waved his hand, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I think your power may be limited by the laws of this world, and you can't use the magic in your body here." "Then why can you?" Lucy asked hurriedly. Naruto glanced at her and found that the original Lucy was actually more pleasing to the eye. The queen's character of this world's Lucy was a bit inconsistent. He explained, "Before coming, Michigan gave me this and Wendy took a strange drug, probably because of this, now only the 3 dragon slayers here can use magic. Damn, what can I do? Where is Mistgang? I didn't expect this guy to have such a thing." Urza stamped her feet angrily. Without her magic power, she became an ordinary person and couldn't help at all what a busy. "So you find a safe place first." "Oh yes. I have a good place." Naruto suddenly thought of Lucy in this world. If she was asked to lead everyone to the fairy tale guild here first, he would not need to worry. And he thought that everyone would get along very well. Naruto launched the perception network, and suddenly found that Lucy in this world has not yet left the city, and now his breath seems to be coming this way. A strange look appeared on his face. At this moment, his complexion changed slightly, because he found that Wendy's breath appeared in the direction of the distant palace, and Natsu's breath also went to the other side of the palace. These 2 guys won't break into the palace, will they? Moreover, the breath of Harpy and Shalulu didn't seem to be around them either. Naruto was a little worried. This is really messed up. Although their strength is not bad, but after all, they are still unable to be hostile to the power of the entire kingdom. Thinking of this, Naruto left a clone to arrange things here, and the main body rushed out with a goodbye. Inside the palace, Natsu was frantically attacking a group of kingdom troops. Because when he and hubby were looking for clues, the two were suddenly attacked and fell to the ground. When he woke up, he found that he had been bound by ropes. However, Natsu's strength was also extraordinary. These ropes he couldn't restrain him, and when he was burned by his flame, he instantly turned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, Natsu started a fierce battle with a group of people around him. His strength is not weak, the ordinary royal army is not his opponent at all, but soon, the captains of the 3rd and 1st troops of the royal army appeared here, Hughes and Lily respectively. Unusually, Natsu was caught in a tough fight, and as more and more troops rushed over, his condition was getting worse and worse. At this moment, the gate of the palace. Naruto kicked open the gate of the palace. It was still late at night. The soldiers guarding the gate fell to the ground. After the gate was kicked open, the sound of Natsu and everyone fighting came from inside the palace. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Natsu was fine, and his energy was still very strong. It's just that Wendy didn't seem to be moving. Because most of the troops were attracted by Natsu's firepower before, now after Naruto broke into the palace, there was not much defensive force. The 4th part of the right huge boy is still investigating the square, the 1st and 3rd units are fighting against Natsu, and now only the 2nd unit can be dispatched. Seeing that Naruto kicked the door open with one kick, and there was no one around to stop him, the kingdom army who came to stop him was a little scared. When there is no captain coming, they are just a mess, and they can't fight against him just relying on some small commanders. Let me get out of the way of everyone who knows me. I just want to find my friends. Naruto said in a light tone with a cold look on his face. Who dares to come here to do wild things? At this moment, a voice that made Naruto somewhat familiar sounded from overhead, and in the next instant, a gust of wind came down. Naruto frowned, and then his head didn't look too much, so he stretched out his palm and stopped at the top of his head. A powerful magic beam emerged from the palm of the hand and was launched with a bang. Boom boom boom. There was an explosion in midair. With a muffled groan, a figure was slammed into the air. Boom. Jinchuriki column in the palace and fell to the ground again. However, the other party quickly got up, dodged and rushed towards Naruto again. Come on. A familiar voice accompanied by the graceful figure finally entered Naruto's sight. I saw that the other party was holding a long spear, and a black magic light appeared from the tip of the spear. Gun of gravity. The gun approached Naruto, and Naruto couldn't help but be taken aback, because he didn't expect that Urza in this world would also appear, and she was still such a formidable enemy. However, Naruto quickly came back to his senses, his figure flashed in an instant, and he reached out and grabbed the spear in Urza's hand in the blink of an eye. Urza was shocked, she didn't expect this enemy to be so powerful. How easy it is to grab his own gravity gun. This was a powerful attack, but he was caught with his bare hands. This made her feel incredible. What kind of existence is a guy with this level of power? When she looked up, she met Naruto's disdainful eyes. Then, she suddenly felt a burst of pain in her abdomen, and the next moment, the person had already flew out to the rear. 819. Hostage. So strong. This is a thought in Urza Olympian. Immediately after that, before she had time to regain her senses, Naruto had dodged and left the place and went to the depths of another corridor in the palace. Although meeting Urza in this world made him kind of surprised and curious, the most important thing at the moment was to find Wendy. Damn, do you want to run? Urza's voice sounded from behind, and Naruto turned around, only to see that she had climbed up from the ground again and was chasing after him. Naruto ignored her. He had already tested her strength just now, which was comparable to that of Idris Urza, and was not threatening to him. The two chased and fled, and Naruto ran towards the place where Wendy's breath was sensed, as if it was somewhere underground in the palace. Urza was chasing at the rear with a spear in hand. The pain from her abdomen made her clearly realize the horror of this man, but she would never be afraid of it and give up her responsibilities. Those who dare to disturb the palace must be arrested and punished severely. Gradually, there were no other people around, only Urza and Naruto were left running. Naruto frowned slightly, not expecting this guy to be difficult to deal with. There was a door ahead, and Wendy's breath came from there. Suddenly, a painful scream came from the door, and Naruto's face tightened, and in the next instant, a large amount of strong lightning burst out from his whole body, and slammed into the big giant in front of him with a bang. Iron Gate. Boom. In an instant, the iron gate shattered, and bursts of exclamations sounded inside. Naruto just saw Wendy fall to the ground, and there were several people around her, one of whom was holding a strange implement in his hand. Get out of here. Seeing that Wendy fell to the ground, what these people had done to her, Naruto, in a fit of rage, shoved forward with both hands, and a strong surge instantly appeared in the palms of both hands. The thunder light boomed twice, and several people in the house were instantly drowned by the thunder light. Thunder magic. When the thunder light dissipated, only Wendy was left lying on the ground, and the rest were all wiped out by the thunder light. Not even a corpse was left. He appeared beside Wendy in a flash, picked up her delicate and tender body, and found that her body was intact, but the magic in her body seemed to be drained. Turning his head and looking at the tubular object on the ground, it seems that this object has absorbed Wendy's magic power. These guys, it turned out that they had captured Wendy and wanted to extract her magic power. Really careless. I thought Wendy must be investigating somewhere, but she was caught. Wendy's breath was intact, she thought nothing had happened to her, so she was caught before a fierce battle. Who did it? At this moment, Naruto was very angry, and he would never forgive anyone who dared to hurt Wendy. At this moment, a figure rushed in. It was Urza. She quickly picked up the things on the ground, saw Naruto hugging Wendy, and sneered, "Intruder, surrender now. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable." Naruto stood up with Wendy in his arms, carried her on his back unhurriedly, and looked at Urza in this world. "I ask you, Wendy is here, who did it?" His tone was cold, with a chill. Urza frowned. She instinctively felt the danger of Naruto, but she still had no plans to retreat. "Are you talking about this girl? She is our target, and it was I who caught her here." Urza glanced at the magic power extraction device in her hand, and said lightly, "But it seems that it is not needed now. This girl is of no use to us." A cold light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Looking at Elsa holding a spear and her heroic appearance, she couldn't help but think of the original Elsa. The two really look exactly the same. However, she is not the original Urza after all. She is a person from this world, strictly speaking, her own enemy. It's the guy who hurt Wendy. Really, what do you want to do when you draw Wendy's magic power? Naruto laughed angrily, but at this time he wanted to ask what these guys were going to do. No matter what they want to do, they have to destroy it to vent their dissatisfaction. It is really unpleasant to casually turn things in another world into magic power, and casually deprive another world of life. This is our secret, how can we tell you? Urza sneered. Okay, since you didn't say anything, then I'll ask you another question. Where did you hide the people you absorbed from the continent of Iceland? Naruto asked again. Are you referring to the magic power collected by the soul? Hehe, that is the hope of our kingdom, and it will be the source of endless magic power in the future. You should stop talking about this nonsense. Naruto was silent for a while, and then he smiled silently. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. A vigilant look appeared on Urza's face, but just as she showed this look, Naruto appeared behind her. Snapped. A hand knife slashed on Urza's slender, white and tender neck. Well. Urza's whole body was shocked, her beautiful eyes widened, and then with a bang, her body was soft to the ground. Naruto picked up her body and walked out directly. Back at the place where Natsu was fighting, Naruto found that a group of people had surrounded Natsu, and Natsu was blazing with scorching flames, bombarding the surroundings indiscriminately. But Naruto clearly felt that his magic power was insufficient, and if he continued to fight, he would probably lose. "Stop me!" Just when Natsu was about to take it, Naruto's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the royal army. Everyone looked up and saw Naruto standing on a high platform, holding Ursa's collar with one hand, lifted her up, and said lightly to everyone, "This should be your captain, right? She is now in mine. If you don't want her to die in your hands, stop your hands and let your king come out to see me." 820. Blasphemy. King. Can you see the king too? The people around were furious when they heard the words. Seeing their righteous indignation, Naruto thought it was a little funny. To them, he was like a terrorist, right? At this moment, Ursa in Naruto's hands suddenly woke up faintly. She opened her eyes and found that she was actually being held by the neck, and she was about to turn around and attack. However, how could Naruto make her wish? With the hook of his arm, he easily restrained her neck, and at the same time, her delicate body was completely controlled by him in his arms. "Don't move. You are my hostage now," Naruto whispered in her ear. The hot breath entered Ursa's ears, and Ursa's silver kiba bit her tightly. With a face of shame and anger, she was actually held hostage by him. This is really shameful. As the captain of the second unit, being held hostage by the enemy is the greatest insult of being a captain. "You, no matter what you do, attack me." Ursa raised her head with difficulty and yelled at the soldiers below. "But quickly do it for me. Otherwise, you will be disobeying the military order," Ursa shouted loudly. She's a stubborn woman, just like Ursa of Iceland. However, even so, Naruto did not have any panic. He smiled lightly and said to Ursa, "As an army commander, you have done a good job. I appreciate you very much, but what you have done hurt my friends. This is I will never forgive." Ursa was stunned for a moment, and she said with difficulty, "If you want to kill or cut it, you can. Even if I die, I will not be a burden to everyone." After speaking, she opened her mouth sharply, her tongue stuck out, and her mouth was about to close. At this moment, Naruto quickly reached out and grabbed her mouth again, and said in a cold voice, "Do you want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Really loyal guy, but your king still didn't show up to save you. This is what you are doing. A loyal fellow. It turns out to be nothing more than a weak coward. Damn it, we fought you." The soldiers saw that their captain had no resistance at all in Naruto's hands, and even heard him mocking and insulting their king like this, which made everyone feel a strong anger. At this time, Lily and Hughes, the captains of the first and third units, led a group of subordinates to rush to Naruto. "Let go of Ursa. What kind of hero is taking a hostage?" Lily yelled. Naruto sneered disdainfully, "I just wanted your king to come out. I didn't expect him to be a coward. He only knew that he would shrink up and let his subordinates bear it. It's really disappointing. Don't worry about me, just attack. Even if I die, I will sacrifice for the country. This is my honor." Although Ursa was grabbed by Naruto, she still tried her best to cry out. Naruto was a little moved by this insistence. However, Naruto would not let her go. He glanced at the royal army who had surrounded him, and the two captains Lily and Hughes standing in front, and said blankly, "Are you sure you can kill me? If you don't let your king come out, I won't let go of Ursa." It's despicable. Everyone secretly bit Kiba and gnashed their teeth, seeing that Ursa was powerless to resist in Naruto's hands, and they were also greatly afraid of his strength. After a stalemate like this for a while, the king still didn't show up, and even the people in the kingdom's army didn't know why. How could the king not show up when such a thing happened? At this moment, a few figures suddenly flew down in midair, floating above everyone's heads. "Human, hurry up and stop. I ordered in the name of transcendence, let go of that woman." A kitten with wings flew in the air and ordered majestically. Behind him there was a large piece of hand held the transcendence of weapons, that is, the kin of Harpy and Shalulu. Everyone raised their heads and suddenly remembered bursts of exclamations. It's the Transcendent Sama. Has the Transcender Sama issued the will of God? I saw the menacing group of soldiers around them were half kneeling on the ground, looking extremely pious. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help laughing. A group of humans knelt down in front of the cat, and they simply obeyed their words. This was really funny. No matter how you look at it, these cats have little force. At this time, the leading cat noticed Naruto's contemptuous smile, and couldn't help but look cold, and said angrily, "Human, are you blaspheming the majesty of God?" Naruto looked around. Everyone looked like they were lying low on the ground. He raised his head and said, "I don't like people talking on top of my head." At the same time, an incomparably powerful momentum spread from Naruto's body, and everyone around felt that the air couldn't help but sink. A wave of energy pressed people down, making it difficult to even breathe. The Transcenders in midair were almost unable to lift their wings, and cold sweat broke out on their bodies. What a strong human being! Don't humans know how to use magic? Why does it still exude such a strong magical aura? This is definitely not the coercion that can be generated with magic props. At the same time, a wing of wind suddenly grew from Naruto's back, and his body gradually rose in the air, carrying Wendy on his back, holding Urza in his hand, and came to a level with the Transcenders. The people kneeling on the ground couldn't help being shocked when they saw this. What does this human want to do? How dare you so directly offend Master Transcendence? Is this challenging the power of God? The Queen can control the life and death of human beings. However, at the same time, they are also very fortunate in their hearts. If such a strong human being is handed over to them to deal with, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. Now that he has offended God, there is no need to say more about the end. Absolutely will die horribly. What an insane guy. The crowd thought to themselves.